Shen Xiaoyan found herself transformed into the deceased character of a murder mystery game, an over-the-hill actress who had been ruthlessly criticized online. The primary suspects intent on her demise included a ruthless agent, a cold-hearted boss, and a top-tier male idol, a desperate bid for survival. She was compelled to engage her clever mind. However, in a stroke of unintended brilliance, she not only cleared her name but ascended to the status of a formidable rising star. Even those who had once clamored for her death began to vie for her attention, consumed by jealousy. What had begun as a mere murder mystery had devolved into a chaotic battleground. Chapter 1. Transformed into the deceased of the murder mystery in life. The deceased, Shen Xiaoyan, aged 21, a third-tier actress, was found dead in her own bathroom. The fatal injury was a laceration on her wrist, appearing to be a suicide, yet various signs suggest that the truth lies far more complex. Listening to the Dungeon Master's opening narration, Shen Xiaoyan felt utterly speechless. What enmity did she hold against the author of the script? The character bore her name. Nonetheless, she had to admit that this script was a rare gem. Each suspect's storyline was exceptionally intriguing, captivating her attention thoroughly. Perhaps it was due to 3 consecutive nights of sleeplessness spent engrossed in this narrative that fatigue began to overtake her, her eyelids growing heavy. Even in that moment, her mind echoed with fervor. Script person. Script soul. The script is my deity. In an instant, countless spotlights blazed to life, dazzling her. Where was she? Upon regaining her senses, she discovered herself standing upon a long red carpet, surrounded by a throng of photographers capturing her every move. Before her knelt a man of extraordinary beauty, gazing at her with a complex expression. She had traversed time. Moreover, she had entered the realm of a novel, becoming the female protagonist, who was now confronted by a suitor's proposal. I'm sorry, I must decline. The protagonist maintained her poise, refusing to be swayed even by the enchanting visage of the man before her. Upon uttering these words, she distinctly heard the collective gasp of the reporters surrounding her, witnessing the deepening complexity in the man's eyes. Was it despair at being rejected? Oh well. A word of comfort seemed warranted. She stepped forward, gently patting the man's shoulder, earnestly stating, "Keep striving, you will find someone better than me." With that, she lifted her gown and gracefully departed. A true protagonist must exude grandeur. Shen Xiaoyan, are you out of your mind? In a daze, she seemed to catch a remark. Had she misheard? Unbothered, she shrugged and exited the red carpet. Little did she know that chaos erupted behind her moments later. Has Shen Xiaoyan lost her senses? Does she even comprehend her words? I never imagined she had sunk to such depths of insanity. She'll do anything for publicity. Upon reaching the backstage, Shen Xiaoyan could no longer contain her elation and burst into joyous celebration. I never thought Shen Xiaoyan, would one day step into a romance novel as the leading lady. A beautiful life awaits. Xiaoyan Jia, a cool, minty voice interrupted her revelry. A strikingly handsome man, despite his black-rimmed glasses, rushed over, panting, Xiaoyan Jia, you must flee. Qiwu is looking to settle accounts with you. Qiwu? That name sounds so familiar. It suddenly dawned on her. She remained Shen Xiaoyan even after her transformation. Was the protagonist truly named after her? Wait a moment. Same name. Female star. Qiwu. Oh no. Could it be that she had become the deceased Shen Xiaoyan of the murder mystery? Thus, that man who had just proposed was actually one of the suspects. The popular male idol, Qiwu. Once a rising star, she had not worked for nearly half a year. The deceased, unwilling to fade into obscurity, sought to leech off the popularity of emerging male idols, appearing wherever they did. Consequently, she earned the moniker the Clinger. Qiwu was a meteoric star, the kind that had set the world ablaze. The deceased, in her madness to ride his coattails, had orchestrated rumors of their supposed romance. However, Qiwu harbored affections for another, fearing that the rumors might jeopardize his true love, which ultimately led to murderous intentions. The red carpet incident was a brand endorsement event for Qiwu. The deceased had audaciously donned a gown and rushed to the scene, hoping to walk the carpet alongside him. Sensing her presence behind him, Qiwu hastened his pace, leading to a chaotic chase where the deceased stumbled and fell. Nevertheless, with years of experience in feigned falls, she quickly regained her feet, while Qiwu, slower to react, knelt just as Shen Xiaoyan approached. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Now, she understood how the deceased had met her end through social death. I can no longer endure this. Shen Xiaoyan let out a bitter laugh, lifting a mirror in a desperate attempt to admire her own beauty. Yet, she did not miss the fleeting glimmer of excitement in the man's eyes beside her as she uttered, I can no longer endure this excitement. You must be my manager, Su Jin. Her face blanched. The man in black-rimmed glasses paused. Of course, I am. Xiaoyan Jie, what is happening? Indeed. Su Jin, her manager, and one of the suspects, a wolf in sheep's clothing, he had infiltrated her life under the guise of a humble manager, often bullied by her, but in reality, he was an assassin. He had been placed beside her by her boss, poised to take her life at any moment. Wearing glasses to feign fragility, he was lethal when it came to his craft. She had to get away from there. Quickly concluding her options, she raised her skirt and dashed outside, exclaiming, I just remembered I left some clothes at home. I'll be off now, you handle the aftermath. I know you can manage that turtle you'd Eugene. After leaving, she relied on the remnants of the original owner's memory to locate her residence, a rather unimpressive apartment complex. What a headache. Anxiously scanning her surroundings, she suddenly spotted a figure crouched in the bushes nearby. An idea struck her, and she raced over. Hey. Hello. The individual jumped in surprise. What the heck? Hello. Are you interested in a business proposition? A business? What kind of business? I live in Building 3, Apartment 603. You sneak into my home and retrieve the passport hidden under my mattress. Aside from that, anything else you steal is yours. The other party was clearly taken aback. All right, I agree. Wow. Such eagerness? It seems there are still good people in this world. After waiting at the door for about 5 minutes, the person emerged, holding a small red booklet. May you live long and prosper. She cheered, joyfully bounding forward, only to witness the individual tear the passport in half. With a wicked grin, they exclaimed, Huh? Didn't see that coming, did you? I've been lurking near your home, as a hater. Finally, I've caught my chance. Chapter 2. Stalkers do not deserve to be fans. Haters? Haters. Gazing upon the audacious visage before her, all of Shen Xiaoyan's grievances surged forth. Unceremoniously thrust into the role of a victim in a murder mystery, surrounded by individuals intent on her demise, was already suffocating enough. In her desperate bid to escape abroad, her passport was torn apart by these intrusive stalkers. Stalkers do not deserve the title of fans. Shen Xiaoyan let out a furious roar, brandishing her high heels as she lunged forward, aiming a strike at her adversary's head. Today, she would unleash her wrath upon the stalkers. I have longed to strike you for ages. Her opponent quickly matched her fervor, and soon they were entangled in a fierce scuffle. However, Shen Xiaoyan was not one to be blinded by rage. At the moment she struck, a plan had already begun to form in her mind. Where in this world is the safest haven? The police station. If she were to be detained for disturbing the peace, those suspects outside still wishing to harm her, the police would never allow it. With this thought, she swung her high heel with renewed vigor. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. 10 minutes later, at the police station, the face of the hater bore the marks of their confrontation, sitting meekly opposite the officer, appearing utterly pitiable. Shen Xiaoyan, exuding confidence with her legs crossed, smirked wickedly. Indeed, it was I who struck first. Apprehend me if you must. The officer cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Xiaoyan, who was adorned in bandages from her altercation. Miss Shen, rest assured, we shall take severe action against the perpetrator. I told you I instigated the conflict. If you are to arrest anyone, it should be me. Shen Xiaoyan displayed a fierce countenance. Did you not see the blood at the corner of his mouth that I caused? But you nearly ended up being. She awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from her brow. That is not important. Upon our investigation, it has come to light that this individual not only stalked you but also loitered daily beneath your residence, and today could no longer contain their aggression. Their behavior is so egregious that we shall detain them according to the law, the officer concluded. The hater was successfully detained, and as the victim, Shen Xiaoyan faced no repercussions. Instead, she was comforted by the officers and ultimately escorted out of the police station. Never mind, there are still other ways. I am a seasoned player of murder mysteries. How could I possibly be defeated by these individuals? Shen Xiaoyan wiped away her tears, regrouped, and felt a surge of hope for the future as she walked forward with renewed vigor. Ahead, that was the path of righteousness. Bang! Before she could finish her thought, a sudden sharp pain struck the back of her head, and she succumbed to darkness. The path of righteousness? What nonsense! Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself sprawled in a luxurious apartment. The decor hinted at the owner's exquisite taste. Ouch! Her head throbbed painfully. As she gingerly rose, she prepared to move forward when she unexpectedly kicked something. Looking down, she saw a stunningly beautiful woman lying at her feet, seemingly unconscious. Before she could deduce the identity of this woman, a loud crash echoed through the air. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. A tall figure strode in, and upon closer inspection, it was a handsome man with a stoic demeanor. The pallid visage bore sharp and striking features, while the inky depths of his eyes concealed a chilling menace. When his razor-thin lips parted, his words were lethal. Shen Xiaoyan, are you tired of living? How can your 37-degree lips utter such frigid words? Shen Xiaoyan felt a pang of anguish. Why did this tone seem so eerily familiar? It was a disconcerting blend of annoyance and terror. Could he possibly be one of the suspects? Shen? True to his name, Shen was as ominous as they come, the president of a top-tier entertainment company and the employer of the deceased. To him, profit reigned supreme. Anything that threatened his interests deserved to vanish. The deceased was such a liability, her reckless behavior leading to a significant decline in Shen's company's reputation. He had once confined her to obscurity, but she had defiantly clawed her way back, causing the company's stock to plummet and provoking a backlash against other artists under his management. Shen had long harbored murderous thoughts towards her, yet as a powerful tycoon, he would never sully his hands directly. Instead, he had arranged for a false manager to remain close, ready to eliminate her at a moment's notice. Upon realizing this, Shen Xiaoyan felt her instinctive flattery bubbling forth uncontrollably. Boss. How brilliant! Such a handsome boss. Yet he remained unmoved, his demeanor still icy and brimming with lethal intent. He advanced, seizing her chin with a strong grip, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you think that by kidnapping Han and you can threaten me into securing a job? What are you talking about? Kidnapping? Hanan? Shen Xiaoyan was bewildered, casting a glance at the woman sprawled at her feet, suddenly coming to a dreadful realization. Song Hanan, one of the suspects, was also an artist under Shen's banner, the deceased's junior in their craft. Although she debuted later, she ascended to stardom with her first film, garnering support from top-tier stars, thus elevating her to the status of a pure and innocent icon. She was currently a favored darling of the company. As for her status as a suspect, it seemed to stem from some prior connection to the deceased before her rise to fame, the specifics of which remained unclear to Shen Xiaoyan. It's all a misunderstanding. I was also kidnapped. Let me boldly speculate that I must have been abducted alongside her. Shen Xiaoyan hastily explained. Shen, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Do you want to hear what you just said? Yes, I heard it, she replied, her heart sinking as Shen's expression turned grim. You don't shed tears until you see the coffin. He retrieved his phone, opening the message records. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen had received a message from her. Arrange a leading role for me in a prime-time drama, or I will mar Song Hanan's face. The accompanying image depicted a fainted Song Han and on the ground. Everything clicked into place, and Shen Xiaoyan finally comprehended the treachery she faced. She had been set up, and the architect of her downfall was none other than the very woman lying on the floor, feigning unconsciousness. Song Han and had first knocked her out and tied her up, then seized her phone to send the message to Shen while playing dead. What an adept calculator you are. During her moment of respite, Shen had already lifted Song Hanan and exited. Upon reaching the threshold, he abruptly uttered a chilling statement. I previously mentioned that this would be the last time. You have no further opportunities. Chapter 3. The elite assassin vomits from consuming pig's blood. As Shen Xiaoyan departed from Song Hanan's residence, a lingering sense of trepidation enveloped her. When Shen declared it to be the last time, did it imply he intended to strike against me? Given his modus operandi, it seemed unlikely he would allow me to linger in uncertainty for long. Would he arrive tomorrow, the day after, or perhaps the day following? She halted abruptly, swallowing hard, her gaze fixated ahead. In the pitch-black alley, a solitary street lamp flickered weakly. Beneath its dim glow stood a shadowy figure, gradually advancing towards her. The closer he approached, the clearer his visage became. A terrifying white bandage mask obscured his face. It was Su Jin, her agent, the very mercenary assassin. To conceal his identity, he donned this mask each time he executed his duties. Those who had glimpsed this mask were never known to leave his presence alive. I to perish? She discerned a sharp, elongated blade emerging from his sleeve, a weapon obtainable solely on the black market, an instrument of professional assassination. Su Jin uttered not a word. He merely approached her with a chilling indifference, raising the long knife. A glimmer of cold light flashed through the air, and in the next moment, Shen Xiaoyan found herself clutching her neck. Blood oozed from her fingers as her vision dimmed, and she collapsed backward.
Su Jin vì mát.
This woman is not only foolish but surprisingly easy to kill. He chuckled, with contempt. Despite lying on the ground in feigned death, Shen Xiaoyan could not suppress her inner arrogance. Had it been anyone else in this predicament, they would likely have succumbed, but she was different. After years of engaging in murder mystery games, her heart had grown calloused. Acquainted with various methods of killing, she understood precisely the manner of death, the positions of demise, and how much blood each wound would yield. This profound theoretical knowledge had elevated her skill in feigning death to an extraordinary level. Without assistance, she could orchestrate her own demise. Su Jin abruptly halted, lifting his long knife to sniff the air. Ah, the aroma of pig's blood is delightful. It would surely be delicious when cooked. He had been outmaneuvered. Enraged, he pivoted to deliver a finishing blow. Yet there was no trace of Shen Xiaoyan. Only a glass jar remained, accompanied by a note. Upon examination, a flourish of calligraphy read, "I trust you are also a connoisseur of pig's blood. Otherwise, you would not have detected my flawless scheme. In light of this, please take this jar of pig's blood. When cooked, it is utterly delectable." With a resounding crash, he hurled the jar to the ground, shattering it into countless fragments, a river of blood spilling forth. "Shen Xiaoyan, you shall pay for this." Emerging from the bathroom after a shower, she was startled to find a figure standing in the living room, nearly sending her into a state of panic. "Who dares to trespass? Reveal your identity at once." "Xiaoyanjie, it is I." The other party slowly turned around, revealing a handsome visage and eyes filled with a hint of danger behind black-framed glasses. Goodness! It was Su Jin. She had just escaped from his grasp, and he had caught up to her so swiftly. Contemplating this, Shen Xiaoyan discreetly reached for the ashtray beside her. At this moment, Su Jin bore none of the lethal aura he had exhibited earlier. The glasses rendered him exceptionally docile, resembling a frail scholar. Such remarkable acting. He ought to pursue a career in performance. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but muse internally. Didn't he say Chi Wu was looking for me to settle a score? I feared he would come to find me, so I stepped out to hide. A trace of derision flickered in Su Jin's eyes, yet his tone remained gentle. "Sister Xiaoyan, what are you thinking? Chi Wu is terrified of being embroiled in rumors with you. He would rather avoid you than seek you out." How sardonic of him. Nevertheless, Su Jin showed no intention of departing. Unhappy? How could that be? "Sister Xiaoyan, you are renowned for your optimistic disposition, even when scolded out of the entertainment industry. Your mindset remained unshaken. What could possibly bring you down?" The implication was clear. Could you possibly be in a foul mood? Aren't you famously thick-skinned? It seems Su Jin has thrived on sarcasm. Shen Xiaoyan felt quite irked. Reason and emotion clashed for a mere second, and emotion triumphed. "You are right. Then let us go out for a late-night snack. Come, I'll treat you to pig's blood." Pig's blood? He would rather avoid that delicacy altogether. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan would not grant him the opportunity to decline, dragging him out without further ado. "Come on. Your sister Xiaoyan is treating you to pig's blood. We are going to savor the best pig's blood in the world, who cannot irritate others. Let us see who excels at being obnoxious." At the hot pot restaurant, a table laden with pig's blood awaited them. Shen Xiaoyan placed dish after dish, while Su Jin consumed them one by one. "Sister Xiaoyan, I truly cannot eat another bite." "Eat. Have more. Today, we shall finish all the pig's blood in this establishment. Boss, bring us 10 more tons." The proprietor, delightfully rubbing his hands together, responded. "Sure. I'll go stock up right away. Suhin?" By the end, Su Jin was carried out by Shen Xiaoyan. As a professional assassin, it was rather ironic that he had succumbed for the first time, and it was due to pig's blood. He felt as though his blood type had transformed into that of a pig. "Su Jin," Shen Xiaoyan suddenly sighed, looking at him with an earnest gaze. "You have suffered. You know?" For the first time, he couldn't help but retort. "That is not what I meant. I was referring to how poorly I have treated you. You truly have endured much by following me." As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, the amber hue of her eyes reflecting a profound sorrow. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed Shen Xiaoyan display such an expression. Yet now, she unveiled a vulnerable side. "In truth, all I did was to drive you away." Shen Xiaoyan suddenly lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes gradually reddening. "I am a fated star. While you are an excellent manager, I do not wish to hinder you, so I intentionally exhibited a malicious side, hoping to make you detest me and leave, thus sparing you from my burdens." Chapter 4. Joking, Sister is the Golden Horse, Best Actress. The serene moonlight gently enveloped Shen Xiaoyan, casting a delicate glow upon her porcelain-like skin, rendering her almost ethereal, akin to a piece of exquisite glass. In that moment, She appeared as an untainted angel, devoid of any impurities. How could he perceive her as an angel when she was, in truth, a devil? For the first time, he found her voice rather pleasant. Sister Xiaoyan, what are you saying? I am willingly following you. He adjusted himself, still embodying the role of the obedient manager. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan abruptly extended her index finger to his lips, gently shaking her head. No, I cannot jeopardize your future. Her soft fingertips still bore a hint of warmth. Having just emerged from a shower, exuding a refreshing scent of shower gel. In a moment of daze, Su Jin felt as if she had transformed into another person. Or perhaps, this was her true self? Could it be that having been born into such a chaotic industry, she had no choice but to conceal her essence with a vicious facade, merely striving for survival, and was she truly helpless in this predicament? Don't you desire fame? If you lose your manager, your hopes will diminish even further, he probed cautiously. Shen Xiaoyan let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, I wish to be famous. Who does not? I grew up in a rural area, and during my childhood, I experienced a famine where many in the village perished from hunger. My parents took me to the town to beg, yet no one spared us a glance. I remember seeing a couple in a shop window, elegantly dressed, feasting on a lavish spread, and even their dog was served a whole steak. Meanwhile, my parents, gaunt and starved, tightened their belts to share the only piece of bread they had with me, a piece that had already molded. Yet it was the most delicious bread I had ever tasted. As she recounted this, Shen Xiaoyan's voice quivered, tears welled in her eyes, yet she resolutely lifted her chin, refusing to let them fall. At that moment, I vowed to become wealthy, to earn an abundance of money, to provide them with a good life. Even if the world turns against me, I would be unfazed. As long as those I care about can find happiness, that is sufficient. Su Jin gazed at her in disbelief, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions. Was this truly her story? But even if I wish for fame, I cannot drag others down with me. Shen Xiaoyan looked at him with utmost sincerity. I have already been vilified across the internet, my character called into question. Whether I can rise again is uncertain, but the number of people who wish to retaliate against me is countless. I have lost count of the packages containing dead mice, cockroaches, and even funeral garments that I have received. The instances of being stalked, having someone lurking downstairs, or even instances of poisoning my water are far too many. If one day I truly fall, so be it. But what if it implicates you? She pressed firmly on Su Jin's shoulders, locking her gaze onto his, articulating each word with conviction. I cannot involve you, an innocent. Su Jin. In that instant, Su Jin's entire worldview was shattered. The woman he had deemed deserving of assassination was, in fact, striving to protect him. For the first time, he found himself engulfed in doubt. Was she truly deserving of such a fate? Let tonight's meal serve as a farewell banquet. I merely wish to treat you one last time. Tomorrow, you shall petition the boss for a change in artists. Farewell, and do not follow me any longer. Shen Xiaoyan revealed a sorrowful smile, a single tear cascading down her cheek, landing on the ground and blossoming into a dark flower. Alone, Su Jin remained rooted to the spot, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. He drew forth the long knife hidden within his sleeve, gripping it tightly, yet ultimately releasing it with a sense of defeat. He had indeed come to kill her, and had numerous opportunities to do so. Yet why could he not bring himself to act? Suddenly, Shen Xiaoyan felt her legs weaken as she stumbled into the alley, collapsing to her knees with a thud. She vowed that this was the most nerve-wracking moment of her life. As she hoisted Su Jin from the hot pot restaurant, she felt something hard in his sleeve, instantly realizing his intent to harm her. In a moment of desperation, she summoned every ounce of her acting prowess to stage a performance. Thankfully, her frequent participation in murder mystery games had honed her skills, enabling her to deceive others with finesse. However, evading danger for a moment does not equate to escaping it for a lifetime. Even if she managed to sway him temporarily, she could not extinguish his murderous intent. After all, he was a mercenary, a hired hand taking money to settle scores. To eradicate the root of the problem, one must. The following day, Shen Xiaoyan arrived at Yin Shen's office. He perused the documents before him, never once lifting his gaze to meet hers. The silence was laden with unspoken pressure. Shen Xiaoyan stood there for an entire hour, unyielding and composed, without a hint of complaint. Finally, Yin Shen could no longer restrain himself and stole a glance at her. What was with her today? Normally, when she visited the company, she behaved like a tempestuous child, causing chaos. Even a minute of silence from him would send her into a frenzy. He then noticed the basket she carried on her back. What could it contain? A token of contrition? Yin Shen's right eyelid twitched. I apologize for my previous foolishness. The company has its reasons for sidelining me, and I am willing to accept this. From now on, I shall return to the countryside to farm, becoming a diligent and law-abiding farmer, causing neither trouble for the company nor society." As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan showcased her newly purchased hoe as a testament to her resolve. Shen, however, could only scoff derisively. "So, you admit to having kidnapped Hanan?"
"I never said that."
"Then why the urgency to appear submissive? Is it not an admission of guilt?" The chill in Shen's gaze intensified. "Do you think I am so easily deceived by your little ruse?" Shen Xiaoyan nearly pinched herself to maintain her composure.
"Boss."
"This is a matter of accountability for the losses I caused the company, not an apology for that incident." "All the same," Shen retorted with a cold snort, suddenly tossing a contractor away. "Rest assured, not only will I not sideline you, but I have also arranged a job for you."
"Job?"
A sense of foreboding washed over her. Chapter 5: A Night of Terror on the Cruise Ship. It is worth noting that the original owner had previously caused quite a stir but failed to secure a job. Now, unexpectedly, Shen has shown a rare act of kindness by offering her a personal variety show. Could he truly have pure intentions? Shen Xiaoyan's immediate reaction was to refuse.
"No, boss."
For someone like me, a tarnished artist, to appear before the audience would be a desecration. My mother taught me to be polite and not to trouble others.
"So I must decline."
"You can refuse." "So readily? Then, that would mean paying a penalty of 100 million. Can we negotiate a bit?" Shen Xiaoyan attempted to haggle. Shen laughed in exasperation. "Do you take me for a market bender? 50 million. How about 50 million? If not, I could easily go elsewhere." Shen Xiaoyan turned as if to leave. "With no money, you can dig coal underground until you perish." He uttered the most chilling words in the calmest tone. The notion of toiling in the depths of the earth until death is indeed far more terrifying than a swift demise. "Fine, I shall go." If this was her opportunity, she was willing to grasp it, even though she was acutely aware that ahead lay a trap meticulously set by Shen. The morning sea breeze was chilling to the bone. Shen Xiaoyan stood at the dock with a sense of tragic grandeur, gazing at the large cruise ship slowly approaching in the distance. This was a journey fraught with peril. At this moment, Su Jin stood beside her, acting as her manager, accompanying her to the island for work. "Su Jin, didn't I tell you to go with someone else?" She lamented with a heavy heart. Yet, Su Jin wore his usual gentle smile. "Sister Xiaoyan, I am your manager. I will only follow you, no one else." Last night, he had come to terms with it all. Regardless of what Shen Xiaoyan was like, it had no bearing on him. He was a killer, focused solely on completing his task. Seeing Su Jin's obedient smile, Shen Xiaoyan sighed. All right then. It felt like a thorn in her back. Once aboard the cruise ship, Su Jin had arranged a room for Shen Xiaoyan. Everything appeared exceedingly ordinary yet imbued with an unsettling air. The peculiarity lay in the ship's lavishness and the abundance of staff, despite the fact that she was the only artist aboard. Was such extravagance solely for her benefit? And how could Shen be so generous? It was all too strange. When she arrived at the dining hall, Su Jin was already waiting. "Sister Xiaoyan, come dine with me." Coming." Shen Xiaoyan absent-mindedly ate her meal, her mind consumed with thoughts of survival, rendering the food tasteless. However, she failed to notice the dark glint in Su Jin's eyes. He had laced every dish with a narcotic. Once Shen Xiaoyan consumed them, she would inevitably succumb to a deep slumber that she would not awaken from. His mission was to set the cruise ship ablaze that night, escaping in the sole lifeboat while her death would be deemed an accident resulting from the fire, evoking no suspicion from anyone. He watched intently as Shen Xiaoyan slowly consumed her food. Everything was proceeding smoothly. In the dead of night, the cruise ship was eerily silent. Shen Xiaoyan lay peacefully in her bed, sound asleep, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a pale and haunting glow upon her face. Su Jing regarded her with a cold indifference, discarding the lighter in his hand onto the ground. Flames swiftly ignited, racing along the gasoline that had been spread across the deck, transforming into a roaring inferno that gradually engulfed the entire cruise ship. He turned away, departing amidst the flames. The fire spread more rapidly than he had anticipated. Upon reaching the deck, he was met with a haze of smoke. All he needed to do was lower the lifeboat and escape. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a nearby pillar collapsing. As he prepared to dodge, a shadow lunged towards him. "Watch out." In the next instant, he inhaled the familiar scent of shower gel. Shen Xiaoyan clung to him, rolling on the ground to evade the pillar.
"Su Hing."
"Are you all right?" He stared at her in disbelief, astonished that she was awake. Yet there was no time for contemplation, as Shen Xiaoyan had already dragged him to his feet, urging him towards the ship's edge. "Take this float and jump."
What?
He replied, bewildered. "I can't swim, so I prepared a float just in case. But it can only support one person's weight. I bear heavy sins. My death is inconsequential. But you must survive." Shen Xiaoyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at him with tragic resolve. Survive.
Live on.
With a forceful shove, she pushed Su Jing towards the sea, but he clung tightly to the railing. "No. I want to take the lifeboat. Hurry. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." "What about you?" he asked, frowning. "I'll go inside the ship to wake everyone," urging them to jump into the sea. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. "As for me, I want to survive, but I'll save as many as I can." Without hesitation, Shen Xiaoyan dashed back into the ship. The reflection of crimson flames danced in Su Jing's pupils, alongside her unwavering silhouette. The float in his hand still radiated a trace of warmth. His lips parted, yet no sound emerged. It was the first time he had been rendered speechless by shock. "Everyone, wake up. Wake up. Hurry." Shen Xiaoyan reached the ship's main hull, her voice hoarse as she shouted, desperately pounding the table. Though her hands were already swollen and bruised, her cries roused several people, and upon realizing the ship was ablaze, panic ensued as they rushed frantically towards the deck.
Run.
Run. Shen Xiaoyan followed the crowd, but was knocked down. As she attempted to rise, a torrent of footsteps surged behind her. She could only evade amidst the chaos, for during such dire times, no one would pay heed to their surroundings.
Ah!
A foot stepped on her, causing her to gasp in pain, yet in the next moment, she felt herself lifted off the ground. Looking up, she saw Su Jing, lips pressed tightly together, silently carrying her as he ran outside. His agility was remarkable. The throng posed no hindrance to him. He paused briefly, lowering his head. "Sister Xiaoyan, how could I abandon you? I am your manager, and it is my duty to protect you." He continued to play his role, yet this time his tone bore a subtle difference. Previously, to maintain his meek persona, he spoke in a timid and submissive manner. However, now it was imbued with gentleness and tranquility. He lifted his head and continued to run towards the deck. His gaze fixed ahead, his thin lips pressed tightly together. He merely felt that her kindness could grant her an additional week of life. Let it be just a week. It mattered not. Chapter 6. Is the seasoned murder mystery player joking with you? Shen Xiaoyan, weakly leaning against Su Jin's embrace, perfectly portrayed an angelic figure, kind yet fragile, yearning to assist others while feeling helpless and thus burdened with guilt. Upon witnessing Shen Xiaoyan suddenly covering her face and weeping, Su Jin could not help but ask, "What is the matter with you?" The mere thought that everyone had encountered such a predicament solely to send him to the island filled her with self-reproach.
Sobi.
Su Jin found himself at a loss for words. She was evidently the victim of the situation, yet she bore the weight of self-blame. The one who should feel shame was him. Shen Xiaoyan's shoulders trembled slightly, appearing to cry sorrowfully. However, in reality, she was merely acting, having long since realized that Su Jin would allow her demise aboard this cruise ship. Had it been an ordinary vessel, perhaps she would have harbored no suspicions. Yet, this was a luxurious cruise liner, staffed with an abundance of personnel, even employing a 5-star chef, all to cater to her alone. With Yin Shun's character, which prioritized profit above all else, would he invest so much in a worthless individual like her? Unthinkable. Spending a fortune to procure her death was not a loss for him. As for why he orchestrated such a convoluted scheme, if she were to be accidentally burned alive on a luxurious cruise ship alongside hundreds of staff members, the world would undoubtedly perceive it as a tragic accident. After all, no one would risk the lives of hundreds just to eliminate one person, nor would a money-obsessed individual like Yin Shen engage in such folly. Thus, he would remain above suspicion. What a grand deception it was. Alas, she happened to be the one to uncover it. As a seasoned player of murder mystery games, her powers of deduction were already extraordinary. She could foresee the outcomes of even the simplest of actions. Did Yin Shen dare to play his petty tricks before her? Preposterous. The use of narcotics was but the most rudimentary tactic within the realm of murder mysteries. Shen Xiaoyan struggled to leap from Su Jin's embrace, gazing at the throng of people on the deck, suddenly at a loss. But what should be done now? Although she had unraveled Yin Shen's scheme, the present predicament was all too real. These individuals were indeed trapped aboard the ship. To escape, a miracle was needed. A ship is coming. A ship is coming. Suddenly, someone began to scream, and Shen Xiaoyan instinctively glanced toward the sea, where a massive cruise liner was slowly approaching them. Salvation was at hand. The heavens do not forsake those in despair. We are saved. The people on the deck cheered and shouted, their excitement beyond words. Even Su Jin looked on with a hint of astonishment at the approaching vessel. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to glance at it. His expression subtly shifting, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Throughout, Shen Xiaoyan observed him closely, a vague sense stirring within her that this cruise liner was somehow connected to Shen. As anticipated, Su Jin swiftly approached and grasped her arm. Sister Xiaoyan, let us hasten aboard that cruise ship. We are saved. Such composure? It appears that this vessel truly was dispatched by Shen. Yet, what could be his motive? All were rescued, leaving only the luxurious liner, now gradually being consumed by flames upon the tranquil sea, destined to sink into the abyss. After reveling in their newfound lease on life, the survivors gradually realized that it was Shen Xiaoyan who had saved them. Thus unfolded a poignant scene. Miss Shen, we are profoundly grateful for your rescue. Had it not been for you, we might have perished aboard that ship. Initially reluctant to serve her, influenced by the rumors circulating online, they now recognize that one cannot judge a person merely by hearsay. Miss Shen, you are indeed a good person. The tales online were all fabrications. From this moment forth, you shall be my savior. Surrounded by the crowd, Shen Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss as she absorbed their heartfelt praises. Surely, anyone would instinctively save others in peril, she thought, scratching her head.
No.
You underestimate human nature. A middle-aged woman, her expression complex, suddenly stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Miss Shen, you are destined for success. In that moment, an unusual ripple stirred within Shen Xiaoyan's heart. She felt as though she stood in a genuine world, surrounded by flesh-and-blood individuals. Finally escaping the throng's fervor, Shen Xiaoyan fled to the deck, striving to piece together the events of the day. Yet she could not fathom why Shen had sent a ship to rescue them at the last moment. What was his true agenda? Sister Xiaoyan.
Huh?
What did you say? You have always yearned for fame, to be the center of attention. Yet just now, when faced with such a situation, you seemed somewhat bewildered. Recalling Shen Xiaoyan's terrified expression when encircled by the crowd, Su Jin could not suppress a chuckle. He had anticipated her to proudly hold her head high, reveling in the admiration. Instead, she had fled in embarrassment. The contrast was quite striking. Ahem, desiring fame is one thing, but experiencing it for the first time can be rather disconcerting, Shen Xiaoyan admitted, awkwardly scratching her head. Do you not have any questions for me? Su Jin suddenly gazed into her eyes and inquired.
What?
When you found me, I was alone on the deck. His piercing gaze seemed to seek to unveil her innermost thoughts. Did she not harbor any doubts?
Oh.
Why were you alone on the deck at this late hour? Surely you are not. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in realization. Su Jin pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet he felt a flicker of unease within. For the first time, he experienced a sense of guilt. Could it be that you felt unwell and thus ventured onto the deck for fresh air? If you're feeling down, do let me know. I could keep you company. Besides, did you not claim to be my manager, vowing not to abandon me? She tilted her head, revealing a charming smile. As your artist, I certainly wouldn't want to see you unhappy. After all, relationships must be mutually invested. Su Jin was momentarily stunned, the glass of red wine slipping from his grasp and plunging into the inky depths of the sea. His heartbeat quickened in the enveloping night.
Shen Xiaoyan.
In a moment of inexplicable impulse, he seized her wrist. As the cruise ship jolted unexpectedly, Shen Xiaoyan lost her balance and fell forward, landing in his embrace. Her black-framed glasses clattering to the ground. Looking up, she met Su Jin's gaze, deep as the night, yet shimmering with hidden light. I suddenly feel that this commission. His eyes flickered. It's not absolutely necessary. Chapter 7. Shen Xiaoyan and the hater engaged in a public brawl. Is this something one can actually say? Shen Xiaoyan recoiled in horror, retreating several steps. Su Jin, what do you mean by that? Forget it, you probably won't understand what I'm saying. No. She understood. His implication was clear. He no longer wanted the commission from Shen. He was no longer undertaking this task. He wouldn't kill her. He was starting anew. Shen Xiaoyan gazed at him as if he were a rebellious high school student who had skipped class to play online games, only to suddenly pull out an English dictionary to memorize vocabulary. A profound sense of relief washed over her. Although I don't comprehend your words, thank you. She smiled sincerely for the first time since arriving in this world. Sujin awkwardly averted his gaze, feeling her smile's warmth radiate and ignite something within him. He crouched down to retrieve the black-framed glasses, about to put them on when Shen Xiaoyan stopped him. Don't wear those. I think you look better without them. Mainly, she harbored a negative association with those glasses, feeling they concealed his true self. Sujin's eyes shifted slightly as he handed the glasses to her. Here. Consider them a gift. A gift for me? This unexpected turn took Shen Xiaoyan by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she donned the glasses and grinned broadly.
Hey.
Don't they suit me quite well? Sujin paused, then a slight smile graced his lips. Though it was merely a faint smile, without those glasses, his radiance could no longer be concealed. His fair skin glowed under the moonlight, enhancing his allure, while his thick lashes fluttered like delicate fans against his skin. And his dark eyes emanated warmth. His lips curved into a gentle crescent, flowing softly like water, breathtakingly beautiful. This was the first time Shen Xiaoyan clearly perceived his features. Her mouth agape, nearly drooling. Huisnta little infatuated. Upon returning to her room, Shen Xiaoyan pulled out her phone and suddenly noticed several messages from Inshen. Wow, is this nickname given by the deceased? Quite unique, isn't it? It did suit Inshen's character well. However, what did that phrase mean? Just as she was pondering this, she received a notification. Trending, Shen Xiaoyan and hater engaged in a public brawl. What the heck? She hurriedly clicked on the post, only to find herself mortified. The image that had surged to the homepage was a grotesque snapshot of her in a fierce altercation with a hater, wielding a high heel with wild abandon. It had even been transformed into a meme, captioned, "I'll take your life." The second image depicted her in a losing position during the brawl, kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy, also made into a meme with a caption, "Bro, I was wrong." The third image showcased her wrapped like a mummy, yet still exuding defiance, with legs crossed, captioned, "Lacking skill but still craving drama." These memes had gone viral, and for a brief moment, Shen Xiaoyan found herself at the center of attention. However, she was far from pleased. What a painful awakening. Shen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes in frustration and immediately opened her Weibo account to vent her anger. Shen Xiaoyan, I won, didn't I? Yet, within 5 minutes of posting, it exploded once again. Comments flooded in. Cherry little dumpling. Seeing this Weibo, I finally understand what it means to lack skill yet crave drama. Salt juice oil pear. I think the commenter above has a point. Vibrant girls you gang like, haha. I'm dying of laughter. This is too funny. Poop fairy, I suddenly feel she's a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Though she seeks attention, she's rather genuine. Honestly, who else in this industry dares to be like her? Salt juice oil pear. I think the commenter above has a point. Disability and elderly both lose. Am I the only one who finds her quite amusing? Every time I read her bizarre news, I can't help but smile. Truly, she brings a touch of joy to my mundane life. Salt juice oil pear. I think the commenter above has a point. Old Inbai, although your every move is rather foolish this time, you've stumbled upon something right. Old Inbai, the feedback has been quite positive. Shen Xiaoyan tilted her head, suddenly enlightened. So that was it. No wonder Inshen had abruptly changed his mind and sent a boat to rescue her. He had seen commercial potential in her due to her trending status, hence he spared her, although he had already set sail.
Shen Xiaoyan. All right.
In the office, Inshen tossed a contract her way. Facing off with celebrity haters? This variety show seemed rather unfriendly to her. Shen Xiaoyan frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. The implication was clear. Be grateful for the opportunity, yet she dared not refuse cooperation. To showcase her commercial value to Inshen, she feigned immense excitement. Thank you, boss. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will work hard to redeem myself. Elevate my commercial worth. Let the boss ascend to the pinnacle of success. Inshen's lips twitched, scram. The servant promptly departed. Thus, Shen Xiaoyan's journey in stardom commenced. The recording site for the variety show was packed with people. Artists, in an effort to display their virtuous character, were instructed to refrain from anger in the face of insults from haters. They were to either respond with a smile or shed heartfelt tears to evoke empathy. Later, when the haters offered apologies, they were to graciously forgive. Not only refraining from blame, but also extending an invitation for a meal afterwards, truly opening the horizons of understanding. Shen Xiaoyan had meticulously observed several sets of filming, perfectly grasping the nuances of the routine. Excellent, I have mastered it. Chapter 8. No longer willing to be the comedic relief. Due to the recent surge in Shen Xiaoyan's popularity, she was assigned to make a grand finale appearance. At last, it was her turn. She presented her practiced 45-degree standard smile and gracefully lifted her skirt as she entered. To her astonishment, the opposing troll had just taken a seat. Was that not the very person who had previously torn her passport? Rage surged within her instantaneously. However, her formidable mental resilience kept her composure intact, and she maintained her smile. "Oh, it's you. Long time no see." Even in the face of someone who incessantly berated her, she still offered a friendly smile, embodying kindness. The troll rolled their eyes. "What are you pretending for?" Surprised, she covered her mouth and pouted, waggling her finger. "No foul language, please." Displaying astonishment at the vulgarity, she endeavored to educate them on civility. The troll, enraged, slammed the table, striking her forehead. "What are you being so insincere for?" She covered her injured forehead, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. "It's all right. If hitting me brings you joy, then by all means go ahead." Remarkably, she displayed concern for the other's feelings despite being struck. The troll rolled up their sleeves, charging toward her with fierce intent. "It seems you haven't had enough of my punches. Today, I'll let you experience them again." Shen Xiaoyan, startled, seized her high heels and rushed forward. "I told you, I didn't lose that day." The director, startled, nearly dropped the camera in shock. The script supervisor, aghast, contemplated capturing the moment for social media. The director excitedly stood on his stool, applauding. "Good. Excellent. Left hook, right hook. Lock her throat. Lock it." The other artists were left dumbfounded. "You lost to me last time. You won triumph this time either." The troll bared their claws. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate the young. Shen Xiaoyan executed a soaring leap, propelling herself several meters away. Then, with a fierce shout, she sprang into action. "I'll make you pay." Face to face with a celebrity troll, Shen Xiaoyan faced her second defeat. Was she truly that inept? These phrases had been trending for 3 days. Shen Xiaoyan lay in the hospital for 3 days, finally shedding tears of regret. "I should have aimed my punch to the left." Su Jin, peeling an apple, trembled, causing the peel to break. He looked at Shen Xiaoyan with a complex expression. "After lying here for 3 days, is that what you've been thinking about?" "It's a matter of dignity. I clearly did not lose. I was merely suddenly fatigued."
Fine.
Su Jin placed the peeled apple by her bedside and stood to leave, saying, "Recently, more people have been seeking you out. I'm going to meet Director Wang. He wants you for his next variety show." Watching Su Jin's retreating figure, Shen Xiaoyan pondered. Did he not say he would not harm me? Why is he still my agent? If being an agent were merely a guise for assassination, then logically, if he no longer intended to assassinate me, he should no longer need to be my agent. However, Su Jin did not leave. Instead, she diligently took on the role of a manager, truly dedicating herself to her work. What on earth is Su Jin up to? Unable to comprehend, she decided to dismiss the thought and picked up her phone to scroll through recent Weibo comments. "Great cat, my friends. I have truly been amused to tears by the trending topics these past few days. Is Shen Xiaoyan really this funny? Dijia in Northeast. Don't say that. Be careful, or Shen Xiaoyan might just kill you." Accompanied by a meme depicting Shen Xiaoyan leaping with a high heel, captioned, "I'll take you out." Kindergarten Tycoon, I earnestly request all major variety show directors to feature Shen Xiaoyan more. I would genuinely die laughing.
Vrav Maiden, Shen Xiaoyan.
You are my goddess. Her memes have taken the internet by storm these days, and the phrase "I'll take you out" has become a popular catchphrase, circulating across various short video platforms. Shen Xiaoyan might be the first person to rise to fame due to social death. Thinking of this, tears streamed down her face. It's all right. Even if I've faced social death, I am still alive. Living is the most important thing. At least now, Shen would certainly not contemplate harming her. Her schedule was already booked until next month, filled with comedic variety shows. Each time she inquired with the director about what she needed to do, the director simply replied, "Just tone it down a bit." As a result, for an entire month, the trending topics continued unabated, and she successfully transformed from a mere sidekick into a comedic queen. In the business car, Shen Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of exhaustion. Being a star is indeed no easy task. A bottle of opened mineral water was handed to her, yet your dream has finally come true, and you are becoming increasingly popular. Raising her head, she met Su Jin's captivating gaze. Unable to quell her curiosity, Shen Xiaoyan asked, "Su Jin, why do you choose to follow me? Being my manager is arduous and unrewarding. You could easily pursue a more leisurely job." What she truly wished to ask was, since he no longer intended to harm her, why did he choose to remain by her side? Initially, she had thought he still harbored intentions of violence, causing her much apprehension. Yet, after a prolonged period of coexistence, She discovered that he had not only refrained from causing her any harm but had also meticulously managed all her schedules and cared for her in countless ways. Without him, she would have been utterly exhausted by now. But why did he do this? Perhaps it was because we share similar experiences.
Huh?
Finally hearing a different answer, Shen Xiaoyan quickly looked up, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of melancholy in Su Jin's eyes. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he also felt sadness? She had always believed him to be an emotionless robot, merely completing tasks with a detached demeanor, his smiles lacking warmth. What do you mean by shared experiences? She asked cautiously. I have also known the sensation of nearly starving to death. When hunger reaches its peak, it feels as though one's entire stomach is on fire. One can even distinctly feel the organs shrinking and deteriorating, consciousness fading, occasionally seeing hallucinations, body temperature dropping as if trapped in an ice cavern, engulfed in profound despair. He spoke these words with an unsettling calmness. Yet, she seemed to perceive the tempest raging beneath the calm, a cacophony echoing within the depths of his pupils. At last, she comprehended why, that day in the hot pot restaurant, he had consumed every last morsel of pig's blood, even when he was on the verge of retching. It was precisely because he had experienced the brink of starvation that he understood the significance of sustenance. He simply abhorred the thought of wasting food. Chapter 9. Having endured the rain herself, she wished to offer others an umbrella. A sudden wave of guilt surged within Shen Xiaoyan. The words she had spoken were mere fabrications, yet Su Jin had truly lived through such experiences. He believed she had endured similar hardships, which was why he shared his limited tenderness with her. Despite his apparent indifference, it was precisely because he had felt the rain that he longed to shield others. And because he had known hunger, he could not bear to witness another suffer the pangs of an empty stomach. You are genuinely a remarkable person. Shen Xiaoyan endeavored to console him. Yet he chuckled wryly. I have never been a good person. Otherwise, I would not have taken a misguided path to escape my predicaments. However, Shen Xiaoyan's next words struck him profoundly. If given the choice of a mundane existence, who would willingly traverse a path of hardship? He lifted his gaze, incredulously staring at Shen Xiaoyan, who was smiling warmly at him, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating a gentle warmth. Although everyone possesses their own constraints, the essence of a person remains unchanged. I do not concern myself with how you perceive yourself. I only know that you are a good person. I trust my own eyes. As night fell, the sky was devoid of any starlight, ominously overcast. If given the choice of a mundane existence, who would willingly traverse a path of hardship? How could each word resonate so profoundly within him? He gazed down upon the cityscape illuminated by the night. Even in the darkness, the air was thick with the aroma of life. Vendors, late-night taxi drivers, colleagues dining out after work. Everyone was engaged in the simplest of lives. Day after day, year after year. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that felt utterly unattainable to him. Initially, he had lingered around Shen Xiaoyan out of mere curiosity, but he increasingly found himself enamored with the charm of this ordinary existence. Gradually, he realized he no longer wished to depart. If only it were possible, he would choose not to be a killer. But such an if only was a luxury he could not afford. The following morning, a sense of panic seized Shen Xiaoyan as she jolted awake. Oh no, I'm late. She sprang from her bed and dashed into the bathroom. Su Jin, why didn't you wake me? I'll have to skip breakfast. Where did you put my clothes? Oh, is the driver waiting downstairs? Help. If I'm late and incur a penalty, Old Ian will surely kill me. As she rushed into the living room, she was suddenly struck by an unsettling silence. The table bore no pre-prepared breakfast. The sofa was devoid of freshly pressed clothes. The coffee table held a script, pristine and unmarked. Even the vibrant presence of a person had vanished. Had Su Jin left? Upon realizing this, an inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that since entering this world, the person she had spent the most time with was him. Unknowingly, she had come to regard him as her closest confidant. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that he was not her true manager and would eventually depart. Perhaps this indicated that he had completely given up on her, and she ought to feel relieved. Shen Xiaoyan lightly patted her cheeks, attempting to awaken her senses. Upon arriving at the set, she was met with a barrage of harsh words. Do you truly believe you have become a star? Arriving late and acting like a diva? Do you have any idea how many people are waiting for you? Your tardiness has delayed the entire filming schedule. If you cannot perform, then leave. The director's face turned beet red with rage, yet it was the assistant director who finally coaxed him away with gentle words. Shen Xiaoyan stood there, absorbing the derisive, disdainful, and even gleeful glances from those around her, suddenly realizing that she had always lived in such an environment. She had existed under Su Jin's protective wing, never confronting these harsh realities. Now that Su Jin was gone, all the malice could no longer be held at bay and surged towards her relentlessly. She dully completed her shooting and, as she prepared to remove her makeup backstage, she overheard laughter from within. Did you just see Shen Xiaoyan's expression? She looked like she had eaten a dead fly. It was hilarious. She still not very thinks she is a big deal, ha ha ha. The two actresses who had filmed with her moments ago were the ones gossiping. Under normal circumstances, Shen Xiaoyan would have stormed in to teach them a lesson. However, today, she lacked the energy for such confrontations. After all, they were merely commoners. With a sigh, she turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly grabbed by the wrist. Are you leaving already? A familiar voice called out. Shen Xiaoyan jolted and spun around. A familiar face met her gaze. You're still here? Didn't I tell you yesterday that I was going to discuss the script with the producer today? Have you forgotten? Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me in a daze all day. In an instant, Shen Xiaoyan transformed into her fierce self, kicked open the door, and charged in like a wild dog. You two dare to speak behind my back. Let's see if I don't take your lives. Feel the wrath of my flying dragon in the sky. This move left the two women pale with fear.
Ah.
We were just kidding. Don't pull my hair.
Ah.
Cries of distress echoed in the room. Curious about the commotion? Ahem, not curious at all. Just passing by, a few bystanders hurriedly fled the scene. 10 minutes later, Shen Xiaoyan returned victorious. Although she could not contend with the burly haters, she had easily handled these two weaklings. Shen Xiaoyan, Su Jin suddenly called out to her. What is it? A sense of foreboding crept over her. You once said that as long as you could make money, enduring criticism and slander was of no concern. You have now achieved remarkable success, consistently drawing attention, with directors from various entertainment shows vying for your participation, filling your coffers abundantly. He paused momentarily, his gaze dimming slightly. Yet your reputation remains tarnished. The industry continues to regard you with disdain, viewing you merely as a jester, subject to ridicule and scorn. Yet, I remain unfazed. Shen Xiaoyan spoke from the depths of her heart. Having stumbled into this perilous world, her sole wish is simply to survive. What more could she dare to covet? However, I do care. Su Jin pressed her lips together, her expression shrouded in gloom. I do not wish to witness their derision directed at you. Chapter 10. Su Jin's response. I do not wish to witness their derision directed at you.
Ah?
This left Shen Xiaoyan momentarily bewildered. In the future, do not accept every opportunity that comes your way. Be discerning, particularly with those directors who clearly seek to exploit your misfortune for amusement, and turn them down. Furthermore, do not limit yourself to variety shows, if possible. Venture into acting roles. You debuted as an actress, and though your skills have faced mockery, with diligent study, your craft can undoubtedly improve. Strategically plan your path. Refrain from chasing fleeting fame as you once did, and do not believe that being infamous is still a form of recognition. In truth, your genuine character is far more captivating. I eagerly await the day when you shine brightly on television. This was perhaps the first time he had spoken so extensively. His ink-black eyes, typically devoid of expression, now seemed to harbor an unfathomable thought. Wait a moment, after such a lengthy discourse, what about you? Shen Xiaoyan hurriedly inquired. Why must I be the one to chart my course when you are my manager? I intend to resign. He averted his gaze, seemingly reluctant for her to witness the despondency in his eyes. It has been a joy to be your manager, Shen Xiaoyan. However, at this moment, I must take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Shen Xiaoyan opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from uttering words of retention. She had no grounds to keep him. Alas, the characters in this script are as vivid and tangible as flesh and blood. After downing a glass of strong liquor, Shen Xiaoyan propped her chin on her hand, her head teetering precariously. In truth, Su Jin is quite a good person, despite often appearing as a mere automaton executing tasks. Devoid of laughter or excess emotion, he can indeed be rather gentle at times. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, her head drooped, resting on the table, mumbling, "Isn't being a killer wonderful? I had thought we would become the best of friends." Su Jin glanced at the location on his phone, his brow furrowing slightly. She is at a bar? I have never seen her drink before. What could she possibly be doing there at this late hour? Su, what's wrong? A red-haired man stood beside him. It's nothing, let us go. He followed the red-haired man into the car, yet his furrowed brow remained tight, occasionally checking his phone. but ultimately unable to resist reaching for the car door.
Click.
The door was locked. The red-haired man glanced at him through the rear-view mirror. Are you trying to escape? I need to go somewhere first. Su Jing frowned slightly. Open the door.
No.
The organization has provided you with numerous opportunities.
So hindi man silent.
Yet gripped his phone even tighter. Emotions are not something we ought to covet. The red-haired man cast a sidelong glance at him, extinguished his cigarette, and departed. Just as he was about to press the accelerator, Su Jing suddenly restrained him from the back seat, deftly unlocking the car door, and kicked it open to leap out. The series of actions unfolded too swiftly for the red-haired man to react.
Su.
Are you insane? I merely wished to catch a glimpse of her. She has too many haters, and if she gets drunk at the bar, it would be easy for her to face retaliation.
Su Jing strode ahead,
but was halted by the red-haired man. At his words, Su Jing's eyes darkened slightly. The red-haired man continued, I am aware that I am no match for you. You could easily slay me here. However, by doing so, you would invoke the wrath of the organization, and they would undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Su Jing remained unperturbed. Yu Xiao, have you ever experienced the life of an ordinary person? Su Jing suddenly spoke, his pitch-black pupils fixed upon him, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Yu Xiao. The red-haired man paused, rendered speechless. It truly is an addictive experience. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the inky night, his eyes reflecting restraint and forbearance. Each morning, the only thoughts that occupied his mind were what to eat, what to wear, and where to go, after work, whether to indulge in another drink. It was so tranquil that it gave me the illusion of being in a role-playing game. You are already in a role-playing game. Yu Xiao shouted in anger. You are pretending to be Shen Xiaoyan's agent, but that is not who you are. Yet there was a moment when I wished that was indeed me. Yu Xiao felt a lump in his throat, struggling to articulate a word. You cannot stop me. Su Jing brushed past him.
Bang.
Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot. Su Jing's eyes flickered. In that instant, he distinctly saw a bullet whiz past his cheek. Then I shall have no choice but to kill you. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth, darkly staring at the back of Su Jing's head. Rather than let you perish at the hands of the organization, I would prefer to personally collect your remains. Do not force my hand, Su Jing. Just as Su Jing was about to respond, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification, a Weibo update. What mischief is Shen Xiaoyan up to now? Upon clicking, he saw Shen Xiaoyan, intoxicated at the bar, suddenly rush onto the stage, passionately asking, do you prefer girls with long hair or short hair? She excitedly declared, from today onwards, I shall change my gender for you. This successfully trended as the top search. Nicola Kiba Island. I heard she is still at the bar. Hurry and go watch. Shen Xiaoyan's longtime haters. What a coincidence. This bar is near my home. Shen Xiaoyan, just wait. Su Jing's expression shifted, and he tucked away his phone, preparing to leave. However, Yu Xiao would not allow him to do as he pleased, unhesitatingly firing another shot. This time, the bullet grazed his arm, instantly splattering blood. Have you truly decided to leave? Yu Xiao struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice wrought by fury. The injury to his arm barely elicited a frown from Su Jing. He merely gazed at Yu Xiao with indifference. The indecision that once lingered in my heart seems to have found its answer. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented calm. My artist is in trouble. I must go assist her. This, indeed, is my answer. Chapter 11. The Fifth Suspect.
Su.
Do not remain obstinately ignorant. Yu Xiao trembled as he pulled the trigger.
Bang.
With the sound of gunfire, the birds in the trees were startled, flapping their wings and vanishing into the night. In this tranquil, deep night, a silent battle erupted. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed, but this desolate alley was engulfed in a potent stench of blood. The concrete ground was stained with dark red, and the dried blood had long lost its identity. Yu Xiao, I am sorry. As he gazed upon his former comrade lying at his feet, Su Jin's eyes revealed a complex array of emotions. Yu Xiao was nearly incapacitated, his body riddled with wounds, yet he understood that none were life-threatening. When we were cornered, it was the organization that sheltered us. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. You cannot betray the organization. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Upon hearing this, Su Jin could only muster a self-deprecating smile. If given the choice, I would not wish to tread a path of turmoil. Then you are left with no path to take. Then let it be so. I sometimes ponder, in this absurd life, perhaps it is time to bring it to an end. With those parting words, Su Jin turned to leave, leaving Yu Xiao to bellow in place. Su, are you truly willing to die for that woman? In the bar, under the glaring ambience lights, amidst the deafening noise on stage. Shen Xiaoyan clenched her fists against her forehead, drowning in deep contemplation. So, what did I just do? She only remembered sipping a cup of tea, and the next moment found herself on stage, with a blonde kneeling at her feet, weeping profusely. Sister, I was wrong. I truly was wrong, sobbing uncontrollably. Long Island iced tea. Is it not merely tea? Shen Xiaoyan continued to ponder this profound question. She possessed a fatal flaw known as the 8-minute drunkenness law. This meant her intoxication lasted merely 8 minutes, yet what transpired within that time was utterly unpredictable, akin to a ticking time bomb that could deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Furthermore, upon regaining consciousness, she would lose all memory of those 8 minutes. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Shen Xiaoyan, we've finally found you. Scanning the crowd, she noticed several figures clad in mourning attire, holding banners that read, Shen Xiaoyan's Black Team. Where the hell is my Italian cannon? With a furious roar from the leader, the team members brandished water guns aimed straight at Shen Xiaoyan.
Shen Xiaoyan.
Today, you shall experience our Black Team's exclusive secret recipe, the Old 8 Water Gun. The name sounded rather ominous. She detected a peculiar scent. It was not until someone in the crowd shouted, Whose pot of excrement has exploded? That Shen Xiaoyan finally realized what the so-called Old 8 Water Gun truly was. Truly, the combatants among the Black Team are impressively creative, even in their methods. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Watch me employ my skillful escape. Shen Xiaoyan leaped off the stage like a great bird taking flight, instantly disappearing into the crowd. However, she had not anticipated that her strikingly beautiful visage would shine even among the throng. Even as she blended into the crowd, she stood out like a crane among chickens, and she was quickly spotted. There she is! The Black fans surged forward like rabid dogs.
Beauty, my sin.
Shen Xiaoyan resignedly closed her eyes, pondering which bathhouse she would visit for a scrub. Yet, the anticipated stench did not assail her senses. Instead, a familiar and refreshing scent of mint enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes, she found a tall figure had unknowingly positioned itself before her, blocking the blinding lights, the restless crowd, and all her unease. If you continue to create a disturbance, I will not hesitate to call the police and issue a cease and desist letter through my attorney, Su Jin stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the group of Black fans. His cool demeanor subtly exuded an air of intimidation. Merely standing there instilled a sense of trepidation.
Who are you?
One of the fans mustered the courage to ask. Xiaoyan's manager, Su Jin replied, and under his imposing presence, the farce crumbled. The Black fans fled in disarray. The matter of compensation from the bar was settled, and everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. When Su Jin emerged from the bar's back entrance, he spotted Shen Xiaoyan sitting atop a trash can, braving the cold wind. As an artist, especially one currently in the limelight, how could you dare to venture into a bar alone at this hour? What were you thinking? His tone was calm, devoid of reprimand, yet the underlying anger was palpable. Shen Xiaoyan sighed, you've changed. You used to call me Sister Xiaoyan, but over this past month, you've grown increasingly arrogant and have treated me with disdain. Su Jin found himself at a loss for words. The persona he had crafted over the years was meticulously performed, yet in recent weeks, he had begun to shed the fade, revealing his true self. For reasons unknown, he felt particularly at ease in Shen Xiaoyan's presence, so much so that he almost forgot who he was.
I am sorry.
What are you apologizing for? Shen Xiaoyan jumped down from the trash can and approached him. The cool night breeze tousled her hair as she pressed it against her ear. Lifting her gaze to meet his, her amber eyes reflected an unprecedented seriousness. Is it not good to be oneself? Su Jin's heart momentarily stopped. Reflect on this. In your 22 years, how many days have you lived for yourself? Her words struck him like a sharp blade, piercing through to his soul. How could you know? I simply feel that you have always worn a mask, yet recently you have begun to slowly remove it. Shen Xiaoyan's voice was gentle yet resolute. You need only to follow your heart. I will assist you with the rest. You will help me? A flicker of self-mockery danced in Su Jin's eyes. How could she possibly understand the burdens he carried? Yet, Shen Xiaoyan seemed to see through his innermost thoughts, locking her gaze onto his and articulating each word with clarity. In truth, I know everything. Among all the narratives, she understood Su Jin the best. The stories of others were merely conveyed to her through the players' accounts, but Su Jin existed within the pages of her script. Yes, she had almost forgotten to mention. There were 5 suspects within the script, including In Shen, Su Jin, Chi Wu, and Song Hanan, along with one more individual. This individual embodies the script she once received, serving as the sole peripheral character, whose connection to the main narrative is tenuous at best, yet intricately linked to one person alone. What do you know? For reasons unknown. At this moment, Su-jin felt an uncanny sensation of being seen through. He always suspected that beneath Shen Xiaoyan's seemingly naive exterior lay a hidden secret, one unknown to all. Chapter 12. Make way, for she is about to put on a grand display. I have but one question for you. Which life do you prefer? The past or the present? Shen Xiaoyan's voice bore an enchanting power. Very well, I understand. What is it that you have comprehended? Unable to resist, he inquired, observing Shen Xiaoyan's earnest demeanor. With her head held high and brimming with confidence, she declared, until now, I was uncertain of my path, but now I am resolute. For I have grasped your thoughts, and thus my dilemma is resolved. What do you intend to do? I shall save you. The unwavering conviction in Shen Xiaoyan's tone was unprecedented.
Save me?
Su-jin now found himself genuinely perplexed. He realized he could no longer decipher this woman before him. When a manager is in distress, it is only natural for an artist to lend assistance. Moreover, I have come to realize these past few days how much I truly need an exceptional manager like you. As she spoke, she firmly grasped Su-jin's shoulder, articulating each word. I shall claim you, for myself. It is often said that alcohol numbs the senses. However, on occasion, it illuminates the hearts of those lost. During those 8 minutes of inebriation, though Shen Xiaoyan was unaware of the events unfolding, she gained clarity on certain matters. She needed Su-jin as a friend in this unfamiliar, unsettling world. He was the sole source of comfort for her. Should Su-jin truly wish to depart, so be it, yet he did not want to. Throughout the years of being forced into a life of a killer, he had yearned for an ordinary existence. Yet he had never taken that step. Now he had finally resolved his inner conflict. Therefore, as his steadfast companion, it was her duty to give him a push. Let us go. We must negotiate with that old relic. Shen Xiaoyan seized Su-jin's hand and dashed forth. In the midst of his bewildered gaze, her hair danced in the night air, shimmering under the neon lights, exuding an enchanting glow. In that fleeting moment, a crack appeared in the once impenetrable fortress of his heart. Prepared for death, he suddenly felt as though he could harbor hope for her. 20 kilometers from the city center, at the entrance of a seemingly abandoned estate, he asked, "How did you know this place?" As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, his curiosity deepened. This was their headquarters, an exceedingly clandestine location. Even internal members could easily lose their way in that marshy terrain, yet Shen Xiaoyan traversed it with ease, arriving here unimpeded. "Who on earth are you?" He furrowed his brow in inquiry. With a flick of her bangs, Shen Xiaoyan replied, "Some things are best left unasked. They are quite terrifying. You need only know that I am a legend." As a woman who traverses realms with a script of her own, albeit only a fragment, engaging in a bit of pretentiousness can be remarkably beneficial for both mental and physical well-being. Upon reflection, having a top-tier assassin harbor admiration for oneself is undeniably a source of great fulfillment. They must be searching for me everywhere. Presenting ourselves to them now would lead only to a dead end. Noticing that Shen Xiaoyan was reluctant to speak, Su-jin refrained from further questioning and began to analyze the current situation with her. "Although I am uncertain of your intentions, you must understand that this is a genuine assassin organization, not a trivial matter. The man who governs this organization is a figure as formidable as Satan himself. I am aware of the danger here, yet one cannot capture a tiger without entering its lair. Are you not afraid of death?" "Yes. But I have faith that I shall not perish." As Shen Xiaoyan spoke, she took a deep breath. To claim she was unafraid would be a falsehood. As a model citizen of the 21st century, she was apprehensive even about running a red light for fear of being apprehended by the police. Such a scenario was entirely foreign to her. However, she held a trump card in her hand. The outcome hinged upon this very moment. "Charge forward," she exclaimed with fervor, rolling up her sleeves as she rushed in, exuding the vigor of someone ready to storm the venue. Su-jin, unable to restrain her, called out, "Slow down. At least tell me your plan. I need to know what you intend to do." Su-jin resembled a parent chasing after a mischievous child, desperately trying to catch up with Shen Xiaoyan, even as her shoes began to come apart.
"Wait."
Before she could finish, a figure blocked her path. Yet Su-jin, in her urgency, glanced anxiously over his shoulder. This was dire. Shen Xiaoyan had vanished. Each individual here was a cold-blooded killer, and any encounter with them could spell disaster.
"Ah."
Yu Xiao was hurled backward, the recently bandaged wound reopening.
"Su."
You actually brought that woman here? Are you truly courting death? Realizing the gravity of the situation, a shadow flickered in Yu Zhao's eyes. He pressed down on the intercom attached to his ear. The woman who has ensnared Su is currently within the manor. Find her and eliminate her. That way, Su will not betray the organization. Guided by her memories, Shen Xiaoyan arrived at the basement level of the manor. However, all that lay before her were walls adorned with murals, with no doors in sight. This cannot be. I distinctly recall that room being here. Could I have been mistaken? Mistaken about what? Little sister, it seems you have lost your way, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Only then did Shen Xiaoyan realize, to her horror, that several men had appeared behind her. Each bore a malevolent countenance, their faces marred by terrifying scars and even marks from gunfire, a clear indication of lives they had taken. Reflecting on Su Jin's cool and noble visage, Shen Xiaoyan could not help but lament the stark disparity among assassins. Little sister, do you know where you are? How dare you wander in so carelessly? Surely, you haven't come to steal something? TSK, that would be quite unfortunate. Engaging in wrongdoing must come with consequences. The group of rogues sneered, inching closer to her menacingly. The air was permeated with a ghastly scent of blood. One could only wonder how many lives had been extinguished to leave such a potent aroma. Yet, at this moment, Shen Xiaoyan remained utterly unperturbed, her expression unwavering as she regarded them. Step aside, for I am about to make my entrance, she declared, nonchalantly slipping a hand into her pocket and leaning against the wall with an effortless and striking pose. Excuse me, I am looking for Zhuolin. In an instant, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The faces of the assassins morphed dramatically, their expressions evolving from mockery to sheer terror. Upon hearing the name Zhuolin, the countenances of the brothers stiffened instantaneously.
Joie.
What? One of them stammered, the arrogance of mere moments ago evaporating in an instant. The tides had turned, and now it was Shen Xiaoyan's turn to exude confidence. Zhuolin, my dear brother, she proclaimed with a mischievous glint in her eye. Your dear brother? The men regarded Shen Xiaoyan with incredulity. After all, Zhuolin was a figure that inspired dread in the hearts of many. They lacked even the courage to utter his name, and yet here stood a woman, devoid of any merit save for her beauty, claiming kinship with him. Why do you all look so tense? Is something amiss? Shen Xiaoyan pouted and widened her eyes innocently. Isn't Zhuolin known for his kindness? Kindness? The men were rendered speechless. How could the old man who treated them like dogs possibly be associated with such a term? Their defenses had been shattered. Of course, a man who enjoys gummy bears cannot be too ill-tempered, she added playfully, winking and sticking out her tongue, even adorably tapping her head. The bloodthirsty assassins were left utterly flabbergasted. In the realm of formidable attacks, none could rival the potency of magical strikes. Shen Xiaoyan had mastered the art of provocation with remarkable precision. Every expression and gesture was meticulously crafted to deliver a fatal blow, inciting her foes to rage. Observing the men who had collapsed to the ground, she couldn't help but muse, still lacking in skill. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and her entire body trembled. An inexplicable dread crawled over her like ants, as though a merciless predator had fixed its gaze upon her back, nearly freezing her blood in her veins. How do you know I like gummy bears? A cold, soundless voice resonated from behind her, akin to a massive serpent coiling around her, its tongue flicking against her skin. She mechanically turned her head to confront a pair of murky, yet tumultuous eyes. A ghost. She was so startled that her soul seemed to leave her body, instinctively retreating a few steps, only to twist her ankle and fall heavily to the ground. The man loomed above her, surveying her from an imposing height. The immense shadow cast by his towering figure enveloped her completely. This was not mere cowardice. The individual before her bore little resemblance to a human. His face was marred by countless scars, resembling serpents climbing over one another, and one side of his left eye had vanished entirely, leaving only a flesh-colored indentation. In the dim light, he appeared even more grotesque and fearsome. It turns out that I drew such a terrifying character. Shen Xiaoyan could not help but close her eyes and made a gesture of prayer over her chest. May the Buddha bless me, amen. What are you murmuring about? Zhuolin advanced a step towards her, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that was almost suffocating. The few who had fainted on the ground had long regained consciousness, yet they dared not open their eyes, paralyzed by fear. I might as well take a nap. Good night. Nevertheless, Shen Xiaoyan continued to bolster her own morale. Well, after all, this is the character I drew. There's a bit of attachment, even if it's ugly, so be it. Having said that, she opened her eyes and extended her hand toward Zhuolin. Good brother, my legs are weak. Lend me a hand. Please, it hurts. Zhuolin. The assassin's feigning unconsciousness on the ground. Seeing that Zhuolin hesitated to extend his hand, Shen Xiaoyan, undeterred, clutched at the hem of his pants and swiftly pulled herself up. Zhuolin suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his legs. Looking down, he discovered that his pants had been yanked down by Shen Xiaoyan, revealing a pair of bright red long johns. Observing this, Shen Xiaoyan remarked, "One cannot avoid such things in middle age. One must steep goji berries in a thermos. You must be tired of living." Zhuolin's gaze turned icy, and he abruptly grasped Shen Xiaoyan by the neck, the calluses on his palms sharp enough to tear her delicate skin. Coughing, Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback by his swift and ruthless action, not even granted the opportunity to utter a word. Truly, he was the decisive leader of a top-tier assassination organization.
Shen Xiaoyan.
At that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed. Upon hearing Shen Xiaoyan scream, Su Jing rushed to the basement, only to witness this scene. In an instant, his eyes darkened, and like a fierce tiger, he lunged forward to rescue Shen Xiaoyan. It took only a few seconds. "It is I who betrayed the organization. She has nothing to do with it." His expression was as cold as frost, glaring at Zhuolin while shielding Shen Xiaoyan behind him, like a beast protecting its prey. "It seems you truly have betrayed the organization." Zhuolin narrowed his eyes, his murky pupils resembling a ferocious serpent, exuding a chilling light that threatened to engulf Su Jing. An invisible tension arose between them, an unspoken battlefield ready to ignite. As the two stood at odds, Shen Xiaoyan swiftly jumped between them, attempting to mediate. "Let us discuss this calmly. A gentleman uses words, not violence."
Shen Xiaoyan.
"What are you doing?" Su Jing, distressed, regretted bringing her into such a trap. "Leave quickly," he urged in a hushed tone. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan shook her head, offering him a calming glance. "Do not panic. Watch how I handle this. Uncle Zhua, I see you are about the same age as my father, so I shall call you Uncle Zhua." She maintained her composure, meeting Zhuolin's gaze with neither arrogance nor submission. This unexpected calmness piqued Zhuolin's interest. Just moments ago, she had been on the brink of life and death in his grasp, yet now she appeared so unruffled. Such composure in a girl of her age was indeed remarkable. "Are you attempting to get close to me?" "No. I have come to negotiate with you, for I believe I possess an irresistible bargaining chip," Shen Xiaoyan remarked, raising an eyebrow and eliciting a confident smile. Zhuolin fixed his gaze upon her, attempting to discern any trace of deception on her face. Yet there was none. Her confidence was palpable. "How intriguing," he scoffed. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" "I require a private conversation with you," she asserted. Su Jing was the first to react, immediately refusing. "That is unacceptable." "Su Jing, your audacity has grown remarkably," Zhuolin retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him. "In the past, you would not dare utter a word in my presence. Now, for the sake of a woman, you seem increasingly unrestrained. Release her, and I shall allow you to handle me as you wish." What a farce. Regardless of whether I release her, you cannot escape. What leverage do you have to negotiate with me? "I cannot guarantee what may transpire next," Su Jing responded resolutely. As the most elite assassin within their organization, he certainly possessed the authority to make such a declaration. Previously, he had complied with the organization's directives merely due to his obedience and lack of dissent. Yet now, his heart had shifted, and he harbored thoughts of rebellion. Should he resolutely decide to cause a disturbance here, tranquility would be a fleeting notion. Just as Zhuolin weighed the pros and cons in his mind, Shen Xiaoyan had taken the initiative. She raised a spray canister and aimed it at Su Jing's face. In an instant, the lively man collapsed, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. "All right, Uncle Zhua, let us converse privately." Zhuolin was taken aback. What is this maneuver? Impressive. Chapter 14. Another you in the world. Zhuolin placed his hand against the mural, and suddenly, a large wall split open, revealing a hidden chamber. Shen Xiaoyan then realized the existence of a mechanism. No wonder the script indicated that Zhuolin's room was here, yet she could not find it. "It seems you are aware of this place, albeit only partially," Zhuolin remarked meaningfully. Shen Xiaoyan chuckled. "You possess a modicum of intelligence, but not much." Following Zhuolin, she entered the pitch-black chamber. The darkness was so profound that one could scarcely see their hand in front of their face, yet Zhuolin navigated effortlessly, as if equipped with night vision. Truly, he embodied the fearless eyes described in the script. At last, they arrived at the innermost recess of the chamber, where a table stood surrounded by shelves brimming with books. She understood that those tones were mere facades, concealing perilous weapons within. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? Zhuo Lin inquired, taking a seat at the desk, his gaze fixed upon her with keen interest, as if appraising prey. You must be aware that unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, your life may very well come to an end here. Then allow me to speak plainly. Shen Xiaoyan replied, unfazed, as she casually dropped a bombshell. I know two of your secrets. First, you are searching for your son. Second, you are unwell, and gravely so. Zhuo Lin's pupils dilated, his body breaking out in a cold sweat. Both of these secrets were deeply concealed, particularly the latter, known only to him since the onset of his illness. How could she possibly know? Observing Zhuo Lin's captivating expression, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, for I am but another version of you. As a masterful player of immersive murder mystery games, the moment she acquires a script, she meticulously analyzes the psychological trajectories of her character, striving to fully comprehend and internalize the role until she is utterly convinced that she embodies him. At that moment, her script contained two concealed missions. First, to locate her long-lost son. Second, to conceal her affliction. The tasks within the script symbolize the character's most fervent desires. This, indeed, is her trump card. You are gravely ill, which compels you to seek someone to inherit all that you possess. After all, having painstakingly established such a domain, you would not wish for it to vanish into oblivion. Thus, you suddenly recall that you had a son 20 years ago. At that time, pursued by enemies, you were forced to hide him in a desolate well, leaving his fate uncertain. 2 decades have passed, and a flicker of hope remains within you. Perhaps he still lives, though the odds are exceedingly slim.
How do you know all of this?
Zhuo Lin's demeanor darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. These are secrets buried deep within his heart, intertwined with events from 20 years past, yet she is merely in her early 20s, just a child 2 decades ago. Shen Xiaoyan smiled. I know you wish to kill me. By doing so, your secrets will remain undisclosed. But are you not curious about my identity? We have never met, yet I am well acquainted with everything about you. Sometimes, curiosity is not of paramount importance. Zhuo Lin, the cunning fox that he is, remained unfazed. Anyone less composed would undoubtedly be eager to discover Shen Xiaoyan's origins, yet he required no such knowledge. He cared not who she was, only that she possessed a mouth capable of safeguarding his secrets, a dead person's mouth. You truly need not be curious about my identity. With age, the thirst for knowledge does indeed wane, Shen Xiaoyan shrugged. But you must understand, since I can uncover your secrets, I am capable of learning even more.
Huh?
You accuse me of being ill, yet misinterpret my affliction, and still dare to speak so boldly? Zhuo Lin's expression was one of disdain. I am indeed gravely unwell. Yet this malady shall not threaten my life. My search for my son is not to ensure he inherits the organization. No, you seek your son precisely for that purpose. Your illness is not of a physical nature, but rather a psychological one. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Lin was rendered utterly speechless. The illness may not lead to physical demise. Yet should this secret be divulged to anyone, they could exploit your affliction, leading to your downfall. That, indeed, is your true fear.
Who are you?
Even the steadfast Zhuo Lin could no longer maintain his composure. If Shen Xiaoyan had merely revealed a few superficial secrets, it would have sufficed. But why was she able to articulate his innermost thoughts with such precision? It was as if she could see right through his heart. Do not rush, Shen Xiaoyan commanded. Having seized the reins of the conversation, observing him with ease, we bear no grievances against one another. Whether we are foes or allies remains undetermined. That hinges upon your choices. If you perceive me as an enemy, then I shall be one. If you regard me as a friend, then I shall become your most capable ally. Zhuo Lin finally comprehended Shen Xiaoyan's intentions. She indeed possessed an irresistible leverage to negotiate with him. However, one must admit, she exhibited remarkable courage. For, should he entertain any thoughts of murder, Shen Xiaoyan would forever seal her lips along with these secrets. She was taking a gamble, wagering that he would be swayed by the conditions she proposed. You know whether my son is alive or dead. Not only do I know, but I also know where he is. What are your terms? Release Su Jin, allowing him to live as an ordinary person. You are still too young to grasp the depths of our assassin organization. Zhuo Lin narrowed his eyes. Aware that he had been entrenched in the organization for over a decade and was privy to numerous secrets. If he were to disclose even one, the organization could be annihilated. Do you truly believe I would let him go? Unfazed by Zhuo Lin's intangible pressure, Shen Xiaoyan did not flinch. I suspect you will. Zhuo furrowed his brow. You are mistaken. Su Jin will never expose your secrets. Do you think I would trust him? You will undoubtedly trust him. I have never trusted anyone. But you will trust him. From beginning to end, Shen Xiaoyan exhibited unwavering determination, leaving no room for doubt. This resolute demeanor, in turn, instigated a flicker of uncertainty within the seasoned Zhuo. He frowned and countered, Are you attempting to engage in a battle of wits? No, I genuinely believe so. Her eyes shimmered, reflecting a beguiling light. With a slight curl of her lips, each word she uttered was potent enough to shatter the calm facade on Zhuo countenance. The bond of blood inevitably aligns your fates. Chapter 15. Even a vicious tiger does not consume its offspring. Thus, let us employ the process of elimination. Shen, 25 years old, age does not match, eliminated. Qi Wu, 22 years old, age matches, but is a pampered rich kid with a nouveau riche father, eliminated. Song Hanan, female. Possibly underwent gender reassignment surgery, not yet eliminated. Su Jin, 22 years old, an orphan, age matches, circumstances align. He is the only one left. Almost dissuaded the individual in question. Su Jin is your son. Shen Xiaoyan's words detonated like a bombshell. Zhuo was taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. You would concoct such a lie to compel me to spare Su Jin? You are an astute individual. Such matters cannot be fabricated carelessly. Why not simply verify it? Zhuo pursed his lips in silence. Indeed, there was no need for deceit in such matters. He was currently overwhelmed, grappling with the enormity of this revelation. The child he had utilized as a mere tool since the age of 7 was, astonishingly, his own flesh and blood. What a twist of fate this was. Thank you for revealing the secret to me. Zhuo smile turned cold. Now that I know he is my son, it becomes even less likely that I would let him go. He is destined to inherit my position, transforming into a more ruthless and merciless assassin. In this lifetime, he shall never be an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan shook her head in disappointment. It seems you have no understanding of what it means to be a father. Zhuo, I shall bequeath all that I possess to him. Shen Xiaoyan, yet you remain oblivious to his desires. Does he not yearn to lead an ordinary life? What a foolish aspiration. Zhuo scoffed. For it was precisely due to his ignorance of the taste of power that he harbored such absurd notions. Once he occupies my position, he will comprehend. If you were to stand in his shoes, you too would understand. Shen Xiaoyan regarded him with a frosty demeanor, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She felt compelled to impart lessons on how to be a worthy father. Abandoned at the tender age of 2, deprived of sustenance and warmth. He was forced to join an assassin organization to survive, subsequently reduced to a mere tool for your murderous gain. He possesses no independent thought. His mind is perpetually consumed by tasks akin to a soulless automaton. Now, this automaton has finally awakened, resolved to embrace normalcy. Yet you wish to transform him into an even more advanced machine? How utterly infuriating. Zhuo was taken aback. How could she resort to such harsh language? I shall inform you. Shen Xiaoyan, in a fit of rage, lunged forward and seized Zhuo collar. Every individual has the right to choose their own path in life. If you genuinely aspire to be a competent father, allow him the freedom to choose. Do you wish for him to languish in darkness like you? Perhaps Shen Xiaoyan's hysteria struck a chord within Zhuo, leaving him deeply shaken. As though an invisible weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Do you harbor feelings for Su Jin? He abruptly inquired. He is my dear friend. A dear friend? Zhuo narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. After a pause, a sinister smile crept across his face. I could permit him to be released. But our organization has a long-standing rule. What rule? To leave the organization, one must leap into the crocodile pit and retrieve a stone from the bottom. Have you lost your mind? He is your son. Shen Xiaoyan felt her worldview shatter. Upon acquiring Zhuolin's script, she had discerned his guilt towards his son. Her interpretation of the script could not possibly be flawed. I would never allow him to do so. Zhuolin's tone shifted. A calculating gaze fixed upon Shen Xiaoyan. You shall go instead.
Me.
Shen Xiaoyan nearly fainted on the spot. In that moment, she began to appreciate the allure of leading a killer organization. What? Are you backing down? I had presumed you were formidable. Zhuolin's tone dripped with derision. The tactic of provocation is perhaps the most foolish trick in existence. Shen Xiaoyan remained unfazed. Only a fool would comply. His aptitude, perceptiveness, and physical prowess are unparalleled. He was born to be an assassin. It is his destiny. No identity is predetermined. Then aid him in altering his fate if you dare. Is it not so? Zhuolin's voice brimmed with challenge. If I go, will you grant him his freedom? Indeed. She had never considered that one day she might wield control over another's destiny. Today, she yearned to test the waters. Standing at the edge of the abyssal crocodile pit, she acknowledged that her voice had risen slightly in volume. Within resided a colossal crocodile, measuring a full 3 meters in length. Would it not devour one whole? You may still reconsider. Zhuolin stood nearby, convinced that she would back out at the last moment. In truth, Shen Xiaoyan harbored the same inclination. She was no saint. Sacrificing her life for another's freedom was utterly foolish. Although Su Jin was her first friend in this place, and despite the assistance he had rendered her, and his pitiable circumstances, none of these reasons were sufficient to compel her to lay down her life for him, were they? After all, he would continue to exist. No freedom meant no freedom, but living was still preferable, wasn't it?
She took a step back.
Zhuolin smirked, a smile that hinted at his expectations. Suddenly, several voices echoed in Shen Xiaoyan's mind. I don't want to see them berate you. I hope to see you shine on television one day. It is a joy to be your manager, Shen Xiaoyan. She halted, her hands, which had fallen to her sides, instinctively clenched into fists. Today I, Shen Xiaoyan, shall act as a saint. She crouched down and swiftly slipped into the water, entering without a splash. Her speed was such that even Zhuolin failed to react in time. At the moment she fell into the water, it seemed she heard someone calling her name. Yet, that was of little consequence. Her sole focus was the stone. The pool was exceedingly deep, and merely diving down was a formidable challenge, all the while remaining cautious of the crocodile nearby, fearful of waking it. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Stay calm, stay calm. Seizing the opportunity while the crocodile still slumbered, she reached for the stone. As her hand grazed the stone, she suddenly felt a dizzying whirl. The entire pool began to churn into a massive vortex, pulling her in. She could not hold her breath any longer. The water surged into her nostrils. This is it. Resigned, she closed her eyes, already praying for swift redemption. In the next moment, she found herself in a warm embrace. Chapter 16. The Bird of Freedom. Shen Xiaoyan had fainted. Upon awakening, she discovered herself on the shore, nestled in Su Jin's arms. No wonder, she had thought she heard someone calling her. It had indeed been Su Jin. Did I not say, if anything arises, let it fall upon me? This matter has nothing to do with her. Su Jin held her tightly, his gaze fixed on Zhuolin, brimming with fury. This was the first time he had so fervently expressed his emotions. He was no longer a cold, unfeeling automaton. Shen Xiaoyan felt a surge of relief. I did not force her. It was her own volition. With her timid nature, how could she have willingly jumped into a crocodile pool? Oh, so she is timid, is she? Zhuolin's eyes grew increasingly enigmatic. Yet, she acquiesced. As long as she retrieved the stones from the bottom of the crocodile pool, he would grant her freedom. What? Su Jin's gaze flickered, filled with disbelief. Could Shen Xiaoyan truly go to such lengths for him? He could not help but glance at the person in his arms, their eyes meeting. Shen Xiaoyan awkwardly smiled. Apologies, I just woke up. Why did you agree to him? Do you not realize how perilous this is? Su Jin stared intently into her eyes, striving to ascertain her true thoughts. Did I not promise to save you? I cannot go back on my word. She hastily peered into the pool, only to find the crocodile still resting in the exact posture as before.
How could this be?
With such a massive whirlpool, shouldn't the crocodile have been swept away? This crocodile is a fake, Zhuolin remarked slowly. I merely wished to test your courage, and I did not anticipate that you would actually dare to do so. At that moment, admiration flickered in Zhuolin's gaze as he spoke to her. There were hundreds of stones in the pool, yet only one was the switch to activate the whirlpool. I never expected you would happen upon that very stone. This was beyond my expectations. Shen Xiaoyan was left speechless, realizing it meant she was indeed unfortunate. A probability of 1 in several hundred had been against her.
So,
does what you said earlier still hold weight? You truly have made me see you in a new light. I promise you, starting today, Su Jin may choose the life he desires. Shen Xiaoyan was nearly ecstatic, jumping up and rushing to Su Jin, shaking his shoulders fervently. We did it. We succeeded. Su Jin gazed at her, somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that Shen Xiaoyan would truly manage to extricate herself from the organization. This was unprecedented.
Why?
He couldn't help but look towards Zhuolin, his eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Zhuolin regarded him with a myriad of emotions: confusion, helplessness, guilt, excitement. He was still adjusting to the role of a father. Shen Xiaoyan perceptively created space for them. You two talk first. I just remembered that I left the gas on at home. I'll take my leave. What would the scene of a father and son recognizing each other be like?
Excitement?
Emotion? Tears of joy. Surely, this father and son would not conform to the usual script. Sure enough. She had not walked far when she heard Su Jin's furious voice. I will not acknowledge you as my father. Turning back, she saw Zhuolin standing there, somewhat at a loss, devoid of his former imposing presence. He could maintain his cold demeanor in front of Shen Xiaoyan, but before Su Jin, how could he conceal his feelings? A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Shen Xiaoyan waited at the door, boredom creeping in.
Suddenly,
The assassins she had encountered in the basement appeared. Could it be? They were here to stir up trouble at such a moment? Just as Shen Xiaoyan was feeling exasperated, she noticed a few of them rubbing their hands together, grinning like eager sycophants as they approached. Is this Sister Yan? You are even more beautiful than on television. My word, what charisma! Oh, what a visage! This figure. Is this truly the beauty that exists in the world? I feel utterly enchanted. Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback. What are you three up to? Have you lost your minds? She inquired cautiously. To her surprise, their enthusiasm only intensified as they surrounded her. So, it turns out you really are Zhuolin's esteemed companion. We were blind not to recognize your greatness just now. Please do not hold it against us. So, they had come to curry favor? Shen Xiaoyan quickly comprehended, standing a bit taller. Weren't you just looking to teach me a lesson? Oh no, we would never dare. Sister Yan, please forgive our transgressions. Do not be cross with us. I am still your fan visiting your super topic daily. Your expressions are simply unmatched. Indeed. This was the art of flattery gone awry. Shen Xiaoyan swiftly delivered a kick, sending a man flying 10 meters away. How dare you use my emoticon? The other two instantly comprehended the situation. Look at me, I never use those. What respectable person would? The man who was kicked fell to his knees on the spot. I won't use it again. Good. You know your place, Shen Xiaoyan replied. At that moment, Su Jing emerged, walking directly toward Shen Xiaoyan. Unintentionally or not. He collided with one of the assassin's shoulders. The assassin immediately scowled, glaring at Su Jing with hostility. You're out? How was your conversation with your father? Shen Xiaoyan inquired with curiosity.
So hing frowned slightly.
I haven't acknowledged him as my father yet. That's understandable. Zhuolin is quite unscrupulous, so your anger is justified. The three older women gasped in shock. Zhuolin is Su Jing's father. Their expressions shifted from hostility to envy, then to barely contained eagerness. Their lackeys could hardly restrain themselves. However, Shen Xiaoyan denied them the opportunity. Ladies, we're leaving now. No need to see us off. With that, she took Su Jing and left. Su Jing continued to furrow his brow. Don't engage with them. They're not good people. I know. I'm just teasing them. She replied playfully. Su Jing couldn't help but glance at her again. He noticed her shoulders gently shake with laughter, her face lit with an uncontainable smile. Under the moonlight, her autumn eyes sparkled like clear spring water. Who would have thought assassins could be so amusing? Her laughter was uninhibited and vibrant, akin to a free little bird in a forest unrestrained. Ah, right. He is free now as well. A softness gradually enveloped his gaze. Thank you, Shen Xiaoyan. It's nothing. We are friends after all. In stark contrast to Shen Xiaoyan's nonchalance, subtle changes stirred within Su Jing. An emotion he could not quite decipher began to quietly flourish. He had no desire to probe into Shen Xiaoyan's identity or to wonder why she possessed such knowledge. From that moment forth, he harbored but one goal, to be Shen Xiaoyan's agent, her most steadfast support. Chapter 17. How could his heart race? Today marked Su Jing's first day of freedom. Shen Xiaoyan unusually enjoyed a restful night and awoke to sunlight streaming through the window, with birds chirping merrily in the trees. How early it is today, she marveled. Previously, she would rise while it was still dark. On the living room sofa lay the clothes she was to wear that day, and the dining table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast. Provence lamb chops, secret recipe bacon-wrapped salmon rolls, and charcoal-grilled shrimp pasta. Shen Xiaoyan's mouth watered at the sight. Such a lavish breakfast today? I truly cannot do without Su Jing. At that moment, Su Jing emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of salad. It's already noon. Noon? Noon. Shen Xiaoyan gasped, quickly glancing at the clock on the wall. It was 11:30. Do I have no appointments today?
How can this be?
Am I already past my prime? Have I lost my commercial value? This is outrageous. In that moment, she even contemplated where her ashes would be scattered. How could that old schemer ever let her off the hook? You cannot refuse. Shen Xiaoyan felt a profound sense of urgency. If I fail to earn money, Yin Shen will surely take my life. This was the conclusion reached after a discussion with Yin Shen, as Su Jin calmly stated. Your current fame is merely fleeting. Without substantial strength, relying solely on this comedic notoriety will inevitably fade. If you wish to maintain enduring popularity, you must cultivate genuine affection among your fans. Su Jin's words held undeniable truth. Though she had recently garnered considerable attention, much of it stemmed from watching her misfortune. Once the momentum wanes, she would revert to being like a rat fleeing from the streets, subject to scorn and derision. Su Jin advised, now, while the heat lasts, we must shed all past negative labels and undergo a complete transformation. Shen Xiaoyan sincerely inquired, what shall we transform into? Pursue the path of a formidable actor. Acting? If he were to suggest this, her weariness would vanish. As someone who could do little beyond participating in murder mystery games, her acting skills were, without question, rather questionable. I wholeheartedly agree. She promptly expressed her concurrence. After all, while you may lack singing and dancing abilities, and your acting is excruciatingly awkward, it remains the sole skill among the three that you can somewhat showcase. Initially, I will secure you some minor roles that do not demand extensive acting prowess. We shall gradually hone your craft, at least to dispel the reputation of being painfully awkward in performances. Upon hearing Su Jin's remarks, Shen Xiaoyan instinctively stroked her chin, pondering if the original character's acting was truly that poor. This thought lingered until she stumbled upon a television drama from the original character's debut. It featured a scene where the female lead and male lead were reuniting after a prolonged separation. The female lead spotted that familiar face in the crowd, instantly freezing in place, her eyes wide, mouth agape, yet only managing to emit incoherent sounds. As the male lead appeared ready to walk away, the female lead screamed, "No! Don't go! How could you not recognize me, you heartless scoundrel? No!" While shrieking, she charged into the male lead's embrace, her small fist striking his chest, weeping. Bad person. Bad person. The male lead, filled with compassion, enveloped her in his arms, his eyes reflecting deep emotion and regret. I am sorry. Everything that happened back then was my fault.
No.
The female lead interjected, placing her finger against his lips, shaking her head vigorously. I will not allow you to speak of yourself that way. I will not allow it. Shen Xiaoyan fought against the impulse to smash the television, sinking into contemplation. Is this truly the extent of what carbon-based life forms can perform? This was your inaugural leading role, after which you were blacklisted by all directors. Su Jin delivered the harsh reality in the calmest tone. Are you certain that those directors would still allow me to act now? Shen Xiaoyan expressed her skepticism. With your current popularity, securing minor roles would be more than sufficient. As long as we maintain humility and proceed step by step. The prerequisite is that you must stabilize your mindset and avoid the impatience of the past. I shall follow your lead. As an ordinary individual utterly unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, she now found herself reliant on Su Jin, her non-professional manager. Thus, the journey of two novices in the entertainment realm officially commenced. Shortly, we are to meet the renowned television director, Director Li. Any drama he directs tends to become a hit. Participating in his production would mark a splendid beginning. On the way to the restaurant, Su Jin was still helping Shen Xiaoyan with her homework. Just as he was about to elaborate on the roles we were to audition for, he suddenly met Shen Xiaoyan's gaze as she leaned in closer. She was so near that he could distinctly perceive the faint fragrance that emanated from her, that familiar scent. What are you doing? He asked, his voice betraying a hint of tension that he himself had not noticed. Could you check if my false eyelashes have come off? They're a bit bothersome, Shen Xiaoyan replied, wincing uncomfortably, an ungraceful sight indeed. Yet to Su Jin, this scene appeared as though it had been filtered through a soft lens. Every expression she made sent ripples through his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Here it was again, the familiar sensation of accelerated heartbeat. As a professional assassin, he had undergone rigorous training, ensuring that he remained composed at all times, his heart's rhythm never affecting his thoughts. However, lately, he had been acutely aware of his erratic heartbeat. Was he unwell? Don't move, let me fix it for you, he said nonchalantly, gently pushing Shen Xiaoyan back and striving to maintain his composure as he reattached her false eyelashes. After all, Shen Xiaoyan was an overlooked artist within the company, and the makeup assistants would naturally not cater to her needs, leaving Su Jin to shoulder all the responsibilities himself. Fortunately, during his time as an assassin, he often had to adopt various identities for his missions, which had endowed him with a modicum of skill in many areas. Next time, just tell me if you need something. Don't lean in so suddenly, he remarked, awkwardly diverting his gaze to the scenery outside the window, attempting to calm his racing heart with the fleeting images passing by. Yet Shen Xiaoyan sensed a hint of crisis. Are you dissatisfied with me?
What?
Su Jin was bewildered by her conclusion. Didn't we agree to be good friends for life? How can you think I would be dissatisfied with you? Have you forgotten our promises? We vowed to ascend to the pinnacle together, sharing success and joy. Have you truly forgotten all of that? Shen Xiaoyan lamented, her heart aching. Su Jin felt he had regained his composure. What on earth are you thinking? That rapid heartbeat earlier must have been an illusion. How could I possibly feel that way about someone as foolish as Shen Xiaoyan? I should be asking you what's on your mind, Shen Xiaoyan replied, playfully tapping his head. If something's bothering you, just say it. Bottling it up is pointless. I have nothing to say. Then why did you look so distracted just now? You appeared utterly miserable. Su Jin was taken aback. So she had indeed noticed his emotional turmoil and had deliberately said those things? This was bad. His heart was now racing even more uncontrollably. Chapter 18. Song Hanan's Tricks. Is this truly the realm of the upper class? Standing before the super-luxurious entrance of this high-end restaurant, Shen Xiaoyan experienced for the first time the tangible sensation of being a star. She felt like the most pitiful celebrity. While others resided in upscale neighborhoods, she lived in a dilapidated complex steeped in a century's history. While others donned elegant gowns for red carpet events, she spent her days at various outdoor studios filming comedic variety shows. In retrospect, the most opulent scene she had witnessed since her arrival was the red carpet on the first day, shrouded in mist. It was truly bittersweet. She sighed. One day, you too shall become a regular at this establishment, Su Jin remarked earnestly. I will ensure your success. Although he lacked professional expertise, he devoted himself to learning the craft of an exceptional agent for Shen Xiaoyan's sake. He vowed to help her realize her dreams. I believe in you. Shen Xiaoyan beamed, her smile radiant and her eyes shimmering like crescent moons, captivating and resplendent. Su Jin, flustered, averted his gaze and cleared his throat awkwardly. Do step inside. And don't forget what I told you. Rest assured. Shen Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, her petite fists pumping in the air as if rallying herself. Let's do this. With that, she lifted her skirt and strode boldly into the venue. Su Jin watched her with a dazed expression, a hint of a blush creeping up his neck.
What a predicament.
Why were her subtle gestures so captivating to him? His gaze was utterly ensnared. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. Shen Xiaoyan, noticing he was lagging behind, rushed over to grasp his wrist, pulling him along. You said we couldn't be late, come on. Su Jin, startled, jerked his hand away. I'll walk on my own. He quickened his pace, leaving Shen Xiaoyan behind. What was wrong with him today? Shen Xiaoyan felt exasperated. Wait for me. The waiter led them to the door of the private room. As soon as the door swung open, Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback. Wasn't this just a meal with the director? There were far too many people. In the center of the room was a massive round table, already filled with around 20 individuals. This was practically a small gathering. Given Director Li's status, how could he possibly meet with you privately? This meal was a last-minute addition for you. Make sure to perform well, Su Jin whispered. Shen Xiaoyan steadied herself, relying on her formidable mental fortitude. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, she confidently approached a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean physique.
Ah,
Director Li, you are like the brilliant sun, bestowing warmth upon us. You resemble the luminous moonlight, soothing our souls.
ah, Director Li.
Why must you be Director Li? You occupy my thoughts day and night, leaving me restless. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Looking up, she recognized a familiar face. Senior, what are you doing? Song Hanan teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Song Hanan is here. Shen Xiaoyan felt a chill run down her spine. Miss Shen, you truly are as amusing as the rumors suggest, he continued, seated beside a man who regarded her with a bemused expression. This man, with his unsettlingly pale complexion and calculating gaze, scrutinized her with an unsettling intensity. She merely sought to lighten the atmosphere. Su Jin promptly intervened, pulling Shen Xiaoyan aside and whispering in her ear, You misidentified him. This is Director Li. You cannot blame me for this. Aren't all directors in television dramas depicted as having Mediterranean physiques? The slender man, resembling a mere paper figure, truly does not fit the occasion. Alas, it seems that everyone is far too serious. Dining should be a more relaxed affair. Shen Xiaoyan quickly grasped the situation, her smile radiant, for her happiness is intertwined with that of others. The foresight of the senior is commendable. Song Hanan beamed sweetly, suggesting, in that case, Why not perform one of the trending memes from Weibo? I have always wanted to witness a live rendition. Su Jin furrowed her brow, ready to retort. But Shen Xiaoyan swiftly redirected the conversation. In that case, Hanan, why don't you sing a song as well? Let us elevate the atmosphere together. In an instant, Song Hanan's smile faltered. She had never sung in front of others, having merely been advised to leave the company during her trainee days due to her lack of vocal prowess. This was her Achilles heel. Do you sing, Hanan? I have never heard of it, Director Li inquired with interest. Song Hanan fought to suppress her discomfort, forcing a smile. Oh, my singing is hardly noteworthy. It is Shen Xiaoyan, the recent sensation, who deserves the spotlight. My humble efforts can be found online, but I assure you, none have witnessed Hanan's singing. By the way, you may not know, but Hanan initially auditioned for the company as a singer. Shen Xiaoyan chimed in, her smile radiant. Song Hanan bit her lip, struggling to suppress the urge to confront Shen Xiaoyan. Unfazed, Shen Xiaoyan regarded her with a provocative arch of her brow. Employing a tactic of reciprocal discord, if you show me no mercy, I shall reciprocate in kind. Is this not a gathering for dining? Everyone is famished, and a hearty meal will naturally lighten the mood. Indeed, let us eat first. She extended a lifeline, which Shen Xiaoyan seized with ease. The crisis was deftly averted. Su Jin could not help but regard her with newfound respect. She was evidently more astute than he had presumed. Yet how could Song Hanan easily let this go? I heard that you came to meet Director Li to audition for his upcoming drama. What role do you aspire to play? The lead? Or perhaps a character with remarkable depth? Song Hanan feigned curiosity. To her surprise, Director Li chuckled. Hanan, you jest.
Why do you say that?
Song Hanan inquired, puzzled. I have already decided to cast you as the lead. Really? But my debut was so recent. Compared to the senior, you must agree she has far more experience. Song Hanan replied, her lip trembling with anxiety. Upon seeing her distress, Director Li's gaze softened further. My selection of roles is never based on experience alone. Moreover, despite your brief time in the industry, your rapport with the audience is unparalleled, not to mention your exceptional acting skills. Who else could I possibly choose for the lead? You could have informed me earlier, sparing me the embarrassment of what I just said to the senior, she said, a hint of regret in her voice. The others at the table exchanged knowing smiles. Song Hanan, the epitome of innocence, truly resembled a high school girl, pure and endearing, yet so humble, she was nothing short of a goddess. Chapter 19. A sisterhood above all else. I apologize, esteemed senior. I was unaware that Director Li had already cast me as the female lead, and I must admit, I found his remarks rather biting. Song Hanan lightly tapped her forehead in frustration. Shen Xiaoyan, in her magnanimity, reassured her, there is no need for apologies. How could I possibly hold you accountable? After all, anyone with keen insight can see that my current standing precludes me from taking on the lead role. It is only you, Hanan, with your kindness, who is willing to advocate on my behalf. Her smile radiated warmth and brilliance. However, Song Hanan's countenance shifted slightly. Everyone in the entertainment industry is astute, far too astute. What could Shen Xiaoyan's words possibly imply? Surely, even a fool could discern that Shen Xiaoyan was not fit to portray the lead, yet here was Song Hanan. Bringing it up, was she genuinely seeking resources for Shen Xiaoyan, or was she intentionally attempting to embarrass her? At that moment, several individuals began to display knowing expressions, their gazes toward Song Hanan becoming increasingly peculiar. It seemed that Song Hanan was not as innocent as she appeared. Noticing the shift, Song Hanan felt a pang of urgency. She could not allow her image as the pure-hearted idol to be tarnished. The spirit of her craft surged forth. I have been friends with my senior since our trainee days at the same company. These past years, my seniors have faced a lack of roles, and I have been quite anxious about it. I have recommended them to numerous directors, though without success. Nonetheless, I shall not let any opportunity slip away. I genuinely wish to see my senior thrive. As she spoke, tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes, as if she had struck a poignant chord. Perhaps her performance was so sincere that many were moved. Those who had previously harbored doubts began to feel a twinge of shame for their darker thoughts. How could they have misjudged such a pure and kind-hearted individual? Hanan and Shen Xiaoyan, equally touched, stepped forward to grasp Song Hanan's hand, tears streaming down their faces. Thank you for considering me so deeply. I have heard that you even argued with your manager, insisting that if I could not perform in this production, you would refuse to do so as well.
Ah?
Oh, thank you, Hanan. I am truly grateful to have you. Before Song Hanan could respond, Shen Xiaoyan enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace. What a touching display of sisterly affection. The audience was deeply moved, on the verge of tears. Hanan, let us be lifelong friends. Shall we capture a photo together to post on Weibo? Shen Xiaoyan was audacious in her request. Song Hanan, taken aback, thought, are you trying to ride on my coattails? With such consideration for me, how could you refuse such a small request? Shen Xiaoyan blinked her innocent, sparkling eyes. At that moment, Song Hanan felt cornered, unable to advance or retreat. Her initial intent was to put Shen Xiaoyan in an awkward position while subtly showcasing her own kindness. Little did she know, Shen Xiaoyan had only climbed higher, clinging to her like a stubborn adhesive. Was she not inviting trouble upon herself? Of course. She replied with a forced smile. Shen Xiaoyan wasted no time in taking a photograph with her and promptly uploaded it to Weibo. Shen Xiaoyan, sisterhood reigns supreme. Not forgetting to prompt Song Hanan to share a post as well. Song Hanan replied, this seems rather inappropriate. Are we to suggest that our sisterly bond is a fabrication? As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan's eyes began to glisten with tears. Song Hanan's lips twitched as she reluctantly opened Weibo, posting a group photo along with the caption recommended by Shen Xiaoyan. Song Hanan, if you dare to clip my sister's wings, I shall surely ruin your paradise. In under a minute, the post trended. The bond between Song Hanan and Shen Xiaoyan surprised netizens. So their relationship is this close? Consequently, Shen Xiaoyan's fanbase surged. Su Jin discreetly gave her a thumbs up, while Song Hanan nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. How infuriating, she thought, to be dragged into this. It was hard to tell they were so close. Director Lee cast a meaningful glance at Song Hanan. Hanan, is this truly how you feel? If I do not cast Shen Xiaoyan, will you withdraw from the project? At a loss for words, Song Hanan shifted her gaze to her manager, whose face resembled someone who had just tasted something foul. The manager, suppressing his anger, maintained a smile. Hanan is a loyal friend. She can be a bit willful at times. However, when it comes to work, I am the one who calls the shots. Using her manager as a shield was quite clever. Shen Xiaoyan remained unfazed. Indeed, Hanan, you mustn't throw a tantrum. Just because Director Lee doesn't give me a role, you shouldn't act out or refuse to cooperate with promotions. That would be quite inappropriate. Internally, Song Hanan seethed, thinking, are you out of your mind? Director Lee's expression grew increasingly intriguing. So, that is the case. How could it be? Our Hanan is renowned for her dedication to her work. Such a scenario would never occur. The manager was already beginning to sweat. At that moment, Song Hanan regretted attending the dinner. She had intended to witness Shen Xiaoyan's embarrassment, only to find herself as a stepping stone for Shen Xiaoyan's ascent. It's rare to see such sisterly affection. I am somewhat moved. I happen to have a role for the third female lead still available. I wonder if Miss Shen would be interested in auditioning? The third female lead. This was a role exceeding expectations. Of course, I would love to. Shen Xiaoyan replied joyfully. Song Hanan's expression darkened. But she soon found solace in the thought that Shen Xiaoyan's abysmal acting skills would prevent her from succeeding, even with an audition. As the dinner concluded, everyone departed one after another, leaving Shen Xiaoyan behind. Director Lee's agreement to let her audition was merely a courtesy to Song Hanan, as he was indeed apprehensive about Hanan's potential lack of cooperation during filming. Director Lee, I am ready, Shen Xiaoyan proclaimed. Very well then. You may begin, he replied, casting a disinterested glance at his phone. Shen Xiaoyan set aside the script and commenced her performance. Initially, Director Lee remained oblivious, engrossed in his phone, but gradually, he found himself unable to lower his gaze. His eyes widened in astonishment, until finally, he could not even close his mouth. How is this possible? Director Lee, I will take my leave now. There was no denying that during those 5 minutes, he experienced profound shock. It had been a long time since an actor had moved him to tears. Who exactly was Shen Xiaoyan? Chapter 20. She wore only a bear-themed pajama. After 2 days of anxious waiting at home, Shen Xiaoyan had yet to receive the audition results. This was unexpected. She had been on the verge of tears at the time. Surely, her performance had touched the director. Su Jin poured a glass of water and placed it before her. With your acting skills, gaining Director Lee's approval may prove a challenge. However, not securing this role is inconsequential. At least you have fought for the audition opportunity, which serves as valuable experience. I refuse to accept this. I believe I can succeed. Shen Xiaoyan fumed, grinding her teeth in frustration. Su Jin regarded her with a hint of amusement, playfully tapping her forehead. Did we not agree to remain calm? Upon completing the gesture, he froze. The mirror nearby reflected his smile, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Not again. He was displaying an expression ill-suited for him, a recurring occurrence of late. "Brother, that is my water," Shen Xiaoyan replied, exasperated. Suddenly, Su Jin, startled, sprayed a mouthful of water onto her face. Well executed. Shen Xiaoyan fought the urge to strike him and instead grabbed a tissue to wipe her face. The damp strands of hair clung to her fair, rosy skin. Droplets trickling down her neck, gradually soaking her white shirt and rendering it translucent. Su Jin was taken aback, his face flushing from cheeks to neck. He jumped up abruptly and hastened out of the room. What a rascal, spraying water and then fleeing the scene. Shen Xiaoyan was about to chase after him when her phone rang. It was Director Li calling. "Miss Shen, your acting has indeed improved significantly. Yet it still pales in comparison to professional actors. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have awarded the role of the third female lead to Li Xiao. Do not be disheartened. Miss Shen, with more practice, opportunities will surely arise." Her prowess as a script-killing goddess was now being questioned. Meanwhile, Director Li hung up the phone with a disdainful snort. Shen Xiaoyan's acting is notoriously poor. Her previous audition was likely a fluke, and given her tarnished reputation, casting her would surely ruin my entire production. He had never intended for her to participate in his play. Inviting her to dinner had merely been for amusement. I refuse to accept this. Shen Xiaoyan stormed up to Su Jin, her face aflame with indignation. Su Jin, evasive, stepped back repeatedly to maintain distance, but Shen Xiaoyan relentlessly pursued him. "I firmly believe my acting is flawless. I refuse to accept this. It is quite normal for many to perform poorly without realizing it," Su Jin said, finding himself cornered. Unable to evade her gaze. "Su Jin." Shen Xiaoyan suddenly cupped his face, looking at him earnestly. "Do you truly not understand? What?" He instinctively gripped the edge of the table behind him, his heart racing. Her eyes sparkled, imbued with strands of affection, tender yet ambiguous. "Do you really not comprehend my feelings for you? You feel for me?" His breath hitched, and he felt as though time had momentarily stopped. His throat constricted, and his hand, against his will, inched closer to her slender waist. But Shen Xiaoyan abruptly stepped back, exclaiming, "How did I perform? Look, my acting is undeniably excellent. Why does he claim otherwise?" Shen Xiaoyan was utterly infuriated and immediately took out her phone to confront Director Li, insisting that she needed to discuss the matter with him. After all, she had performed exceptionally well, and he had even shed tears during her audition. "It's not your fault," Su Jin reassured her, akin to soothing a distressed little rabbit. "From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting you succeed. He merely arranged this so-called audition for the sake of appearances. It was simply a formality." "Then why did you bring me along?" Shen Xiaoyan inquired. "Because my objective has never been him," Su Jin replied, producing a contract, seemingly from thin air. "Do you remember Wang Sheng?" "Yes, he recently transitioned to directing stage plays, but unfortunately, his fame is insufficient to attract actors. Therefore, I spoke with him." The contract in his hand was ample evidence of the successful negotiations. Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback. "You want me to perform in a stage play?" Indeed, the audience for stage plays is not as vast as that for television dramas, yet it offers an exceptional opportunity for honing one's craft. In many respects, performing in a stage play is far more challenging than acting in a drama. While television allows for post-production editing, stage plays are live performances, once on stage. It is a direct broadcast. If you can excel in a stage play, then television dramas will pose no challenge for you, Su Jin explained slowly. A fierce determination ignited within Shen Xiaoyan. She was resolute in her defiance of Director Li's critique. "Then let my talent make him regret it," she declared. "All right, I will perform." That very evening, she immersed herself in the script, studying it meticulously. Su Jin attended to her with the care of a parent preparing their child for an important examination, attending to her needs with utmost diligence. "Don't forget to eat some fruit to replenish your vitamins," he reminded her. Shen Xiaoyan, unable to spare a hand while flipping through the script, opened her mouth wide. "Ah." Su Jin paused, his ears flushing a deeper shade of red, momentarily frozen. "Quick, give me a piece of dragon fruit." "Okay." He forced himself to maintain composure, awkwardly offering a piece of dragon fruit toward Shen Xiaoyan's mouth, yet his hand trembled uncontrollably, resembling a person afflicted by Parkinson's disease. With a soft thud, the dragon fruit fell onto Shen Xiaoyan's beloved bear-themed pajamas. Su Jin's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no!" Shen Xiaoyan's body stiffened, and she slowly lowered her gaze to the vivid red stain on her pajamas, falling into silence. It was the calm before the storm. Su Jin hastily retrieved his phone. Opening a shopping page. I recall that this pajama set is still available for purchase. I will get it for you right away. He hesitated before continuing, his tone tinged with anxiety. Unfortunately, the bear design is sold out. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes dimmed instantly. Su Jin quickly added, what about the rabbit design? The cat design would also suit you well. Why not purchase them all? I can place the order right now.
No.
Shen Xiaoyan cried out, lunging at Su Jin like a ravenous tiger, gripping his collar and shaking him furiously. I only want the bear design. All right, the bear design it is. I shall procure it for you, at any cost. Chapter 21. Excuse me, may I touch it? When a bucket of Grandfather Ken's fried chicken appeared before Shen Xiaoyan, she finally quieted down. Su Jin, with a resigned tone, cautioned her, you can only have it once. Too much will cause weight gain. Shen Xiaoyan resembled a child, who, after a fit of tears, delights in a snack, eagerly gnawing on a chicken leg. Su Jin was preoccupied with sending a message to Xiao, this bear-themed pajamas. Find a way to purchase a set for me, preferably by tomorrow evening. Su Jin added, enough chatter, just buy it. After relaying his instructions to Xiao, he reopened the shopping page, where he frequently acquired various disguises needed for tasks, resulting in a collection of peculiar items. However, recently, as he browsed through the you might like section, he encountered bear hairpins, adorable cushions, and white dresses. The absurdity was escalating, almost as if he were raising a daughter. Contemplating this, he glanced at Shen Xiaoyan, who was still engrossed in her chicken leg, and instinctively reached out to wipe the grease from her mouth. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Shen Xiaoyan mumbled in response. He sighed, finish eating first. Nodding, she resumed her frenzied consumption. Once satiated, Shen Xiaoyan took her script to the balcony, where a swing chair, a gift from Su Jin, awaited her. She enjoyed swaying back and forth on it during her leisure time. Su Jin sat in the living room, watching her, lost in thought. He acknowledged his fondness for his current life, yet occasionally felt a nagging discomfort. What could this feeling be?
Achoo.
The sound of Shen Xiaoyan sneezing interrupted his reverie, prompting him to grab a blanket and head towards her. However, he found her already dozing off in the swing. She doesn't fear catching a chill, he mused, preparing to carry her to bed, when he suddenly paused. It dawned on him what that unsettling feeling was. Shen Xiaoyan had never regarded him as a man. In a shared space between a man and a woman, one would expect an atmosphere tinged with tension and ambiguity, yet he was the only one feeling that tension. Shen Xiaoyan was carefree, acting as she pleased in front of him, even sleeping defenselessly in his sight. All this was because she did not perceive him as a man. Recognizing this, he felt an inexplicable displeasure. The following morning, Shen Xiaoyan groggily rose to use the restroom. As she opened the bathroom door, she was met with an unforgettable sight. Su Jin, clad in a silk bathrobe with a wide-open collar, revealed a sculpted chest and abdomen, every inch of his skin exuding a potent masculine aura. While brushing his teeth, he greeted her. Good morning. Good morning, Shen Xiaoyan replied, her expression one of incredulity as she stepped inside, picked up a toothbrush, and discreetly glanced at Su Jin. No wonder he's a killer. What a physique. Is something wrong? Su Jin noticed her gaze and inquired politely. After a moment of internal struggle, Shen Xiaoyan asked earnestly, may I touch it?
Su Jin froze,
questioning if he had misheard her.
What?
I've never touched a man's abdominal muscles before, and suddenly I feel an overwhelming curiosity. May I? She asserted with conviction. With a gulp, Su Jin's Adam's apple bobbed, and his hand holding the toothbrush trembled slightly. However, he managed to restrain himself. To test whether Shen Xiaoyan truly regarded him as a man, he forced a calm nod, saying, very well.
Thank you.
Shen Xiaoyan politely expressed her gratitude and, to demonstrate her poise, washed her hands with soap. Subsequently, she extended her hand, slowly approaching him. Su Jin inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness, his skin visibly flushing. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, he suddenly jolted, setting down his toothbrush and bolting for the door, his speed leaving Shen Xiaoyan utterly unprepared. Shen Xiaoyan appeared remarkably composed, even boldly voicing her desire to touch his abs, a notion that would typically be difficult to articulate. In the end, it was he who felt the tension. Did she truly harbor no ulterior motives towards him? Hello, Director Wang. Upon arriving at the drama troupe, Shen Xiaoyan instantly activated her social charm, rushing over to greet Wang Sheng. As a novice director, Wang Sheng felt somewhat shy and bashfully shook her outstretched hand. Hello, Miss Shen. I genuinely appreciate your willingness to perform in my play. This sentiment was rather misplaced. No one sought my participation, It is I who should be grateful that you allowed me to play the lead in your production.
No, no, no.
I approached several actors, all of whom turned me down. Given the current climate, it is indeed challenging to find stars willing to perform in a play. I had almost resigned myself to casting amateurs, but fortunately, Miss Shen came to the rescue. Thank you. Thank you. The two engaged in mutual modesty, their hands remaining clasped. Su Jin furrowed his brow slightly, finding the scene somewhat disconcerting. All right. No problem. The official performance was scheduled for a week later, and this week would be dedicated to rehearsals and adjustments with the entire troupe. Initially, the staff held little expectation for Shen Xiaoyan, preparing themselves for numerous repetitions. To their astonishment, when she took the stage, she shattered their preconceived notions. If this is my destiny, I shall accept it. The spotlight illuminated her, and her amber eyes reflected brilliant tears. As the tears cascaded down, she smiled, revealing a hauntingly beautiful expression. The white skirt billowed with the wind, and she descended like a feather, both magnificent and graceful. As the shimmer in her eyes faded, she succumbed completely to eternal slumber. Following the first rehearsal, the venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared, entranced, at the pure white figure on stage, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. His heart ached subtly, as though he had lost something of utmost importance, empty and sorrowful. Chapter 22. Cupid's Arrow. Shen Xiaoyan lay on the ground for an extended period, failing to hear the director call for a cut. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she rose, asking, "Director, did I perform poorly?" He had struck gold. He had indeed struck gold. The other members of the troupe quickly joined in applause, and a thunderous ovation erupted. So engrossed was he in the performance that he momentarily forgot they were merely rehearsing. I had prepared for overtime practices. It now appeared that the upcoming performance would be seamless. The staff generously showered Shen Xiaoyan with praise, seemingly wishing to employ the most exquisite words in the world to describe her. Even the supporting actors who had just performed alongside her couldn't help but show expressions of admiration and longing. This truly is the most comfortable performance I have ever shared with a co-star. Why do netizens mock her acting skills? I believe she could easily teach at our school. Most of these supporting actors are students from film academies, and as they gaze at Shen Xiaoyan, their expressions reflect those of devoted fans. Wang Sheng, brimming with enthusiasm, rushes onto the stage to greet her. "Miss Shen, with you here, my play is bound to succeed. It is your script that shines." Shen Xiaoyan remains exceedingly modest, replying, "The revisions were well done." Wang Sheng, so overwhelmed with excitement that he stumbles over his words, takes her hand firmly. "Thank you, Miss Shen, truly. You have breathed life into my script. After years of writing novels, I have never felt this way before. There is no need for thanks. We are simply enhancing each other's work." Shen Xiaoyan beams with a radiant smile. Yet, in the next moment, her hand is withdrawn.
Su Jin,
Having appeared on stage unbeknownst to anyone, silently asserts her claim, stating that it is time for dinner.
all right.
"Please go eat. Don't let yourself go hungry." "Shouldn't the director join us?" Shen Xiaoyan immediately suggests. Wang Sheng's heart lifts with joy, ready to agree, but he catches a glimpse of Su Jin's icy glare. Very well. Shen Xiaoyan feels a twinge of disappointment. The food at the troupe's cafeteria is rather mediocre. After all, their troupe is small and funding is limited, which is why they struggle to hire actors. As Shen Xiaoyan nibbles on a steamed bun, she muses how delightful it would be to have a serving of abalone rice. Just as this thought crosses her mind, a steaming bowl of abalone rice appears before her. With such picky tastes, how can you still eat a bun?
Shen Xiaoyan,
Savoring the fragrant abalone rice, fails to detect the sarcasm in Su Jin's tone. After all, they are in public, and one cannot disdain the food provided. Is it because you and Director Wang hit it off so well that you do not wish to hurt his feelings?
Huh?
Shen Xiaoyan scratches her chin, puzzled by the connection. You have always been particular about food, which is why I prepare a variety of dishes for you daily. Yet today, you eat a bun without a word of complaint. Isn't it because of Wang Sheng? Su Jin's expression remains calm, but her tone carries an unsettling edge. Shen Xiaoyan quickly retorts, "I am merely being polite, all right. And who says I have not complained? It's just that the timely arrival of the abalone rice silenced me." Just as she prepares to lower her head and continue eating, someone snatches her bowl away. Reflexively, she raises her head to chase after it, only to have her chin pinched, causing her cheeks to puff out. Artists are not allowed to date. Do you know that? Is even a cold artist like me not allowed? Shen Xiaoyan asks earnestly. Su Jin's lips twitch slightly, her anger visibly rising. No. Fine, fine. If it's not allowed, then it's not. I never intended to date anyway. Surviving is enough. Who thinks about such things? Shen Xiaoyan struggles to free herself from his grasp, reclaiming her bowl to continue her meal. Observing her carefree demeanor, Su Jin cannot help but press further. You truly do not plan to date? Really, I wouldn't lie to you. Su Jin breathes a sigh of relief. Now, he can rest easy. Wait a moment. Doesn't this further indicate that she harbors no feelings for him? A wave of frustration washes over him once more. The day of rehearsal swiftly passed, and Shen Xiaoyan successfully captured the hearts of the entire theater troupe within that brief span. From the 80-year-old janitor to the 5-year-old extras, everyone gazed at Shen Xiaoyan with starry-eyed admiration, revering her as if she were a deity. When it was time for her departure, genuine sorrow enveloped the group. Miss Shen. See you tomorrow. Shall we continue discussing the script? I would love to rehearse my lines with you again, please. May I add you on WeChat? I promise not to disturb you. I merely wish to seek your guidance on acting occasionally. Miss Shen. Tomorrow, I want to explore a new look for you. One that will make you even more beautiful and captivating. Miss Shen. Miss Shen. As Shen Xiaoyan entered her vehicle, they nearly chased after the car. Lowering the window, she waved goodbye, saying, Don't follow me. See you tomorrow. And just call me Xiaoyan. A soft chuckle escaped. It was as if Cupid's arrow had struck their hearts once more. Her words stirred their emotions deeply. With her exceptional acting skills and approachable demeanor, she was destined for greatness. Everyone is so enthusiastic, I'm almost taken aback, Shen Xiaoyan mused in the car. Su Jin's gaze flickered. He had long asserted that her genuine nature was her most alluring trait. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the profile of Shen Xiaoyan, who wore a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. He found himself uplifted by her spirit. It became evident that one's mood could indeed be influenced by another's emotions. In that moment, he could no longer deceive his own heart. It seemed he had genuinely developed feelings for her. Chapter 23. He was striving to fulfill her dreams. In the following days, Shen Xiaoyan immersed herself in rehearsals with earnest dedication. Her passion for acting brought her immense joy, and she was thoroughly engaged in each performance. It is said that happiness is contagious, and under her influence, the entire troupe basked in unparalleled joy each day. Nearby, parked along the roadside, was a luxurious business vehicle. As the window gradually descended, a delicate and refined visage emerged. In her quest to shed labels, she was indeed indiscriminate in her choices. Song Hanan smirked with disdain, snapping a photograph of Shen Xiaoyan as she entered and exited the theater before driving away. After concluding a rehearsal, Shen Xiaoyan stepped off the stage only to be besieged by a dozen individuals offering her water. Sister Xiaoyan, you must be tired. Drink some water. This is a sports drink to replenish your energy. Try mine. Honey lemon water is great for the skin. Have some of mine. They jostled and competed, nearly coming to blows. However, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't resist rising on her toes to scan the surroundings. Strange, have any of you seen my manager? Another individual, equally eager, offered intel. It seems your company's boss is looking for him. I vaguely heard that the tone on the other end of the call wasn't pleasant. Your manager seems to have been reprimanded. What? That's outrageous. Shen Xiaoyan was fiercely loyal. Su Jin was her only true friend in this world, and she would not allow anyone to mistreat him, no matter who they were. She abruptly rolled up her sleeves and charged out with fierce determination, exclaiming, Excuse me. I need to take a leave. She was off to find the old Ian and plead for mercy. The eyes of the crowd filled with admiration as they observed her. It was rumored that many prominent artists treated their agents like mere servants. Yet Sister Yan genuinely regarded her agent as a friend. What an embodiment of kindness. It was not merely a one-sided contribution from the agent, but a mutual endeavor between two individuals, truly a magnificent sight. Indeed, Sister Yan was a synonym for beauty. With fervor, Shen Xiaoyan arrived at the company, not forgetting to carry a basket of thorny branches. Upon reaching the door of Ian Shen's office, she overheard a conversation within. I did promise you that as long as you can compensate for the losses she incurred from refusing to participate in the variety show, I would allow her to act. Ian Shen's voice remained as insufferably infuriating as ever. But that does not justify taking her to perform in a play. Ian Shen continued. That obscure little theater group will only diminish her worth. I do not care if she degrades her status, but do not involve the company. Shen Xiaoyan could no longer contain herself. She burst through the door, ensuring to close it behind her. Boss. I do not believe that performing in a play diminishes one's worth. What brings you here? Su Jin frowned slightly, a hint of vulnerability appearing on her previously composed face. This is not a place for you to speak. Shen shot her a cold glance, seemingly disinterested in engaging further. Yet Shen Xiaoyan refused to be silenced. Boss. Perhaps in your eyes, only money-making endeavors qualify as prestigious. However, to me, whether it be a television drama or a play, both are art pieces nurtured by the director's heartfelt dedication. I do not see performing in a play as degrading. She emphasized her point once more. Shen, suppressing his anger, commanded, "Be quiet." "I will not." Shen Xiaoyan's stubbornness flared as she approached him, standing on tiptoe to meet his gaze, glaring fiercely.
Boss.
Your perspective is too narrow. Shen Xiaoyan, do you wish to court disaster? Threatening me is futile. I will not permit you to belittle the theater. Perhaps it was due to Su Jin's presence that she felt emboldened today. After all, having a top assassin as her bodyguard, she had no reason to feel intimidated. Shen stepped closer to Shen Xiaoyan, their noses nearly touching. Very well, I shall see how you perform this revered work of art. If I find your performance commendable, you must apologize to Su Jin. That is impossible. If my performance is lacking, I shall place my head upon your desk. Fine, I accept your wager. The two emanated an aura of fiery intensity, as if on the brink of conflict. Ultimately, it was Su Jin who stepped forward to pull Shen Xiaoyan away, frowning at Shen. Do not forget the conditions we agreed upon. You cannot make things difficult for her. She approached me of her own accord. Shen replied coldly. Do not quibble like an old man, Su Jin, let us go. Shen Xiaoyan huffily tugged at Su Jin, leading her away. Shen's lips twitched slightly. Old man? It seems she truly has a death wish. Just after departing the company, Su Jin found herself cornered against the wall by Shen Xiaoyan. Still not admitting it? I just heard everything. He said you were compensating for the losses I incurred from refusing to participate in the variety show. What does that mean? Shen Xiaoyan pressed on relentlessly. Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly and averted her gaze. You need not know. All you must do is perform well. If you choose not to speak, then allow me to speculate. Shen Xiaoyan activated her inner detective. Such trivial deductions were child's play for her. In order to help me replan my schedule, you declined multiple variety shows, thereby freeing up time for me to act. You claim this is the result of a discussion with Shen, but considering his avaricious nature, how could he possibly agree? Hence, you are funding this from your own pocket. The earnings I generate from these shows, you are compensating Shen with. That is why he consented to let you take me for auditions, am I correct? With every word she uttered, Su Jin's frown deepened, validating her conjecture. Shen Xiaoyan, exasperated, exclaimed, Are you a fool? People become agents to earn money, yet here you are, engaging in a losing venture. I am not in want of money, he retorted. But one cannot simply give away money to others. It is not a gift. Su Jin met her gaze earnestly. I am investing in your future. Since he cannot help you realize your dreams, I shall. You aspire to become a shining star. I am here to assist you. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with starlight. Shen Xiaoyan suddenly felt a rush of emotion. Those words were fabrications she conjured to save her own life. Yet he took each one to heart. He was genuinely striving to fulfill her dreams. Chapter 24. She awaited the spectacle. Shen Xiaoyan, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Su Jin's shoulder, declaring, with such sincerity, I must succeed. She had already devised a plan. Once she attained fame, she would acquire the company of that old tyrant and send him to Africa as a maid. Upon returning to the troupe, Shen Xiaoyan rehearsed with unparalleled diligence, but inadvertently overexerted herself and caught a cold. Wang Sheng suggested, the official performance is the day after tomorrow, since you are already well-versed in the script. Just go through the motions these next 2 days and avoid fatigue. Shen Xiaoyan found his advice sound. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Very well. However, an unexpected guest arrived at the troupe today. Is that Song Hanan? She exclaimed. She actually came to our troupe. More stunning than on television. Truly the epitome of purity. Her face radiates with collagen. I am enchanted. Under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, Song Hanan gracefully disembarked. Her chiffon white dress accentuating her delicate, rosy skin, exuding elegance and approachability. She politely smiled at everyone, secretly amused. Indeed, this small troupe has never seen the world. No wonder they are impressed by Shen Xiaoyan. Removing her sunglasses, she flashed a charming smile. I heard that Senior Xiaoyan is currently rehearsing a play. May I sit in on the practice? Of course. Please come in. Song Hanan walked into the troupe amid an adoring audience. Shen Xiaoyan was on stage rehearsing. Since she was merely going through the motions, she did not invest much emotion into her lines, delivering them rather blandly. Song Hanan observed from the sidelines for a while, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she began recording with her phone. What are you doing? A voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Ah, it's you. The agent of Senior Xiaoyan. She smiled and extended her hand, having been quite impressed by you at the last dinner gathering, but she hadn't had the chance to greet you yet. Su Jin disregarded her outstretched hand, recalling the notice at the entrance that prohibited photography within the troupe. Song Hanan, undeterred, apologized, stating she hadn't noticed and would delete it immediately. Su Jin cast a fleeting glance and proceeded towards the stage. Shen Xiaoyan had just finished her rehearsal and descended, offering a thermos and assisting her in slipping on comfortable slippers, demonstrating meticulous care. Song Hanan observed from a distance, narrowing her eyes. Such an excellent manager for Shen Xiaoyan seemed almost a waste. Congratulations, Senior Xiaoyan, she called out. As Shen Xiaoyan sipped the rock candy and snow pear concoction made by Su Jin, she nearly spat it out upon hearing the voice. What on earth? How did Song Hanan get here? Being one of the suspects inevitably sent shivers down her spine. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xiaoyan picked up her phone and stood up. Hanan, you came to see me? I'm so touched. Let us take a photo. In moments of uncertainty, it was best to seize the opportunity. Song Hanan instinctively took 2 steps back, awkwardly laughing. No, Senior, I'm not wearing makeup today. It wouldn't be appropriate. Not wearing makeup? Then are those colored contacts, eyeliner, and mascara simply natural gifts? Shen Xiaoyan replied innocently. It doesn't matter, I don't mind. Song Hanan was taken aback. Is this really a matter of whether you mind? Seeing Shen Xiaoyan raise her phone and approach, Song Hanan's face turned pale as she suddenly remembered the unflushed toilet at home and turned to flee. I'll come to see you again, next time. Shen Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that dealing with Song Hanan only required a smartphone. However, Song Hanan was not one to leave so easily. She ventured backstage and found Wang Sheng, who was diligently typing away. Director Wang, greetings. Miss Song? Wang Sheng quickly stood up, rubbing his hands on his clothes before extending one towards her. Hello. Song Hanan internally scoffed. What a rustic fellow. I've read your novels and have always admired you. I heard you are directing a play, and I truly wish to take part. It's a pity you didn't invite me, otherwise I would definitely be there. She grasped his hand, wearing a look of regret. Wang Sheng appeared flattered. You would like to perform in my play? Of course. I admire talented individuals, and you, Director Wang, are certainly one of them. However, I am rather mediocre. And you likely wouldn't consider me worthy, which is why I wasn't invited. How could I dare overlook someone of your stature? I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. Wang Sheng replied bashfully. Actually, I had initially planned to approach you. But then Senior Xiaoyan suddenly informed me that she would be performing in your play. Given my short time in the industry, I wouldn't dare compete with a senior. As she spoke, Song Hanan feigned regret. I truly adore the script. Wang Sheng was astonished. Did Miss Shen really say that? Song Hanan nodded helplessly. The implication was clear. Wang Sheng had lost the opportunity to collaborate with this exceptionally skilled and immensely popular young star, only to have his spot taken by Shen Xiaoyan, whose reputation was rather tarnished with subpar skills and character. Who wouldn't be infuriated in such a situation? Wang Sheng indeed lowered his head, appearing on the verge of an emotional outburst. Song Hanan subtly curved her lips, ready to revel in a grand performance. However, she was taken aback as Wang Sheng, with a face full of excitement, lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears. So Miss Shen has been paying attention to me from such an early stage. She is truly fond of my script, willing to go to such lengths for the sake of my play. Song Hanan raised an eyebrow. Has she prepared popcorn to witness this? Thank you, Miss Song. Wang Sheng exclaimed, grasping her hands tightly and shaking them fervently. Without your concession, I would never have encountered such a remarkable actress like Miss Shen. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Oh, it's nothing, Song Hanan replied, her lips twitching slightly. Yet, she soon found herself at ease. How could a writer comprehend the nuances of acting? It was evident that he had just transitioned into directing, utterly clueless. And even the abysmal acting of Shen Xiaoyan could elicit such gratitude from him. How pitiable. Mediocre talents had indeed come together. She eagerly anticipated the abominable spectacle they would produce. With that thought, Song Hanan's smile blossomed even more radiantly. I wish you a successful performance. I shall be there to witness it, to revel in the amusement. Certainly, Miss Song. I will reserve a ticket for you. Reserve a ticket? Song Hanan stifled a laugh. He spoke as if a multitude would attend. In reality, the audience would likely be sparse. Nevertheless, she was willing to assist him with this. Song Hanan, the play by my esteemed senior, will officially premiere the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone can come support it. Best of luck, senior. Chapter 25. Who is truly embarrassed? Upon posting on Weibo, Song Hanan's words set the internet ablaze. Retired Jixiangwu. My heavens, how does Shen Xiaoyan dare to act? Wangzai little pants. Help. My eyes. Only eat male college students. Look at this soulless gaze. Listen to these lifeless lines. Shen Xiaoyan, please do not insult our aesthetic. I beg you. I-36 save me. Shen Xiaoyan, can you just stay far away? I might actually vomit. Green carp and donkey, no more talk. I've already bought a ticket. Ready to witness the farce. Bigfoot lowly. 1. Such splendid acting must be seen by the whole world. In a dilapidated apartment, Shen Xiaoyan sat on the sofa, contemplating the trending topic on Weibo. Shen Xiaoyan's play. Should I be thanking her or thanking her? Song Hanan had indeed provided her with free publicity. The theater had just called to inform her that tickets for the performance the day after tomorrow had sold out. Many netizens who failed to secure tickets even expressed their willingness to dangle from the ceiling to watch. She has given me a grand promotion, she mused aloud. And just as the words left her lips, her phone began to ring incessantly. The suffocating sound of the ringtone left no doubt as to who it was. Trembling, she answered, Boss, is there something you need? Shen Xiaoyan, I expect you to place your head on my desk. Truly, the old fox was remarkable. His words were anything but ordinary. Boss, this is something we must discuss thoroughly. At least you are aware of your own embarrassment. You have misunderstood my intent. I mean that Song Hanan plays dirty. She lacks integrity. You are aware that your performance is subpar, yet you still dare to act? Well, communication is futile. Indeed. There seems to be no common ground between humanity and deceit. Shen Xiaoyan cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and declared, I earnestly invite you to attend my performance the day after tomorrow. I shall leave you utterly astounded. What? You think to vent your frustrations on me due to your own lackluster performance? Shen Xiaoyan's hand trembled, nearly causing her to drop her phone. Just wait and see. Are you threatening me? You wretched fool. The three-character essence of our culture danced on the tip of her tongue, yet Shen Xiaoyan managed to hang up just in time. Taking several deep breaths, she finally calmed her tumultuous emotions. She was truly eager to send that old schemer off to be a maid. Suddenly, icy fingertips brushed against her forehead, and she noted with relief that her fever had subsided. A day of rest tomorrow, and a splendid performance the day after. Shen Xiaoyan lifted her gaze to Su Jing, asking, Did you see what was online? I did. And you aren't angry? What is there to be angry about? The only one who will be humiliated is Song Hanan, he replied with a slight smirk and a cold chuckle. At his words, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, how true that was. The day of the official performance arrived, and even before ticketing began, a throng gathered outside the theater. Those who had failed to secure tickets could hardly resist the urge to join in, eager to witness Shen Xiaoyan's anticipated blunders. After all, she was a celebrity, reduced to performing in a small play. Would she soon be seeking gigs in the countryside? Ha ha ha. I feel rather sorry for the theater troupe. While they may lack notoriety, they still have opportunities for growth. However, having Shen Xiaoyan perform will irrevocably tarnish their reputation among peers. Ha ha. They shall be mocked for centuries. The staff of the theater, upon hearing the derisive laughter from outside, were itching to rush out and confront the hecklers. A bunch of narrow-minded individuals. Soon they shall be proven wrong. Shen Xiaoyan changed backstage and noted that the audience in the front hall had filled to capacity, even exceeding her expectations. Initially, we prepared only 100 tickets, but many insisted on watching even without seats, leading to an additional 200 standing tickets being released. Thus, here we are. Wang Sheng explained. Not only were there 300 attendees in the front hall, but upon closer inspection, the windows were also crowded with onlookers, all wide-eyed and peering inside. One might think an international superstar was about to hold a concert. Seeing Shen Xiaoyan's shoulders tremble slightly, Wang Sheng assumed she was nervous. Don't be too anxious. Just treat it like a regular rehearsal. You can do this. How could I be nervous? She replied, lifting her head, her amber eyes sparkling with anticipation. I can hardly wait. As the lights in the front hall dimmed, a spotlight on stage suddenly blazed to life. The audience, which had been buzzing with excitement, fell silent in an instant, their lips twitching as they stifled laughter, eagerly lifting their phones to capture this historic moment. Hidden among the crowd, Song Hanan, fully armed, observed the stage with keen interest. Here it comes, Shen Xiaoyan's grand stage. What a spectacle it shall be. Her anticipation had become untenable. Accompanied by a haunting melody, Shen Xiaoyan gracefully ascended the stage. What was originally a sorrowful and desolate tune elicited not a single empathetic response from the audience. Instead, their laughter erupted the moment she appeared. The sight of Shen Xiaoyan was already enough to provoke uncontrollable mirth. Ha ha ha, help. I truly cannot stop. It feels as though I've been struck at my laughter point. I harbor no disrespect for the play. I genuinely wish to laugh. Witnessing this scene, the staff behind the curtain began to fret. In such an atmosphere, it would be exceedingly difficult to immerse oneself in the performance. Just as they were at a loss, Shen Xiaoyan tilted her head back, revealing a poignant smile. Her delicate lips parted, reminiscent of celestial music. Laugh, laugh. I shall heed the voice of my heart. Intriguingly, this line resonated perfectly with the current situation. At that moment, she was portraying the protagonist's childhood, and amidst the cacophony of laughter, she remained steadfastly committed to pursuing her dreams, undeterred by the ridicule surrounding her. The laughter gradually faded, leaving only a sparse scattering of chuckles. Shen Xiaoyan ran through the muck, with onlookers jeering and hurling rotten eggs at her, yet she did not falter. Wiping the grime from her face, her smile remained radiant. I will not give up. The audience grew increasingly silent. Even the remaining laughter dissipated. As the play reached its climax, Shen Xiaoyan found herself wrongfully accused and misunderstood by all. Confronted with a torrent of malice, she struggled desperately, only to find herself repeatedly sinking into despair. In her hopelessness, her eyes glistened with tears, yet she stubbornly wiped them away and questioned those masked figures. Is my existence a mistake? A profound silence enveloped the room. The audience was transfixed, gazing at the stage. Suddenly, someone let out a sob, as if unlocking the floodgates of their tears, and one by one, tears cascaded down like pearls strung loose. Chapter 26, A Divine Intervention. Under Shen Xiaoyan's vivid portrayal, both the audience and the backstage crew, even the masked actors on stage, were deeply moved. The sound of weeping rose and fell throughout the venue. A series of amusing interludes during the Middle Age added a touch of levity to the somber atmosphere, prompting the audience to chuckle through their tears, applauding enthusiastically. However, calamity soon struck once more. After making some progress in her career, Shen Xiaoyan was falsely accused by a rival, plunging her back into despair. The audience was outraged by the adversary's actions, fervently rallying in support of Shen Xiaoyan from the seats. She, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side before others, feigned composure, yet secretly wept in solitude. The audience's eyes brimmed with tears again, some young women even collapsing into their boyfriend's arms in distress. Song Hanan stood like a statue amidst the crowd, frozen. From the moment Shen Xiaoyan delivered her first line, a tingling sensation raced across her scalp, and goosebumps erupted all over her body. She trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though her head was heavy and her feet light, on the verge of fainting at any moment. How could this be possible? Unless Shen Xiaoyan is possessed by a ghost, how could she possibly exhibit such remarkable acting skills? She struggled to accept this reality, her heart screaming in agony, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Soon, she forced herself to regain her composure, a fleeting shadow crossing her lovely eyes, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. She turned and made her way to the backstage. The plot was finally reaching its climax. Seizing the moment during the narration, Shen Xiaoyan hurriedly changed into the final costume of the female lead. As she donned the attire, an odd sensation washed over her. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for contemplation as she rushed back on stage. Despite her aging appearance, her dance remained captivating. When the antagonist stormed the stage with a gun, the audience sensed impending doom. Some closed their eyes in anguish, while others wept in advance.
Bang!
Accompanied by the gunshot, a deeply engrossed audience member shouted a desperate plea towards the stage, yet the tragedy could not be averted. Blood stained the white dress as Shen Xiaoyan slowly collapsed under the spotlight, her once clear eyes now shedding a single tear, yet her lips curled into a faint smile. If this is my fate, I... The line remained unspoken when she suddenly heard the sound of fabric tearing behind her. The once form-fitting costume suddenly loosened. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. Below the stage, Song Hanan wore a triumphant smile. Look, Shen Xiaoyan. In the end, you will become the object of ridicule. She was prepared to relish Shen Xiaoyan's humiliation. Yet the next moment, her smile froze completely. Gasps erupted from the audience. At the instant Shen Xiaoyan fell, a dashing man in a white shirt rushed onto the stage, cradling her in his arms. With his back to the audience, his broad shoulders shielded Shen Xiaoyan from view. Although nothing was visible, the audience heard his cool yet deeply affectionate voice. I have finally found you. As this line concluded, the curtain slowly descended. It was over. The audience stood in stunned silence. A minute later, the front hall erupted in chaos. Who was that man? Was it a foreshadowing? Would there be a sequel? I'm going mad. This is my first time watching a play, and I'm already hoping for a second part. When that man said he had finally found her, does it imply he has been searching for the female lead all his life? I see it now. He must have harbored a secret love for her since her childhood, silently protecting her all along. Surely. He is so handsome. Though I only caught a glimpse of his face. Oh my, I think I'm falling for him. Outrage. Why didn't they share a kiss at the end? I truly wish he would kiss the female lead. Woe is me. Thank goodness for the male lead. Otherwise, the female lead would be utterly pitiable. Surely she isn't dead, right? The male lead will revive her, won't he? Oh, dear. Even though the play has concluded, the audience remains immersed, unable to detach themselves, fervently discussing the plot. Even strangers among the audience engaged in animated debate. Song Hanan was utterly dumbfounded. Why did this happen? Completely contrary to her expectations. She initially intended to showcase Shen Xiaoyan's comedic blunders, going so far as to broadcast it widely, determined to reveal to everyone just how ridiculous Shen Xiaoyan truly was. Yet in the end, she inadvertently became the herald of Shen Xiaoyan's magnificent masterpiece, promoting it for free. How absurd. Ultimately, she succumbed to the pressure, rolling her eyes and fainting on the spot. Backstage, as the curtain fell, Su Jin swiftly draped a coat over Shen Xiaoyan, awkwardly turning his head away, his ears slightly flushed. In a moment of desperation to salvage the situation, he had accidentally glimpsed something he ought not to have seen. I saw nothing, he insisted. Shen Xiaoyan looked at him quizzically. What did you see? Nothing at all. At his words, a flicker of panic crossed Su Jin's eyes as he hurriedly made his way to the costume room, exclaiming, I'll go ask the staff about the outfits.
Hey!
Where are you running off to? Shen Xiaoyan lamented, turning to glance at the gaping tear in her costume, furrowing her brow. Just moments before, she had checked it, and yet, how could it have malfunctioned? Had Su Jin not intervened in the nick of time, she would have been exposed before 300 spectators. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs resonated, and looking up, she saw countless streamers descending from above. The staff rushed out, their faces beaming with excitement. Sister Xiaoyan, that was truly spectacular. I never imagined I would work for such an incredible actress. Your performance rendered them speechless. Wang Sheng squeezed through the crowd, gripping Shen Xiaoyan's hand with fervor. Miss Shen, you are truly divine. Your suggestions for the script have left me in awe, and that delightful twist in the final act left me utterly speechless. The original ending concluded with the protagonist's tragedy. Yet that unexpected man appeared like a green shoot in a desert, a glimmer of hope amidst overwhelming despair, elevating the entire play to unprecedented heights. Observing Wang Sheng's enthusiasm, Shen Xiaoyan felt a pang of embarrassment as she scratched her head. How could she convey to him that the last scene was merely a desperate improvisation? Chapter 27. The Online World War. Shen Xiaoyan's play. Shen Xiaoyan's acting. Song Hanan faints from excitement watching Shen Xiaoyan's play. Wang Sheng's theater troupe. The entire trending list was nearly dominated by Shen Xiaoyan. After the performance, audience members uploaded videos online. Due to Song Hanan's preemptive hype, a throng of netizens eagerly awaited the aftermath, and thus, those videos quickly garnered immense traffic. However, the outcome was entirely different from their expectations. They entered the videos chuckling, only to emerge in tears. Some even established a dedicated forum for the play, where a community gathered to discuss the plot and clamored for a sequel. Username, those who previously criticized Shen Xiaoyan, come forth and apologize. I'm just a little biscuit. I went in with a critical mindset, but I'm sorry. I truly couldn't find a single flaw. I cried like a fool. Truthful person, is this really Shen Xiaoyan's performance? I truly believe that this is the most natural performance I have witnessed in recent years. I am left to ponder whether there has been some form of face swapping. The great pot stewing Peppa, I finally comprehend the meaning of silent until astonishing. Shen Xiaoyan, what other surprises do you hold that I am yet unaware of? The Wild Pig, no jest intended. Could this not be adapted into a television series with the original cast and a darker theme of entertainment? Amidst the flurry of praise, some meticulous netizens have discerned discrepancies. The representative of academic underachievers. What, then, does the video released by Song Hanan signify? Bored duck. I am a member of the drama troupe. I must step forward to clarify. That day, Shen Xiaoyan was running a fever. She had been rehearsing until dawn for several consecutive days, and it was sheer exhaustion that led to her illness. Yet, despite her condition, she insisted on attending rehearsals. And everyone felt for her, suggesting she simply make a brief appearance. We weren't even rehearsing earnestly at that time. Lin Pinner's father. Goodness. Is what was said above true? That is rather alarming. Upon sensing the shift in circumstances, Song Hanan's fans began to offer explanations. Hanan. My deity. Can we refrain from baseless speculation? Must one's own dark thoughts lead to unfounded assumptions about others? I love Song Hanan. Every word from Hanan is a sincere show of support for Shen Xiaoyan. The comments above must be from hired trolls. They received free publicity only to retaliate. How shameless. Hanan's darling. Please stop riding on my sister's coattails. It's unbecoming. Enthusiastic netizens expressed their discontent. The low-income player. Apologies. But I genuinely had no idea I was a paid troll. May I inquire who is compensating me? Chairman of Spicy Strips. Oh, has the maid arrived? Keep washing. Everyone isn't a fool. The elder's wife, such as the master, such as the hound. One does not enter a household that is not their own. The online dispute raged fiercely, akin to a world war. Shen Xiaoyan, engrossed in her phone, erupted into fits of laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my. This generation of netizens is truly talented." Her amusement was short-lived, as she soon received a call from Yin Shin, summoning her to the company. Due to the play, her fame had recently surged, and numerous directors began extending olive branches towards her. Su Jun had been busy seeking a remarkable script for her, meeting with directors far and wide. Thus, she found herself alone at home. Alone? In the past, she might have hesitated, but today she felt emboldened. Standing tall, she ventured forth. "Come on, old Ian, I await your face-slapping retorts." The atmosphere at the company felt distinctly altered today. Previously, upon her arrival, the staff would recoil as though they had encountered a ghost, avoiding her with disdainful glances. However, today, everyone regarded her with a complex mix of expressions, some even tinged with admiration. Several young women remained immersed in the play's narrative, their eyes lighting up as they spotted Shen Xiaoyan, as if they had encountered the female lead, yearning to rush forward and embrace her. Observing this, Shen Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, lifting her chin higher. "Boss, I have arrived." Yet, upon stepping into the office, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Turning her head, she beheld Song Hanan seated on the sofa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I find myself in such dire financial straits that affording a class seems an unattainable luxury. I shall feign a semblance of pity for the time being. Ever since my acting skills were ridiculed, I have been consumed by sorrow. The mere thought of bringing shame upon my company and my employer fills me with a desire to end my own existence. After all, the company has invested considerable effort in nurturing my talents, only to witness me disgrace myself on television. The more I ponder this, the more restless I become, prompting me to embark on a self-directed journey of learning the craft of acting by closely studying television. I sleep merely 2 hours each day, dedicating the remainder of my time to relentless practice. Thus, I have spent 3 entire years in this manner. While the words of others do not affect me, I cannot bear the thought of bringing disgrace to my company. Therefore, I resolutely participated in theatrical performances. I am determined to prove to everyone that an artist emerging from the shadows of entertainment can possess commendable acting abilities." Shen Xiaoyan spoke with fervor and indignation, nearly raising a banner in passionate protest. Alas, the old cynic is not easily swayed.
Boss.
She exclaimed, rushing towards Yin Shin. Grasping his hands, "I have succeeded." Yin Shin frowned, disdainfully shaking off her hands to take a photograph with Hanan for social media.
Ah.
Shen Xiaoyan turned to glance at Song Hanan, and upon witnessing her countenance, it was as though she had been overtaken by sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Senior, I earnestly supported you. I had no idea I happened to visit on the day you were unwell." Her tears fell like rain from a withered pear blossom. "The misinterpretation by the online community does not concern me. What troubles me is that you might also fall prey to misunderstanding." "How could that be?" Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, hastily grasping Song Hanan's hand, her expression filled with compassion. "Oh dear, my little darling, please do not weep. It pains my heart to see you so." Song Hanan responded, "I am fully aware of your sincerity. I heard you fainted while watching my performance. It must have been out of profound emotion, right?" "I knew it." As they continued their exchange, both Shen Xiaoyan and Song Hanan became increasingly animated in their performances, shedding tears in tandem. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes reddened, tears glistening like pearls, cascading down one cheek and then the other, a sight to behold. Song Han stood in awe, astounded by how Shen Xiaoyan could cry with such beauty. Observing this, Shen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, there seems to be a deep sisterly bond between them. Chapter 28. A Declaration of War. Han, who genuinely supported me, must endure the malicious rumors circulating online, which deeply saddens me. After shedding a few ethereal tears, Shen Xiaoyan clutched her chest in anguish. Instinctively, I sought to confer with Han regarding a strategy, only to discover that she had blocked me on WeChat, rendering me unable to reach her. I am utterly useless, unable to manage even this trivial matter, she lamented, her sobs growing more fervent. This left Song Han at a loss for words. When did I ever block you? Fear not. I understand it was merely a slip of the hand. I hold no grudge. Actually, I didn't do that at all, boss. Please allow me to clarify on social media. I can no longer bear to witness this. Shen Xiaoyan refused to grant her an opportunity to speak, adopting the stance of a righteous crusader. Shen raised an eyebrow. I never expected you to possess such a reasoned side. I am merely a humble champion of justice. Without hesitation, Shen Xiaoyan promptly took out her phone and snapped an intimate photo with Han. She then uploaded it to Weibo, tearfully recounting the depth of her bond with Song Han while humbly pleading with netizens not to attack her dear friend. In the end, she sincerely expressed her gratitude for the audience's appreciation of her theatrical work. Her words were flawless. Boss, is this acceptable? It seems your relationship with Han has truly improved, Shen remarked, narrowing his eyes with a hint of scrutiny. Unfazed, Shen Xiaoyan met his gaze with sincerity, stating, My relationship with Han has always been splendid. Alas, it was Han who devised some misguided schemes. She wanted to help me secure resources by pretending to let me kidnap her, threatening the company to provide me with better opportunities. Initially, I refused, but she was so considerate of me that I had no choice but to comply. As she spoke, she winked at Song Han, as if the two shared a delightful secret. Right, Han? Upon hearing this, Song Han panicked. All her previous efforts to tarnish Shen Xiaoyan's reputation and paint her as a malicious character were threatened by a single statement. She feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Senior? Look, Han, you are being mischievous again. Shen Xiaoyan feigned exasperation, shaking her head. The boss has noticed, so we might as well admit it. Otherwise, how could you maintain such a close relationship with someone who once kidnapped you? Doesn't that seem rather implausible? Shen Xiaoyan smiled sweetly at her. This revelation sent a chill down Song Han's spine. Indeed, if Shen Xiaoyan had truly kidnapped her, how could they possibly be such close friends? The innocent image she had carefully crafted began to crumble. Well, since I've been discovered, there's no helping it. She forced a laugh. Yes. Those so-called kidnappings were merely a performance, scripted by me and my senior. Shen Xiaoyan's cleverness in exposing her contradictions left Song Han with no choice but to play along. Although she was seething with frustration, she swallowed her indignation. Oh. As expected, Shen displayed an expression of unexpected intrigue. It seems I have misjudged you, he remarked. Of course, I am a model citizen, the type who wouldn't dare cross a red light. How could I possibly engage in such ludicrous acts of kidnapping and extortion? Shen Xiaoyan feigned innocence. Shen appeared to contemplate something, his gaze sweeping over Shen Xiaoyan's face before landing on Song Han. You are somewhat surprising to me, he noted. Song Han's face turned pale. I simply wish to help my senior secure resources. My intentions were noble, but it seems you are not as compliant as I had imagined. Shen's smile took on a sinister edge. No, I truly did not. Song Han stammered, bewildered. She had come to report Shen Xiaoyan's actions to Shen, anticipating a reprimand for her. Yet, why was Shen suddenly siding with Shen Xiaoyan, who had always been in her corner? Do you also think I deliberately posted that Weibo? She bit her lip, her eyes welling with tears, exuding a mix of stubbornness and grievance, as if the entire world had conspired against her. Shen remained indifferent. If it were not intentional, it could only be attributed to foolishness. What? After all, he is a public figure. If he is unaware of what should and should not be posted, then perhaps it is best to hand over his Weibo account to the company for management. Is there any issue with that? His tone was laden with pressure. Song Han opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Shen Xiaoyan, witnessing that the scolding had concluded, immediately rushed forward, declaring, I will not allow you to insult my dear sister. Shen's lips twitched. Get lost. Fine, we shall leave. Hanan, let us go. Shen Xiaoyan tugged at Song Han, storming out of the office. Once outside, Song Hanan shook off her hand and, constrained by the presence of others in the company, could only manage a smile, albeit through gritted teeth. Excuse me, when did I ever block you? Is it amusing to tarnish my reputation? Tarnish? I am uncertain if it is amusing, but you have engaged in such matters more frequently. You ought to possess greater experience, no? Song Hanan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Are you truly intent on opposing me? Her tone carried an almost imperceptible threat. Shen Xiaoyan, however, reacted as if she had heard a jest, her eyes widening in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Isn't that somewhat humorous? The one who has always sought to oppose me is you, is it not? Now I merely stand to confront you directly. What's the matter? Are you flustered by this? Then your heart. She prodded Song Hanan's chest, her smile radiant. It is indeed rather fragile. Song Hanan was taken aback. In that moment, she realized her limbs had stiffened, engulfed by an overwhelming fear.
How could this be? Shen Xiaoyan,
Whom she had always regarded as an insignificant insect beneath her heel, now bore an expression so fierce. Standing before her, it felt as if she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Ah, so this is your true nature. She feigned calmness, her words squeezed out from between clenched teeth. You have compelled me to take this seriously. Chapter 29. Your timing is impeccable. Shen Xiaoyan, let me tell you, you cannot outplay me. Song Hanan narrowed her eyes, advancing 2 steps towards her like a venomous scorpion. Just like this, even if I am slandered, what of it? As long as I shed a few tears in front of Shen, you will come rushing to clarify for me, won't you? At this, she smiled radiantly. Shen Xiaoyan shrugged. Clarifying is no issue for me. I am indifferent. Continue to show off if you will. I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. With that, Song Hanan strode away. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan was not merely posturing. Assisting Song Hanan in her defense was an integral part of her own plan. Even if Shen did not seek her out, she would still take to Weibo herself. As for the reason, Song Hanan truly seemed somewhat foolish. Could she genuinely not discern the meaning behind my latest post? Shen Xiaoyan opened the Weibo post she had just published. Shen Xiaoyan, Hanan and I are truly the best of friends. I implore everyone to cease attacking her. The moment I fell ill, she rushed to see me. She is genuinely wonderful. And thank you all for your appreciation of the play. Lastly, let me emphasize that rumors can indeed cause harm. It appeared flawless, devoid of any flaws. However, in reality, there are numerous subtleties to consider. One might assume that the astute netizens have already discerned the underlying issues. Suspected of drowsiness, so, that day, did Song Hanan know that Shen Xiaoyan was unwell? Knowing full well that Shen Xiaoyan was ill, she still deliberately filmed the rehearsal video during her sickness. How chillingly sinister. Unblinking potato chip killer. If their relationship were truly so close, why did Song Hanan never defend Shen Xiaoyan when she was criticized before? Yet, after Song Hanan faced a single reprimand, Shen Xiaoyan was quick to defend her. I can't help but feel that Song Hanan is exploiting Shen Xiaoyan rather than genuinely being her friend. Lu Go Ma back up. Together, they possess 800 cunning intentions, while Song Hanan has 801 and Shen Xiaoyan merely 1. Shen Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. Had anyone else posted such a Weibo, they might have been accused of being manipulative. Yet it was Shen Xiaoyan herself who made the post. Who is Shen Xiaoyan? In the eyes of netizens, she is merely a pretty face, a mere vase. And rather foolish at that. She indeed possesses cunning, but it is all too evident on her face, easily discernible. Otherwise, she wouldn't so foolishly rush onto someone else's red carpet seeking attention. Everyone believes she genuinely wants to help her good friend, but in her thoughtless chatter, she has uttered both the appropriate and inappropriate words. I must thank the former Shen Xiaoyan for leaving behind a foolish persona in the public eye. The pure and innocent image that Song Hanan painstakingly crafted has now been shaken, prompting the company to initiate urgent public relations efforts, leaving them overwhelmed. This time, it was not Shen Xiaoyan causing trouble for the company. She even obsequiously messaged Shen inquiring, Boss, is there anything I can assist you with? Just say the word, and I can post as many clarifications as you wish. Old by, foolish woman. Shen Xiaoyan felt elated by the criticism, thinking that their perception of her foolishness was indeed accurate. Contentedly, she tucked away her phone and skipped merrily toward the convenience store. After taking a few steps, she sensed something was amiss. Turning around, she was confronted by a tall, dark figure who swiftly covered her mouth before she could react. She struggled vehemently, but to no avail. Her feeble efforts were akin to mere tickles against her captor's overwhelming strength. She helplessly watched several men emerge from the shadows, each wearing a malicious grin. It seemed she had offended those she ought not to have. The man restraining her revealed a lewd smile and then commanded the others to strip her of her clothing. As she beheld the advancing hands, a wave of immense terror enveloped her heart, and tears streamed down her face, only to be met with their derisive laughter. "So you wish to cry, do you?" Had she known it would come to this, she would never have provoked those she should have left alone.
Ha ha ha.
Shen Xiaoyan despaired and shut her eyes, only to suddenly hear the rush of wind beside her. Instantly, the restraints that held her vanished. She instinctively opened her eyes to discern her surroundings, only to be met with darkness. A coat, still radiating warmth, was draped over her head, obscuring her vision. She stood frozen in place, as if bewitched. The air was pierced by piercing screams, the sound of flesh colliding with the wall, and the sickening crack of bones fracturing. Suddenly, a body collapsed at her feet. She lowered her gaze and, through a gap in the coat, recognized the man who had initially restrained her. Blood covered his head, and his eyes were wide with terror as he desperately reached out, seemingly imploring her, "Save me." Yet, before he could touch her, he was dragged away, leaving behind a haunting trail of blood. More screams echoed, and soon the man fell silent. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Shen Xiaoyan remained utterly still, as if paralyzed. It was only when someone wrapped their arms around her waist, drawing her into their embrace, that her head rested against a broad, warm chest, the refreshing scent of mint enveloping her senses. A voice beside her, filled with restraint and remorse, whispered, "I'm sorry." The person held her with such gentleness that she barely felt the pressure. "Su Jin, is that you?" Su Jin's hand lingered above the back of her head for a long while before finally dropping. I'm actually struggling to breathe." Upon hearing this, Su Jin's heart raced, and he took a step back, removing the coat from Shen Xiaoyan's head. She immediately gasped for fresh air, her peripheral vision catching sight of several large men sprawled on the ground, alongside the blood that stained the floor and walls. However, before she could take a closer look, Su Jin turned her shoulder, urging her away. "Don't look, it might give you nightmares." Shen Xiaoyan thought to herself that the horror films she had seen were far more terrifying than this. "Thank you, Su Jin." She tilted her head to gaze at him, her lips curving into a beautiful smile. "Because you arrived just in time, I am unscathed." Chapter 30. Back to buy groceries for my wife. "Because you arrived just in time, I am unscathed." Her voice, clear and melodious, resonated like a rare orchid in a secluded valley, stirring the long-dormant waters of his heart, creating ripples of emotion. He instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "I arrived late. I told you, you came just in time." Shen Xiaoyan feigned anger, looking at him. "Hey, you saved me, yet you're apologizing? What does that make me? Do you want me to become someone who can't appreciate your kindness?" Observing her indignant expression, Su Jin furrowed his brow and quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." "Then, don't apologize." Shen Xiaoyan widened her eyes, adopting the tone of a teacher instructing him. "At this moment, you should be proudly saying, 'Because I saved you, you owe me a meal, and then I would take you for grilled squid.' That is the proper course of events." Just as Su Jin was about to retort, a realization dawned upon him. "So, you want to eat grilled squid?" "Of course not. I wouldn't want such a thing. I'm a star and must manage my figure." Shen Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze and said, "It is your desire to dine. I merely wish to express my gratitude by treating you." "Well then, please do," came the reply. "Sure. No problem." Observing Shen Xiaoyan's suppressed laughter, Su Jing could hardly contain his amusement, and the tension that had long creased his brow finally eased. He recognized that Shen Xiaoyan was deliberately trying to cheer him up. A group of inept fools. Song Hanan suddenly hurled her goblet to the ground, shattering it into countless shards. Her chest heaved violently, and her temples throbbed incessantly. How could a bunch of them fail to overpower a single opponent? Useless. Useless. In a frenzy, she struck her manager across the face. The once formidable manager now knelt before her, trembling with fear. For it was rumored that Shen Xiaoyan's manager possessed remarkable skills, honed through rigorous training. How formidable could a mere manager be? Merely an excuse. Yet, the individuals she had enlisted had trained in combat sports and boxing for over a decade, and before Shen Xiaoyan's manager, they resembled mere ants. Gradually, Song Hanan began to regain her composure, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Isn't that manager of hers relatively new? Could it be that President Yin suddenly wishes to elevate Shen Xiaoyan's status by providing her with someone capable? After all, since her manager's arrival, She has been steadily gaining recognition. The more she pondered, the darker her expression became. Thus, it dawned on her that all her troubles stemmed from that manager. Meanwhile, early in the morning, in response to Shen Xiaoyan's dream of wanting to eat roasted pig trotters, Su Jing had ventured to the market. This venue was renowned as a haven for the affluent, where even the most mundane vegetable could command a three-digit price, a place where every morsel was akin to gold. He was a familiar face there, and his striking physique and appearance turned heads as he strolled through the market, akin to a runway model. Look, that handsome man is back to buy groceries for his wife. Oh my, is there truly such a young, handsome man who dotes on his wife? Could he possibly be a kept man? Initially, I too harbored such suspicions until one day I overheard his wife calling him. What did she say? I caught her asking for pocket money, to which he promptly initiated a transfer labeled intimate payment. Thus, he was indeed the affluent one? Oh, how intriguing. The murmurs of the crowd reached Su Jing's ears, causing him to press his lips together. Has she already been referred to as his wife? The rumors are growing more absurd by the day. Your wife desires pig trotters today? Does she prefer them lean or fatty? Inquired the cheerful vendor. Su Jing pondered for a moment and replied, the leaner ones. It wasn't that he was unwilling to explain, but rather a reluctance to engage in unnecessary conversation. He simply wished to avoid complications. Lean ones coming right up, all packed.
Thank you.
He left with the pig trotters in hand, the vendor beaming with delight. Unable to conceal her smile, clearly, he was a devoted husband, a truly good man. As he exited the market, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind a nearby vehicle. Su Jing's gaze darkened, and he swayed slightly, causing the individual to miss their target.
Ah.
Song Hanan collided with the wall, wincing in pain. Miss Song, is there something you need? Time is of the essence. Shen Xiaoyan is in trouble. Come with me at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Hanan lunged forward to grasp Su Jing's hand. Su Jing evaded once more, retrieving his phone to call Shen Xiaoyan. The line remained silent for an interminable stretch. I warned you that she is in danger. If you don't follow me now, it will be too late. Song Hanan's urgency was palpable as he pushed Su Jing into the nearby business vehicle. A flicker of panic crossed Su Jing's usually composed demeanor. He was always calm, yet matters concerning Shen Xiaoyan unsettled him. He firmly grasped Song Hanan's wrist, inadvertently applying too much pressure, causing her to wince in pain. Release me first. I shall clarify everything, she pleaded. Su Jing furrowed his brow, but eventually relented. With a quivering voice, Song Hanan continued. You're aware of the depths of the entertainment industry. Recently, Senior Xiaoyan has been quite popular, drawing the attention of many resources which has threatened certain individuals. Numerous eyes are now fixated on her. Last night, I received a call from a journalist acquaintance, warning me that many might target her soon, advising me to remain vigilant. This morning, I attempted to reach her, but she did not answer. I knocked on her door to no avail, which is why I sought you out.
Suvin scrutinized her intently.
Do you know her current whereabouts? I have a hunch. If that individual is behind her abduction, then she is undoubtedly there. The business vehicle sped down the highway, ultimately veering away from the city and halting before a villa in the outskirts. Song Hanan led Su Jing through the back entrance, navigating to the threshold of a study. Inside, Shen Xiaoyan's voice resonated. So, you intend to sign me for 50 million? A male voice responded, yes. I will provide you with a new management team. Your previous agent offended me at a dinner party. I found him quite unsatisfactory. Understood. As long as you provide me with 50 million, I shall certainly give him a good kick out. Chapter 31. Unconditional Trust. Shen Xiaoyan's confident voice echoed from within the study. My agent is rather foolish. He obeys my every command. When I instruct him to go east, he dares not venture west. Moreover, I have long found him unsatisfactory. He lacks professionalism, and I have always desired a more competent management team. It appears our thoughts align perfectly, the male voice remarked. Indeed, I would eagerly welcome a change in my management.
Outside.
Song Hanan's eyes widened in astonishment as she cautiously glanced at the taciturn Su Jing beside her. Are you alright? Su Jing pressed his lips together in silence, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on the door. Senior Xiaoyan must have her reasons. I believe she is not the kind of person who would willingly choose this path. She must be compelled. Song Hanan attempted to defend Shen Xiaoyan. Yet her own confidence waned as she spoke. She cast her gaze downward, feeling disheartened. Senior Xiaoyan has done nothing wrong. She merely desires fame too ardently. Ignoring her, Su Jing pushed the door open and stepped inside. The man within the room was taken aback upon seeing him, exclaiming in disbelief, "How did you end up here? Who informed you of this place?" "It was I." Song Hanan stepped inside, her expression filled with disappointment as she gazed at the man known as General Wei. "You have conducted yourself in a most unscrupulous manner. I am deeply disillusioned with you." The man, referred to as General Wei, merely scoffed, asserting that they were all businessmen, merely in pursuit of profit, devoid of any notions of integrity. "Senior, how could you?" Song Hanan's heart ached. "Though the company has not treated you kindly, Su Jin has genuinely cared for you. How can you treat him so callously?" In a fit of defiance, she grasped Su Jin's arm. "I cannot condone such behavior. If you intend to dismiss Su Jin, then I shall take him with me. Su Jin, come be my agent." She stood resolutely, embodying a protector's spirit. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan displayed no hint of remorse, instead meeting Su Jin's gaze with an air of calm. "Su Jin, you have arrived."
Yes. Suhin.
Song Hanan exclaimed. Incredulity etched across her face as she rushed forward to seize his arm. "Did you not hear what the senior just said? She no longer wants you. How can you be so subservient? Even when she has cast you aside, you still approach her. It truly pains my heart. Miss Song, if you possess such compassion, you might consider engaging in charity. I do not require your sympathy," Su Jin replied, turning to face Shen Xiaoyan. "Even if she truly rejects me, I shall cling to her like a persistent adhesive." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan feigned exasperation, shrugging her shoulders. "General Wei, as you can see, my agent is exceedingly difficult. It appears I am unable to sign with you." Indeed. As Song Hanan observed their retreating figures, her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. Have they lost their minds? This agent is not only exceptionally skilled and strong, but why is he also so fiercely loyal to Shen Xiaoyan? A normal person would have been enraged by such humiliation. Why does he remain unfazed, as if devoid of shame? How can someone so remarkable be so devoted to her? What gives? In a fit of madness, she shattered everything in the study. In the car on their way back, Su Jin drove in silence, prompting Shen Xiaoyan's curiosity. "Aren't you even the slightest bit angry?"
How could I not be?
"Then why?" "I merely stepped out to buy some groceries, and you were captured." "Quite pathetic."
What?
"Is that what you are angry about? What else should it be?" Su Jin glanced at her. "What else is there for me to be upset about?" Unyielding, Shen Xiaoyan pressed on. "What about the things I just said? Your performance was quite commendable.
Huh?
You even knew to feign cooperation with them to buy time for me to arrive. You've learned to be clever." Shen Xiaoyan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. "What? You knew all along?" Having been abducted to a villa, she had been in a state of panic.
Yet.
She was aware that Su Jin would undoubtedly come to her rescue. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, she had pretended to comply with her captors to delay them, hoping for Su Jin's arrival. She had intended to tease Su Jin, but he had guessed her intentions with uncanny accuracy. Shen Xiaoyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "You trust me that much? You are so cowardly. How dare you sign with another company behind Shen's back?" It seems too far-fetched. That he indeed guessed correctly. Her fear of Shen was immeasurable. Should she dare to betray him and sign with another company, he would undoubtedly make her suffer dire consequences. Even with 100 lives, she would not dare to defy him. Song Hanan had meticulously orchestrated this scheme to sow discord between us, yet she had underestimated one crucial factor: my own cowardice. Shen Xiaoyan sighed sincerely, feeling a pang of hunger. She inquired earnestly, "What shall we have for lunch?" "Moving," came the reply.
Moving.
Shen Xiaoyan initially presumed Su Jin was jesting, but upon arriving home, she discovered a large truck parked downstairs, with her belongings being loaded onto it. "Are you serious? Do I look like I am joking?" "Not at all, but why would you move when everything is fine? Surely, owning a home is preferable to renting." Shen Xiaoyan attempted to halt the worker's progress. "Isn't it? This is arranged by the company. Do you think someone of your status can afford a house?" The reasoning was irrefutable, yet it was also quite insulting. Shen Xiaoyan felt utterly defeated. She had believed that after her journey through time, she had become a member of the property-owning class, only to realize she was still impoverished. "Moreover, we are not merely renting. We are moving to my home." "You have a home?" Shen Xiaoyan inquired, incredulous. "Did you think I lived under a bridge? Considering you stay at my place daily, I assumed you were homeless," Shen Xiaoyan replied earnestly. Su Jin pondered for a moment, refraining from striking her on the head. She was already rather dim-witted. Another blow would render her utterly incapable. "Come, let us head to the new home." Shen Xiaoyan bid farewell to the dilapidated neighborhood, embarking on her journey to the new residence. She had imagined that a killer's abode would be a sinister, secluded flat hidden in a desolate alley. Instead, the car drove into the city's most opulent villa district, halting before a standalone villa by a picturesque lake. She fell into deep contemplation. I always believed I was sheltering a homeless, impoverished assassin. In reality, it is the wealthy assassin who has been following me, a mere pauper. To experience life. Chapter 32. The new neighbor seems familiar. The reason for the move was quite straightforward. The risk of being abducted while merely grocery shopping was a testament to the dreadful security of that shabby complex. Thus, Su Jin relocated her to this affluent neighborhood, boasting the city's finest security system, where even a fly would require identification to enter. However, this villa, despite its grandeur, lacked warmth. After purchasing this place, I seldom came to live here, Su Jin explained. Shen Xiaoyan was puzzled. Then why buy it? Wouldn't renting be more economical? I desired a home in this frigid city. Yet upon acquiring it, I realized that home and house are two distinct concepts. What I possess is merely a cold, lifeless structure, never truly a home. Poor child. Allow me to take charge of this. She was determined to transform it into a perfect home, one that would evoke a sense of paternal warmth in Su Jin. Yes, paternal warmth. After all, she was, in a sense, half a father to him. The first step in moving was to cultivate a good relationship with the neighbors. Residing in affluent neighborhoods, one is far from ordinary individuals. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. Her social butterfly's spirit stirred with anticipation. Su Jin. I shall greet the neighbors and bring along some small gifts. Be cautious, came the reply. The moment she stepped outside, she noticed several furtive figures lurking in the nearby grove. Oh, my dear sisters, long time no see. Shen Xiaoyan suddenly appeared behind the three, startling them to the core. These were the very assassins she had encountered in the basement, whom she whimsically dubbed Xiao, Xiao, and Xiao. Greetings, Sister Yan. They bowed respectfully. Sister Yan, you are mighty, one proclaimed, while another feigned submission. Sister Yan, I arrived late to your rescue, a third theatrically lamented. What brings you here, dressed so flamboyantly? She inquired, observing the trio clad in red and green, perfectly camouflaged within the grove. Is this the disguise of an assassin?
Truly, it is terrifying.
Isn't it because the boss misses a son? We came to take a look, one of them sheepishly grinned. Shen Xiaoyan pondered, stroking her chin. It seemed that Zhuolin was about to embark on a rather dramatic pursuit to reclaim his son. After all, he had previously behaved rather unscrupulously. Subjecting his own child to such distress, a bit of hardship was indeed warranted. But isn't the security here rather tight? How did you manage to get in? She inquired genuinely. Each of the three revealed a key card, stating, we purchased a house here.
What?
Her voice trembled. Do assassins truly earn that much?
Well,
I've only saved a few hundred million so far, one replied nonchalantly. Just a few hundred million.
Ha!
It seemed she was the only impoverished soul in the world. Laughter was indeed in order. You all carry on. This impoverished soul must go cultivate connections. As Shen Xiaoyan prepared to depart, they called out, wait, Sister Yan. This is our boss's QR code. He wishes to add you on WeChat. Zhuolin wants to add me? Yes, he mentioned wanting to engage in friendly communication. About what? Parenting tips? Shen Xiaoyan mused before ultimately accepting Zhuolin's WeChat request, which was promptly approved. Zhuolin sent a vibrant image of a large peony, accompanied by the message, hello, how's my son? Zhuolin inquired. Absolutely splendid, she responded. Has he mentioned me? Do you truly think that is likely? Please convey to him that his father loves him eternally, Zhuolin instructed. One word, 1,000 meanings, she replied. A WeChat transfer of 6,000 yuan followed. Leave it to me. It is my duty. As they conversed, she found herself standing before the villa next door. Its decor starkly contrasted with theirs, embodying a luxurious European style dominated by black and white hues, imparting an aura of inaccessibility from its owner. However, this posed no challenge for Shen Xiaoyan. She adjusted her attire and rang the doorbell. The instant the door swung open, her smile faltered. Yin Shen stood clad in gray loungewear, casually leaning against the doorframe. His tall stature and broad shoulders exuded an oppressive presence. Upon seeing Shen Xiaoyan, he scarcely lifted his eyelids, promptly retrieving his phone to call security. There's a thief here. Please come and handle it.
Boss.
Shen Xiaoyan reacted instantly, rushing forward to prevent him. However, Yin Shen merely raised his hand, evading her advance. He further informed security. She attempted to snatch my phone. She appears to be a habitual offender.
Boss.
How can you be so cruel to your new neighbor? Neighbor? Shen's brows finally furrowed. Have you lost your mind? Boss, you are an adult. Please accept reality with grace. As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan produced a small gift she had prepared in advance. This is a token for my new neighbor. I hope you'll accept it. It was her homemade special burgers, brimming with sincerity. Yet, Shen did not even glance at it. Have you been kept? That remark is utterly excessive. With your status, you could toil for 8 lifetimes and still not afford a house here. Moreover, as far as I know, these houses are sold, not rented. Shen let out a cold laugh. Just when things were heating up, you began to stir trouble? Shen Xiaoyan's lips twitched in anger. Indeed. Shen embodied the most infuriating character in the realm of script murder mysteries, living up to expectations.
Shen Xiaoyan.
He suddenly lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, his voice resonating with a devilish danger. If you dare to create scandalous rumors that distort moral values, you will perish, without a doubt. His heated breath brushed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. She swallowed hard, grasping the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Senior? Turning around, she saw Song Henan standing there, visibly astonished. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyan and Shen maintained an exceedingly ambiguous posture in the eyes of an outsider.
Hey.
Shen Xiaoyan instantly sprang back several meters, establishing a safe distance. Shen leisurely straightened up, casting a casual glance at Song Henan. What brings you here? I heard you've been feeling unwell lately, so I brought you some porridge. Song Henan bit her lower lip slightly, her voice tinged with reluctance as she inquired. How is it that you are here, senior? I've moved next door. Shen Xiaoyan scratched her head. Next door? Song Henan's expression shifted dramatically, oscillating between hues of disbelief. Though the company arranges accommodations for its artists, even the most favored amongst them could only reside in upscale apartments. What right does Shen Xiaoyan have to dwell in a villa area? Moreover, it was evident that there was something more between the two of them. Contemplating this, a deeper shadow fell over Song Henan's gaze, though she masked it perfectly. It seems I have come at an inopportune time. I shall take my leave. Chapter 33, a truly notable celebrity garden. Song Henan bit her delicate lips, her eyes glistening slightly, appearing greatly aggrieved yet feigning strength, with a forced smile. I shall not intrude any further. She began to depart. Dressed in a chiffon white dress with a loosely styled bun, she resembled a fragile, neighborly girl. In such a vulnerable stance, anyone would feel a pang of sympathy. She had afforded Shen the opportunity to retain her, thus her movements were agonizingly slow, as if in slow motion. However, she had already walked 10 meters away without hearing anyone call her back. Turning around, she saw Shen Xiaoyan and Shen engaged in a heated argument. Boss, this special burger crafted by my neighborly hands is a small token of goodwill. Please.
Do accept it.
I cannot consume such inferior fare.
How can you say that?
What about our neighborly bond?
Bond?
Have you lost your mind? The two of them continued their dispute, seemingly oblivious to Song Henan, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Song Henan's expression darkened, her facial muscles twitching in agitation, nearly fainting from frustration. She had never been so disregarded. Mr. Yin, unable to contain herself any longer, she approached and handed her thermos to Shen, biting her lip as she softly spoke. I know you don't welcome me, but this porridge took me 4 hours to prepare. It's good for your health. Please accept it. Shen frowned slightly, but still took it. Song Henan felt a flicker of joy and eagerly looked at him, only to receive the curt response. Is there anything else? No, nothing more.
Good.
He turned and shut the door. Both Song Henan and Shen Xiaoyan were left outside, feeling rejected. After all, we are neighbors. This is too cold, Shen Xiaoyan said, shaking her head in disappointment as she turned away with her little burger. Once again ignored, Song Henan was seized with the urge to confront Shen Xiaoyan. Shen's attitude towards her had grown noticeably colder, undoubtedly due to Shen Xiaoyan. She would never allow Shen Xiaoyan to trample over her. Resolving this in her mind, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, reporter Huang, I have an exclusive for you. Are you interested? The villa had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once Shen Xiaoyan's assorted trinkets were displayed, it truly began to feel like home. She felt a surge of anticipation. Where is my room? On the second floor. Su Jin led her to the sunlit room with the best view on the second floor. Upon entering the room, which was larger than her entire previous home, Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback. The enormous circular floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the most splendid scenery of the villa district, the deep blue lake, the trees adorned with lush foliage, and the bright, clear sky. In the center of the room stood a pink circular princess bed, adorned with various teddy bears and cushions, with a mattress so soft it made her question reality. This was more luxurious than a presidential suite. How did you manage to decorate this place so lavishly in the mere 20 minutes I was out? Moreover, the entire room resonated with her personal taste. He must be a magician. That makes perfect sense. What about your room?
Let me see it.
It's downstairs. The view from downstairs was far inferior, revealing only vast lawns and the lake, devoid of any sky scenery. Additionally, the room's decor was exceedingly minimalist, just a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. So sparse that Shen Xiaoyan mistakenly thought she had entered a model room. Your room is so ordinary and small. Did you give me the master bedroom? I have no particular demands regarding accommodation. Su Jin replied with a calm demeanor. Furthermore, living on the first floor is more convenient for me. Once again, Shen Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. She, a mere freeloader, received treatment akin to that of a master. In stark contrast to her opulent princess suite, the room assigned to Su Jin resembled that of a maid's quarters. With fervor, she declared, Su Jin, I shall not betray your expectations.
Injust, so hindi played.
If you could refrain from causing me trouble, I would be eternally grateful. I guarantee the task will be completed. She added, well then, you'll be entering the group in a few days. Take this time to rest. I shall prepare dinner. Tonight we shall have roasted pig's trotters. Roasted pig's trotters. Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Watching Su Jin adeptly don an apron as he entered the kitchen, she couldn't help but muse, what a wonderful man. Whoever becomes my daughter-in-law will truly be fortunate. While Su Jin busied himself with the meal, she seized the opportunity to don her small handbag and venture out for a stroll. She had heard whispers of a community within the villa area exclusively for residents. Curious about how it differed from the outside world. Being a celebrity, she sensibly adorned herself with a hat and mask. However, upon arriving at the community, she realized how self-absorbed her actions had been. Oh my goodness, that person looks familiar. I believe I saw him in the newspaper a few days ago. He asked the newly crowned world champion tennis player. ISNT, that man the wealthiest in the world. I'm actually living in the same community as the world's richest man. Incredible, an international superstar. It seemed that all the luminaries of the world congregated within this community, each person exuding nonchalance, engaging in leisurely shopping as if they were ordinary folk. Only she, an obscure 18-line actress, was fully armored in her hat and mask, appearing as if she were someone of great prominence. Instantly feeling a wave of embarrassment, Shen Xiaoyan conceded that her day of humiliation was complete. Silently, she removed her hat and mask and stepped into the community supermarket. Throughout her journey, she encountered countless celebrities she had only seen on television, finally grasping why this villa area was dubbed Celebrity Garden, a name both unpretentious and straightforward. Initially intending to purchase a few items, her resolve crumbled when she saw the price of an apple marked at 988. Yet, leaving without making a purchase would risk her being mistaken for a thief. Just as she was engulfed in indecision, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, her heart lifting. Boss. That tall figure jolted and quickly moved forward. Shen Xiaoyan tightened her shoelaces and sprinted after him, finally catching up at the checkout counter. Boss, you're out shopping? That's quite a hefty load you have there. Let me help you carry it. Yan Shun's mouth twitched. You can pretend you don't know me. How could I do that? The boss is my benefactor. If I see you without greeting you, my conscience would never allow it. Shen Xiaoyan declared, eagerly assisting Yan Shen in transferring items from the cart to the checkout counter, all the while wearing a mischievous grin. This way, she could avoid the guilt of entering a supermarket without making a purchase. Truly, she was clever. Chapter 34. Besides money, nothing else matters. Benefactor? Yin Shen did not impede Shen Xiaoyan's actions. Rather, a cold smile graced the corners of his lips. Is it too much to ask you to settle the bill for my benefactors? Shen Xiaoyan's motion to lift the items came to an abrupt halt. She nearly forgot that Yin Shen was a miser, obsessed with wealth. The total amounts to 85,328. Would you prefer to pay by card or via a QR code? The cashier, keenly perceptive, glanced in her direction. Upon hearing that staggering figure, Shen Xiaoyan's mind began to buzz. Slowly, she placed her belongings on the counter and reached for her phone. But just as she was about to unlock it for payment, her hand trembled, causing the device to slip from her grasp and crash to the floor. Suddenly, her body began to convulse violently, foam escaping her lips. The smile of amusement on Yin Shen's face froze. Shen Xiaoyan collapsed with a thud at his feet, succumbing to an apparent seizure.
Miss? Miss?
Are you alright? The cashier, startled, fumbled for her phone, ready to call for emergency assistance. Excellent. Tomorrow's trending news would undoubtedly feature Shen Xiaoyan feigning madness to evade payment. A spectacle indeed. Shen, his expression darkening, retrieved his bank card, dismissing her plight to settle the bill first.
Huh?
Are you sure we shouldn't call for an ambulance? The cashier hesitated. She'll be fine after I pay. His lips twitched, suppressing his irritation. The cashier, still dubious, accepted the card and swiped it through the machine. With a beep, Shen Xiaoyan propped herself up, gingerly touching her forehead as she looked around in confusion. Where am I? Shen, filled with a mix of anger and amusement, brushed past her, clutching his items. The cashier continued to tenderly reassure her. Miss, please take care of your health. Understood, thank you.
Leave.
I do feel rather embarrassed. How about this? Next time, I shall treat you to all-you-can-eat spicy hot pot. Shen paused. Shen Xiaoyan collided into his back, but before she could speak, he turned and grasped her chin. Shen Xiaoyan, do you truly believe you can evade my grasp? She quivered, quickly attempting to appease him. Boss, I swear my only wish is for your health and prosperity. And then to work as a maid in Africa? Don't think that just because your reputation has improved slightly, you can take advantage. Shen's gaze darkened as he leaned closer. Rather than flattering me here, why not earn me some more money? Understand? Of course, she replied, fully aware that the more revenue one generated, the more leniency Shen would bestow upon them. This principle was not lost on her. Previously, Song Henan had been the company's most profitable asset, which had elicited a measure of kindness from Shen, permitting her occasional visits to his home. However, with recent gossip tarnishing Song Henan's reputation, Shen had grown noticeably less patient in their interactions. Such was his nature, a man consumed by the pursuit of wealth. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure you become the world's richest. Shen Xiaoyan declared, fists clenched with determination. At last, Shen coldly released her chin, his demeanor icy and unfeeling. Stop bothering me. Shen Xiaoyan remained a bit disoriented, realizing that flattery was a futile tactic with him. I have come to comprehend that he harbors disdain for all things in this world, save for wealth. To survive under Shen's oppressive grip, there exist but two paths. 1. To enrich him further. 2. To maintain a distance as far as possible from him. The following morning, Shen Xiaoyan awoke with a start from a nightmarish dream, wherein Shen produced a veritable mountain of cash from his pocket, pursuing her with threats of using the money to extinguish her life. I must earn money, she thought in terror, hastily descending the stairs.
Suhin.
When shall I join the production team? I have a premonition that if I do not earn soon, my life may be in peril. To her dismay, she found Su Jin standing with a grave countenance, his expression laden with complexity, indicating that entry into the team would not be feasible for the time being.
What?
It was then that she noticed the newspaper clutched in Su Jin's hand, the headline glaringly proclaiming, shocking, Shen Xiaoyan's ambiguous relationship with the president of Deep Color Entertainment, suspected of being kept. The accompanying image depicted the moment from last night when Shen gripped her chin in a threatening manner. Due to the peculiar angle and the blur of the lens, it seemed as if he was lifting her chin to kiss her instead of intimidating her. With a thud, Shen Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered. This time, the scandal had undoubtedly reached Shen's ears. It felt as though her life was ticking away. Su Jin approached her, crouching to meet her gaze. Though his expression remained largely unchanged, she could distinctly sense his seething anger. His slightly trembling fingers betrayed the effort he was making to contain his fury. I am truly sorry. I had no inkling that someone was covertly photographing us. I thought, given the tight security here, that reporters could not possibly gain access. Had I known, I would have worn a hat and mask yesterday. Su Jin paused momentarily, his tone softening. What exactly transpired? He is our neighbor, and I encountered him at the supermarket yesterday. As an employee, I possess the unfortunate knack of ingratiating myself to my boss, and I acted accordingly. However, to my astonishment, he detests such flattery and nearly caused my demise in the process. The memory of that moment still sends shivers down my spine. He nearly twisted my head off while grasping my chin. Su Jin's gaze flickered, and the oppressive tension in the air began to dissipate. Thankfully, it was not the answer he had feared. I see. Then there is no need for concern. Not a cause for concern? This is monumental. Shen will surely have my head. Shen Xiaoyan fervently pinched her philtrum, the only means to maintain her lucidity. And what do you mean by saying I cannot join the production? Is this because of the scandal? Indeed, Su Jin replied, pressing his lips together. Revealing the harsh truth, the role has been reassigned. Shen Xiaoyan forced a smile, embracing her impending doom with a final act of defiance. As anticipated, her phone erupted with notifications, reminiscent of her earlier antics. With remarkable composure, she placed her phone on the ground beside her and lay down, peacefully closing her eyes. Su Jin, until we meet again in the next life. Chapter 35, the one with the highest IQ in the entire drama. Su Jin looked at her with a blend of humor and helplessness, lying on the sofa, feeling the chill of the ground.
Thank you.
Please help me bury my phone as well. It has suffered alongside me throughout my life. Shen Xiaoyan revealed a desolate smile. Su Jin took the phone from her, offering comfort. I will handle the matter with Yin Shen. You just stay at home and rest. With that, she answered a call while walking out. Observing Su Jin's poised demeanor, Shen Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something and immediately leapt from the sofa, rushing outside. She arrived at a small grove by the lake, climbed the tallest tree, and shouted to the sky, "Gummy bears!" No sooner had she spoken than 3 figures in red, green, and yellow emerged from the woods. What a vibrant traffic light ensemble. I heard Sister Yan's call, declared the one clad in a red onesie bodysuit, making a spirited entrance. What are your orders, Sister Yan? Followed the one in yellow. Sister Yan, I have arrived late once again, exclaimed the one in green, embodying a dramatic flair. As Shen Xiaoyan descended from the tree, she beheld their outfits and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. You all are truly remarkable. Your speed is astonishing. Worthy of assassins. To be honest, we were just filming a short video in the grove, so we rushed over at the first sound, came a brief explanation. Shen Xiaoyan, astonished, asked, filming a video? Is that your new mission? With a mischievous smile, they replied, no. We are on a recent break, and thought we might try our hand at becoming internet celebrities. Their demeanor and movements could undoubtedly make them the best at carrying cement in the village. So cool. Absolutely impressive. Shen Xiaoyan showered them with praise. But then a sorrowful smile crossed her face. Unfortunately, I shall never witness such graceful dancing again. Why do you say that? They questioned, puzzled.
Today,
I have come to bid you all farewell. Though our time together has been brief, I have already come to regard you as my dearest friends. Alas, we are fated to be apart. Shen Xiaoyan's voice trembled as she turned away, discreetly dousing her eyes with bottled water. When she turned back, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Until we meet again in the next life, my friends. Seeing her tragic expression, the 3 spirited young men were deeply moved. In Sister Yan's heart, we are already cherished friends. Sister Yan, one of them exclaimed as he knelt on the ground, hand over his heart, pledging, no matter what happens, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. The others quickly echoed, so will we. Absolutely not. Shen Xiaoyan rejected them without hesitation, fully aware that Yin Shen might soon send someone to kill her. I cannot allow you to risk your lives alongside me. I shall bear this burden alone. Only a few crystalline tears fell from her eyes. The 3 spirited young men exchanged glances, their blood surging with fervor. We will protect Sister Yan at all costs. Very well, she thought, feeling a modicum of comfort knowing she had 3 devoted protectors. However, she was also aware that while they possessed great skill, their intellect was not quite equal to that of the cunning adversary they faced, leaving her unable to fully relax.
Suhin.
Shen Xiaoyan hurriedly approached, her face etched with concern as she inquired about Yin Shen's phone call. What are your intentions? Despite her unease, she quickened her pace to catch up with Su Jin, who donned a black baseball cap and a matching trench coat, exuding an air of impending departure. The atmosphere hinted at something significant. Her expression was one of deep worry. Noticing her demeanor, Su Jin instinctively raised his hand as if to touch her head, but halted midair, opting instead to pat her shoulder gently. With slightly parted lips, his cool voice carried a touch of warmth, reassuring her with, rest assured, I am here. Nothing will befall you. His words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, gradually calming Shen Xiaoyan's anxious heart. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes reflecting Su Jin's features. Will you be safe? It was rare for her to display such earnestness. Su Jin's heartbeat faltered for a moment before he slowly curved his lips into a smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I promise you, I will be safe. He understood that Shen Xiaoyan was typically carefree, only adopting such a serious demeanor during moments of great significance, and this occasion was no exception. Driven by her concern for him, he believed that in her heart, he held a place of importance. With that thought lingering, he turned to leave. Shen Xiaoyan remained standing in silence for a prolonged moment before suddenly recalling something. She retrieved her phone, opened WeChat and located a contact. She composed a message and sent it. Shen Xiaoyan. Su Jin might be in danger soon. Zhuo Lin. Acknowledged. Zhuo Lin represented an extensive assassin organization, its influence permeating the entire city. With his protection, it seemed Su Jin would likely remain unharmed. Yet, she still felt somewhat perplexed by Yin Shun's capabilities. She recalled that day during the murder mystery game when Yin Shun's character had been hesitant, as though many stories remained untold. In any case, caution was imperative. Su Jin was indeed excessively meticulous. The refrigerator contained food he had prepared in advance, merely requiring reheating in the microwave. As Shen Xiaoyan chewed on a piece of beef steak, it lacked flavor, though Su Jin had assured her that he had settled matters with Yin Shen, who had promised not to trouble her. Still, an ominous premonition gnawed at her. Being the most intelligent and cunning character in the murder mystery, Yin Shen was a source of unease. Deciding to seek solace online, she opened Weibo, only to be bombarded with shocking news. Hanan, my deity, I knew this matter was not simple. How could Shen Xiaoyan suddenly rise to fame? Turns out she has become entangled with the boss. No wonder. Han and sweetheart. Poor Hanan, being suppressed by the boss and her plastic friend. I suspect that all the recent scandals about Han and have been orchestrated by that pair of illicit lovers with their hired marketing accounts. I love Song Hanan, may the dark entertainment industry collapse. Shen Xiaoyan, perish. Chapter 36. She would not leave her purity to linger in this world. I love Song Hanan. Shen Xiaoyan, a person devoid of principles, should exit the entertainment circle, don't you think? The entirety of Weibo has been inundated with posts from fans of Song Hanan. Now that rumors have surfaced regarding Shen Xiaoyan being supported by Yin Shen, they seem to have seized upon this information with fervor, initiating a barrage of commentary. Those who previously defended Shen Xiaoyan have fallen silent. Indeed, with photographs circulating, the implications are glaringly evident. What merit does a mere internet celebrity like Shen Xiaoyan have to appear in such a prestigious villa district? Are there any alternative explanations aside from being supported? Weary of it all. Shen Xiaoyan, how could you do this?
You have disappointed me.
I had held a rare fondness for you, and it turns out it was all a facade? The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. Retreating from the scene, so it is because Shen Xiaoyan has entangled herself with her own boss that she has been thrust into the limelight and received prior accolades. Was Song Hanan previously maligned due to the company's suppression? Son-in-law of the sea. It seems that Song Hanan is indeed pitiable. After perusing the comments, Shen Xiaoyan felt a chill of despair. Rumors, it appears, can be fatal. She now finds herself at the epicenter of controversy. Furthermore, due to the ramifications of these rumors, the stock prices of deep entertainment are plummeting, affecting all artists except for Song Hanan. With such maneuvers, is it not inevitable that Yin Shen will incur losses in the billions? What benefits has Su Jin provided to Yin Shen that would persuade him not to trouble me? Just as her thoughts concluded, the doorbell rang, resonating like a death knell, sending shivers down her spine. Truly, fear begets reality. May I inquire as to who is calling? She did not open the door immediately, but first spoke through the peephole. Standing at the entrance was a delivery man, seemingly honest in demeanor. I am here with a delivery for Mr. Su, he replied. Su Jin had indeed ordered food for her? Very well. The man promptly placed the delivery down and departed, appearing unremarkable. Shen Xiaoyan waited 5 minutes before finally opening the door. Just as she bent to retrieve the delivery from the ground, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside her, swiftly locking her throat. Due to the man's towering stature, she was compelled to rise on her toes, making her actions comically awkward. Yet he was quick to react. Yin Shen smirked, his eyes gleaming with a chilling malevolence. Shen Xiaoyan swallowed hard, recalling how Su Jin had often remarked that takeout was unhealthy. Thus he would never order it for her. If that were the case, why had she opened the door? He gazed down at her, his eyes akin to those of a predator surveying its prey, bloodthirsty and brutal. Shen Xiaoyan's hand, which had been gripping his throat, slowly descended to adjust his collar. For she believed that avoidance would not resolve her predicament. If your intent is truly to kill me, there is no escape. The most effective way to dispel fear is to confront it. This was a lesson imparted to her by a winter swimmer. Yin Shen appeared to have heard an amusing jest, the coldness at the corners of his mouth deepening. This time, you have genuinely angered me. I know I shall likely meet my end today, but before I do, may I utter a few final words? No, Yin Shen replied, and in one swift motion, he pushed Shen Xiaoyan inside the house, shutting and locking the door behind them in a seamless action. His fingers, long and exquisite, seemed as though they were crafted solely to constrict her throat. Shen Xiaoyan felt a suffocating pressure, and with great difficulty, she raised her hand to poke at his armpit. He flinched, the grip in his hand loosening momentarily. Did you not expect this? I am aware of your ticklishness. Shen Xiaoyan swiftly wriggled free from beneath his arm and dashed into the kitchen, seizing a knife. Shen soon followed, his expression darkening ominously. So, you wish to confront me?
No.
She pressed the blade against her own neck, declaring, I shall prove my innocence with my life. Very well. You wretched scoundrel. You refuse to adhere to the script, don't you? Shen Xiaoyan's anger ignited, and in a swift motion, she broke the knife in two, contemplating the futility of preserving her innocence in this world. I wish to remain here alongside my innocence. You and your innocence? Shen chuckled, a bitter laugh laced with rage. Shen Xiaoyan, do you truly believe you are worthy? I have tolerated your reckless behavior time and again, but now you have the audacity to target me. His voice was imbued with an icy chill, as if he were a denizen of hell. I despise being manipulated above all else. You wish to use me as a stepping stone to ascend, but I shall ensure that you find no place to bury your remains. He advanced with a menacing aura, the oppressive force threatening to engulf her entirely. Shen Xiaoyan feigned calmness, asserting, I am not deliberately seeking publicity. Su Jin has gone to gather evidence. He will vindicate me. What? Shen Xiaoyan's expression froze. Shen's demeanor grew even more sinister. I merely created a false target to divert him, for I know that all of this was orchestrated by you. How could he possibly uncover any evidence? I only desire your demise. The murderous intent in his eyes surged, as if it were about to unleash a tempest of blood and carnage. In that moment, Shen Xiaoyan realized just how perilous this man was. She had underestimated him for far too long. What if I truly could uncover the evidence? She decided to gamble everything, fully aware that the odds were exceedingly slim. He showed no inclination to believe her, continuing to close the distance between them. Shen Xiaoyan boldly stepped forward, narrowing the gap, and fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Articulating each word with conviction, you claim to dislike being manipulated. How fortuitous, for I share the same sentiment. If you were to kill me now, we would both fall into that person's trap. The true mastermind behind this will remain unscathed, forever mocking your foolishness from the shadows. Each of her words was laden with palpable anger. Do not forget, you are not the sole victim of this affair, nor the only one incensed. If you are too foolish to identify the true culprit, do not hinder my pursuit. I must unearth that scoundrel. 1,000 cuts, 10,000 slashes. Perhaps her fury was so intense that it momentarily stunned Shen. He had never witnessed such a fierce expression on her face before. Could it be that there truly lies a deeper mystery? Chapter 37. Her Profession. As Shen Xiaoyan entered the study, her legs trembled. She acknowledged that she had just taken a significant gamble. She understood that no matter how she explained herself, Shen would not listen. Thus, she chose to act in direct opposition. Shen was furious, and her anger surpassed that of Shen. Do you think you are the only victim? I am too. You better find some evidence. Shen's voice echoed ominously behind her. Shen Xiaoyan trembled slightly, her face contorted with rage as she rushed to her computer, opened it, and began typing furiously on the keyboard like a mad dog. How dare this little brat slander me? Just watch, I will make you pay. With every word she uttered, her anger was palpable. Shen's trust in her grew a few degrees. Excellent, keep it up. As she hammered away at the keyboard, the room was filled with the delightful sound of her furious typing, truly a beautiful symphony. The computer screen, under her relentless assault, displayed an array of incomprehensible gibberish to the average person. Shen narrowed her eyes, curiosity flickering within. What are you doing? Am I not clearly searching for evidence? You little brat? Shen. Shen Xiaoyan. Oh no, I got so carried away that I lost control and launched an indiscriminate attack. You can trace this? Shen sneered inwardly. At the very moment the incident occurred, he had contacted the company's IT team to track down the source of the rumors. However, the perpetrator was clearly prepared, not only remaining anonymous, but also taking extensive precautions, making it impossible even for professionals to trace the account's origin. Clearly, this was a deliberate act. If the company couldn't uncover anything, how could Shen Xiaoyan? But she did. Suddenly, a map appeared on the screen, with a red flashing wildly at a certain location, right here. It seemed to be an internet CAF. Shen's gaze faltered for a moment, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Shen Xiaoyan hastily jotted down the address of the CAF, excitedly exclaiming, Boss, If we just check the surveillance at this internet CAF, we can find out who logged in that night. Yet, Shun remained unmoved, his sharp gaze fixed on her. How come I never knew you possessed such a skill? Shen Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss for words. She knew the original owner was a complete novice at the internet, often making foolish blunders online, such as accidentally liking posts. Hence, to maintain her FAAD, she had never revealed this particular talent. She forgot to mention that in reality, she was a hacker. She often engaged in online battles with trolls, and when bested, she would unmask them, making tracing addresses second nature to her. Strangely, Shen refrained from reprimanding her. A brilliant idea, indeed. No wonder he is known for his cunning. Only such devious thoughts could earn his endorsement. Following the address, they arrived at a sparsely populated street. Only a few seemingly ancient shops were open, and there were hardly any young people around. The internet CAF was tucked away behind the back door of a convenience store. Exceedingly discreet. Such a place was indeed suitable for conducting unsavory business. At this moment, Shen Xiaoyan was fully armed, leaving no room for error. It was time to be wary of paparazzi, starting from this very moment. Shun gazed at her, adorned in bandages, with a cold smirk. Aware that she was not presentable, behind her dark sunglasses, Shen Xiaoyan audaciously rolled her eyes. Book cup.
Haha, that's what the boss said.
They stepped into the depths of the internet CAF, where the decor grew even more antiquated. A few tables plastered with yellowed photographs, several old-fashioned computers, and cobwebs festooning the corners of the ceiling suggested they had stumbled into another era. The network administrator lazily lifted his head. He was a spirited young man with green hair.
Who are you?
I don't think I've seen you before. I'm that Xiao Mei. Qian had a car accident, so I'm wrapped in bandages. Shen Xiaoyan casually fabricated a name. The administrator suddenly enlightened. Oh, Xiao Mei. Almost didn't he recognize you? He then turned to Shen, and this gentleman? This is my boyfriend, Cold Xiao, Shen Xiaoyan enthusiastically introduced as she linked her arm with Shen's. Instantly, Shen frowned deeper, intensely repulsed and wishing to withdraw his hand, yet Shen Xiaoyan clutched it firmly. Boss, bear with it. This is all to catch the true culprit, she murmured softly. Only then did Shen suppress his discomfort, remaining still. 2 days apart, and you already have a boyfriend. How enviable, the administrator chuckled. But what can we do? The surveillance has been broken for ages. Nanny, are you joking with me? I'm not kidding. That surveillance has been out of order for 800 years, merely a decoration. I thought many knew about it. How come you don't? The administrator appeared somewhat doubtful. Shen Xiaoyan felt a chill sweep over her limbs, nearly fainting. She mechanically turned her head, only to meet Shen's eyes, which held a smirk that seemed to say, no evidence. Then you're finished. In the next instant, she hastily turned to flee, her speed rivaling that of a cheetah. Naturally, Shen would not allow her to escape so easily. He immediately pursued her, his long legs granting him speed comparable to Shen Xiaoyan's. Once they dashed out, an enigmatic silence enveloped the internet CAF. After an indeterminate time, a head peeked out from beneath a table in the corner. Did they leave? The administrator nodded. They left. TSK, they can actually find this place. It seems I underestimated the technical department of the dark entertainment industry. The person crawled out from under the table, snorting coldly. The administrator expressed concern. Huang Chong, have you gotten involved with the wrong crowd? Huang Chong, however, wore a disdainful expression. To make money, one must face certain risks. I have ample experience. I cannot be caught. Over the years, he had fabricated countless false materials, and no one had ever managed to apprehend him. This time would be no different. Humming a tune, he strode out with arrogance, only to be met with an enormous shadow looming over him the moment he stepped outside. Before he could react, whoosh, a burlap sack enveloped him. Shen Xiaoyan charged forward with a kick. I'll make sure you can't have descendants. Chapter 38. The Fate of Suo Songhan.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed through the alley, startling the grocery store owner, who inadvertently crushed an egg in his grasp. In the alley, a bundle tightly bound in a burlap sack writhed frantically on the ground. Boss, see, I told you right. He was hiding in there. Shen Xiaoyan stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of immense pride. Just moments ago, she had sensed that something was amiss in the internet CAF. The gaze of the network administrator kept darting toward a corner, revealing his unease. Instantly, she surmised that someone was hiding there, and thus, she devised a cunning plan. Feigning her departure to lure the serpent from its lair. To her astonishment, the serpent emerged rather naively at her beckoning. A dazzlingly audacious smile graced her lips. Yet she was still too young. You are more astute than I had imagined, Shen remarked, his eyes laden with profound meaning as they fixated on her. Startled, Shen Xiaoyan quickly concealed her perceptive demeanor, gazing at him in feigned confusion. Huh? She preferred the persona of a foolish woman, as it made her misdeeds less likely to be uncovered. Forget I said anything. At that moment, the man in the burlap sack, Huang Chong, could no longer restrain himself and began to wail, I confess. I will reveal everything. Shen Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. She had yet to commence her interrogation. Huang Chong, being timid and taciturn, readily divulged everything, leaving no details spared. It was Song Henan who called me, promising to gift me an exclusive opportunity. Shen's gaze darkened ominously. Yet he still inquired, do you have any evidence? Shen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes in response. When he had previously misjudged her, he had not produced any evidence.
Now,
After Huang Chong had implicated Song Henan, he still demanded proof to believe him. For heaven's sake. I do. Huang Chong quickly retrieved a key card from his pocket. I shouldn't have been able to access the Mingren Garden, but Song Henan provided me with this card. Shen took the card, glancing at it, and his expression immediately soured. It seemed to be a VIP card, reserved for close friends and family. Shen Xiaoyan seized the moment to stoke the flames further. This card can only be obtained through a personal application by the property owner at the security office. If outsiders possess it, they can gain entry. Since the card requires the owner's real name for application, it bore the owner's name. This card was evidently issued by Shen himself. Did you give it to Song Henan? Shen Xiaoyan continued to fan the flames, feigning astonishment. So it was because you provided Song Henan with this card that he was able to give it to the reporter, leading to our being photographed. Thus, all of this chaos is your doing? She staggered back, as if struck by betrayal, tears of anguish streaming down her face. Boss, how could you be so foolish? Shen's lips twitched slightly, desperately suppressing his anger. This card could unequivocally prove that everything stemmed from him. Yet, moments ago, he had furiously sought out Shen Xiaoyan to settle the score, nearly causing her harm. As the instigator, he was venting his frustrations upon a victim he had so grievously wronged, creating an epic scene of social embarrassment. Ironically, Shen Xiaoyan continued to pour oil on the flames, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Shen Xiaoyan, he ground out through clenched teeth, do not compel me to apologize to you. Marvelous, true to his nature. He would rather not apologize and resort to threats instead. Shen Xiaoyan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, I have always detested it when others apologize to me. Thus, she successfully provided Shen with a reason not to offer any apologies. Shen tucked away the card and rose to leave, while Shen Xiaoyan seemed to perceive an ominous black smoke emanating from his back, akin to the harbinger of death. Indeed, he was on a quest for retribution, specifically the life of Song Henan. The matter would be resolved effortlessly. It was as simple as that. She sent a message to Su Jin, informing her of the situation, and soon fell asleep in the taxi. Upon awakening, she was met with the driver's terrified expression. Was this the apocalypse? She instinctively followed the driver's gaze outside. There, at the entrance of Celebrity Garden, a throng of mourners clad in funeral attire congregated, each clutching a portrait of the deceased. A closer look revealed that the enchanting figure in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to her. No, it was indeed her. Shen Xiaoyan, come out. How despicable can you be? Engaging in such disgraceful acts, may you perish. Come forth and apologize to our Henan. You and the owner of Shinsei Entertainment are no better than scoundrels. Adulterers colluding in wickedness. The crowd, evidently fans of Song Henan, surged forward with determination, as if intent on storming the Celebrity Garden. Fortunately, the security was formidable. Even a fan attempting to enter via a parachute was swiftly apprehended. Yet, the sheer force of the situation instilled a profound fear within Shen Xiaoyan. The power of the detractors was perhaps rivaled only by Shen himself. She had temporarily dealt with Shen's side of the equation but had not resolved the root of the problem, namely, the current scandal. Even if that journalist could prove that it was Song Henan who had instigated the matter, what difference would it make? The photographs were irrefutable, and anyone would perceive that she had an affair with Shen. The misleading nature of that image was too potent to be clarified. The fans would likely conclude that Song Henan had uncovered her liaison with Shen and had valiantly exposed the truth. Ultimately, it was still she and Shen who bore the brunt of the blame. Alas, the truth indeed lies in the hands of the few. A daily philosophical musing had been achieved. Fortunately, she was swathed in bandages, a perfect guise that no one could unravel, further complemented by her exceptional acting prowess.
Shen Xiaoyan,
It's all your fault for being so beautiful that I became entranced by your photograph while on the road and ended up in a tragic accident, leaving me partially paralyzed. I shall take you down with me." Enraged, she charged into the crowd, shedding her outer garment to reveal a circle of sausages tied around her waist. Chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. Even the security personnel exhibited rare signs of fluster. "Miss, please remain calm.
Do not impede me."
Shen Xiaoyan shrieked in a frenzy, suddenly signaling the security staff. In an instant, they rushed forward, subduing her to the ground and restraining her. "Take her inside. I will contact the bomb squad immediately." The security team coordinated efficiently, swiftly confining the criminal Shen Xiaoyan to a small dark room, instilling a sense of dread among the fans outside. Truly, the security of Celebrity Garden was formidable. Esteemed owner, we apologize for the disturbance. Inside the small dark room, the security personnel collectively bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Shen Xiaoyan. She nodded appreciatively, truly impressed by their professionalism. Chapter 39. Hitting a brick wall. The Celebrity Garden truly lives up to its name. Even the security department exudes an unparalleled opulence, reminiscent of a five-star hotel lobby. With her keen eyes, Shen Xiaoyan spotted a room labeled surveillance room, and an epiphany struck her. How could she have overlooked this? In a place like the Celebrity Garden, where security measures are so comprehensive, surveillance must be omnipresent. What a remarkable establishment. After a heartfelt outpouring of her woes, the security personnel accessed the surveillance footage from that fateful night. Thus began her painstaking review, scrutinizing each frame in hopes of finding the crucial moment between her and Shen. However, despair washed over her as she realized that the cameras had failed to capture their pivotal encounter. Wasn't it stated that the surveillance covered all public areas? Tears threatened to spill, but she could not allow them. The security personnel sheepishly explained that the recent exuberant growth of the tree branches had obscured certain views. At that moment, Shen Xiaoyan recalled that she and Shen had indeed been standing beneath the tree. How fortuitous, she mused. They had unwittingly positioned themselves within a blind spot of the cameras.
Ha!
What a grand misfortune. She let out a chuckle that startled the security staff.
"Thank you, gentlemen."
"Take care," Shen Xiaoyan said, clasping her fists in farewell. The security personnel exchanged worried glances, concerned that she might have succumbed to despair and lost her sanity. Once outside the security office, Shen Xiaoyan wiped the smile from her face, tilting her head toward the sky at a 45-degree angle, fighting back tears. A smile, she thought, is my last act of defiance. She trudged homeward, passing through a grove of cherry blossoms when she suddenly heard unusual sounds emanating from within. Curiosity piqued. She ventured inside and was taken aback to find three spirited young men bound to separate trees, causing even the still budding cherry trees to sense their vibrant energy. How exuberant they appeared. Upon spotting Shen Xiaoyan, they squirmed as if she were their savior. Perhaps their frantic writhing was too vigorous. Before she could reach them to effect their rescue, there was a loud snap. The ropes binding them had broken, torn asunder by their own efforts. Shen Xiaoyan's expression morphed into a complex amalgam of emotions. So, they had the capability to free themselves all along, yet remained foolishly waiting for assistance? The three young men wore expressions of fear and embarrassment. Could it be that they were truly simpletons? "Salt sister, are you all right?" the first one exclaimed, rushing forward with palpable concern as he scanned her from head to toe. "Salt sister, we owe you an apology," the second one lamented, collapsing to his knees before her. "Salt sister, we came to your rescue, albeit late." This time, he was not merely acting. Genuine sorrow colored his tone. "In truth, we intended to protect you from the shadows lurking around your villa," he continued, embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. One with a thicker skin chimed in. "Then a kind elderly lady offered us a drink, and we felt too polite to refuse, so we accepted. And then we fainted," the third concluded. Splendid. Collectively, these three could muster an IQ of 250. With such intellect, how could they not have been played for fools by Shen? Shen Xiaoyan chuckled. "You truly are a bunch of clever little rascals." However, she no longer felt inclined to jest with them. After uttering these words, she turned and strode towards the villa. The trio sensed her shift in mood and exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Xiao began to beat a drum and cheer. "You all go play by yourselves. I lack the spirit for your antics right now." Shen Xiaoyan raised her fist in a mock threat. Unwilling to back down, Xiao pulled out her phone. "Wait, Sister Yan. Let me show you the video we shot yesterday. It's absolutely hilarious. I guarantee it will leave you in stitches." Just as Shen Xiaoyan was about to decline, she froze upon seeing the phone screen. Her expression turned blank as she stared at the content. When did you say this was filmed? Last night, Xiao blinked innocently. We filmed it by the edge of the woods. On the screen, 3 spirited young men waved enthusiastically at the camera, but that was not the focal point. The key detail was the faint outline of 2 figures in the background. Zoom in and let me see. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in intensity. As the image magnified threefold, the 2 figures, once mere silhouettes, gradually became recognizable. It was none other than her and Shen. Did you add music to this video? Is there an unedited version? Yes. Xiao quickly retrieved the original footage. Without the background music, the audio became strikingly clear. When the volume was turned up, one could distinctly hear the argument between Shen Xiaoyan and Shen. Heavens above! This is astounding. Shen Xiaoyan was so exhilarated that she felt an overwhelming urge to perform a perfect pirouette on the spot. You're truly my good friends. Send me that original video, and I shall treat you all to a grand feast next time. As she spoke, she excitedly dashed towards the villa. Though the 3 spirited young men were oblivious to the unfolding drama, they felt elated by Shen Xiaoyan's praise. After dutifully sending her the video, their morale soared, buoyed by Sister Yan's approval. Upon receiving the video, Shen Xiaoyan immediately began to edit and clip the most crucial segments, employing technology to enhance the video quality until every trace of impatience on Shen's face was visible. Perfect, this evidence is irrefutable. She registered an anonymous account, composed her text, and sent it alongside the video.
Ding.
The message was successfully dispatched. Next, she intended to repost it using her personal account to draw attention. However, as she prepared to proceed, she discovered that her anonymous account had been banned. Reason for ban: posting violative content. What the heck? Shen Xiaoyan fumed. Song Hanan is quite the vigilant one. In an effort to thwart my explanations, he had hackers monitor my address, intercepting anything I attempted to send out. Unfortunately for her, this time she had truly met her match. Chapter 40. A commanding clarification. Silence all doubts. Shen Xiaoyan rolled up her sleeves, her eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. So you wish to wage a cyber battle against me? Bring it on. She raised her hand abruptly and slammed it onto the keyboard, followed by a furious flurry of keystrokes. Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Meanwhile, a certain hacker monitoring Shen Xiaoyan sat before the computer screen, dumbfounded. He could only watch in disbelief as the garbled text on the screen formed a word he recognized. The hacker exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this still be an insult?" The garbled characters flickered wildly once more, gradually morphing into a hand gesture, specifically a middle finger. The hacker rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot, utterly humiliated. Before he could even log on, he noticed Song Hanan had posted a Weibo update. Song Hanan, please refrain from spreading rumors. I trust my good friends and my boss, who are certainly not the individuals you portray them to be. I have not suffered any so-called oppression. All of this is of my own making. So please do not place the blame on others. No matter how well my senior and General Ian may get along, it is not the relationship you imagine. What a strong aroma of tea this statement exuded. It perfectly aligned with Song Hanan's innocent persona, pure, naive, and kind-hearted. Her legion of fans promptly began to shower her with praise. Hanan is the most beautiful. Hanan, how can you be so compassionate? You've clearly been wronged yet still speak up for them. Please think of yourself. My dearest Hanan, if you don't care for yourself, we, your fans,
Care for you.
Hanan, my wife, the situation has escalated to this point, yet we haven't seen Shen Xiaoyan come out to clarify. Is she feeling guilty? She was pretending to be the good person on Weibo before. How disingenuous. If she wishes to clarify, well, here's her chance. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Xiaoyan swiftly released a video. Esteemed celebrity community owner. Greetings, everyone. I am a proud owner of the esteemed celebrity community, and I've recently been learning the art of flower shaking. While filming a video, I inadvertently captured the scene, which seems to relate to the current trending topic. Feel free to take a look. Naturally, a new account would lack visibility, so Shen Xiaoyan immediately retweeted it from her own account. Shen Xiaoyan, retweet. Justice will reveal itself. As she anticipated, the moment the video was released, it sparked a tremendous uproar. The comments on her Weibo began to refresh at a dizzying speed, nearly overwhelming her vision. The view count of the video skyrocketed, and the topic rapidly ascended to the top of the trending list. Shen Xiaoyan's clarification arrived sooner than anyone expected, igniting a fervent reaction among netizens. Not tired, the king returns. Shen Xiaoyan, you have indeed not let me down. Justice will reveal itself. A suspicious netizen, I have finally awaited the reversal of this situation. Frankly, I do not believe Shen Xiaoyan was being kept when she was not famous. She resorted to all sorts of underhanded tactics for attention and never climbed into anyone's bed. Now that she is on the verge of stardom, who would be foolish enough to engage in such behavior? A green hat above. Indeed, if Song Hanan's fans claim the company is promoting Shen Xiaoyan, then I must ask, would they truly let her take on a role in an obscure small theater production if they were genuinely supporting her? Western green persimmon. To be fair, Shen Xiaoyan has clearly carved out her own path through sheer talent, hasn't she? Her play has garnered widespread acclaim, and her acting prowess is indeed commendable. And Queen, regarding the allegations of the company colluding with Shen Xiaoyan to suppress Song Hanan, I must express my confusion. I truly fail to see any suppression. Was she usurped in her role, or is there something else at play? Are not her scandals of her own making? What connection do they have with Shen Xiaoyan? Many netizens have discerned the complexities of the situation and have rallied to defend Shen Xiaoyan. Steamed breath, the misleading nature of that photograph is egregious. Is it not a crime for unscrupulous journalists to spread such rumors? As public sentiment shifts in favor of Shen Xiaoyan, how could Song Hanan's fans possibly remain silent? Kissing Hanan, what can a single video truly convey? Perhaps they were merely engaged in a quarrel at that moment? If there were no sponsor relationship, why would Shen Xiaoyan appear at the celebrity garden? Please elucidate. I love Hanan. A friend informed me that unless a property owner grants a friend card, ordinary individuals cannot gain entry. Hanan's darling, so it was her boss who provided her with a friend card. This raises a question. Why bestow such a privilege upon her, if not to invite her to his residence? What could the implications be? There is a deeper meaning here. Upon observing these discussions, Shen Xiaoyan boldly produced her property owner card and shared a photograph online. Shen Xiaoyan. Greetings, everyone. I, too, am a discreet owner of a property in the celebrity garden. The internet erupted once more. Cherry Little Dumpling. Shen Xiaoyan is a property owner? Goodness, could she be a hidden heiress? Hanan's darling. She is merely a wealthy patron, being supported. How ridiculous. Shouldn't she have some dignity? Son-in-law of the sea. To the commenter above, spreading falsehoods is indeed a crime. What evidence do you possess to assert she is being sponsored? Hanan's darling. Indeed, the hired supporters Shen Xiaoyan employs ought to reflect upon their integrity. Can they truly be at peace with their ill-gotten gains? They should be wary of accidents when they step outside. The ability of Song Hanan's fans to distort the truth is remarkable, leaving many netizens bewildered. Some individuals believe that Shen Xiaoyan has no ties to Yin Shen, especially given the unfriendly tone of their conversation in the video. However, others remain skeptical, suspecting that their relationship is more complex, arguing that the heated exchange was merely coincidental. After all, her presence at the celebrity garden raises questions. A small faction contends that while Shen Xiaoyan may not be connected to Yin Shen, she could very well be supported by others. Otherwise, how would she possess a property owner card? The discourse surrounding this topic has become intensely fervent. Observing the unfolding events, Shen Xiaoyan could not help but marvel at the internet's extraordinary nature. Even a simple clarifying video can spark boundless speculation. She now requires compelling evidence to silence all dissenting voices. Thus, such evidence materialized. Qilin Real Estate Juelin, Shen Xiaoyan is my niece. And the property at the celebrity garden was a gift for me. Is there an issue with that? Chapter 41. What is her name? Shen Xiaoyan or Sister Yan. It has become evident that those with wealth and influence speak with conviction. Who is Juelin? A formidable figure in the underworld. Yet, this was merely his secondary identity. He possessed a primary identity, a faade of a real estate tycoon. Qilin Real Estate, notorious for its nouveau riche reputation, was helmed by Juelin, a quintessential parvenu, whose wealth and influence were widely acknowledged. Now, this brash tycoon boldly proclaimed, Shen Xiaoyan is my niece, and I purchased her house. Who dares to object? The fans of Song Hanan fell into an immediate silence. Moments ago, several women, who had been as eloquent as seasoned detectives, were now rendered mute, their voices lost. Conversely, netizens supporting Shen Xiaoyan began to assert themselves. No more doubts, Shen Xiaoyan is incredible. Salt Empress, what other surprises do you have that I am unaware of? Mind your address. It's not Shen Xiaoyan, it's Sister Yan. So, Shen Xiaoyan is truly a wealthy woman. Fabulously rich, yet relying not on capital but on her own endeavors in the entertainment industry. Truly admirable and inspiring. Are the fans of Song Hanan still barking? Go on. Why the sudden silence? It appears that in the face of absolute power, some lack even the courage to throw a tantrum. The online atmosphere finally calmed, and Shen Xiaoyan's reputation not only remained unscathed but soared to new heights. In mere moments, she gained 200,000 followers on Weibo. 200,000. After years in the industry, her total followers had only reached 800,000, a level of obscurity that could scarcely be surpassed. Is this the power of capital? Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but take out her phone and send a message to Zhuolin. Thanks, brother. We are family. There's no need for thanks. You're being too polite. Family? Shen Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Indeed, she could be considered half a father to Su Jin, making them family.
Zhuolin,
however, thought to himself. Once Shen Xiaoyan becomes my daughter-in-law, will that not make us family? Both shared a knowing smile, their exchange on WeChat particularly cordial. You are right. I was ignorant, Shen Xiaoyan admitted. No need to mention it, Zhuolin replied. Meanwhile, at Song Hanan's residence, her face was ashen as she scrolled through Weibo. With each comment she read, her expression darkened further. Eventually, her entire demeanor crumbled, abandoning the image of the once pure flower, now resembling a witch intent on devouring her prey. How could this happen? How could this happen? In a fit of madness, she hurled her phone across the room, shattering it upon impact. Her manager, frozen in shock, urged, calm down, Hanan. It's not as bad as it seems. Not as bad? Then tell me, what would constitute bad? I to perish before your eyes for it to be deemed terrible? She screamed, her voice piercing and grating. Did you not say Huang Chong was reliable? Did you not assure me he had never failed before? Then why did he falter this time? Why? The agent wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Astonished by Shen Xiaoyan's extraordinary luck, it was sheer coincidence that someone had captured her moments with Shen that day, something we could never have anticipated. And what of Zhuolin? How could that nouveau riche Zhuolin possibly be Shen Xiaoyan's uncle? Such news had never reached my ears. It is said that most wealthy individuals maintain a low profile, shrouded in mystery. This only implies that Shen Xiaoyan has concealed her connections rather deeply. So, are you insinuating that I am the fool in this scenario? The malice in Song Hanan's gaze seemed capable of tearing the agent asunder. The agent nearly wept, insisting, that is not my intention. His submissiveness rendered Song Hanan's fury akin to striking cotton, utterly unsatisfying. Her chest heaved violently as she breathed rapidly, striving to regain her composure. Fine. Let us chalk this up to her serendipity. After all, no one can trace this back to me, and at least I shall incur no loss. Perhaps this is the silver lining amidst the misfortune. Having failed once, numerous opportunities lie ahead. She refused to believe that Shen Xiaoyan could consistently enjoy such fortuity. Just as she contemplated how to present herself as a paragon of virtue on Weibo, the doorbell rang suddenly. A jolt of apprehension coursed through her, an ominous premonition taking root. The agent, sensing the urgency, hurried to glance through the peephole, his eyes widening in horror. It was Mr. Yin. Moreover, his expression was decidedly unsettling. The palpable malice radiating from him could be felt even through the door, a chilling presence that suggested genuine trouble was at hand. What to do? She trembled as she glanced towards Song Hanan. Taking a deep breath, Song Hanan promptly composed herself, transforming into a delicate flower once more. Open the door, she instructed. The agent complied, but as the door creaked ajar, an overwhelming force from outside slammed it wide open, nearly propelling the agent outwards. Song Hanan. Shen stood at the threshold, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips, his obsidian eyes devoid of any light, radiating a terrifying chill. Were looks lethal, Song Hanan would have been eviscerated 1,000 times over. Mr. Yin, Song Hanan's voice quavered, her eyes swollen and red. Are you all right? Her complexion was dreadful, as though she had wept for an entire day. Clad in a flimsy nightgown, she appeared fragile and pitiable. Upon seeing the news, my immediate concern was for you. I feared deeply that you would be adversely affected. How could those fans unleash their ire upon you, without discernment? I truly... She choked on her words, unable to articulate her feelings, resorting to pounding her chest in frustration. I feel utterly helpless, unable to assist in any way. Her performance had indeed been exceptional, her tearful portrayal resonating deeply, her slightly hoarse voice evoking sympathy. Even the agent was moved to tears, exclaiming, Hanan, you mustn't blame yourself. This situation is not your fault. Yet everyone was attacking Mr. Yin on my behalf. How can I bear that? The more she cried, the more breathless she became. No matter how I explained, no one would listen. I had never felt so powerless. From beginning to end, Shen stood at the entrance in silence. His expression impassive as he observed them, a hint of derision gradually tugging at the corners of his lips. The performance was exquisite. It was no wonder he was the actor I had nurtured. President Yin? Song Hanan gazed at him in disbelief, her heart shattering further. Are you blaming me too? Chapter 42. If you do not sit, then I shall. Could it be that even you are blaming me? Song Hanan's complexion turned pale. Yet her beautiful light-hued eyes defiantly locked onto Yin Shen. If you believe this is my fault, then I shall accept it. I will do anything you ask. What are you still pretending for? Yin Shen was entirely unmoved by her act. Striding towards her, he forcefully thrust the friend card into her face, a cold smirk playing on his lips. What are you trying to play at? At the sight of the card, Song Hanan's pupils constricted. In almost a heartbeat, the panic in her eyes transformed into bewilderment. Is this the card you gave me? How could it be with you? I distinctly remember it was always in my bag. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag frantically. How is this possible? Where could it have gone? Even the manager stood dumbfounded. How could the card have ended up in Yin Shen's possession? Are you not exhausted from acting? Yin Shen seized Song Hanan's wrist with a grip so fierce it seemed capable of breaking it. She gasped softly, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him. President Yin, you're hurting me. Yin Shen was indifferent to her plight. He tightened his grip, gritting his teeth. Speak the truth. I truly do not know what you are talking about. I have no idea when the card went missing, nor do I understand how it ended up in your hands. Could you please enlighten me on what is angering you? This card was given to me by a journalist. Yin Shen's expression seemed to convey disbelief, as if to say, are you still pretending? A journalist? How could the card be in the hands of a journalist? Song Hanan initially looked bewildered, her eyes suddenly widening as if a realization struck her. Could it be that reporter who was taking candid shots? Yin Shen regarded her with an icy demeanor, neither confirming nor denying. I see. So the journalist used this card to enter the celebrity garden and captured that scene, leading you to believe I orchestrated this, correct? Do I even need to think about it? He chuckled in anger. Isn't everything laid bare? It is necessary. Your thoughts hold significance. Song Hanan's gaze remained defiant, her determination unyielding as she looked at him. I simply wish to understand your perspective. Do you truly believe I was responsible? Yes. So this is how you perceive me. Upon receiving this answer, Song Hanan seemed to wilt, a desolate smile gracing her lips. It matters not. If you believe it is me, then so be it. She subtly signaled her manager with her eyes. The manager, taken aback, instantly comprehended, gripping the hem of his clothing, his eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. The threat in Song Hanan's gaze intensified. Fear flickered in the manager's eyes as he suddenly pointed at Song Hanan and shouted, yes, it was her. She handed the card to the journalist. I witnessed it with my own eyes. What? Song Hanan gazed at her in disbelief, as if he had been subjected to an immense betrayal. Sister Erin, how could you? It was you who sought out Huang Chang, that reporter. You instructed him to capture the scandal between Shen Xiaoyan and you, and then fabricated false information. The agent grew increasingly agitated, her face flushed. Yet, it seemed as though Song Hanan had found a chink in her armor. Huang Chang. I have no idea who this person is, but how do you know his name? I. The agent was suddenly flustered, her guilt evident on her face. Yin Shen, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes. The disappointment in Song Hanan's eyes deepened. Sister Erin, could it truly be you? No, it couldn't possibly be me. It's you, the agent. In a frenzy, pointed at Song Hanan and shouted. In despair, Song Hanan closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her cheek as she resigned herself. Yes, it was me. The agent stared at her in shock. Song Hanan managed a bitter smile. It was all my doing. I was the one who instructed that reporter. President Yin, you may punish me as you see fit. I will accept it all. Song Hanan. The agent rushed forward, shaking her shoulders violently. Why would you admit to it? Why? It was indeed my doing. There is nothing to deny. No. The agent seemed to sink into deep regret, collapsing to the ground. Yes, it was my doing. I initially intended to frame you. But why did you admit it? Why would you take the blame for me? How can I continue to frame you now? She began to sob. With a compassionate gaze, Song Hanan could no longer restrain herself and embraced her. Sister Erin, I am willing to bear this for you. If you wish to frame me, then see it through to the end. I still cannot do it. The agent cried even harder. After the two wept together, the agent confessed everything. She stated that it was she who had directed the reporter, and that Song Hanan bore no responsibility. As her agent, seeing Song Hanan's fame decline had caused her to panic, leading her to devise such a scheme. Unexpectedly, the situation unraveled and, fearing punishment, She sought to shift the blame onto Song Hanan. Little did she know that Song Hanan, in her kindness, genuinely wished to help her shoulder the burden. Moved by Song Hanan's compassion, she could no longer allow her to take the blame, thus confessing her own wrongdoing. After hearing all this, Song Hanan was already in tears. Sister Erin, how could you be so foolish? Yin Shun remained expressionless throughout, observing like a spectator at a film. Ever cold-hearted, he remained unmoved by this trivial display of sisterly affection. Once the agent finished speaking, he stepped in front of her, looking down imposingly, exuding pressure. Was it all you're doing? The agent felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if swarmed by countless ants. Yes. Very well. Yin Shun's lips curled into a wicked, cold smile. I will hand you over to the company's legal department, striving to ensure you receive the harshest penalty. 5 years? Or perhaps 10. Anticipate it well. The agent's expression instantly froze, and she instinctively glanced at Song Hanan. Had she foreseen the gravity of the consequences? She would never have taken the fall for Song Hanan. Mr. Yin, Song Hanan implored, collapsing to her knees before him. Please, spare Sister Allen. I understand she has committed unforgivable acts, yet it was merely a moment of folly. If you must dismiss her, do so. But at least do not let her face imprisonment. She is still so young. However, in the next heartbeat, her smile froze upon her face. Then you shall take her place. Yin Shun's voice resonated with chilling finality. Chapter 43. Everyone stood in solidarity with Shen Xiaoyan. Then you shall take her place. The moment Yin Shun's words echoed, Song Hanan's expression became rigid. She recognized that Yin Shun was a man of his word, and his declaration was not a mere threat. He was indeed capable of such an act. If she uttered even a single word in defense of her manager, Yin Shun would unhesitatingly cast her into the depths of despair. Initially, Song Hanan had intended to showcase her own kindness and innocence, but Yin Shun's words left her ensnared in a predicament. To continue the charade? She had no desire for incarceration, yet to abandon the act? That would surely reveal her feigned performance. Caught in a dilemma, she cast her gaze once more upon her manager, her eyes brimming with unspoken threats and implications. The manager, utterly flabbergasted, was engulfed by a wave of despair. Trembling, she managed to utter, "Do not involve Hanan. I will bear the consequences of my actions myself." This time, Song Hanan refrained from defending her, merely gazing at her with a heart full of compassion, the conversation trailing off into silence. The manager's fate of imprisonment had been sealed. In turn, Song Hanan publicly apologized on Weibo, elucidating the situation. Song Hanan, it is with a heavy heart that I share this distressing news. The originator of this scandal was none other than my manager, who, in her zeal to advance my career, resorted to fabricating false reports. I apologize, esteemed seniors, Mr. Yin. I too bear responsibility. My manager will face the appropriate consequences, and I am prepared to accept the scorn of the online community. Once more, I am truly sorry. Netizens were astonished that this scandal could continue to escalate, and in such an explosive manner. Stubborn pig intestine. I can only say, your circle is truly chaotic. One day to death, the intrigues of the entertainment industry are indeed real. How terrifying. Had it not been for this evidence, would Shen Xiaoyan ever have been able to clear her name? Meanwhile, the fans of the previously silent Song Hanan finally found their voice. I love Song Hanan. I am utterly exasperated. Can someone please find Hanan a more competent manager? Deep Color Entertainment, take some responsibility, will you? Hanan is the best, speechless. So, in the end, it was all orchestrated by the manager. Hanan is a victim in this, so why should she face the backlash? Kiss Hanan, I strongly demand that both the manager and Deep Color Entertainment apologize to Hanan. The owner of Deep Color Entertainment is not innocent either. It was their own employee who created this mess. Thus, the fans began to extol her kindness once more. The official account of Dark Entertainment has also issued a statement. It contained no text, only an image of a document declaring accountability, clearly stating that legal action would be pursued against Song Hanan's manager, with the specific outcome to be revealed after the legal proceedings. Such boldness is indeed striking. After addressing the matters on Weibo, Song Hanan coldly gazed down at her kneeling manager. Hanan, please, I don't want to go to prison. Think of another way. I truly cannot bear it. The manager pleaded, sobbing on the floor. The once innocent and pure flower of rumors now remained unmoved, her cold eyes fixed on the manager. Do you wish for me to inform President Yin that it was all my doing, thus condemning myself to prison?
I didn't mean that.
Then what exactly do you mean? Song Hanan sneered, gripping her chin with a fierce expression. Ultimately, this is all your fault. If it weren't for your incompetence as a manager, would I have been trampled by Shen Xiaoyan? If I had not been under her heel, would I have acted this way? Therefore, you should bear full responsibility, shouldn't you? Song Hanan's tyrannical logic left the manager dumbfounded. The subsequent words from Song Hanan plunged her into despair, or, do you no longer wish to secure medical treatment for your brother? The last glimmer of hope faded from the manager's eyes. After a long silence, she choked out, promise me, if I go to prison, you will cover all my brother's medical expenses and ensure his recovery. A triumphant smile crept onto Song Hanan's lips. I promise you. The manager ultimately took on all the blame, allowing Song Hanan to escape a perilous situation. However, even so, Yin Shun's wrath still fell upon her. She was stripped of numerous work opportunities and was not assigned a new manager, rendering her essentially abandoned. What of a single failure? She did not believe Shen Xiaoyan would always possess such fortune. Shen Xiaoyan, just wait. One day I will make you. What would she make her? Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air behind her. Song Hanan froze, goosebumps creeping over her skin.
How could this be?
She was certain she was alone at home. How had a man appeared silently behind her? The security door was firmly locked, and forcing it open would trigger an alarm. She hadn't heard a single sound, not even footsteps.
Who are you?
She stood frozen, unable to move. The voice held an oppressive weight, as if it emanated from the cold depths of hell, demanding her life. She felt a chill at her neck and glanced down to see a cold dagger pressed against her throat. What do you want? Money? I can give you whatever amount you desire. And I promise I won't call the police. Just let me go. Her expression was frantic and twisted, devoid of any semblance of composure. Through the reflection in the glass, she caught a glimpse of the man behind her, clad in a black mask and a baseball cap, rendering his face obscured. The man's voice was icy. Shen Xiaoyan is not someone you can touch, understand? Understood. I understand. I shall never do anything again, I swear. If there is a next time, the knife shall not merely rest upon your neck. Do you understand? There will absolutely be no next time. The knife at her throat was finally put away. She fell to the ground with a thud, still somewhat in shock.
Why?
Why are there so many protecting Shen Xiaoyan? Yin Shun, Zhuolin, and that terrifyingly mysterious man from just now. Why does everyone stand by Shen Xiaoyan's side? Following her fear, the hatred in her eyes burned more fiercely, like an inferno consuming all in its path. Shen Xiaoyan, you shall pay the price. Chapter 44. Luck or Strength. It has been proven that while justice may arrive tardily, it shall never be absent. In a luxuriously illuminated villa, Shen Xiaoyan confidently perched upon the sofa. One hand raised in a toast with a glass of red wine, the other clutching her phone, brimming with joy. The screen displayed a video call, yet only Shen Xiaoyan's side was visible, the other side remained shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, his voice echoed, I'm almost there. Why is it so pitch black over there? Engaging in something clandestine? Nothing, just a broken camera. As she spoke, strange sounds of impact resonated from his end. Would you prefer strawberry or chocolate cake? Su Jin inquired, casually kicking aside the unconscious Huang Chang. On the screen, Shen Xiaoyan wore a conflicted expression. Do they have both strawberry and chocolate? I'll ask the shopkeeper shortly.
Good.
After the call ended, the secluded alley once again fell into silence. Su Jin wiped away the blood from himself and stepped over Huang Chang's body. As he walked, he sent a message to Yu Xiao. Where can I find strawberry chocolate cake? Upon nearing his own villa, he heard Shen Xiaoyan's boisterous laughter emanating from within. The entire villa glowed with warm white light, a comforting beacon amidst the cold night, stirring ripples in his heart. So this is the feeling of home. He removed his mask and cap, discarding them into the trash, and pushed open the door to enter. Salt sister, you're cheating again. Upon entering, he was met with the voice of a stranger. The smile that had just begun to form on Su Jin's lips abruptly faltered. How am I cheating? Do you have any evidence? Yes. Do you have any evidence? Chimed in another unfamiliar voice. You bold scoundrel. How dare you slander Salt Sister without proof? I'll take your life, exclaimed a third. Chaos ensued, and Su Jin's gaze darkened as he hastened inside. There, he witnessed three spirited young men entangled in a fray. Pots and pans flying everywhere. Shen Xiaoyan sat regally upon the sofa, one hand on her hip while she pointed decisively. Hit him there. Kick him where it hurts. Are you daft? Her laughter burst forth intermittently, and under the warm light, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with starlight. Haha, you're so foolish. Su Jin paused for a moment, then helplessly smiled. Although the presence of those three men was rather bothersome, the atmosphere remained undeniably warm. His voice was cool and melodious, akin to a gentle stream, instantly calming the previously heated atmosphere. Shen Xiaoyan gazed at Su Jin with palpable excitement, holding a cake in her hand. She couldn't help but scrutinize Su Jin from head to toe. Although she was aware of his remarkable skills, one could never tell what tricks the old adversaries might employ behind the scenes, so seeing him unharmed brought her immense relief. Are you worried about me? Su Jin's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation, a sentiment he himself failed to recognize. Are you speaking rationally? How could I not worry? His ears flushed slightly, the corners of his lips curving into an attractive arc. Rest assured, I'm fine. Come, let's eat cake. By the way, do you play mahjong? As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan rummaged through the cabinets to produce a box of mahjong tiles. Ladies, no more dodiju. Let's play mahjong instead. As per tradition, the loser has to leave. Wait, mahjong? Does that mean I can't cheat? An impish smile spread across her face. It's my turn to shine. In a show of understanding, a little one slid to her knees before Su Jin, proclaiming, Welcome back, Your Highness. The skill of flattery seemed embedded in their very DNA.
Su Ines diminushitid.
His gaze falling upon the trio before him, where warmth was wholly absent. What brings you here? His cool voice bore an imperceptible edge. Ahem. We were invited by Sister Yen. She said a party needs a crowd to be lively, one replied, scratching the back of his head, a bit flustered. Rest assured. We are merely here to fill the numbers. You are the true male host. Another had mastered the art of flattery. Predictably, Su Jin's expression softened slightly. Male host? He couldn't help but glance at Shen Xiaoyan, who was busily arranging the mahjong tiles. Female host? That seems like a fitting title. Su Jin, do you play mahjong? Shen Xiaoyan had already set the tiles and approached him. A little? Her eyes sparkled, revealing a mischievous grin. No worries, I only know a bit too. At the table, there were 4 players. Su Jin, who barely knew the game, and the 2 hapless companions who couldn't even cheat properly, along with a cute little one beside her, diligently serving tea. Wasn't she destined to win effortlessly? Excellent. This hand looks promising, Shen Xiaoyan thought, her mind racing as she calculated the quickest way to victory. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Su Jin placed his tiles down.
Did I win?
Shen Xiaoyan's smile froze in an instant. You actually won.
Truly impressive. Su Jin, a phenomenal han.
She clapped her hands, abandoning her tea duties to flatter him directly. Winning on the first hand, as if the heavens have favored you. Your luck is remarkable, haha. Shen Xiaoyan congratulated him, attempting to showcase her magnanimity. Yet internally, she mused, it's merely luck. Without skill, luck will falter. I shall prevail in the end. With renewed confidence, she eagerly commenced the second round. This hand is even better. With a stroke of luck, I could win within 3 minutes. Smack. Su Jin laid down her cards again. Did I win again? Shen Xiaoyan, you won. You won. Little Xiao was already right beside Su Jin, exuberantly shouting like a boisterous sister-in-law. Brother Su has won again. The commercial smile on Shen Xiaoyan's face was beginning to falter.
Congratulations, Su Jin.
It's all right. It's not like one can win consecutively in 3 rounds, right? Let us go again. Chapter 45. Where did these dogs come from? What is the most crucial aspect of playing mahjong? It is skill. Certainly not luck. After Su Jin had an uninterrupted streak of 10 wins, Shen Xiaoyan was utterly defeated, cursing the very notion of skill, as she found herself devoid of any opportunity to showcase it in the face of overwhelming fortune. I declare that luck is the most important factor in mahjong. She began with confidence, but ended with empty pockets. It's fine. Money isn't important. Happiness is what matters most. She smiled, looking rather like a bitter melon. Su Jin could hardly contain her amusement, discreetly slipping the winnings into Shen Xiaoyan's pocket, her fingertips brushing her lips as she whispered, Shoo, don't let them see. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise, nodding vigorously like a head of garlic. A perfect party, of course, entails more than just playing mahjong. Shen Xiaoyan had thoughtfully prepared various games such as Ludo, family games, and Truth or Dare, all conducive to mental and physical well-being. You lost again, this time. You have to choose Dare. Then, I choose Dare. A true man does not shy away from challenges. Excellent. Shen Xiaoyan pointed towards the door. Now run outside, and circle around the West District while barking like a dog. The celebrity garden was expansive, leading security personnel to delineate it into 4 sections. East, South, West, and North. They were currently in the West District. Not a problem. The little dog dashed outside, its voice echoing through the night sky. The second to lose was Xiao, who, not to be outdone, bolted out, barking even more animatedly than the first. The last was Xiao, who, without further prompting from Shen Xiaoyan, darted outside at a mere glance. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof.
Woof, 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 swish.
Shen yanked off his blindfold, surveying the pitch-black room as the corners of his mouth twitched. When did the celebrity garden amass so many stray dogs? The incessant barking at this hour is maddening. He flung open the curtains, glaring at the brightly lit villa not far away, his expression growing increasingly grim. Whether as an artist or a neighbor, your knack for causing disturbances remains consistent.
Shen Xiaoyan. Ding.
Just as the festivities were in full swing, her phone rang. Shen Xiaoyan glanced at it, and the smile on her face vanished in an instant. Old Inbi, do you believe I can send you and your dog straight to hell? All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a night. The three spirited young men were reluctant to leave, ultimately being kicked out by Su Jin, 1 foot at a time. Once only the two of them remained in the room, Su Jin remarked meaningfully, "You seem quite close to them." The three silly sisters might be a bit foolish, but they certainly mean no harm. Shen Xiaoyan still felt a lingering enjoyment. They were rather amusing. Perhaps it is the multitude of scheming individuals surrounding her that has rendered her weary since her arrival in this world, where she has been beset by various conspiracies. Time and again, she has narrowly escaped peril, leaving her utterly exhausted. It has been an eternity since she last laughed freely and without care. You know, Su Jin. She lifted her gaze to him, her amber eyes shimmering with starlight. I truly admire them. Su Jin's eyes flickered with a subtle movement. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to decipher Shen Xiaoyan's emotions. Just by gazing into her eyes at that moment, he comprehended everything. This time, he hesitated not. Leaning slightly closer to meet her gaze, he gently placed a hand upon her head, his lips curving into a tender and warm smile. Then let us frequently invite them over to play. But didn't you previously advise me to keep my distance from them? In truth, Shen Xiaoyan harbored a certain fear of incurring Su Jin's anger. Thus, she had been deliberately trying to cultivate a jovial atmosphere throughout the evening. Initially, she had indeed felt a twinge of anger. Su Jin did not conceal this. Perhaps it was merely my misunderstanding. If you believe they are good, then they must be good people. It seems I have been prejudiced against them. His hand caressed Shen Xiaoyan's head, feeling the delicate strands of hair brush against his palm, sending a delightful shiver through him. This peculiar sensation captivated him. You need only focus on your happiness. I shall handle the rest. He remained unaware of the burdens that Shen Xiaoyan bore, yet he sensed that she was often discontented. No matter how radiant her smile, it could not mask the loneliness reflected in her eyes. Shen Xiaoyan, I wish for your happiness. He noticed the strange light begin to dance in her amber eyes, her smile growing ever more brilliant as she nodded emphatically. The consequence of staying up late was that when she awoke the following morning, her head felt as swollen as a balloon. To make matters worse, her phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was Director Li. Wasn't he the one who had previously auditioned her and then dismissed her? Instantly, her spirits lifted. Hello?
Who is this?
Miss Shen, did you not save my number? This is Director Li. His voice was markedly more humble than before, devoid of its prior arrogance.
Director Li. Who was that again?
My apologies. There are many people with the surname Li, and I cannot recall at the moment. May I ask for your full name? Even through the phone, she could sense Director Li gritting his teeth. Li Gangdan.
Oh.
It is Director Li Gangdan. Now I remember. Has your television series begun filming? I would love to visit the set. Shen Xiaoyan stifled a giggle behind her hand. Hearing this, his voice became even more humble. How could we possibly commence? We have yet to find the leading lady.
Wait.
Wasn't Ti Han and already confirmed for the role? Well, she was initially, he coughed, but upon further reflection, I believe she may not be quite suitable for the character. There is someone else who fits the role even better. Director Li hinted frantically. How outrageous. Shen Xiaoyan was instantly incensed. My sister Han, and has even taken the time to learn the guzheng for this role. How can you simply decide to replace her? Director Li, you are truly lacking in loyalty. You have greatly disappointed me. After speaking, there was a sharp click as the call ended. Director Li was left utterly astonished on the other end. Hello? Miss Shen? Hello? Hello? He couldn't comprehend why she had turned her back on their camaraderie. With Song Hanan mired in public controversy, who would dare to cast her? Surely, it was my earlier lack of clarity that led Shen Xiaoyan to misunderstand my intentions. This time, I shall be explicit in my desire for her to portray the lead role. I refuse to believe she would not be thrilled. After all, He is none other than the illustrious director Li Gangdan. To play his leading lady is akin to striking gold. With renewed confidence, Director Li dialed her number again, already envisioning the excitement that would surely radiate from Shen Xiaoyan during their conversation. However, the phone rang for what felt like an eternity without an answer. His smile faltered. Could it be that she had forgotten her phone while attending to nature's call? Undeterred, he made another attempt. This time, the chilling automated response echoed, "Hello. You have been blocked. Please refrain from calling again, you little brat." Director Li? In his lifetime, he had never imagined being chastised by a system notification. Rolling his eyes, he fainted on the spot. That day, a torrential downpour unleashed its fury, accompanied by thunder and howling winds. Shen Xiaoyan leaned against the window, gazing outside for a while before rushing down the stairs. "Susu, perhaps you should stay in today. The rain is quite perilous." The previous drama's casting change due to scandal left her in need of new opportunities. Susu was already at the entrance, changing her shoes. "Nonetheless, the rain is so heavy," Shen Xiaoyan expressed, her face etched with concern. For someone like Susu, whose hands were stained with blood, the likelihood of being struck by lightning seemed considerably higher. "Didn't he it?" "Fear not, I won't get wet while driving," Susu reassured her, ruffling her hair playfully before departing. Shen Xiaoyan glanced at the opulent Maybach outside, its splendor so pronounced it could blind even the heavens, and felt a sense of relief. Surely, the storm would spare the wealthy. Just as she thought this, a deafening crash resonated outside. A bolt of lightning descended with ferocity, but it did not strike Susu, for she had already driven away. Instead, it struck a nearby pine tree. Shen Xiaoyan watched in trepidation as the tree was charred black, unable to suppress a gulp. Beside the charred tree stood Yinshen, holding a black umbrella. A wave of regret washed over her. Why hadn't the lightning struck him instead? Curiosity piqued. She wondered why Yinshen had ventured out into the downpour. Grabbing her small red umbrella, she decided to follow him. She trailed him to the entrance of the celebrity garden, where she spotted a familiar figure kneeling outside. With surprise, she recognized Song Hanan, dressed in a white dress. She seemed to favor this ensemble. Her delicate frame knelt in the torrential rain, allowing the raindrops to pummel her skin. A gust of wind caused her to sway precariously. Yet she bit her lip and persevered, unwavering. Her raven hair clung to her porcelain skin, creating a striking contrast that delivered a powerful visual impact. Were it not for his steadfast professional ethics, he might have been tempted to invite Song Hanan into the security room to take refuge from the rain. Song Hanan shook her head, a stubborn glint in her eyes. "If I have erred, I shall face the consequences. This rain falls splendidly. Perhaps even the heavens believe I should endure some hardship." Just as she uttered these words, Yinshen strode up to her. According to the conventions of television dramas, he should have extended his umbrella to shield her from the elements. However, Yinshen was a man of unique character. He did not budge. The black umbrella seemed as if it were welded to his head, remaining steadfastly unmoved. Kneeling before him, Song Hanan was drenched by the relentless downpour. "Mr. Yin." She raised her tear-streaked face, pale and devoid of color. "You needn't concern yourself with me. I merely wish to apologize, that is all." Shen Xiaoyan was profoundly taken aback. How could her makeup remain flawless? The waterproofing was astonishing. "Is this truly your method of apology?" Yinshen looked down at her with an air of superiority, his dark pupils devoid of any compassion. "Kneeling here, waiting to be featured in the news, only to be besieged by your legion of fervent fans? Certainly not." Panic-stricken, Song Hanan stammered, I didn't mean to cause trouble again. I'll take my leave." Yinshen made no move to stop her, merely observing with cold indifference. As she unsteadily rose to her feet, she suddenly twisted her ankle and toppled directly into his embrace.
Ah.
Her soft, fragile form collided with his warm, masculine chest. The air instantly thickened with an ambiguous tension, as if an indescribable narrative were on the verge of unfolding. And indeed, it transpired. The moment Song Hanan touched Yinshen, he promptly shoved her away. True to her delicate nature, she fell unceremoniously to the ground. "Ha ha ha." Shen Xiaoyan erupted into laughter, her mirth echoing like a pig's squeal. Yinshen frowned, his expression rife with disdain as he brushed the raindrops from his clothing. "Do you have to get my clothes wet as well? How can one not laugh?" Yinshen, that insufferable straight man, Shen Xiaoyan chuckled, pulling 2 security personnel under her umbrella to share in her amusement. Song Hanan, now dirted, felt the earlier sense of fragility dissipate. With her intentions thwarted, she suppressed her discomfort and continued, "I apologize, Mr. Yin, it was not my intention." If you truly wish to apologize, then go earn some money. Stop causing me trouble every few days. Very well, I shall do whatever it takes to placate you, mister.
Een.
As she spoke, Song Hanan leaned slightly, inadvertently revealing her alluring figure. The juxtaposition of her innocent visage and sultry physique was irresistible to any man. Yet Een Shen remained impervious, turning away with the umbrella, akin to an emotionless automaton. Song Hanan could only laugh in exasperation. She had encountered many straight men, but none as unyielding as he. It appeared that only wealth could sway him. With beauty proving ineffective, she resolved to alter her approach. Rather than squander time with Een Shen, she would pursue various engagements herself. Despite lacking an agent, her established connections within the industry would ensure she could easily secure work. Thus, Song Hanan departed. Shen Xiaoyan, delighted in the spectacle, thoroughly entertained. In an instant, her little red umbrella was kicked away. Have you had enough of the show? Een Shen's voice remained as chilling as ever. Boss, an ambush is unwise, she quickly added as he prepared to move the umbrella. If I catch a cold from the rain, the company will have to cover my medical expenses. Typically, when an artist falls ill, the company reimburses the medical costs. As expected, the black umbrella halted. Shen Xiaoyan smiled confidently. I've got this. Boss, you misunderstand. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. I just happened to pass by and honestly, I didn't hear a thing.
Huh.
Een Shen let out a cold laugh. By the way, how about I treat you to some spicy hot pot? I've heard that rainy days and spicy hot pot are a perfect match. Shen Xiaoyan promptly diverted the topic, well aware that Een Shen would surely decline. After all, who would expect a domineering CEO to enjoy spicy hot pot?
All right.
When Een Shen uttered those two words, Shen Xiaoyan thought she had misheard. What did you say? Are you having second thoughts already? She was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that Een Shen could be so desperate, even trying to swindle money for a meal of spicy hot pot. You greedy miser. Not at all. I am a person of my word. If I say I will treat you, then I will. Come on, I'll make sure you eat your fill today. Shen Xiaoyan confidently patted her chest. A mere meal of spicy hot pot would hardly break the bank. At most, it would cost 100 yuan. Could he possibly indulge extravagantly? Shen Xiaoyan settled into the luxurious passenger seat of Een Shen's car. Outside, the rain pattered rhythmically, while the interior was suffocatingly silent. Unable to bear the quiet any longer, she pressed a button to turn on the car radio. Een Shen's expression darkened. This is a paid station, he remarked tersely. His unspoken words were clear. How could you be so stingy? However, knowing her place, she refrained from being too audacious and quietly turned off the radio, allowing the car to descend once more into silence. Feeling the need to break the tension, she began to sing instead. Oh. Een Shen raised an eyebrow. Why should I care if you feel awkward? I thought we were both feeling awkward, she replied. His laughter was laced with sarcasm. Find it funny, do you? Shen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and decided to close her eyes and rest. Initially, she felt it might be impolite to sleep in someone else's car, but now she couldn't muster the energy to care. Sleep was the only solution. Regrettably, she thought she shouldn't have closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she gazed out at the opulent buildings, silenced by their grandeur. On a structure resembling a castle, 3 characters crafted from pure gold read, Spicy Hot Pot. Is this what you call spicy hot pot? Why don't you get out? Een Shen queried from beside the car. Truthfully, Shen Xiaoyan had an overwhelming urge to leap into the driver's seat and speed away. However, she did not dare. After a moment of hesitation, she forced a smile and exited the vehicle, intending to resist, but was abruptly pulled inside by Een Shen. With a beaming smile, the staff led them to a private room and presented the menu. Een Shen, displaying a hint of humanity, handed the menu to her. It's your treat, you choose. Very well, let me order. Shen Xiaoyan did not shy away at all. As soon as she opened the menu, a dazzling array of golden figures blinded her eyes.
Boiled cabbage, 88 per stalk. Boiled potatoes, 98 per slice.
Boiled fish balls, 108 per piece. Unbelievable. Just as she was about to resort to her usual tactics, her fingertips itching to act, she noticed Een Shen producing a bottle of rapid-acting heart-saving pills, suggesting that they were effective when one was impulsive. His foresight was quite remarkable. Unable to contain herself, she gritted her teeth and resolutely ordered 2 stalks of boiled cabbage. Then, under the astonished gaze of the waitress, she naturally turned to Een Shen, saying, Boss, 1 stalk of cabbage each should suffice. Too much will cause bloating and isn't good for the health. A strange smile curled at the corners of Een Shen's lips. I have no objections.
Oh,
Has he suddenly developed a conscience? However, the minimum consumption for this private room was 50,000. Shen Xiaoyan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Just last night, she had played cards for an entire evening and only won 50 yuan, a sum generously given to her by Su Jin. Now he was telling her that a meal of spicy hot pot would cost her 50,000. That meant she would need to order 567 stalks of boiled cabbage. Her eyes burned with fury as she shot a murderous glare at Yin Shen. She vowed he would never wish to eat boiled cabbage again in his lifetime. Yin Shen, too, did not expect her to be so ruthless, willing to inflict harm on herself just to make a point. Thus, he narrowed his eyes, accepting the challenge. The waitress soon brought in a table laden with boiled cabbage, instantly filling the room with its fragrant aroma. Shen Xiaoyan picked up a stalk and began to slurp it down, reminding Yin Shen, "Boss, make sure to eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Naturally, Yin Shen would not concede defeat. He elegantly picked up his knife and fork, swiftly cutting the translucent boiled cabbage into bite-sized pieces, which he methodically consumed. One was slurping while the other was cutting, and for a moment, it was hard to determine who was more unhinged. Burp. Upon hearing the sound, Yin Shen raised an eyebrow. "What is this? Can't eat anymore?
how could that be?
I'm only 7/10 full. But you, boss, seem to be nearing your limit, don't you? I'm only 3/10 full. Is that so? Then let us continue." And they resumed their frenzied consumption. 7/10 full is the biggest lie Shen Xiaoyan had ever told. Her stomach was now stretched to the brink, and even a single additional bite could send her into a frenzy. Yin Shen wasn't in a much better state. His countenance, as cold and beautiful as a lofty flower, now bore an unusual ashen hue, as if he might faint at any moment. "Come on, let us inflict mutual harm." Trembling, Shen Xiaoyan picked up another stalk of boiled cabbage, just as she was about to bring it to her mouth, when suddenly her body shook, and her head thudded into the plate. Yin Shen let out a cold laugh. "Is this all you've got?" Thud. The waitress rushed in, horrified, witnessing two heads buried in their plates, completely breaking her composure. "Call an ambulance. Quickly." Shen Xiaoyan found herself in a peculiar dream. In her dream, an enchanting cabbage spirit seductively posed before her, beckoning her with wild allure. Unfazed by the temptation, she brandished a long knife and cleaved the cabbage spirit in half. Then she charged into the cabbage spirit's lair, where she found Yin Shen, the prince, awaiting her rescue. Princess Yin Shen donned a seductive gown, showcasing her enchanting abdominal muscles. As she approached with her luscious red lips, "Your Highness, you have finally come to rescue me," she exclaimed. Startled, her hand trembled, inadvertently striking Princess Yin Shen as well.
Ah!
She jolted awake from her dream, drenched in cold sweat. Her surroundings were engulfed in a sea of white, the air saturated with the scent of antiseptic. It appeared she was in a hospital. "Miss Shen, you are awake," the doctor remarked, standing by her bedside while perusing her medical records. "Due to the presence of nitrites in cabbage, your excessive consumption has led to mild poisoning. No matter how much you enjoy it, moderation is essential." Lying on the hospital bed, Shen Xiaoyan blinked, suddenly recalling something. "Was I the only one brought here?" she inquired. "There was a man, but he has yet to awaken." "Not awake?" she asked, her heart racing. "Did we simply collapse and get brought here?" "Indeed," the doctor confirmed. Instantly, Shen Xiaoyan sprang from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and dashed out of the hospital, hailing a cab in her haste. 10 minutes later, Yin Shen regained consciousness, staring at the bill of 50,000 yuan placed before him. Enveloped in silence. Chapter 48. The Professionalism of Actors. Shen Xiaoyan remarked, "So, does that mean you footed the bill for this meal? How can I accept that? How about this? Next time, I will treat you to Xiaoyan." She dismissed the thought of spicy hot pot, declaring that if Xiaoyan dared to raise prices, she would storm into the price bureau. After sending the message, Shen Xiaoyan noticed that the chat box displayed that the other party was typing. It continued for a full 5 minutes before she received a succinct response. "Old Imbi, get lost." "Fine, if he wants me to go, I shall," she mused. A true man can bend and stretch. As long as he doesn't have to pay, everything is negotiable. With time on her hands, she decided to browse Weibo. To her surprise, she stumbled upon the announcement of a new variety show. Was that her name? Su Jin's efficiency was truly remarkable. She had been offered a job in no time. Yet how did Song Hanan end up involved? Shen Xiaoyan's expression soured as she sensed the unusual nature of this variety show. Even the online community caught the whiff of something extraordinary. Wild pig. Wow. I am already looking forward to the dynamic between Song Hanan and Shen Xiaoyan. Song Hanan's acting is widely acknowledged to be exceptional. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan has faced ridicule for her skills. Recently, however, she made a remarkable comeback with a play. Honestly, these two are quite the spectacle. Please enter username anticipating Shen Xiaoyan's performance, having only witnessed her in one play. It could have been a stroke of luck, so I remain uncertain about her true abilities. Upon reading the comments online, Shen Xiaoyan instantly grasped Su Jin's thoughtful intentions. Although she had risen to fame due to her recent theatrical success, the harsh criticisms she faced previously still lingered, with many doubts echoing online. Furthermore, she yearned for a face-off with Song Hanan. When it comes to acting, she had never feared anyone. The night before the recording, the director approached her to discuss the script. Are all the scripts of equal difficulty? Shen Xiaoyan inquired. The director's expression faltered. Naturally, they differ. Each script tells a unique story, and the complexity of its portrayal varies accordingly. However, whether you can select a relatively simpler script depends on your choices. Isn't it arbitrary? She pressed further. The following morning, Shen Xiaoyan arrived early at the recording venue. Thoroughly prepared. If you're feeling nervous, just look at me. I'll be right here in the audience, Su Jin gently reassured her. Rest assured, I have evolved, Shen Xiaoyan proclaimed, raising her fist with unwavering confidence. It's just 5 minutes. I can stand for a while. However, she found herself bewildered. Was this treatment not a tad excessive? During her previous variety show recordings, she merely stood by the side, waiting for her cue to perform, and no one had ever attended to her in such a manner. Yet this time, we can't have you standing. That would be exhausting, a staff member remarked, eagerly bringing over a chair and even preparing cut fruits and beverages for her. Please sit and rest. I'll call you when the time comes. After ensuring Shen Xiaoyan was settled, the staff hurried off to another area. Teacher Song Hanan had also arrived. Without her agent to facilitate social interactions, she displayed no signs of timidity, exclaiming, isn't that Xiaozhang? Long time no see. Teacher Song, do you still remember me? The staff member, flattered by the praise, felt a surge of admiration for Song Hanan. Let me take you to the lounge for a bit. The recording hasn't started yet.
Wow.
So there is indeed a difference in treatment. Shen Xiaoyan thought indignantly as she bit her handkerchief. They give her a plush seat while I get a small stool? Su Jin, amused by her irritation, playfully patted her head. Just focus on your recording. After we finish, I'll take you out for hot pot. I must have 10 plates of tripe. All right, as you wish. Song Hanan was undoubtedly the belle of the ball, effortlessly greeting everyone upon her arrival. The junior staff, unaccustomed to such treatment, quickly became fans of her character. However, Song Hanan's social aspirations extended beyond mere pleasantries. Upon spotting a poised middle-aged woman in a red dress, her eyes lit up, and she approached without hesitation.
Sister Mingyu.
You're here? The woman was Jean Mingyu, one of the guests of the show. Having been in the industry for over 30 years, her stature was notably high, and she naturally looked down upon newcomers like Song Hanan. She didn't even spare a glance at her. Chapter 49. Connections are paramount. Jean Mingyu, a seasoned veteran, had collaborated with actors of the highest caliber. Competing on stage with fresh-faced newcomers was, to her, a significant diminishment of her status. Thus, when she saw Song Hanan greeting her, she was filled with disdain. Is there something you need? Song Hanan, undaunted, flashed a bright smile.
Sister Mingyu.
How have you managed to remain unchanged all these years? Jean Mingyu's gaze flickered momentarily. I remember you looked like this before. How is it that you still look the same? It's as if you haven't changed at all. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially. You're not really an ageless enchantress, are you? At this, Jean Mingyu burst into laughter. You truly have a knack for humor. It must be said that Song Hanan's flattery was spot on. After all, the one thing Jean Mingyu dreaded most after all these years in the industry was being called old. She fervently invests in cosmetic enhancements, determined to prevent even a single wrinkle from gracing her visage. Song Hanan understands her well, immediately showering her with compliments that penetrate her heart. I have watched your performances. You are truly talented. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Her gaze towards Song Hanan softened considerably. Song Hanan, visibly delighted, exclaimed, Really? Can I truly act as your sister, Sister Mingyu? What a delightful notion of sisterhood. Jean Mingyu is over 20 years Song Hanan senior. She could easily portray a mother. Jean Mingyu's smile blossomed even more brightly, the creases at the corners of her eyes deepening slightly. Of course, that is entirely possible. The two instantly bonded as if they were sisters, making one wonder if they had known each other for over a decade. After a while, The final guest arrived. The sole male participant for this recording was Wei Yuan. In his youth, Wei Yuan had won the title of Best Actor, although older now. He still exudes a charm characteristic of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, with a fanbase primarily comprising women in their 40s. Upon his entrance, the staff immediately showed utmost respect, almost kneeling in reverence. Clearly, in this industry, status often outweighs popularity, mused Shen Xiaoyan. More crucial is one's network, Su Jin remarked thoughtfully. The longer one remains in this circle, the more connections one accumulates. Status is merely a reflection of one's network. It is no wonder that Song Hanan is relentless in her social endeavors. During Shen Xiaoyan's musings, Song Hanan had already approached Wei Yuan. Upon seeing her, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wei Yuan's eyes, quickly replaced by a rather oily smile. Is that not Hanan? We met previously on set, did we not?
Indeed.
I had a cameo in the film you starred in. Senior, Song Hanan replied sweetly, I have always admired you. Back then, I was too shy to ask for your contact information. Contact information? Certainly. Shall we exchange now? Absolutely. In less than 5 minutes, Song Hanan had successfully charmed another guest. Shen Xiaoyan watched in awe, begrudgingly acknowledging Song Hanan's undeniable prowess. I cannot fall behind, she thought, promptly rushing forward to greet the two esteemed guests. Hello, esteemed seniors. I am Shen Xiaoyan, recording with you this time. Please feel free to call me Xiaoyan. Her demeanor was sufficiently humble, yet the two appeared dismissive. Jean Mingyu remarked, Oh. Shen Xiaoyan, the actress of questionable character? I sincerely hope you keep your distance during this recording. I certainly do not wish to be associated with your notoriety. Wei Yuan added, referring to you as Xiaoyan seems a bit too familiar, does it not? After all, we are not well acquainted. Let us not be overly familiar. How perplexing that they display such duality. Shen Xiaoyan pondered, wishing to say more, but the staff hurried over to usher them into the recording. Never mind. There will surely be opportunities during the recording. It was evident that the original persona had a rather poor network in the industry, and it would be unrealistic to expect others to alter their perceptions of her in such a short time. Patience was required. The synopses of 4 scripts appeared on the large screen. Although presented as a script selection, it was, in truth, a choice among Song Hanan, Jean Mingyu, and Shen Xiaoyan. As the sole male guest, Wei Yuan naturally had no competition for the leading role in the script. The other 3 scripts comprised a youth drama, a romantic comedy, and a family drama centered around in-law relationships. The leading ladies for these 3 narratives were a high school senior, a naive young secretary just entering the workforce, and a married woman worn down by the trials of marriage. Jean Mingyu, grappling with her thoughts, finally expressed, I must admit, I have a fondness for that romantic comedy. I have always yearned for the intricacies of workplace life and would relish the experience of embodying a secretary. Song Hanan tilted her head with a smile.
That suits you perfectly, Sister Mingyu.
I shall not compete with you for it. Not at all, Song Hanan replied shyly, but you guessed correctly. I am indeed interested in that script.
My judgment is seldom flawed.
Their conversation flowed harmoniously. In contrast, Shen Xiaoyan found herself in a rather awkward situation. The 3 scripts had been tailored specifically by the director's team to suit the 3 individuals' images. While it was said to be a competition, it was akin to a predetermined selection. Song Hanan, with her pure looks, was most fitting for the role of a youthful high school girl. Shen Xiaoyan, possessing stunning features and an exquisite figure, would undoubtedly captivate many fans in a professional ensemble. As for Jean Mingyu, being in her 40s, she was most suitable for the role of a housewife. However, at this moment, Jean Mingyu and Song Hanan were engaged in a lively exchange, quietly solidifying their roles. The only option left for Shen Xiaoyan was the character of a housewife, which felt rather exaggerated for someone of her 21 years, tasked with portraying a mother of a 15-year-old son. It seemed everyone had their preferred scripts, so let us officially commence our game. The host's voice resonated with enthusiasm. The next activity would be a game of hide-and-seek, wherein the 4 guests would hide while I seek. The last one found will have the privilege of choosing their script first. The hiding spots are confined to this building. Thus, the game begins. Chapter 50. The King of Hide-and-Seek. The area designated for this game was within the confines of the filming building, which boasted 3 floors, the recording hall on the first floor, the actor's lounge on the second, and the viewing stage on the third. The hiding time was limited to 5 minutes, after which the host, waiting on the first floor, would commence the search. As the whistle blew, Shen Xiaoyan dashed towards the 3rd floor. To be the last found, she needed a distant hiding place. The viewing stage, shrouded in dim lighting and filled with chairs, would make her concealment most challenging. In kindergarten, I was the undisputed king of hide-and-seek, she declared confidently to the camera. Upon entering the viewing room, she swiftly discovered an excellent hiding spot beneath the curtain, surrounded by a circle of clutter that offered perfect concealment. However, just as she nestled into her hiding place, the curtain was lifted to reveal a breathless Song Hanan. "Senior, you ran too fast. I couldn't keep up," Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, somewhat perplexed. Song Hanan, while speaking, squeezed in beside her, affectionately linking arms with Shen Xiaoyan and flashing a sweet smile to the camera. "I adore my senior the most." In her eagerness to curry favor with Jin Mingyu, she solemnly assured Jin Mingyu that she would be the last to be found. As long as she and Shen Xiaoyan concealed themselves together, it would be effortless to produce a few sounds to lure the host over, ensuring Shen Xiaoyan would not escape undetected. With 5 minutes of hiding concluded, the game commenced in earnest. The host first dashed towards the elevator, only to be met with the astonished visage of Wei Yuan as the doors swung open. Wei Yuan, bewildered, pondered how he could be discovered so swiftly. In truth, he had no desire to hide. His fate had long been predetermined within the script, and he preferred to conclude the game early to rest. The host chuckled, remarking that it seemed our Wei Ge had adhered to the principle that the most dangerous place is often the safest, and he had not anticipated my deviation from the expected script, had he? Wei Yuan laughed heartily, affirming her observation. He was the first to exit, leading to a fierce contest among the 3 women. The host ascended to the second floor, meticulously searching each room. Upon opening Jin Mingyu's lounge, he spotted a pair of feet peeking from beneath the curtains, the golden high heels unmistakably belonging to Jin Mingyu. His eyes darted as he closed the door, turning to the camera with a feigned expression of frustration, exclaiming how well these 3 ladies were hiding, making them utterly elusive. Prior to the recording, Jin Mingyu had specifically approached him, requesting that he pay particular attention to Shen Xiaoyan. Thus, he dared not seek anyone else before locating Shen Xiaoyan. After concluding his search on the second floor, he ascended to the third. As he pushed open the door to the screening room, he heard a rustling sound from the back row. A glimmer of joy crossed his face as he rushed to pull aside the curtain, exclaiming, "Found you." The camera immediately focused on the individual concealed behind the fabric. There stood Song Hanan, playfully tapping her forehead and sticking out her tongue, lamenting, I've been found. Senior, we're in quite the predicament." Yet, the host's expression shifted. Shen Xiaoyan, who had just been hiding beside her, was now nowhere to be seen. Song Hanan exclaimed in disbelief, "Where could such a large person have gone?" The host, struggling to maintain his composure, responded with a strained smile, "Indeed. You are the second to be found." Song Hanan lamented her misfortune, but her words hinted at the mystery. "It's strange, Senior was just beside me. How could she vanish in the blink of an eye?" Receiving the insinuation, the host immediately commenced a thorough search of the room, determined to uncover Shen Xiaoyan's whereabouts. He was meticulous, lifting every chair in the room, yet 10 minutes elapsed without a trace of her. Even he could not restrain a quiet murmur of frustration, suggesting they abandon this room and search another to avoid wasting time. The host chuckled awkwardly, ultimately conceding to leave that room behind. Now, only Jin Mingyu and Shen Xiaoyan remained unfound. The host was well aware of Jin Mingyu's hiding spot, yet deliberately avoided searching for her, focusing solely on Shen Xiaoyan. He scoured the 3 floors repeatedly, turning the entire building upside down, yet he failed to glimpse even a hint of Shen Xiaoyan. An hour passed, an entire hour. He was utterly exhausted. The director's expression began to falter as he quietly contacted the 2 photographers assigned to the guests. "Where are the 2 teachers hiding now?" The director, exasperated, had no choice but to summon the host. "Jin Mingyu is in the lounge on the second floor. Please find her quickly. We need to wrap this up." The host hesitated, but isn't this cheating? "It seems unfair to teacher Jin Mingyu." The director snapped back. "Can you even locate Shen Xiaoyan at this moment? Do you want us to waste an entire day here?" Angered, the director's frustration was palpable. The host, visibly frightened, complied and rushed upstairs with the photographer. Upon drawing back the curtains, Jin Mingyu, who had appeared impatient just a moment prior, instantly flashed a smile upon seeing the camera. "Oh, dear, I've been found. I must be the last one, right?" The host wiped away a cold sweat. "Actually, you're the third." Jin Mingyu's smile faltered for the briefest moment before she chuckled softly. "Oh my, what a pity. If looks could kill, the host would have met his demise hundreds of times over." "Fine. I'll just accept my fate." With all 3 participants located, the outcome of the game was sealed. Now, all that remained was to summon Shen Xiaoyan to proceed with the next recording. The director, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, merely instructed a few assistants to help search. After 10 minutes of fruitless searching, the assistants returned empty-handed. The director, now alarmed, commanded the entire crew to join the search. A throng of people surged upstairs, even overturning toilet lids in their frantic quest. Yet, no trace of her was found. Ultimately, the director stormed into the broadcasting room and activated the building's intercom. "Teacher Shen, you have won this round of hide and seek. Please come out promptly." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the viewing room. "I'm right here." The photographers hurriedly aimed their cameras towards the sound, only to find Shen Xiaoyan clinging to the ceiling like a spider, confidently grinning. "I told you, I have never lost at hide and seek." Chapter 51. Networking may yield losses, but flattering cannot afford to falter. The entire crew was left in awe. Shen Xiaoyan was undoubtedly the reigning champion of hide and seek, capable of defying gravity itself. Jean Mingyu, who had not secured the top position, began to feel discontent. Seizing the moment when the cameras were not rolling, she approached the director. "It's just a game of hide and seek, yet it wasted so much of our time. Isn't that a bit excessive?" The director responded with a forced smile. "Well, that's part of the game spirit, isn't it?" Game spirit? Jean Mingyu thought to herself. Such troublesome behavior should warrant punishment, perhaps stripping her of the right to choose scripts. However, she recognized the entertainment value in Shen Xiaoyan's antics, an unforgettable scene that no script could capture. Although weary, the director was thoroughly pleased with the variety show effect Shen Xiaoyan had created. He mused that she truly was a favorite among variety show directors, possessing undeniable talent. Observing that the director failed to grasp her insinuation, Jean Mingyu felt a mix of anger and amusement, yet she dared not voice her frustration. Despite her own status, she could not afford to confront the director directly, for he held considerable standing within the industry. Let us take a brief respite before resuming the recording. "After evading for so long, I find myself quite fatigued," she proclaimed with the authority of a queen, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. The director momentarily found himself in a quandary. However, Jean Mingyu, being a seasoned veteran, warranted a pause. "Very well, let us rest for a while. How about it, Su Jin? Was I not impressive just now?" "Indeed, you were remarkable." Su Jin effortlessly smoothed her tousled hair and gently brushed away the dust adorning her face. "Did you have fun?" "Utterly joyous. I never anticipated that, even at this age, I could still engage in a game of hide-and-seek, and I took it quite seriously. The scoundrel Song Hanan attempted to ensnare me, but I saw through his ploy with a mere glance." She flashed a mischievous smile. "Rest assured, I am not so easily trifled with." She was certainly aware of the dynamics at play. Song Hanan was adept at forming alliances, having aligned himself with Jean Mingyu and Wei Yuan from the outset. "Teacher Shen, our Mingyu invites you to her lounge for a chat," Jean Mingyu's assistant announced. Knocking on her door, Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly, preparing to rise, but was restrained by Shen Xiaoyan. "I'll go myself." "Are you certain?" he queried, somewhat apprehensive. "Of course," Shen Xiaoyan replied with fervor. Upon her arrival, she found 3 individuals already present in Jean Mingyu's lounge. "Senior, you've arrived. Come over here." Song Hanan beckoned sweetly. "Please come in and take a seat," Jean Mingyu added, surprisingly courteous. Wei Yuan stood to the side, observing her with a bemused expression. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. As Shen Xiaoyan entered, she greeted, "Sister Mingyu, I'm here. Congratulations, you get to choose the script first." Song Hanan warmly embraced her arm with a playful demeanor. Everyone knew that Sister Mingyu had a penchant for that workplace script, so do refrain from being inconsiderate and snatching it from her. While it appeared to be a jest, it was, in truth, a heartfelt remark. Jean Mingyu chuckled. "Hanan, what are you saying? I'm not that domineering." She added, "However, I must admit, I do quite fancy that script. If Xiaoyan is willing to yield it to me, I would appreciate it, but I shall not press the matter if she prefers otherwise." Though she claimed not to insist, her words carried an implicit threat. "I certainly would not compete with my senior," Shen Xiaoyan asserted, appearing quite reasonable. "What I truly desire is the campus script." In an instant, the smile on Song Hanan's face faltered. Was that to imply she should portray a housewife? That was unacceptable. It seemed that both she and her senior had set their sights on the same script. She feigned disappointment, lowering her gaze while subtly glancing at Wei Yuan standing nearby, her eyes shimmering with an ambiguous and helpless allure. Upon witnessing the innocent young girl seeking assistance, Wei Yuan's chivalrous instincts surged forth. "Shen Xiaoyan, your image is simply not suited for a high school girl. Are you not aware of that?" Shen Xiaoyan flinched like a startled rabbit, retreating behind Jean Mingyu. I didn't mean it that way. I merely wished to reserve the workplace script for Sister Mingyu, as I believe she is most fitting to play a charming office lady. Upon hearing this, Jean Mingyu beamed, generously defending Shen Xiaoyan. Wei Yuan, you're being rather narrow-minded. Actors are inherently diverse. You cannot confine her. A truly exceptional actor must be able to master any role. Well said. Shen Xiaoyan clapped her hands excitedly. Sister Mingyu, not only are you beautiful and talented, but your lofty ideals are equally impressive, truly a paragon of both intellect and grace. While she might not possess the networking skills of Song Henan, she certainly excelled at flattery. The smile on Jean Mingyu's face deepened. Xiaoyan, simply choose the script that resonates with you. There's no need to worry about anything else. All right, then I shall select the school drama. Sister Mingyu, you can go second and choose the workplace script. Indeed. Observing the harmonious exchange between the two, Song Henan's expression darkened considerably. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Hadn't they agreed that Shen Xiaoyan would choose the family script, leaving the other two for them? How had the school drama ended up in Shen Xiaoyan's hands? Song Henan's mood soured further, yet she remained silent. It was fine. She still had ample opportunities. After a while, the assistant director arrived to call them for the shoot. As the four of them walked out together, Song Henan suddenly grasped Wei Yuan's hand briefly before quickly letting go and hastening her pace. Wei Yuan was taken aback, a ripple of emotion stirring within him as he gazed at Song Henan with increasing affection. The host, beaming with joy, announced the order of selection. First was Shen Xiaoyan, followed by Jean Mingyu, then Song Henan, leaving Mr. Wei Yuan to choose last. In response, Wei Yuan gallantly stated that it was only proper for ladies to go first. So, let Shen Xiaoyan begin. Nodding, Shen Xiaoyan stepped onto the stage. The three guests below, at the director's behest, began to interact and create engaging moments. Wei Yuan asked, Henan, do you have a script in mind? Indeed, Song Henan replied with a coy smile, covering her mouth. Since my debut, I have performed most frequently in school dramas, so I'm quite adept at portraying the emotions of youthful high school students. Moreover, the female lead is characterized as an ordinary, innocent girl, which seems to fit me perfectly. She reminisced about her time as a trainee, lamenting that she never fully experienced school life, a regret she often felt. Thus, everyone in the company knows that I adore school dramas, ha. Though she appeared to jest, every word was laden with implication. With the entire company aware of her fondness for school dramas, it would be quite the affront if Shen Xiaoyan were to choose that very script. Chapter 52. Playing mind games? Let us see who the fool truly is. Indeed, Henan is exceptionally suited for school dramas, Wei Yuan praised without reservation. If you were to perform that script, you would undoubtedly deliver the finest results, which is a responsibility to the audience. The implication was clear. If Shen Xiaoyan were to seize that script, it would be a dereliction of duty to the viewers. The two worked in perfect tandem, cornering Shen Xiaoyan into a difficult position. Jean Mingyu, on the side, showed no intention of speaking. She had already secured her desired script and was indifferent to the rest. On stage, Shen Xiaoyan looked up, visibly startled and somewhat at a loss. The host inquired, "What's the matter?" Uncertain of which script to choose, she bit her lower lip, her hand lingering above the campus script for an extended moment. Her gaze fixated on Song Henan. Her eyes reflected a tumultuous blend of emotions, anguish and conflict intertwined. Henan had repeatedly emphasized her fondness for this campus script and had urged respect for seniors. Thus, I could not select the workplace script that Sister Mingyu favored. So, She clenched her teeth, placing her hand on the family script, declaring, I choose this one. The moment she grasped the script, a tear slipped down her cheek, which she hastily wiped away, smiling through her tears. I believe I can portray this beautifully. The camera immediately honed in on her tear, as if striving for an exaggerated focus. Goodness. Shen Xiaoyan has audaciously chosen the family script, a bold breakthrough. The host's exclamation drew the attention of the three individuals seated below. Song Henan, oblivious to what Shen Xiaoyan had just said, revealed a triumphant smile upon seeing her select the family script. It appeared that Shen Xiaoyan remained wary of the pressures of public opinion. Go ahead and play the housewife, then, she thought. Eagerly, she approached Shen Xiaoyan, grasping her hand. Senior, I knew you were one to embrace challenges. You can do it. Yes, I can. Shen Xiaoyan had never been concerned about which script she would receive. As an exceptional script murder player, she was adept at embodying various roles. What was wrong with portraying a 40-year-old housewife? She had even played an 80-year-old grandmother. She had deliberately feigned a desire to act in a campus drama in the lounge, intending to provoke Song Hanan's anxiety. When people become anxious, they often speak without thought. In her desperation to secure the campus script, Song Hanan had made suggestive remarks in front of the cameras. Thus, Shen Xiaoyan decided to align with Hanan's wishes. After all, astute netizens would surely see through it. When it was Shen Xiaoyan's turn, she initially gazed at the script for an extended period, then hurriedly wiped her tears away. Unable to contain his curiosity, the director asked, "Did you just cry?"
Huh? No.
"I just suddenly remembered something from my childhood." "Something from your childhood? Would you mind sharing with everyone?" Reflecting on the bond between the protagonist and her son depicted in the script, she recalled her own past, expressing her concerns about whether she, having never experienced a mother's love, could truly convey such profound maternal affection. "I fear I might portray motherhood as too insignificant." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Even the crew members were moved, and the director, choked with emotion, assured her, "You will certainly succeed." The fear of inadequately portraying maternal love, a sentiment so deeply touching. As Shen Xiaoyan exited the preparation room, any trace of sorrow had vanished from her expression. Passing by Jean Mingyu's lounge, she overheard a heated exchange within. Did she truly say that? Jean Mingyu's voice brimmed with anger. In the next moment, Jean Mingyu stormed out of the lounge, colliding directly with Shen Xiaoyan. Shen Xiaoyan quickly greeted her, "Sister Mingyu, hello." "Humph." Jean Mingyu retorted with a cold laugh, "You arrived just in time. I heard you say during the preparations that I forced you to choose the family script. I never said that. Stop pretending." Hanan heard everything. She shouted angrily, raising her hand as if to strike Shen Xiaoyan. "You little wretch, playing one way in public and another behind closed doors. Watch me not beat you to death." Slap. Her hand was halted in midair. Su Jing, with an expressionless face, gripped her wrist, his demeanor chilling. Is this the stance of a senior? To openly bully a junior? Upon seeing Su Jing's handsome visage, Jean Mingyu's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by anger and humiliation.
Who are you?
"Let go of me. I am Shen Xiaoyan's manager," Su Jing replied coldly, releasing her hand and stepping protectively in front of Shen Xiaoyan. "My artist does not fall into the depths of being bullied." "Huh, so you are afraid of being criticized for your misdeeds?" Jean Mingyu's gaze was fixed on Shen Xiaoyan, as if she intended to pierce through her. "Shen Xiaoyan, just wait. I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me." With that, she turned and strode away, exuding an air of a queen. At this moment, the instigator, Song Hanan, finally emerged, her face etched with concern as she looked at Shen Xiaoyan. "Senior, are you alright?" Mingyu's temper is quite volatile. I couldn't stop her. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Jing. "Thank you for protecting our senior just now." Su Jing, however, seemed to find her words amusing. "Do I need your gratitude for protecting her?" After saying this, he took Shen Xiaoyan's hand and left. Song Hanan remained behind, feeling incredibly awkward. She forced a smile, suppressing her anger. "Shen Xiaoyan, you only have a manager protecting you. I can still ruin you." With that, she turned and headed toward Wei Yuan's lounge. Wei Yuan was engrossed in his script when he looked up to see Song Hanan standing before him, looking sorrowful. "Hanan?" His face lit up with joy as he moved to greet her, but Song Hanan suddenly took a step back. He couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong, Hanan?" Yet, he saw her lowering her head, clutching the hem of her dress, appearing somewhat troubled. "Yuan go, perhaps we should limit our interactions from now on." Wei Yuan frowned. "What happened?" "Someone told me not to get too close to you, saying you are a senior while I am merely a newcomer. It seems I have been rather naive." As she spoke, Song Hanan's eyes reddened. "I'm sorry, Yuan go, I won't overstep my boundaries again."
Hanan,
he said with a commanding tone, his masculine authority palpable. It was only then that Song Hanan hesitantly spoke. Yes. The senior said you are the man she has her eye on, and I have no right to compete with her." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Shen Xiaoyan likes him too? It was understandable. After all, many young girls are drawn to mature men with experience. However, liking someone is one thing, but being so domineering is her fault. Wei Yuan's displeasure was evident. "Rest assured, I would never be fond of such an overbearing woman. Regardless of her looks, a kind heart is of utmost importance." As he spoke, he reached for Song Hanan's hand. "With Yuan go around, no one dares to bully you." Song Hanan hesitated. No, the senior would not let this go if she found out. "With me around, do you still fear her?" "No, as long as she is present, I am afraid." Song Hanan's face reflected sheer terror as he turned and fled. Witnessing his state, Wei Yuan's heart softened immensely. He had not anticipated that the seemingly obedient Shen Xiaoyan harbored such malice within. She fancies herself in love with me? How audacious. An idea began to form in his mind. The following day marked the departure for filming. The 4 shooting locations were relatively close, accessible by car. While the other 3 departed in luxurious vehicles provided by the production team, only a dilapidated bus remained for Shen Xiaoyan. Why the disparity in treatment? Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, I received merely 200,000? The emphasis on merely did not escape her notice. What amounts were allocated to the others? The accompanying staff appeared somewhat awkward, revealing that Teacher Jean received 800,000. Teacher Wei, with his numerous special effects scenes, was allotted 1 million. And Teacher Song received 500,000. Hence, from a total budget of 2 million, she was relegated to a paltry 200,000? May I ask how these amounts are determined? Shen Xiaoyan lamented, tears threatening to spill. The entertainment industry is indeed a ruthless realm, without status. One is merely subjected to bullying. Resigned, she prepared to board the bus, when suddenly the roar of a sports car reverberated through the air. Turning around, she spotted a sleek black Maybach speeding toward them, executing a perfect drift before halting smoothly. All onlookers were left in awe, some hastily retrieving their phones to capture the moment. After all, this was a Maybach, a vehicle worth more than an entire apartment. As the car door swung open, a tall man stepped out with grace. His lips were pressed tightly, and his expression was indifferent, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world, eliciting a sense of awe. Amidst the astonished gazes, he approached Shen Xiaoyan and extended his hand. I have come to fetch you. Shen Xiaoyan quickly closed her mouth, shedding her rustic demeanor, and feigned a cough. Ah, Su Jun, you are quite late. Apologies, I was caught in traffic, he replied. The accompanying staff were thoroughly bewildered. What was happening with Shen Xiaoyan? I apologize, but my artist is allergic to strong odors, and the scent in this bus could pose a life-threatening risk to her. Thus, I personally came to drive her, Su Jun explained calmly. Seizing the moment when the cameras were distracted, he leaned in to whisper. You are aware of my artist's familial ties, are you not? The threat was palpable. The staff's complexion turned ashen. She almost forgot that Shen Xiaoyan's uncle was the wealthy and influential Zhuolin. Do you mind if I ride in my own vehicle? Shen Xiaoyan asked with a beaming smile. The staff, intimidated, shook their heads vigorously in disagreement. They watched helplessly as Shen Xiaoyan stepped into the dazzling Maybach. It reminded her of the warnings from Jin Mingyu and Wei Yuan before they departed, urging her to keep a close eye on Shen Xiaoyan. Preoccupied with the advice from those 2 prominent figures, she nearly overlooked the formidable background that Shen Xiaoyan possessed. She certainly could not afford to cross her. Shen Xiaoyan lowered the car window, gracefully removed her sunglasses, and effortlessly exuded an air of aristocracy. Well, you can handle it as you see fit, she remarked. Absolutely, absolutely. Her companions nodded eagerly. To hell with Jin Mingyu, and to hell with Wei Yuan. In the face of capital, everything else is but a fleeting cloud. After their departure, Shen Xiaoyan could no longer contain her laughter, letting out a soft chuckle. Su Jin, you truly have a knack for this. No wonder I didn't see you this morning. I assumed you were off to meet some director, yet you had this trick up your sleeve. What a grand performance. It's fortunate that you had the foresight. Otherwise, I would have been stuck on that bus for 4 hours. Honestly, that vehicle must be at least a decade old. And the odor. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Recalling it now, she felt a twinge of queasiness. Su Jin gazed at her with amusement. Although I've advised you to avoid trouble, you certainly have the right to retaliate if others overstep their bounds. You can't allow yourself to be bullied. While crafting a positive image in the entertainment industry is undeniably important, it does not mean that anyone can trample upon you. I find your perspective quite compelling.
So,
I truly can retaliate? The glint of cunning in Shen Xiaoyan's eyes was unmistakable. For some reason, Su Jin felt a pang of regret. Ahem. Do try to temper your enthusiasm. He genuinely feared that Shen Xiaoyan might upheave the entire entertainment circle. They soon arrived at the filming location, an antiquated residential building. Shen Xiaoyan was cast as a housewife from an ordinary family, facing the daily grind of life, with its myriad challenges. This dilapidated, noisy apartment complex perfectly encapsulated the helplessness of existence. Are you playing my mother? A clear, youthful voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Turning around, she saw a boy, towering over her by half a head, dressed in a blue and white baseball jacket, regarding her with an expression of disdain. Despite his youthful appearance, His features were strikingly well-defined, particularly his long eyelashes, which fluttered like wings. In a school setting, he would undoubtedly be deemed the heartthrob. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile. "Ah, my dear son." Chapter 54. Will you walk alone through the dark alley? There were two main actors opposite Shen Xiaoyan. One was the actress portraying the wicked mother-in-law, the amiable veteran Li Hua, and the other was the rebellious son, a mere 15-year-old child star named Qi Xiao. Standing before her was the haughty Qi Xiao. Having debuted as a child star, he had been pampered and exalted from a young age, which had fostered his arrogant demeanor. Few in the industry met his standards, leading him to perpetually wear a scowl. His ability to thrive in the entertainment world despite his arrogance was due to his wealthy father. Upon hearing about the nouveau riche, Shen Xiaoyan thought, I've encountered a peer. How fortuitous, for I too have a wealthy uncle. Hello there, son. She approached the sullen boy with confidence. Qi Xiao, a genuine young master, was unaccustomed to anyone being so audacious before him. Fury surged within her, and she retorted with a well-known internet adage. What is your status? And what is mine? Who grants you the authority to speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, and cautiously sang a line. Do you love me as you walk alone in the dark alley? Qi Xiao instinctively responded, Is it not true that you love without kneeling? Do you not confront despair without tears? Suddenly realizing the absurdity of the exchange, Qi Xiao's face flushed crimson. Are you out of your mind? Shen Xiaoyan persisted. Shall we go? Qi Xiao reflexively replied, Do we match? In this tattered cloak? Enough of this. Enraged, Qi Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to silence Shen Xiaoyan. Do you take me for a child? Who claims that only those in the light are heroes? Silence. In a moment of impulsive action, he rushed forward to cover her mouth, immediately regretting having engaged with this eccentric woman. Was she unwell? How could anyone initiate a secret code so abruptly? Shen Xiaoyan struggled fiercely, but the young man's strength proved insurmountable. I will release you if you promise not to sing, Qi Xiao threatened in her ear. Daring not to defy him, she nodded vigorously. Only then did he tentatively loosen his grip. Who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? Shen Xiaoyan bellowed, her voice piercing enough to cause the young man to wince in pain, a drop of blood trickling from his ear. Qi Xiao screamed in frustration. Are you insane?
Well.
Now Shen Xiaoyan had also joined the ranks of those with pierced ears. The two unfortunate souls exchanged friendly banter. I truly cannot fathom how they cast a woman like you to play my mother, but rest assured, I will not make it easy for you. The young man departed, leaving behind that ominous remark. Shen Xiaoyan could only sigh in resignation. I'm getting old. It seems impossible to communicate with the youth. Fortunately, Grandma Li Hua was exceedingly approachable. Despite being an exceptional performing artist, she bore no airs. My dear Shen, let us strive for authenticity in our portrayal. I cannot genuinely harm you. Portraying a malicious mother-in-law who often bullies her daughter-in-law, the script contained many scenes where she was to slap Shen Xiaoyan. Shen Xiaoyan smiled and shook her head. It's all right, please feel free to strike me. It will make the performance more authentic. Grandma Li Hua expressed surprise. But young ladies like you have such delicate skin. Wouldn't that lead to injury? She had previously acted alongside other young actresses, most of whom opted for simulated actions. Rarely did anyone, like Shen Xiaoyan, proactively suggest genuine contact. An actor. How can one settle for pretense? Shen Xiaoyan grasped Grandma Li Hua's hand with earnestness. A newfound respect sparkled in Grandma Li Hua's eyes. This girl is impressive. With all preparations complete, the filming commenced. The first scene featured her in a confrontation with her on-screen mother-in-law. The mother-in-law criticized the soup she made, launching an onslaught of insults. In that moment, all her grievances and frustrations erupted, marking her first retort against her mother-in-law. Consequently, she received a harsh slap and was cast out of the house. This scene demanded a profound mastery of emotion, yet for Shen Xiaoyan, it was a mere trifle. Action, commanded the director. You worthless wretch. His fearsome visage seemingly intent on devouring Shen Xiaoyan, exclaiming, What good are you, if you can't even make a proper soup? Shen Xiaoyan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she recalled how he insisted she buy a dead fish when they were shopping. The soup made from it simply lacked the freshness of a live one, and there was nothing she could do about it. Are you implying that this is my fault? Li Hua's eyes widened further as he stormed forward, delivering a resounding slap. Do you dare to speak back to me? The slap left a vivid mark on Shen Xiaoyan's cheek, causing even the onlookers to gasp in shock. Frozen in place, she stared at the floor. feeling the sting on her face as her vision blurred. In that instant, all her pent-up grievances surged forth, culminating in an explosion of emotion. Is everything I do wrong? She cried, her voice choked with anguish. Yes. If you're dissatisfied, then get out. Stop consuming my resources every day, Li Hua shouted, pointing towards the door. Unable to contain herself any longer, Shen Xiaoyan burst out, fleeing the scene. The director watched the footage with satisfaction, unable to refrain from applauding. Both of you performed splendidly. We got it in one take, he exclaimed. Child, did I hurt you? Li Hua rushed over, feigning concern. Shen Xiaoyan laughed nonchalantly. I'm fine. The director praised our performance. Li Hua couldn't help but marvel. You were exceptional. Seeing you cry stirred a sense of guilt within me. Your gaze drew me into the scene. I haven't experienced such an enjoyable performance in ages. The compliments flowed freely, leaving Shen Xiaoyan somewhat bashful. Suddenly, a disdainful snort emerged from the crowd. Turning, she saw Qi Xiao regarding her with a look of contempt, as if to say, I fail to see what's so impressive. Hey, this kid clearly refuses to accept it, doesn't he? Following this was a scene between Shen Xiaoyan and Qi Xiao. Out of professional courtesy, she intended to rehearse lines with him, but the arrogant child dismissed her with a haughty remark. Are you really that weak? Do you need to rehearse? I never do. Chapter 55. He is not immature. I never rehearse, Qi Xiao stated with an air of superiority. Shen Xiaoyan, maintaining her composure, coaxed, come on, let us run through the lines together. Later, I will sing Lonely Brave with you. Qi Xiao immediately bristled. Do you really think I'm a child? You'll sing alone. If you sing again, I'll pull out your tongue. All right, I want to sing. The children of today certainly have fiery tempers. Shen Xiaoyan, unwilling to give up, warned, if you don't rehearse, you might easily make mistakes. Be careful or the director will scold you. To this, Qi Xiao merely scoffed. Rest assured, even if I make countless mistakes, the only one who suffers will be you. Huh? Shen Xiaoyan was puzzled, not grasping the meaning of his words at that moment. It wasn't until they began to act that she realized the depth of her son's rebellious nature. And tears of heartache streamed down her face as she pondered, when will you ever understand your mother? Qi Xiao stood before her, cradling a basketball, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Mom. He gradually lifted his head, a complex expression etched across his face as he regarded Shen Xiaoyan. Suddenly he spoke. I love you, walking alone through dark alleys. Shen Xiaoyan. Director. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. I'm sorry, I mixed up the lines. Let us do it again. The director, unable to express his frustration, replied, All right, Qi Xiao, just relax. Don't be so tense. Okay. The second take commenced. Son, when will you ever understand your mother? Qi Xiao, still holding the basketball, looked down, lost in thought. Mom. He slowly raised his head, a tear cascading down his cheek. Shall we go? Shen Xiaoyan sang, does it match? This tattered cloak? If you cannot defeat them, join them. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in again. Let us do it once more. Qi Xiao laughed so hard he nearly cried. Shen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes dramatically. It turned out her previous struggles were all intentional. How childish. The director was beginning to lose his composure. But who could challenge the power of Qi Xiao? Fine, let us do it again. The third take began. Mom. He lifted his head and, in a sudden flourish, executed a full spin, hurling the basketball towards Shen Xiaoyan's head. With a swift leap, she soared into the air, evading the ball. The director, overwhelmed, seemed to depart from this world. Alas, let it go. The director, gasping for air, wore a rueful smile. Teachers, shall we take a break? Perhaps we should familiarize ourselves with the lines first? Director, Shen Xiaoyan is truly unprofessional, Qi Xiao suddenly complained. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. No. It's you who has been out of character. You claim I'm unprofessional? It's because you've been absent from the scene that I can't immerse myself in it, leading to my forgetfulness. Qi Xiao strutted up to her, looking down with an air of arrogance. You, a shorty, playing my mother. Do you think I can get into character? He was belittling her height. Shen Xiaoyan remained unfazed, smirking, I love you walking alone. Shut up. Qi Xiao's lips twitched, frustration evident on his face. Is that all you can sing? Weren't you the one who was so enthusiastic at the beginning? This just proves you're a child at heart. Shen Xiaoyan crossed her arms, confidently meeting his gaze. My maturity surpasses yours. That is sufficient. Really? You think you're more mature than me? Don't joke. Isn't it true? She raised her chin, disdain evident. At least I wouldn't be childish enough to joke about work. At least I wouldn't be so immature as to make the entire crew suffer because of personal grudges. Good. Well said. The director nearly leapt up to applaud Shen Xiaoyan. However, lacking the courage, he could only silently admire her brilliance. Shen Xiaoyan, you are my goddess. Qi Xiao's face turned ashen, rendered speechless for a long moment. Ultimately still a youth, with an immature spirit. He was provoked by Shen Xiaoyan and could no longer contain himself. I am not childish. Bring it on. The fourth take commenced. Qi Xiao immersed himself in his role, showcasing a level of maturity in his performance that belied his age. Even Shen Xiaoyan, who acted alongside him, could not help but exclaim inwardly, this child truly possesses talent. Both actors flawlessly completed the scene, and the director, watching through the monitor, shed tears of emotion.
Perfect.
Absolutely perfect. How was that? I performed rather well, didn't I? Qi Xiao smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Xiaoyan. I am not one to be so petty as to settle personal scores. Damn it. You're even more mature than I expected. Of course. Qi Xiao walked away with pride, entirely oblivious to the subtle smile curling at Shen Xiaoyan's lips. Nailed it. By the time they wrapped up, it was already 2 a.m. Had it not been for Qi Xiao intentionally delaying for 2 hours, they could have finished much earlier. Yet the other crew members dared not voice their grievances. Qi Xiao was known to be the little tyrant of the production team, a reputation well established. Those unfortunate enough to be assigned to his crew simply had to resign themselves to their fate. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Shen Xiaoyan cheerfully settled into the passenger seat, immediately receiving a cup of hot milk tea. Exhausted, are you? Tired but joyful, for it is work that I love. So the fatigue is worth it. Shen Xiaoyan beamed brightly. Su Jin's gaze flickered as he reached out to pat her head, a smile gracing his lips. As long as you are happy. The short film they were shooting required 2 days to complete, followed by another 2 days for editing, with the 5th day designated for the evaluation of the 4 shorts. Time was indeed of the essence. With this in mind, Shen Xiaoyan felt a headache brewing. The entirety of tomorrow would consist of her scenes with Qi Xiao. She hoped he wouldn't cause any trouble, for that would truly be a predicament. The Maybach sped through the night. All the actors were lodged in the luxurious top-floor suites, while agents and assistants occupied the floor below them. After finishing her evening routine and preparing to rest, the doorbell rang. At 3 a.m, who could possibly be knocking on her door? She refrained from opening it directly and peered through the peephole instead. To her astonishment, she saw Wei Yuan clad only in a bathrobe. Shen Xiaoyan, I know you are inside. Stop playing hard to get, and open the door. Chapter 56, The Allure of Contrast. Shen Xiaoyan, I know you are in there. Quit the pretense and open up. Wei Yuan's voice had taken on a note of impatience. If you don't open this door soon, I might just leave. To him, Shen Xiaoyan's reluctance to open the door seemed a mere act of feigned modesty. Clearly, she was infatuated with him. Why put on airs? Hurry and open the door. Inside. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief.
How could this be?
She had never encountered someone so audacious. They were not even well acquainted, and here he was, knocking on her door in the middle of the night, dressed in a bathrobe, and speaking in a domineering tone. Shen Xiaoyan resolved to feign ignorance and observe what Wei Yuan intended to do. As the minutes dragged on without anyone answering the door, Wei Yuan's impatience grew, his knocks becoming more forceful. Shen Xiaoyan, stop pretending. I know you like me. Shen Xiaoyan's mouth fell open in shock, wide enough to fit an egg. How could this be? She quickly retrieved her phone to call security. Uncle Security, there's a pervert knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Please come and handle this. The security personnel at the 5-star hotel were remarkably efficient, rushing in with a baton, delivering a flurry of blows without hesitation. You creepy lunatic. I'll teach you a lesson. Wei Yuan cried out in pain. Stop, stop.
Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan.
Only then did the security guard pause, his eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing him. Mr. Wei, my apologies, I didn't recognize you without makeup. As a quintessential middle-aged man, Wei Yuan typically wore heavy makeup, and without it, he indeed appeared somewhat different, like a character from a martial arts tale. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how valuable my face is? Do you believe I could see you into bankruptcy? Wei Yuan fumed, directing his ire at the security guard. The guard wiped sweat from his brow, genuinely embarrassed. Miss Shin said there was a pervert knocking at her door. I didn't expect that person to be you. Wei Yuan's face turned pale. Pervert? Are you implying that I'm a pervert? I didn't mean that. I just happened to see you knocking on Miss Shin's door. The guard cautiously asked. So, Mr. Wei, why were you at Miss Shin's door? Wei Yuan hesitated slightly, appearing somewhat sheepish. Suddenly, he pointed at the door. Shen Xiaoyan called me over herself. And now she's playing dead inside. What does that mean? Are you toying with me? With that, he began kicking the door.
Shen Xiaoyan.
Get out here. What a clever reversal. After eavesdropping for so long, Shen Xiaoyan finally could no longer contain herself and opened the door, feigning shock. Wei, is that you? I thought it was a pervert. Fresh from her shower, she donned a white bathrobe, her hair wrapped in a towel, strands clinging to her forehead as droplets cascaded down. Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe red apple. In that moment, Wei Yuan was utterly captivated. It was well known that Song Henan and Shen Xiaoyan represented two distinct styles of beauty, one, a pure and charming little flower, and the other, a seductive and alluring red rose. Yet now, with her makeup removed, Shen Xiaoyan appeared like a pristine lotus, untouched by the muck, presenting a stark contrast to her usual persona. This juxtaposition was undeniably alluring. Wei Yuan's gaze locked onto her, his previous anger melting away, his tone softening unexpectedly. How could I be a pervert? Didn't he recognize my voice? I was just about to sleep when I suddenly heard someone knocking, and in my panic, I called security. My apologies, Wei. Shen Xiaoyan bit her lip, looking both innocent and pitiful. Even the security guard couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Having long heard of Shen Xiaoyan's breathtaking beauty, I was utterly astonished to find her even more enchanting in reality, beyond the capacity of mere words to describe.
Wei.
Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Shen Xiaoyan inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Observing this, Wei Yuan straightened his posture, a confident smile gracing his lips. What is there to discuss? Let us converse inside, he suggested. No sooner had he spoken than the security guard cast a curious glance their way. Could it be that there was something more between these two? Senior Wei. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened with indignation. How could you dare to humiliate me in such a manner? Humiliate you? How so? Wei Yuan was taken aback by her reaction. You come knocking on my door in the middle of the night, and now you wish to enter my room? This is utterly disrespectful. We are hardly acquaintances. How can you act so casually? As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan turned to close the door firmly behind her. She had made her stance abundantly clear. First, it was Wei Yuan who had intruded upon her at this late hour, and second, they were not well acquainted at all. The security guard's expression shifted to one of knowing significance. First and foremost, the safety of the guests must be ensured. Wei Yuan, taken aback by Shen Xiaoyan's refusal, felt his expression darken, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. After 5 minutes of silence outside her door, Shen Xiaoyan still felt a shiver of unease. What was Wei Yuan playing at? Thankfully, her quick thinking had averted a potential scandal. It was crucial to remember that the entire building was occupied by the crew of the production. If anyone had seen Wei Yuan knocking on her door, rumors would surely have circulated. Her decision to call the security guard had ultimately vindicated her. The contact saved in her phone read simply and bluntly, I am Wei Yuan. As if the matter were not yet resolved, she chose to disregard his message, tossing her phone aside and sinking into sleep. At 6 a.m, Shen Xiaoyan groggily rose from her bed, gazing out at the pitch-black sky, finally grasping the hardships faced by actors. So this was the life of a film crew, a staggering workload with barely 3 hours of sleep. Well, there's only one day left of filming. Once it's over, I shall indulge in a long, restful slumber. She yawned, quickly attending to her morning routine before stepping outside. However, in the elevator, she encountered someone she wished to avoid. Good morning, Xiaoyan. Wei Yuan, clad in a black trench coat and adorned with designer sunglasses and a watch, epitomized the stylish older gentleman. Shen Xiaoyan felt her head spin. Why could he not take a hint and disappear? Good morning, Senior Wei, she greeted out of politeness. Wei Yuan's smile grew even more pronounced. In his eyes, Shen Xiaoyan was merely playing hard to get. Their interaction the previous night was simply due to the presence of others, as girls often concern themselves with appearances.
Now.
The elevator contained only the two of them. Chapter 57. I'm afraid our ideals are incompatible. Xiaoyan, he began. I understand that girls tend to be reserved and may not wish to rush into things. However, you must realize that opportunities such as this arise but once. Should you fail to seize it, you may very well regret it later. Wei Yuan's voice was akin to a clogging sound, resonating with a bass that could rattle the very essence of Shen Xiaoyan's cerebral tranquility. As he spoke, he leaned closer to her, his hand adorned with $1 million watch gently resting upon her shoulder. Shen Xiaoyan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, she seized his wrist and twisted it with a deft flick. A crack echoed in the air, followed by Wei Yuan's anguished wails. Ah, 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 senior, you seem unwell. The humidity must have caused some serious internal blockages. I happen to know a few techniques to alleviate that discomfort. Allow me to assist you. With that, she twisted again.
Ah, ah, ah.
Wei Yuan cried out, nearly succumbing to the pain. Stop, stop. Please, cease this. All right, Shen Xiaoyan finally released her grip, gazing at him with an innocent smile that belied her inner delight. Who would have thought? I've learned a few tricks from Su Jin. I am no longer the feeble Shen Xiaoyan of yore. Wei Yuan rubbed his arm, still in shock. Your grip is rather fierce. My apologies, señor. I assumed someone of your robust stature could withstand it. I didn't anticipate such a fragile reaction, she retorted, feigning innocence with a pointed finger. Wei Yuan's demeanor shifted, his pride momentarily shaken as he observed Shen Xiaoyan's guileless expression. Actually, I hardly feel any pain. I was merely concerned about tiring you out. He quickly retreated, wishing to distance himself from her, exclaiming, Enough. I recognize your affections, but there is no need for such overt enthusiasm. Matters of pursuit should be left to us men. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief.
Oh?
Is that so? I see you've taken liberties. She maintained her smile. Senior, perhaps you have misunderstood me? Look at you, still pretending. I am well aware of your intentions, Wei Yuan replied, a knowing grin on his face. Girls like you are common. Your little schemes are not lost on me. She nearly burst out laughing. What gives you such confidence? To which Wei Yuan responded with a self-assured smile. My dear girl, the eyes do not lie. Senior, I truly do not harbor feelings for you. Such games of feigned interest can only be played once. Have you lost your mind? You're speaking in anger. I do not believe you. Finally unable to restrain herself, Shen Xiaoyan leaned against the wall and retched, expelling the remnants of her late-night meal. The experience of confronting an average man was overwhelmingly unsettling. What's this? Are you already experiencing physiological reactions in my presence? Wei Yuan chuckled, producing a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her. I am still quite handsome. Your attraction is entirely natural.
Get lost.
Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback, wiping her mouth with her sleeve instead. Please, have some decorum. She had never felt the elevator descend so slowly, although it was merely 20 floors. It felt as though she were plummeting through 200. Was this descent a passage to hell? If you can accept abandoning your career to become a homemaker after marriage, I would consider being with you. After all, I am quite traditional and cannot abide by a woman of mine seeking the limelight. Besides, you wouldn't earn much. My income would suffice to sustain you for a lifetime. As he spoke, Wei Yuan's lips curled into a confident yet somewhat greasy smile. So, can you accept this? He wore an expression that suggested he was certain Shen Xiaoyan would not refuse. Shen Xiaoyan was bewildered by his audacity. I'm sorry, senior, but our philosophies do not align. Wei Yuan's demeanor shifted slightly, displaying displeasure, yet he graciously decided to hear Shen Xiaoyan's perspective. Then, do enlighten me. Shen Xiaoyan leaned against the wall, slipped her hands into her pockets, and instantly exuded a distinct air of nonchalance. She produced a toothpick from seemingly nowhere, resting it between her lips, and with a mischievous smile, declared, I am passionate about my career, hence I cannot abandon my work. Furthermore, as a female celebrity, childbirth would hinder my career, so ideally, the male counterpart should bear the child as well. Lastly, I possess a profound sense of insecurity. My partner must not have any female friends. Oh, and no male friends either. He must remain at home daily, tending to chores and meals, with no allowance for going out. With a radiant smile, she concluded, Can you manage that, senior? Wei Yuan's expression had soured dramatically, as if he had ingested something vile. All of that is tolerable. But childbirth? Are you jesting? You are the one who initiated the jesting, Shen Xiaoyan retorted. Wei Yuan. His patience finally unraveled as he shouted, Are you toying with me? How could I dare, senior? Just a moment ago, Shen Xiaoyan had been all smiles, but now her expression shifted, her amber eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Do not presume that your seniority grants you license to act as you please. I detest the archetype of the mediocre man, and should you dare approach me again, I will shred you to pieces like a hand tearing through a piece of paper. Her gaze was fierce, each word laced with venom, instilling a sense of dread. Even Wei Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, stunned into silence.
Ding.
The elevator door slid open, and Shen Xiaoyan's friendly smile reemerged. Well then, farewell, senior. She hummed a cheerful tune as she stepped out of the elevator. The staff outside greeted her warmly. Good morning, Teacher Shen. You seem in high spirits today. Indeed, indeed.
Good morning, she replied.
Realizing that he had just been outmaneuvered by a mere girl, Wei Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. Who did she think she was? Speaking to him in such a manner? Just a hint of initiative from him, and she was already erecting barriers, wasn't she? How dare she? Just wait and see. Chapter 58. Public opinion can triumph over capital. In the car, Su Jin handed her a document. These are some of Qi Zhao's personal preferences. You might find them helpful. What do I need this for? Shen Xiaoyan asked, perplexed, as she accepted the document and perused its contents, which were remarkably detailed. The implication was clear. If today's filming schedule was delayed, Shen Xiaoyan would undoubtedly face failure. After all, if she couldn't even complete such a fundamental task within the allotted time, what more could be expected? I understand, Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, her realization dawning swiftly as she began to study the information earnestly. I will ensure I comprehend it thoroughly. But you didn't spend the entire night compiling this information, did you? Have you not slept? Just for an hour. Only an hour? Shen Xiaoyan was left utterly astonished. After merely 3 hours of slumber, she felt as though her very soul had been extracted. What sensation would one experience after just an hour of rest, like Su Jin? Upon reflection, she decided against divulging the matter concerning Wei Yuan to him. He was already beset with enough worries on her account. It was better not to burden him further. After all, she could handle someone like Wei Yuan on her own. As the weather turned cooler, the morning air was particularly biting. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Shen Xiaoyan was greeted by a rush of cold that sent shivers coursing through her. Yet, before she could even shiver for 2 seconds, a warm coat was draped over her shoulders, accompanied by Su Jin's mildly reproachful voice. You're dressed far too lightly. Su Jin paused for a moment and then smiled gently. He almost forgot how sensitive she was. All right, hurry up. Once we finish shooting today, you can rest. And I'll take you out for some fun. Absolutely. No matter how arduous the day, it's just this one. Shen Xiaoyan rallied herself and charged forward. Then, she heard a derisive laugh nearby. What monkey is leaping about here? Turning around, she spotted Qi Xiao, that mischievous little brat, clad in a thin jacket with his ankles bared, looking entirely unbothered by the cold. He regarded her with a face full of mockery. I heard that if you don't finish shooting today, you'll lose? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan's heart sank. Sure enough, a wicked grin spread across the boy's face, suggesting he believed he could toy with her fate. Such a fool. Life and death are unpredictable. Shen Xiaoyan strode confidently toward him and, with a bold whisper in his ear, stated, I know you eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet. And so what? If you don't shoot properly, I'll reveal this secret. Are you out of your mind? What kind of secret is that? Infuriatingly, she found her threat ineffective. Furrowing her brows, she realized the situation was more complex than she thought. All right, dear boy, if you cooperate with me today, I'll treat you to some snow lotus afterward. Are you unwell? Snow lotus doesn't sway him. Shen Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and declared, Zhong Xuegao, I advise you not to be ungrateful. With that,
Qi Xiao retreated in frustration.
Throughout the subsequent filming, he indeed commenced a series of disruptions, either intentionally or through purposefully sabotaging props. A scene that could have been completed in 5 minutes was dragged out for an entire hour. This was disastrous. At this rate, they would not finish the day as shooting. The director was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Shen Xiaoyan, too, felt the urgency, yet she concealed it. Taking a moment to meditate and find her center, Qi Xiao approached her, smugly inquiring, What is the matter? Out of ideas? Aren't you supposed to be resourceful? He crouched before her, a smirk on his face. Don't forget, in the entertainment industry, capital is king. They wouldn't dare cut you like that. It dawned on Shen Xiaoyan why he felt so emboldened. Ultimately, if she failed to complete the shoot on time, the blame would rest solely on her shoulders. This was utterly absurd. I can tolerate you once or twice, but do not forget, I am Shen Xiaoyan, not a ninja. Oh, are you about to explode? Qi Xiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. He had grown unaccustomed to her restraint throughout the day and eagerly awaited her outburst. I am about to explode. Shen Xiaoyan let out an exclamation of anger, swiftly retrieving a mat to place beneath her knees and promptly kneeling down. With a pleading gesture, she implored, I beg you. Is that not sufficient? Qi Xiao's expression of anticipation evaporated in an instant. Are you out of your mind? He retorted, turning to leave. However, Shen Xiaoyan grasped his pant leg and flashed a peace sign at the camera.
Yay. Click.
The flash illuminated the bewilderment in Qi Zhao's eyes.
Sujin lowered their camera.
Declaring, "All right. What are you two doing?" "Oh, nothing much. Just capturing a tender moment between mother and son," Shen Xiaoyan replied, rising to her feet with a mischievous grin. "You may refuse to cooperate with the shoot, but tomorrow's headlines will read, 'Shock. Shen Xiaoyan kneels before Qi Xiao.' Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? No matter how powerful capital may be, it cannot withstand the weight of public opinion." Su Jin wore a subtle smile, yet her eyes held a hint of menace. Qi Xiao, as a spoiled young master, had never been treated in such a manner. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Do you think that can be leaked? Well, isn't it fortuitous? Your father is a newly rich man and my uncle is too." Shen Xiaoyan replied playfully, "Your father can control those reporters, and so can my uncle." At her words, Qi Zhao's expression darkened further.
Shen Xiaoyan.
"Do you believe I can make your defeat utterly humiliating? Sure, after all, I would only be losing a game in a variety show, whereas you would be losing your entire life," she shrugged nonchalantly. "If you believe this is worth the exchange, then feel free to trade with me." With that, she strode toward the filming location. Qi Xiao, stamping his foot in anger, ultimately followed her. Observing this, Su Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Only she could devise such a cunning scheme, her tone imbued with a tenderness she herself was unaware of. The subsequent filming progressed remarkably smoothly. Under the splendid performances of Shen Xiaoyan and Qi Xiao, they swiftly caught up on the shooting schedule. Chapter 59. It was not intentional. Before they knew it, they had filmed until 11 o'clock at night. Only one final scene remained. In this scene, the son and mother finally resolve their misunderstandings. The rebellious son decides to stop skipping school, and the mother, moved to tears, embraces him as they both weep. A perfect conclusion. As the highlight of the entire production, this pivotal moment was of utmost importance to the director. "I have faith in your acting prowess. You will surely capture the essence of this scene and move the audience to tears," he said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if he could already envision the audience's reaction upon the short film's release. However, Qi Xiao displayed an odd expression, pursing his lips in silence. "Just act well. Once we finish, I will delete the photos," Shen Xiaoyan encouraged, patting his shoulder, only for him to recoil in disdain. "Who wants to act in a romantic scene with you? It's a story of maternal love." "I have no desire for maternal love." Qi Xiao shot her an exasperated glare and walked away. "Oh, will this brat cause trouble during the final scene?" Shen Xiaoyan thought. Observing him as Qi Xiao struggled to form coherent words while staring into her eyes, his thoughts tangled and unarticulated. The sparkle in the director's eyes vanished in an instant, leaving his face ashen. Alas, the young master has once again begun to exhibit his noncompliance. We are but one scene away from completion. "Oh, Teacher Qi, might you cooperate just a little longer? We are on the verge of wrapping this up. Could you endure a bit more?" The director rubbed his hands together in a display of utmost humility.
Qi Xiao frowned.
His face contorted with sudden fury as he violently overturned the trash can and strode into the break room without uttering a word. The director let out a cry. Overwhelmed with despair, the crew members lamented in unison, realizing that completion was now out of reach for the day. "Just when we thought the young master had finally turned over a new leaf, it appears we were mistaken. He had merely been biding his time."
"Oh.
How I dread an all-nighter." Amidst the collective wailing, Shen Xiaoyan had already activated her inner detective. With her glasses perched upon her nose and her chin thoughtfully resting in her hand, she appeared remarkably astute. Clearly, he harbored apprehensions regarding that photograph. Otherwise, he would not have initially complied so readily. So, if he had cooperated throughout the day, why resort to a tantrum at the final moment? This suggests he may not be throwing a fit at all. What, then, could be the cause of his sudden forgetfulness and hesitation, despite his exceptional acting skills? There lies a deeper significance.
Su Jin.
She rushed to Su Jin's side, lowering her voice in urgency. He was reclining in his chair, sound asleep. His naturally stern features appeared even more sculptural in repose. His porcelain skin was strikingly pale, his tightly pressed lips exuding a cool detachment, and his high nose reminiscent of fine artistry, while his closed eyelashes resembled delicate butterfly wings. One could easily mistake him for an artist. Several crew members were stealthily capturing his image, their heads seemingly adorned with pink bubbles of delight. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. His dark gaze initially laced with a hint of menace, which softened into gentle warmth upon recognizing her presence. His hand instinctively clenched. "Are we finished?" His voice, tinged with fatigue yet imbued with tenderness, inquired. "We are almost done. Sleep a little longer, and I shall awaken you soon. Shen Xiaoyan refrained from divulging Qi Zhao's tantrum to him. This child is perpetually anxious, worrying over everything. Let him enjoy this rare moment of rest. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he replied sweetly, In that moment, he seemed less the stoic figure and more like a fluffy little puppy. Is this the paradox of a killer's demeanor? Quite extraordinary. Once Su Jin had succumbed to slumber, Shen Xiaoyan made her way to Qi Zhao's break room. Upon knocking, an irate roar erupted from within. Get out. Such a fierce temper. Oh dear, it's merely a case of forgetting lines. Everyone does it. Get lost. Do you fancy wandering dark alleys alone? Are you unwell? The door was flung open with great force, sending Shen Xiaoyan tumbling backward.
Ouch!
Qi Xiao, who had been seething just moments ago, paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Ah, you little rascal. You plotted against me. Shen Xiaoyan, clutching her nose as she rose, expressed her indignation. Thank goodness my nose is real. Otherwise, you'd be in dire trouble. Who told you to stand at my door? How was I to know your door swung outward? And you pushed it with such force. Shen Xiaoyan stormed forward, gripping Qi Zhao's collar tightly. Why are you performing so poorly? Blood streamed from her nose, yet she paid it no mind, continuing her inquiry. I ask you, why can't you perform well? Your acting skills are undoubtedly excellent, and your memory is exceptional. You only need to glance at the lines to memorize them. How could you possibly forget your lines? Qi Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flickering momentarily. I simply do not wish for you to have it easy. Is that a problem? Then I shall release the photos. He seemed poised to retort, opening his mouth but failing to articulate a response. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and declared, Publish them if you wish. Shen Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment before abruptly producing a memory card and placing it in his hand.
Qi Xiao frowned.
What is this? It's the memory card containing that photograph. Rest assured, I have not kept a backup. What do you mean? Using this photograph as leverage is indeed rather unscrupulous. I take responsibility for this matter and apologize. Qi Xiao appeared bewildered, glancing between the memory card in his hand and Shen Xiaoyan. You cannot possibly be attempting to play the martyr to evoke my sympathy, to compel me to cooperate? At this juncture, do I still need to curry favor with you? Despite her bleeding nose, Shen Xiaoyan maintained a serious expression. I know you did not intend to perform poorly. You simply find it beyond your capability. What are you saying? I do not mean to mock you. She pressed her lips together, seemingly somewhat exasperated. Everyone possesses their own weaknesses. Perhaps you are genuinely inept at emotional scenes, or there may be other reasons. At the very least, I noticed that when you faltered just now, you too were vexed. You did not wish for it to be that way. Do not presume to understand me. Qi Xiao shouted in anger. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan remained unfazed, merely tiptoeing to gently pat his head. If one person fails to perform well, the other bears some responsibility as well. It must be that my threatening behavior was excessively harsh, which is why you harbor disdain for me, thus preventing you from expressing genuine emotions in my presence. Perhaps this is the reason for your poor performance. Her voice was soft, like a feather, delicately settling upon his heart. Qi Xiao was momentarily stunned. The warmth of her touch on his head was a sensation he had never experienced before. It was a feeling of love. Chapter 60. You saved me once again. Qi Zhao's family background was complicated. Everyone believed he was the son of a nouveau riche, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and therefore must lead a blissful life. However, that was far from the truth. His mother was not the legitimate wife, but rather the mistress of the wealthy man. From the moment he was born, he had been a pawn for his mother to ascend the social ladder. Consequently, he had never felt maternal love, let alone the farcical notion of familial affection. The scene required him to portray a reformed son who finally comprehended his mother's struggles and embraced her. Shedding tears under the influence of familial warmth, he found it impossible. His heart was so cold that he could not even feel the semblance of familial bonds, not even in the context of acting. Thus, he could not immerse himself in the role, nor could he clearly utter a single line of dialogue. Yet, standing before Shen Xiaoyan, feeling her clumsy hand gently patting his head, his heart suddenly felt less frigid. Despite her bloodied nose, which rendered her appearance rather ludicrous, a flicker of warmth unexpectedly blossomed within his heart. Upon realizing this, he was taken aback and flustered, hastily swatting away Shen Xiaoyan's hand, exclaiming, Do you really think you are my mother? No one is inherently a bad child. She began to speak again, her tone as gentle as ever, devoid of the earlier ferocity she had displayed. She remarked, Your arrogance and brashness are but a facade to conceal your inner desolation. Some neglected children resort to mischief merely to attract the attention of adults. Your behavior resembles theirs. She continued, you are not a bad child at all. You are earnest, simply overwhelmed by loneliness. Then she exclaimed, oh no, the blood is flowing more. I need to wash up. With that, she turned and dashed away, clutching her nose, resembling a jester in her haste. However, Qi Xiao found no humor in the situation. He stood rooted in silence for an extended period, unable to suppress his clenched fists. What do you think? Do you believe yourself clever? Not at all. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyan stood before the sink, rinsing the blood from her face. She had been so preoccupied with guiding the lost youth that she had lost control of the situation. Blood had stained her clothes. Never mind. I'll just take this off and wash it, then blow-dry it. It should dry quickly. To avoid delaying the shoot, she swiftly took off her outer garment and tossed it into the sink, preparing to rinse it, when she heard a sharp click. The door to her dressing room had swung open. She had definitely locked it. Shen Xiaoyan, stop hiding, I know you are inside. That voice was all too familiar. A greasy, overbearing tone that could have nearly induced a cerebral thrombosis. Wei Yuan? How did he end up here? It seemed he was in the restroom. At that moment, Wei Yuan stood outside the bathroom door, gazing at the closed entrance with a mischievous smirk. Shen Xiaoyan cursed her luck and hurried to attempt to lock the bathroom door, but she was a moment too late. With a click, Wei Yuan pushed the door open. As he entered, Shen Xiaoyan instinctively raised her clothes to shield her body. Although she wore a camisole beneath, she was loath to be seen by this repugnant man. Wei Yuan, upon witnessing Shen Xiaoyan's disheveled state, grinned even wider. Were you trying to cover up? Why the modesty? I detest women who feign restraint. It's evident you enjoy it. With that, he lunged towards her. Shen Xiaoyan longed to retaliate, but in her scramble to shield herself, she found herself flustered. I advise you to leave immediately. If I don't get to the shoot, they will come looking for me. Rest assured. I have informed the director that I need to discuss some important personal matters with you. They want to disturb us before we exit. Wei Yuan's smile became increasingly lewd, and besides, I have locked the door. They cannot enter. Are you out of your mind? You are a public figure. Engaging in such behavior, do you not care for your future? What impact could it possibly have if we both desire this? The average man remained oblivious. I know you are fond of me. Stop pretending otherwise. Get lost. Who would be attracted to a typical man like you? Or, do you prefer this domineering coercion? He wore an expression of sudden realization, then lunged at her like a hungry tiger. I shall fulfill your desires. The moment his greasy palm made contact with her shoulder, she could not help but scream. Ah! A deafening crash echoed, as if the entire building were about to collapse. The nauseating scent that had enveloped her vanished, replaced by a faint hint of mint and a coat draped over her body. The sound of violent impacts began to resound in her ears. Shen Xiaoyan trembled as she opened her eyes, greeted by a gruesome sight. Wei Yuan cowered in the corner, desperately begging for mercy, while Su Jin, with bloodshot eyes, relentlessly pummeled his face with his fists. One blow, two blows. It was the first time he had lost control to such an extent. No matter how loudly Shen Xiaoyan called for him, he remained unresponsive, merely repeating his actions like a machine. Wei Yuan was on the brink of death, devoid of the strength to plead for mercy.
Suhin.
Shen Xiaoyan rushed forward, clinging to his arm, shouting, Stop. Please stop. If this continued, he would beat Wei Yuan to death. The area was filled with crew members, and if such an event occurred, even Su Jin would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Under Shen Xiaoyan's frantic cries, Su Jin's gaze gradually regained its clarity. He dared not turn to face her, his voice quivering slightly. I'm sorry. He should not have allowed himself to sleep. He ought to have kept a vigilant watch over her, never letting her out of his sight. It was his dereliction of duty. He felt utterly useless, a failure. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoyan covered his ears, cutting off the cacophony of turmoil in his mind. He was momentarily stunned, meeting her clear amber gaze. He noticed her delicate lips moving, seemingly saying something. At last, she embraced him and whispered in his ear.
Iem me fine, Su Jin.
His broad shoulders, which had never faltered, trembled slightly in her embrace.
Iem sorry, Xiaoyan.
It's all right. Su Jin, you saved me once again. Her voice was soft yet resonated heavily in his heart. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Wei Yuan opened his eyes, covering his bloodied face, and began to scream maniacally, Assault! Assault! Shen Xiaoyan's manager has attacked me. As he shouted, he scrambled to his feet and rushed outside. Shen Xiaoyan seduced me. Her manager hit me. Chapter 61. Turning the Tables. Wei Yuan bellowed as he burst out, his voice thunderous. Perhaps no one expected the typically meek Wei Yuan could produce such a loud outcry, drawing the attention of everyone present. With blood streaming from his head and his face swollen like a pig's head, he embodied the image of a victim. In a fit of anger, he accused. Shen Xiaoyan said, she wanted to consult me about acting, but the moment I entered, she threw herself at me, and no matter how much I pushed, I couldn't get her off. I tried to call for help, and her manager charged in and started hitting me. Everyone set aside their tasks and gathered around to witness the spectacle. After all, the protagonists of this scandal are Wei Yuan and Shen Xiaoyan, both prominent public figures. Who would have thought Shen Xiaoyan could be such a person? It's hard to believe. During her time on set these past few days, she appeared quite amiable. Not the type to engage in such audacity. One cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. She is, after all, the niece of a nouveau riche. And wealthy individuals often possess a few flaws. Qi Xiao is a prime example. Although Wei Yuan is older, he exudes a captivating charm typical of middle-aged gentlemen, making it entirely plausible that Shen Xiaoyan could be infatuated with him. Indeed, Wei Yuan is renowned within the industry for his affable demeanor, while Shen Xiaoyan has a history riddled with scandals. In a flash, everyone accepted Wei Yuan's account and began to accuse Shen Xiaoyan of wrongdoing. When she finally emerged, she was met with a barrage of skeptical gazes. Disdain, loathing, and anger filled the air. If looks could kill, she would have perished countless times over. Yet, she remained unfazed, walking coldly up to Wei Yuan and raising her hand. With a resounding slap, she stunned not only Wei Yuan but also the onlookers. This slap was the price for your transgressions against me. Her voice was frigid and piercing. Wei Yuan, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained his composure, vehemently accusing her. It was you who seduced me. How dare you turn the tables? You came into my production, enter my dressing room. How could I be the one to entice you? Shen Xiaoyan emphasized the word you with conviction. Wei Yuan, however, seemed prepared, sneering. You are the one who invited me to help you with your acting, naturally. You can twist the narrative. He feigned realization. Oh, so that was your scheme? You deliberately summoned me, only to turn around and accuse me of harassment. Your ploy is indeed clever. His performance was so convincing that many began to believe him. Shen Xiaoyan merely scoffed. While I respect your status as a senior, I do not require guidance in acting. Upon hearing this, the director immediately exhibited an approving expression. It was evident that Shen Xiaoyan's acting was nothing short of exceptional, effortlessly transitioning through a spectrum of emotions, distinctly not in need of instruction.
Ah.
So now you deny everything, do you? I am an award-winning actor. My skills surpass those of a mere novice like you. You attempt to overpower me, only to mock my craft. Shen Xiaoyan, let me remind you. I am your senior. Disrespecting your elders will ensure you find no place in this industry. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, threatening to call his lawyer. I will have a legal notice drafted immediately. Neither you nor your agent will escape unscathed. With the threat of legal action, the crowd's trust began to shift back to Wei Yuan. It seems you won't shed tears until faced with a dire situation. Unfazed, Shen Xiaoyan patiently waited for Wei Yuan to finish his theatrics before retrieving her phone. Just as she prepared to press play, a figure burst forth from the crowd. Are you out of your mind? The familiar lines and the equally familiar tone of irritation led her to a realization. As anticipated, the irritable young master, Qi Xiao, charged forward and delivered a kick that exacerbated Wei Yuan's already grave injuries. A cry of anguish escaped Wei Yuan as he collapsed awkwardly to the ground, grimacing in pain. Qi Xiao, fists clenched, advanced and placed a foot on his back, declaring, have you offended a senior and think you can continue in this industry? Whom are you threatening here? Let me make it clear, if you cross me, you'll be expelled from the entertainment circle. Wei Yuan, initially intent on unleashing a torrent of curses, was rendered speechless upon recognizing the individual before him. Qi Xiao, renowned as a powerhouse in the industry, was not someone one would expect to defend Shen Xiaoyan. Wasn't he known for his disdain towards others? You misunderstand. I did not threaten her. I merely stated the facts. She seduced me and then turned the tables, making me the victim. Wei Yuan continued his charade. Qi Xiao, unable to tolerate any further, delivered another crushing kick. Did you believe I did not witness your misconduct toward Shen Xiaoyan? The room erupted in disbelief. Witnesses had emerged. Qi Xiao, who had consistently clashed with Shen Xiaoyan on set, could not possibly shield her. Thus, his words were undoubtedly true. The crowd's faith in his account solidified, their gazes towards Wei Yuan now laced with contempt. Goodness, How disgusting. Is Wei Yuan truly this kind of person? They mused. After all, Shen Xiaoyan was young, beautiful, and well off. What need had she to force herself upon him? Despite his title as an acclaimed actor, he had long since faded into obscurity. Such a man is utterly revolting. He should just disappear. Some women in the audience empathized, wishing they could rush forth to deliver a couple of well-deserved blows to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was once again struck dumb. But I was in the lounge, and there was no one else present when I assaulted Shen Xiaoyan. How could Qi Xiao possibly have seen? He began to shout, "You are lying. I saw you pull Shen Xiaoyan into the lounge and lock the door."
No.
I entered directly. I only saw Shen Xiaoyan in the restroom. With that outburst, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, until Qi Xiao let out a derisive laugh. "Oh? Are you implying that you barged into Shen Xiaoyan's restroom?" Wei Yuan's eyes widened in horror as he grasped the implications of his own words. You, a man, intruded upon a woman's restroom while she was inside. What were your intentions? Qi Zhao's foot began to grind into his back. Wei Yuan felt a searing pain in his spine, as if it might snap. Even more suffocating were the gazes of those around him and the incessant flashes of cameras capturing the scene. It seemed that this moment would not be forgotten easily.
Yet.
Why would Qi Xiao come to her aid? Chapter 62. Qi Xiao, the Proud One. Wei Yuan, trapped beneath Qi Zhao's foot in a grotesquely contorted position, resembled a pitiful dog howling in despair. His meticulously styled hair was in disarray, and the foundation on his face had been washed away by blood, rendering him utterly disgraceful. He gazed around in utter bewilderment, feeling as if he were ensconced in an icy cavern, his entire being enveloped in chill. It was over. He was utterly finished. Tears streamed down Shen Xiaoyan's cheeks as she embraced her fragile self. I respect you as a senior, yet you behave so brazenly. If it weren't for my manager's timely intervention, I would have. As she spoke, her sobs grew more heart-wrenching.
Oh.
Woe is me. Suddenly, a staff member stepped forward, looking rather distressed. I apologize. I share some responsibility in this matter. Just moments ago, Teacher Wei informed me that he wished to discuss personal matters with Teacher Shen and specifically instructed us not to disturb them. I never anticipated that he would. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were struck with clarity. So, everything had indeed been orchestrated by Wei Yuan, without a doubt. Consequently, the crowd's outrage intensified. How can someone like that still call themselves a teacher? What utter scum! Such duplicity, appearing refined on television, yet revealing themselves to be a beast in reality. Expose him. How can such a person continue to thrive in the entertainment industry? Mr. Wei. Su Jin emerged from within, her expression stern. Regarding your misconduct towards our artist and acts of malicious defamation, we shall be sending you a lawyer's letter. Wei Yuan was subsequently escorted away by the police, as someone in the audience could no longer contain themselves and had called the authorities. The atmosphere gradually returned to its usual calm, albeit still tinged with heaviness, as many felt hesitant to meet Shen Xiaoyan's gaze after their earlier misconceptions about her. With the clock striking midnight, it became imperative for someone to break the stalemate. She danced with fervor, exuding an infectious energy that instantly captivated everyone's attention. Initially subdued, the crowd soon erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. What is Teacher Shen doing? Why has she suddenly begun to dance? As a native of Northeast China, I must admit, Teacher Shen's dance was rather unprofessional, yet it possessed a certain charm. Is Teacher Shen here to comfort us? Amidst the laughter, the audience gradually comprehended Shen Xiaoyan's intent. Despite being the true victim, the one most deeply wounded, she had chosen to uplift everyone's spirits. What remarkable grace! They had erroneously judged such an exceptional individual. Truly, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Teacher Shen. The director approached with excitement, grasping Shen Xiaoyan's hand, his eyes glistening. You are the most dedicated actor I have ever encountered. It is my privilege to collaborate with such a remarkable talent. Indeed, however, the thought of the final scene with Qi Xiao leaves Shen Xiaoyan troubled once more. The director too wore a conflicted expression. Suddenly, Qi Xiao approached, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Let us film. Quickly finish this up. Teacher Qi. The director's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I'm tired too. Let us not waste time. He feigned impatience and turned toward the filming location. The director, brimming with enthusiasm, hurriedly called the crew to assemble, preparing to commence the final shoot. Shen Xiaoyan approached Qi Xiao, teasingly remarking, "Why are you so prideful?" Who's being prideful? Don't say such things. The intent to allow everyone to leave work early was evident, yet the feigned impatience was quite hypocritical. Humph. Qi Xiao turned away, refusing to look at her, though a faint blush crept to his ears. Do not presume that my earlier assistance implies camaraderie. You remain my adversary. Then why did you help me? You clearly did not witness it, yet you provided false testimony, did you? Shen Xiaoyan fixed her amber gaze upon him, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. Little did he know, she could effortlessly unveil the deceits of the murderer during their role-playing games. As anticipated, Qi Zhao's demeanor grew awkward, his gaze darting about erratically. I merely disapprove of that individual. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Indeed. I bear animosity towards him. I did not assist you. So, do not delude yourself into thinking otherwise. With that, he turned and fled. Clearly, he was feeling guilty. Ah, children. Shen Xiaoyan displayed a tender smile. Shaking her head in resignation, it was apparent that her beloved son stood by her side. In her heart, she had long regarded Qi Xiao as her own flesh and blood. Su Jin, you have a younger brother. Once preparations were complete, the final filming commenced. The crew members were somewhat apprehensive, fearing Qi Xiao would disrupt proceedings at a critical moment. Shen Xiaoyan shared this trepidation, concerned that he might still struggle with the emotional scenes. Standing before her, Qi Xiao gazed into her softly glowing amber eyes, and his mind inadvertently conjured the memory of her gentle touch upon his head. A warmth surged within him as he spoke, Mom. Tentatively, Shen Xiaoyan approached, longing to embrace him, yet her movements were fraught with hesitation. She was still afraid that he would push her away, afraid that they would erupt into conflict as they had in the past. Suddenly, Qi Xiao stepped forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Mom, I was wrong. Littlewood? Shen Xiaoyan's face displayed a moment of astonishment, but after a brief pause, she held him fiercely.
Mom.
The two wept in each other's arms, their sobs resonating deeply, causing many present to mist up. The director, with red-rimmed eyes, stared at the monitor for an extended period before tremblingly announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, you both performed magnificently. We have wrapped up. Upon the director's declaration, the entire crew erupted in jubilant cheers. At last, this arduous two-day endeavor was over. The short film shoot had been fraught with time constraints and heavy responsibilities, leaving everyone under immense pressure. Now, they felt a profound sense of relief. What caused your sudden improvement in acting? Only Shen Xiaoyan remained focused on that question, earnestly inquiring about Qi Xiao. His expression grew awkward once more as he turned away, avoiding her gaze. I always acted well. I find that hard to believe. At the outset, you could hardly deliver a line. I did act well, believe it or not. He darted off again, like a startled rabbit, ever eager to escape. He preferred not to reveal to Shen Xiaoyan that he had been moved by her. Humph. Chapter 63. Wei Yuan faces blacklisting. News in the entertainment industry spreads rapidly. The incident involving Wei Yuan swiftly ascended to trending status within a mere 2 hours. Wei Yuan should exit the entertainment industry, proclaimed the outcry, alongside sentiments of empathy for Shen Xiaoyan. Indulging in Weibo while reclining on the bedpost bath is undeniably a joyous pursuit. Shen Xiaoyan savored the unfolding drama with delight. One commentator exclaimed, Goodness! Is Wei Yuan truly this repugnant? One should never judge a book by its cover. Another lamented, Help! My heart aches for Shen Xiaoyan, who has been violated and subsequently wronged. Someone like Wei Yuan should swiftly meet their demise. A third remarked, Thankfully, Qi Xiao witnessed the event. Otherwise, one could leap into the Yellow River and remain unvindicated. It appears we must be cautious not to heed rumors, for they can be perilous. Yet another chimed in. Has Qi Xiao grown so dashing? He was quite adorable in childhood and has only become more handsome. I might just become a devoted fan. In the wake of the scandal, Wei Yuan's Weibo fan club disbanded overnight, and his fan base began to dwindle rapidly. The production team promptly announced Wei Yuan's departure from the show. If all goes as expected, he faces a ban. His upcoming dramas are now rendered ineligible for airing, and all his endorsements have been rescinded, leading to potential financial ruin due to breach of contract. This exemplifies the precarious balance of fame, while the rewards may be substantial. The repercussions of a downfall are equally monumental. The thought sent a shiver down Shen Xiaoyan's spine. What if she were to incur financial liabilities to Shen? The mere contemplation is harrowing. Awakening naturally, she found it was already noon. After her morning routine, she opened the door only to be met by a camera aimed directly at her. Miss Shen, you are finally awake. Puzzled, she scratched her head and stepped outside, the cameraman following silently. This must be the much-discussed reality show. Would it seem peculiar if she refrained from speaking to herself? Just as she pondered this, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Typically, post-yoga is lunchtime. Shall we dine at the hotel today? I must admit, I have a rather unrefined palate and can eat just about anything, haha. Ah, that delicate, affected tone. Was it not Sister Song? Upon spotting Shen Xiaoyan, her expression brightened, and she approached with enthusiasm. Are you heading to lunch too? Shall we go together? Shen Xiaoyan considered for a moment before firmly declining. No. I will not be dining at the hotel. Oh, how remiss of me. I forgot that your tastes are rather discerning. Hotel food must be too pedestrian to satisfy your palate. I was inconsiderate, faint Song Hanan, with a look of feigned regret. Shen Xiaoyan, bemused, clarified, actually, I plan to eat skewers from a street vendor. This revelation rendered Song Hanan's face a portrait of embarrassment. Her subtle jab at Shen Xiaoyan's supposed fastidiousness regarding food, implying she only indulged in gourmet cuisine, was met with the reality that Shen Xiaoyan intended to feast on street fare. Would you care to join me? Shen Xiaoyan offered warmly. Song Hanan's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. Street skewers? Those are notoriously unsanitary. Consuming such haphazard fare could damage one's skin. You must understand, I meticulously select what I ingest for the sake of my complexion. Do you not fancy them? Shen Xiaoyan tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Aren't you capable of eating anything? She mused. She had just established a down-to-earth persona in front of the camera. To refuse Shen Xiaoyan now would be nothing short of a slap in the face. With a begrudging nod, she conceded. Fine, let us go together. Great. Let us call Su Jing. When Song Hanan beheld the luxurious Maybach before her, she was momentarily stunned. She had never ridden in such an opulent vehicle throughout her life. Although Shen owned a Maybach as well, he had never allowed her to step inside it, even during her most prosperous times. Su Jing. Let us head to that restaurant I came across yesterday. Shen Xiaoyan strolled ahead, with an air of familiarity. All right, came the response. Today, Su Jing donned a casual sweatshirt, which made him resemble a charming older brother from the neighborhood, exuding a palpable sense of youthful vitality. Even the camera lingered on him for a few extra seconds. Realizing this, Song Hanan suddenly rushed forward, blocking Shen Xiaoyan, who was about to take the passenger seat. She feigned discomfort, pressing her forehead. Senior. I'm feeling a bit car sick. May I sit in the front? Her voice was soft, and upon careful listening, one could detect a hint of playfulness. I might truly feel unwell in the back. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. As she spoke, her body swayed slightly. Shen Xiaoyan focused her gaze and gasped.
Wow.
It's that legendary white dress. Song Hanan's battle attire. She excelled at evoking sympathy while donning that outfit, creating an aura of delicate fragility. At that moment, 3 cameras were fixated on them. Should Shen Xiaoyan decline, she risked being perceived as a heartless and malicious woman. Song Hanan's hand was already on the passenger door. Su Jing frowned, ready to press the car key to lock the door, when a gust of wind swept past his ear. By the time he regained his senses, Shen Xiaoyan had already taken the driver's seat, eagerly beckoning Song Hanan, come on, get in the passenger seat. Song Hanan was taken aback. Shen Xiaoyan turned to Su Jing with a bright smile. Su Jing, I apologize for making you sit in the back. You don't mind, do you? Su Jing hesitated for a moment. Then his smile widened uncontrollably, a warm sensation spreading through him. Was she reluctant to sit with Song Hanan? Could this be what they called jealousy? His spirits lifted. He replied, all right, I'll sit in the back. Song Hanan's expression darkened further. Yet, constrained by the presence of cameras, she dared not reveal her feelings, forcing a smile as she settled into Shen Xiaoyan's passenger seat. The instant she fastened her seatbelt, Shen Xiaoyan pressed the accelerator, and they sped off. Wow! Song Hanan exclaimed, her lips uttering a beautifully expressive exclamation that pierced the tranquil sky. The intelligent camera in the car immediately turned towards her, capturing her inaugural outburst of national pride. Let us give you a taste of the thrill of speed. Here we go. Shen Xiaoyan transformed into a racing deity, speeding down the road like a whirlwind. Song Hanan, nearly on the verge of tears, cried out, slow down. Don't worry, this speed is within the limits of traffic regulations, Shen Xiaoyan replied, flashing a devil-may-care smile that radiated confidence and charm. Chapter 64. The world encounters Shen Xiaoyan. As the car came to a halt in front of the skewer restaurant, Song Hanan leapt out like a wild stallion, urgently clutching a nearby trash bin to heave violently.
She was genuinely carsick this time.
When the crew's vehicle arrived, the cameraman rushed over, brandishing his camera in front of Song Hanan. Panic etched across her face. She attempted to evade the lens. After all, she was a goddess. How could she allow herself to be captured in such a compromising moment? Concern etched on her face. Shen Xiaoyan hurried to her side, offering water and steadying her shoulder. Hanan, are you alright? Let me see. Is everything okay? While expressing her concern, she subtly maneuvered Song Hanan into the camera's view. Song Hanan desperately tried to retreat, but Shen Xiaoyan persisted, until, in a moment of misjudgment, she released her grip. Song Hanan spun out like a top, exclaiming, "Ah!" before crashing directly into a nearby heap of garbage. Her pristine white dress was instantly tainted with indescribable hues. Hanan! Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed dramatically, sliding to her knees before Song Hanan, tears streaming down her face. "It's my fault. I didn't realize your motion sickness was this severe. But no matter what, you mustn't give up on yourself." The photographers, witnessing the scene, shook their heads in dismay. Song Hanan's lips twitched in irritation. She longed to hurl a handful of refuse at Shen Xiaoyan's face. "I'm fine," she gritted through clenched teeth. At that moment, Su Jin had exited the vehicle, a jacket in hand. A surge of joy filled Song Hanan's heart, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Jin." "Thank you." Su Jin draped the jacket over Shen Xiaoyan's shoulders. "Didn't I say it's been chilly lately? Dress warmly." "I know, you're so nagging," Shen Xiaoyan retorted. Song Hanan thought, "But you're the one wearing less." Due to the unsightly hue staining Song Hanan's outfit, she had no choice but to change clothes before joining them inside the skewer restaurant. This establishment boasted stellar ratings online, drawing a considerable crowd. Upon entering, she was met with a wave of greasy air, thick with the essence of culinary fervor. The moment she caught a whiff of the oil-laden atmosphere, Song Hanan frowned yet feigned composure. "Oh, skewers. It's been ages since I've had them. They used to be my favorite. Ever since I debuted, I haven't had the chance to visit such bustling places. I even lamented about it." She began to talk to the camera, showcasing her seasoned experience as a variety show participant. Their arrival caused quite a stir, as patrons turned to gawk at the scene. A bold young girl approached them, clutching a notebook with tentative excitement. Observing this, Song Hanan chuckled resignedly. "This is precisely what I was worried about. But after all these years, I've grown accustomed to it, and am well prepared." She retrieved a pen from her bag and, with a confident smile directed at the camera, declared, "Such trivial matters won't faze me." At that moment, the young girl had approached, and Song Hanan uncapped her pen, ready to oblige.
Shen Xiaoyan.
"Could you please give me your autograph?" the girl asked, her cheeks flushed as she extended her notebook toward Shen Xiaoyan. Song Hanan and Shen Xiaoyan exchanged bewildered glances, the latter having been engrossed in the menu when the girl's unexpected appearance took her by surprise. She glanced around, her gaze landing on the pen held by Song Hanan. A spark of inspiration ignited within her as she eagerly accepted it. "Thank you, Hanan. Your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable." With that, she signed her full name using Song Hanan's pen. The little girl was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears brimmed in her eyes. "I really like you so much. You've transformed from being criticized online to achieving what you have now. It's truly inspiring. You are exceptional, and I adore you immensely. Keep it up, Shen Xiaoyan." Shen Xiaoyan had never anticipated being cherished in such a manner. A wave of warmth surged through her heart, prompting her to gently pat the girl's head and smile. "Thank you." The girl was momentarily stunned, then erupted into excited screams. "Ah!" Song Hanan's face flushed a deep shade of purple. However, she quickly composed herself, feigning a look of exasperation as she addressed Shen Xiaoyan. "Senior, you lack experience. Signing autographs for fans in public can easily incite a commotion, which may inconvenience those around us." Her expression morphed into one of concern. "What now? We've disturbed everyone's meal." In response, Shen Xiaoyan raised her index finger, lightly pressed it against her lips, and flashed a charming smile. Let us not disturb anyone." The girl immediately ceased her shouting, nodding vigorously. "Okay." In truth, it was Song Hanan who was footing the bill. However, mentioning Shen Xiaoyan's name would undoubtedly bolster her public favor. As expected, the entire venue erupted into cheers, with some patrons raising their glasses and shouting, "Thank you, Sister Yan." Shen Xiaoyan smiled bashfully. "Oh, it's nothing. I was the one causing the trouble in the first place."
"Ah."
Shen Xiaoyan is nothing like the rumors suggest. She is so wonderful. Without hesitation, the girl declared, "I must tweet about this." Shen Xiaoyan treated me to dinner. Guests at the scene began to murmur excitedly, quickly pulling out their phones to document the moment. Before long, notifications pinged on Shen Xiaoyan and Song Hanan's phones, revealing a flurry of tweets. Shen Xiaoyan treats at the skewer restaurant. What a divine being Shen Xiaoyan is. Oil-drenched item. Help. Is the whole world encountering Shen Xiaoyan? I want that too. I am Li Dai. It turns out I don't dislike wealthy people, I just dislike wealthy people who don't treat me to meals. I'd love to have a dozen wealthy individuals like Shen Xiaoyan. The involved pig, which skewer restaurant. Can I still make it there? Woe is me. Yesterday I was harassed by Wei Yuan, and today she treats everyone to hot pot. Not only is she a pitiable victim, but she is also kind-hearted, generous, and loving. Shen Xiaoyan's public favor skyrocketed, and her fan base surged dramatically. Song Hanan's face turned pale with frustration. She had never witnessed such a display. Is it possible to wield wealth in such a manner? She immediately stood up, wearing a friendly smile. How can I let my senior pay alone? After all, I was part of the trouble too. Let us split the bill. She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring everyone present could hear her. However, the crowd's reaction diverged from her expectations. Whoever pays, it's all the same. We get a free meal. Ha ha ha, let us order more. I want to devour an entire cow. Song Hanan. Continue posting on Weibo. Why have you stopped? Shen Hanan's playful tone masked her underlying concern. You are so considerate, sharing the financial burden with me. In truth, I am indifferent to the cost, yet I appreciate your kindness. Let us share the expenses together. Shen Xiaoyan beamed brightly, while Song Hanan felt a surge of irritation. Chapter 65, Commentary Conference. As she indulged in a skewer meal, Song Hanan felt utterly uncomfortable. However, in pursuit of establishing her persona as a food enthusiast, she forced herself to consume large bites in front of the camera, attempting to craft a relatable goddess image. Upon returning, she was dismayed to find 2 blemishes emerging on her face. Gazing into the mirror, a glint of determination ignited within her. Why must her flawless complexion rely solely on luxurious skincare products, while Shen Xiaoyan, regardless of her dietary choices, maintained skin as smooth as an egg? Why must Shen Xiaoyan always outshine her? She felt a surge of defiance. With a stern expression, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello? Is this teacher you? I have a business proposition I would like to discuss. At long last, the day for the evaluations arrived. Shen Xiaoyan donned the misty blue dress purchased by Su Jin, her subtly enhanced features captivating the entire audience. As she admired her doll-like visage in the mirror, she pondered whether it was perhaps a tad extravagant, especially with the abundance of rhinestones adorning her dress, which sparkled dazzlingly. It wasn't until she caught sight of Song Hanan and Jin Mingyu that she grasped the true meaning of being outshone. Song Hanan wore an elegant white gown, its hem adorned with pure white feathers that danced gracefully with her movements, resembling a peacock in full display. Jin Mingyu took it a step further, donning a striking red mermaid gown made of leather, topped with an exaggerated peony flower, as if possessed by the spirit of the bloom. In that moment, Shen Xiaoyan realized that she was indeed the most understated among them. Hello, Sister Mingyu, she greeted politely, expecting disdain in return. To her astonishment, Jin Mingyu offered a rare nod of acknowledgement. This unexpected change in demeanor felt peculiar. Had Jin Mingyu not harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her? Jin Mingyu approached, wearing a friendly smile. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. After the recording, let us exchange WeChat. I actually quite like you. Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback. I thought you disliked me. Jin Mingyu's gaze faltered, revealing a hint of unease. No, that's not the case, she mumbled, hastily concocting an excuse to depart. Shen Xiaoyan was left bewildered, but Su Jin understood the implication. She was afraid. Afraid? She had witnessed Wei Yuan's downfall, fearing the possibility of becoming the next Wei Yuan, prompting her to seek Shen Xiaoyan's favor.
Su vin si mirket, akno letking heravarenes.
Shen Xiaoyan, though somewhat confused, wondered if she truly held such power. In the entertainment industry, capital reigns supreme. Recklessly challenging, it could lead to ruin. A realization washed over Shen Xiaoyan. So this is what it means to have backing. How exhilarating. Finally, the official recording was about to commence. In addition to the host and 3 distinguished guests present today, there were also 3 highly esteemed film critics serving as the principal judges. Among them, Yu Tianhe is renowned for his incisive insights and acerbic critiques. It is said that he has viewed countless films and has developed his own unique perspective. To receive his commendation would undoubtedly signify an exceptional performance. As Shen Xiaoyan took her seat in the audience, a sense of trepidation lingered within her, not due to a lack of confidence in her acting skills, but rather because she had not had the chance to view the edited short film before it was presented. The uncertainty surrounding something unfamiliar left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly rested upon her own. Turning her head, she met the reassuring smile of Song Hanan. "Do not worry, your performance will be well received. I have heard your director has been singing your praises outside. News of your talent has even reached our production team." Her smile was warm, and her gaze held a deeper meaning. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over Shen Xiaoyan. The first film to be screened was Jean Mingyu's short, a romantic comedy depicting the love story between a naive young female employee and a domineering CEO. Jean Mingyu's acting was undeniably proficient, honed over years of experience in the film industry. However, her attempt to portray a 20-year-old while being in her 40s created a dissonance that was hard to overlook. Particularly when standing beside the male lead, one might even mistake them for mother and son. The audience appeared visibly troubled, while only Jean Mingyu seemed engrossed in her performance, occasionally nodding in satisfaction. With the confidence of a queen, Jean Mingyu ascended the stage, chin held high as she surveyed the panel of judges. Yet, the first words from the judges struck her like a bolt from the blue. "Your performance was commendable, but the age discrepancy is too jarring." Jean Mingyu's smile faltered instantly. Another judge nodded in agreement, stating, "At your age, you are no longer suited for such a naive role." Yu Tianhe, renowned for his sharp critiques, added, "If I recall correctly, you are already 46 years old, while the character you portray is meant to be 20. May I ask why you chose this role?" Jean Mingyu's expression darkened with discontent. "I believe a truly exceptional actor should not be confined by the limitations of their roles."
Oh?
"Is that so?" Yu Tianhe retorted with a cold laugh. "Then by your logic, I would argue that you are not quite exceptional, as you evidently cannot embody this character. I trust the audience shares my perspective."
You?
Jean Mingyu's anger flared. Had it not been for the cameras present, she might have confronted Yu Tianhe directly. Shen Xiaoyan watched in astonishment. The judges were remarkably bold. Given Jean Mingyu's stature, did they not fear repercussions? Ultimately, the three judges awarded Jean Mingyu a score of 62. Just above the passing mark, a fate that felt like a profound humiliation to her. After leaving the stage, she wore a scowl, abandoning any pretense of composure. The next film presented was Song Hanan's work, which depicted the tender yet tumultuous journey of a high school senior grappling with her first crush and the subsequent setbacks, ultimately leading her to regain her strength and achieve her dream of attending a prestigious university. At the tender age of 20, Song Hanan effortlessly embodies a high school student, skillfully capturing the nuances of youthful emotions. Upon viewing the entire short film, it can be deemed quite conventional, lacking any breathtaking moments. The first judge, brimming with excitement, rose to applaud, exclaiming, "Excellent. This is indeed a remarkable piece." The second judge, with moisture gathering in his eyes, hastily lowered his head to wipe away tears, apologizing for his emotional display. "The performance was truly exceptional. I have seen many similar dramas, yet none have moved me as profoundly as this one." While the praise from these two judges may seem somewhat exaggerated, it remains justifiable, as Song Hanan's performance exhibited no significant flaws. However, the notoriously sharp-tongued Yu Tianhe is unlikely to offer overly flattering remarks. All eyes turned toward him, anticipating his incisive critique. Even Song Hanan on stage gripped the microphone tightly, her expression betraying her anxiety. Yu Tianhe took a sip from his thermos, his gaze piercing from behind his glasses. While I believe Song Hanan's acting has not yet reached the pinnacle of mastery, she stands as a paragon among her contemporaries. Song Hanan's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a vigorous shake of her head. "No, that is not the case. I have much to learn." Her response elicited a shy smile. Indeed, having received the script just a day before filming commenced, she had scarcely slept, poring over the material throughout the night. "If you were to examine my script now, it would be densely annotated," she chuckled, "but I don't believe that's commendable. It's merely a fundamental quality of an actor." The audience could not help but nod in agreement, their expressions reflecting approval. Yu Tianhe smiled and revealed his scorecard. "I award this piece a score of 90. 90. It is noteworthy that he had only given Jean Mingyu a score of 55, marking a stark contrast. The other two judges were even more effusive, awarding scores of 98 and 95, both nearing perfection. Ultimately, Song Hanan achieved an average score of 94, surpassing Jean Mingyu by a staggering 32 points. Jean Mingyu's face darkened, resembling coal. "Thank you, esteemed judges. I will continue to strive for excellence." Song Hanan bowed deeply, remaining bent for an extended moment, seemingly unable to express her gratitude fully. After stepping off stage, she grasped Shen Xiaoyan's hand. Senior, keep it up. You have always been my aspiration, and I am certain you will also secure first place this time. Shen Xiaoyan reciprocated her grip. All right, if you win, I shall treat you to some skewers. As Shen Xiaoyan ascended the stage, she immediately felt 3 piercing gazes fixated upon her. Glancing up, she noticed the judges' expressions were exceedingly indifferent. It was clear without guessing that her forthcoming score would not be high. No wonder Song Hanan had just smiled so cunningly. It appeared she had been waiting for this moment. No matter. Let the work speak for itself. She turned her attention to the large screen, preparing to portray a married woman grappling with various domestic struggles. As soon as her lens emerged, the audience collectively inhaled sharply. The image of a middle-aged woman, her complexion weathered and her gaze murky, starkly contrasted with the exquisitely doll-like Shen Xiaoyan standing on stage. In her quest to embody the character, Shen Xiaoyan cast aside any semblance of idol persona, not only applying a yellow hue to her face, but also adorning it with various wrinkles. She truly resembled a woman in her 40s, devoid of any dissonance. Initially skeptical, the audience found themselves captivated, drawn into the narrative. However, as time passed, their expressions began to shift uneasily. Though they could not articulate the source of their discomfort, Shen Xiaoyan discerned the issue. With each passing moment of the short film, her brow furrowed deeper. The editing was flawed. The entire sequence unfolded with chaotic disarray, leading to a disjointed plot that rendered immersion impossible. This was in stark contrast to the script she had initially received. She glanced towards the audience, seeking the director responsible for the film's production, and found him equally wide-eyed and astonished. As the film concluded, the judges wore expressions of cold indifference. Shen Xiaoyan, is this your creation? The first judge, brimming with disappointment, shook his head. I had heard good things about your stage performance and held some hope for you, yet it seems you remain consistently subpar. The online comments were indeed accurate. Your acting has stagnated since your debut. A once promising script has been rendered chaotic under your interpretation. You have ruined the entire play. The second judge seethed with anger. Below, the film's director opened his mouth, seemingly prepared to defend Shen Xiaoyan, but without a microphone, his voice went unheard. As the saying goes, there is a limit to what one can endure. Shen Xiaoyan, pushed beyond her limits, seized the microphone to retaliate. However, as she fervently spoke, she realized that the microphone emitted no sound. Her voice, sharp and tinged with fury, seemed to accuse her as if she were a heinous criminal. Alone on stage, Shen Xiaoyan became the focal point of derision. Countless cameras captured her moment of humiliation. Below, Song Hanan could no longer contain his gleeful smile, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. Yet, when the camera turned to her, her expression morphed into one of concern. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. Shen Xiaoyan kicked off her high heels and charged towards the judge's table, snatching the microphone from Yu Tianhe, and shouted, Wang Dezhu, turn on the microphone for me. Taken aback by her direct call-out, he stammered. Huh? What microphone? You can't just silence me. You think you can prevent me from speaking? I refuse to be silenced. Wang Dezhu quickly grasped the situation, lifting his walkie-talkie to unleash a torrent of expletives. Who the hell muted Shen Xiaoyan's mic? Turn it back on this instant. Clearly, he was unaware of the microphone silence, as he genuinely admired Shen Xiaoyan's charisma and would never wish to stifle her voice. He better not get caught. Chapter 67. The Clash of Capital. Under the formidable presence of director Wang Dezhu, Shen Xiaoyan's microphone was finally activated. Do you truly believe that I am the one who has ruined this production? Her voice resonated throughout the venue, revealing that the director's team had amplified her microphone to its maximum volume. The 3 judges were nearly deafened, their heads buzzing. Shen Xiaoyan, are you dissatisfied with our critique? A hint of mockery appeared on Yu Tianhe's face. As an actor, one should be able to accept feedback constructively. You are evidently unworthy. Upon hearing this, the audience began to comprehend the situation. No wonder they felt something was amiss. Although Shen Xiaoyan's performance seemed quite natural, there was an inexplicable discord. It turned out to be due to the editing. Yu Tianhe's facial muscles began to twitch, a precursor to his mounting rage. He abruptly stood up and unleashed a tirade at Shen Xiaoyan, exclaiming, as the lead actor, you carry the hopes of the entire crew. Not only have you failed to deliver, but you also shift the blame onto the diligent staff who painstakingly edited your performance. Individuals like you have no right to call themselves actors. You are nothing but a spoiled, rotten piece of refuse.
Well,
Shen Xiaoyan suddenly set down the microphone, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at Yu Tianhe. Do you truly stand by your words? Her voice was barely a whisper. audible only to the two of them. Yu Tianhe snorted disdainfully. My critiques have always been sincere. Rest assured, I shall not regret them. Ultimately, the judges awarded Shen Xiaoyan a mere 30 points. Anonymous user, rumor has it that the recording of actors' professionalism has concluded and Shen Xiaoyan received only 30 points, being harshly criticized by the judges. Old beauty. Is that true? I thought Shen Xiaoyan might stage a comeback. Could it be that her earlier success in theater was merely a stroke of luck? Quirky sister. So, was Shen Xiaoyan truly possessed by a spirit during her theater performance? Alas, she remains the same, consistently lackluster. Pig spirit, no matter how much she boasts, she reveals her true self on the grand stage. She clearly cannot hold her own. Let my beard reach my waist. Shen Xiaoyan should pursue a career in theater and refrain from tarnishing television dramas if it does not suit her. She should not force it. As Shen Xiaoyan perused these comments, her phone was snatched away. Before her stood a steaming bowl of seafood noodles. Stop looking at your phone. Eat something, said Su Jin. With her hands clasped, Shen Xiaoyan wore an expression of wisdom, pondering what could be the reason for their brazen behavior. Throughout her journey, she contemplated this question. The eyes of the online community are astute. They will surely discern that the judges were deliberately nitpicking, and soon, the trio of judges would become the target of public ire, potentially facing severe backlash. Yet, they appeared entirely unfazed. Unless a realization dawned upon Shen Xiaoyan. It is the post-production editing. With this thought, she could no longer remain seated and sprang to her feet, ready to rush out, only to be restrained by Su Jin. Do not be hasty. Unlike Shen Xiaoyan's anxiety, he appeared remarkably calm, even offering her chopsticks. You haven't eaten all day. Please have a bite. I can't possibly eat with Song Hanan stirring up trouble, Shen Xiaoyan lamented, slurping a few noodles. Quite delicious, actually. She took another few slurps. As she observed Shen Xiaoyan puffing her cheeks and chewing like a hamster, Su Jin couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face, reassuring her, don't worry. I've taken care of everything. Instantly, Shen Xiaoyan ceased her munching, her eyes blinking curiously. How did you manage that? It was indeed unexpected that they would tamper with the editing of the short video. However, now that I am aware of their impending actions, I shall not allow them to have their way. What will you do then? She inquired, though I remain uncertain of the forces backing Song Hanan. From my investigation, her family background appears rather ordinary. Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly. She is not as simple as we think. Shen Xiaoyan wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment. So, can we emerge victorious? Su Jin pursed her lips, remaining silent for a moment, her expression somewhat uneasy. We can, but what? It's nothing. Finish your meal and get some rest. You can trust me with this matter. I will resolve it. With that, Su Jin turned and departed. Shen Xiaoyan watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. This child harbors concerns. Just then, her phone chimed unexpectedly. Upon checking, she saw a message from her dear friend Zhuolin. Zhuolin, thank you so much. Shen Xiaoyan. Zhuolin, thanks to you. This is the second time Su Jin has approached me. Zhuolin. He said he wants to treat me to a meal, in such a playful tone. Does he not recall that he is a notorious gang leader? Shen Xiaoyan, second time? Zhuolin. Yes, the last time there was that scandal. He asked me to assist you. Shen Xiaoyan paused, realization dawning upon her. Chapter 68. Be cautious about adding you to the discussion group. Although Shen Xiaoyan hoped for reconciliation between Su Jin and Zhuolin, she preferred that they resolve their misunderstandings naturally, rather than Su Jin forcing herself. With a heavy heart, she sent Zhuolin a 6-character message. Shen Xiaoyan, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Zhuolin. Just as Shen Xiaoyan prepared to bombard him with a flurry of emojis, an incoming call from an unfamiliar number flashed on her screen. Given the current circumstances, such calls rarely bore good news. Without a second thought, she terminated the call. Yet, the caller persisted. Shen Xiaoyan promptly switched her phone off. Finally, Song Hanan, unable to endure any longer, sent a message to Shen Xiaoyan from his computer. Please answer that call. Shen Xiaoyan. Was that you calling? Song Hanan, just answer it. Shen Xiaoyan. If it's not you, I 1T, Song Hanan. Song Hanan. Yes, it was me. It's my new number. Please answer. Shen Xiaoyan. I 1T answer yours either. Song Hanan. Song Hanan. What would make you willing to answer? Shen Xiaoyan. Lately, I've been a bit preoccupied. She sent an emoji of fingers rubbing together. After a prolonged silence, he finally sent her a red envelope. 8888. Song Hanan is rather stingy. Nevertheless, One must uphold integrity. After receiving the red envelope, Shen Xiaoyan turned her phone back on. The unfamiliar number appeared almost instantly, as if it could not wait a moment longer. This time, she answered. Hello, if you don't buy a house, don't apply for a card, and don't invest. Please contact my agent at 3383-388-1438. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving no opportunity for a response. Song Hanan could no longer restrain herself. Do you believe I could block you? Shen Xiaoyan retorted fiercely. Then I shall add you to a discussion group and mute you. Song Hanan. Transferred 1,000. Shen Xiaoyan. Go ahead and call. This time, the call went through. An icy, distorted voice crackled through the line. Shen Xiaoyan. It is quite difficult to convey a message to you.
Who are you?
You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply understand that if you continue to oppose Song Hanan, you shall meet a dreadful fate. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan instantly comprehended. The voice belonged to the force lurking behind Song Hanan, an enigma so profound that even Su Jing could not uncover its origins. No wonder Song Hanan insisted she answer the call. It was meant to establish a show of strength. The voice on the other end sneered. With a mere flick of my finger, I could end your life. How outrageous. Did they truly believe her to be cowardly? Shen Xiaoyan smirked. Very well. Okay, I yield. Dear brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. One must possess tenacity, yet know when to concede. Nothing holds more significance than survival. Just as Shen Xiaoyan reveled in her own cleverness, her phone was suddenly snatched away. Looking up, she found Su Jing standing beside her, his gaze frigid and expression indifferent. You cannot win, he stated to the caller. All matters concerning Shen Xiaoyan are my responsibility. Should you wish to issue threats, come directly to me. If you continue to intimidate her, I will not hesitate to unearth your identity. As he spoke, he gently patted Shen Xiaoyan's head, a gesture of reassurance. Shen Xiaoyan blinked, utterly bewildered. The voice on the other end uttered something, yet Su Jing's demeanor remained unchanged. Very well, then let us wait. I shall not allow her to lose. As soon as the call ended, Shen Xiaoyan eagerly inquired, what did they say? They said they would kill you. I will afford them no opportunity. He set down his phone and leaned slightly closer, meeting her gaze directly, the coldness in his eyes dissipating, replaced by warmth. Rest assured, I am here. Rest assured. I am here. Those 5 words held an unparalleled sense of security. Strangely enough, Shen Xiaoyan's anxious heartbeat began to steady. She sighed. I simply do not wish to trouble you, every time. What nonsense is this? Su Jing tapped her forehead lightly, seemingly scolding her, yet his tone was exceedingly gentle. From the moment you rescued me, my life has belonged to you. Such a dramatically romantic line, typically found in a television drama, somehow felt entirely fitting when spoken by Su Jing. Was this the effect of a beauty filter? Shen Xiaoyan gazed at his sculpted visage, swallowing hard. You must live for yourself. This is how I choose to live. His pitch-black eyes bore into hers, previously shrouded in frost, now ablaze with fervor, as if they could pierce through her very soul. How did you know I was going to invite him to dinner? Shen Xiaoyan's body trembled. Oh no. I let it slip. Just as panic washed over her, fearing reprimand, Su Jing unexpectedly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept this from you. Shen Xiaoyan responded, yes, I was indeed going to invite Zhuolin to dinner. Only Zhuolin's influence can assist you. He lowered his gaze, casting a shadow beneath his lashes, revealing a hint of desolation. I'm sorry, I possess no power. All I have is money. Nothing but money? If you weren't Su Jing, Shen Xiaoyan would have slapped him. Do you even realize what you're saying? Yet, she comfortingly patted his shoulder. You need not feel inferior. I was almost at the restaurant when he suddenly stated that I needn't treat him. He would help you regardless. When I inquired why, he merely replied, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes instantly sparkled. Zhuolin is quite perceptive. He truly cares for you. Seizing the opportunity, she began to speak favorably of him. After all, he is your father. You require assistance and naturally, he would help without hesitation. No need for a dinner invitation. Su Jing pursed his lips. He indeed differs from my expectations. It worked. The iron tree might bloom. Thus, she patted Su Jing's shoulder again. Open your eyes. Do not miss out on a good man. Miss out on a good man? Su Jing incredulously lifted his head, meeting her crescent-shaped smiling eyes. Was she hinting at something? Could it be that she has feelings for him as well? His heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it would burst from his chest. Su Jing, why is your face suddenly so red? Your ears too. Are you burning up? Shen Xiaoyan anxiously reached out her hand, and the moment she touched his earlobe, he sprang up as if electrocuted. I'll go make dinner. He fled to the restroom in a panic. Shen Xiaoyan was left in shock. Going to the restroom to make dinner?
Chapter 69. Su-in Aspirations.
In the restroom, the sound of running water echoed incessantly. After repeatedly splashing cold water on his face to cool down, Su-jin slowly lifted his head, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Water droplets cascaded down his dark hair, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. After some time, he let out a deep sigh. What am I thinking? Shen Xiaoyan is an explosively blunt individual when it comes to emotions. He had known this for a long time. How could she possibly take the initiative to hint at her feelings? If this continues, will I remain by her side in the capacity of a manager for a lifetime? He began to ponder this question. In truth, as long as he could be with Shen Xiaoyan, he would be content, regardless of the title he held. However, would Shen Xiaoyan never marry or have children in the future? The mere thought of her with another man ignited a nameless fury within him, as if something were blocking his throat, making it difficult to breathe.
He could not accept it.
He hoped that in his future with Shen Xiaoyan, there would be no third party. Yet, given his current position, he lacked the right to demand such a thing. Unless he became the man of Shen Xiaoyan. At this thought, a deep desire flickered in his eyes. He had always been a person devoid of desires, with mere survival as his sole objective. Thus, during his time as an assassin, he merely executed the tasks assigned to him, without any personal thoughts. The first stirrings of desire emerged after spending an extended period with Shen Xiaoyan, a fervent longing to embrace the life of an ordinary person. The second awakening of this desire occurred just now. Shen Xiaoyan had been leaning against the bathroom door for quite some time, straining to discern the sounds within. After a prolonged silence, all she could hear was the constant rush of water. Unable to contain herself, she trembled and spoke. Su-jin, actually, after eating the seafood noodles. I'm not hungry anymore. Shall we skip cooking? I'm rather hesitant to eat anything prepared in the bathroom. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shen Xiaoyan lost her balance. Toppling inside, Su-jin, caught off guard by her presence at the door, instinctively reached out to catch her. However, Shen Xiaoyan swiftly braced herself against the doorframe, executing a backflip and landing gracefully. What do you think? Under your guidance, my skills have improved quite a bit, haven't they? Next time, you need not instruct me. Do you need something from me? His expression was markedly awkward, and he found himself stumbling over his words. Su-jin, Shen Xiaoyan cleared her throat, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as she patted his shoulder. I know you enjoy cooking and often prepare delightful dishes in various ways, and I wholeheartedly support you. However, while we can explore unconventional ideas, cooking in the bathroom is something I cannot endorse. I think you should reconsider. Her words were delivered with utmost gentleness, as if she were advising a wayward youth. Su-jin appeared somewhat perplexed, seemingly unable to grasp her meaning. He turned his head, his gaze fixating on her hand resting on his shoulder. Suddenly, he felt an intense warmth radiating from the spot she touched, as if it were ablaze. Su-jin, please listen to me. Shen Xiaoyan continued earnestly, but he furrowed his brow and walked past her. I'm going to sleep now. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Shen Xiaoyan stood frozen, her hand still suspended in the air. What a disaster. Could it be that he was angry? The ever-patient Su-jin, who had never shown anger toward her, was upset merely because she disapproved of cooking in the bathroom? How could this be? Heartbroken, she turned to Jihu, seeking advice from kind-hearted netizens. What should I do if my child's interests are too unconventional? Kind-hearted netizen, if the child is disobedient, a good spanking will suffice. Without discipline, a child's existence is meaningless. Kind-hearted netizen, cultivate new interests. The world is vast. Encourage the child to explore. Kind-hearted netizen, support him. As parents, unconditional support is essential. If your cat brings a mouse to you, please eat it in front of them, for that is their expression of love. With such thoughts, tears welled in her eyes. Su-jin, rest assured, whatever you create, I shall devour it. She aspired to be a great father. In the room, Su-jin was a whirlpool of confusion. He is a quintessential individual, possessing audacious ideas, yet facing the stark reality. Ambitiously aspiring to ascend to the position of Shen Xiaoyan's man. He falters at the mere touch of her, retreating like an ostrich each time. What a failure. After some contemplation, he sent a message to Yu Xiao. Do you know how to pursue a girl? Yu Xiao had just completed a task, cleansing himself of the remnants of battle, and stepped outside with his phone in hand. Upon receiving a message from Su Jing, he read, Do you know how to pursue a girl? His gaze sharpened. And he promptly dropped the towel, calling Zhuolin boss. There's new intel. Since Zhuolin discovered that Su Jing was his son, Yu Zhao's status had risen, becoming Zhuolin's specialized informant. Whenever there was any development regarding Su Jing, he would report immediately to Zhuolin. Consequently, he was spared from being reprimanded like a dog by the bloodthirsty Zhuolin, much to the envy of his comrades. Su has taken a liking to a girl, but he doesn't know how to pursue her, and he's asking me for advice. The excitement on the other end of the line was palpable. Is it Shen Xiaoyan? Is it Shen Xiaoyan? Is it Shen Xiaoyan? Yu Xiao scratched his head, not disclosing that detail. Useless fool. Ding dong. His phone chimed with a message from Yu Xiao. Su Jing glanced at his phone. Yu Xiao, though I am not particularly well versed in this, I know someone who is exceptionally experienced in such matters. Yu Xiao, he is a heartthrob who has captivated countless young women. He is the dream of 900 million hearts. Su Jing, stop the nonsense. Who? Yu Xiao, Zhuolin, Su Hing. Yu Xiao, let's just say, when it comes to pursuing girls, you truly ought to consult him. Once he takes action, you will know for sure. Su Jing, is he really that impressive? Yu Xiao, absolutely. As long as you seek him out, the girl you fancy will be within your grasp. Su Hing, all right. 5 minutes later, a message popped up on Zhuolin's phone. Su Jing, are you there? Upon seeing those two words, Zhuolin's face lit up with a radiant smile. Not only could he strengthen his bond with his son, but he could also meddle in his son's affair with Shen Xiaoyan, an exquisite 2-for-1 deal. Chapter 70. Shen Xiaoyan had spent the entire night fortifying her resolve. Ultimately, she made a decision. No matter what Su Jing did in the restroom, she would unhesitatingly embrace it. At worst, she could undergo gastric lavage afterward. She certainly could not crush the child's budding confidence. Just then a notification popped up on Weibo. Actors Quality Official. Due to unforeseen circumstances, actors' quality will be delayed, with a specific date yet to be determined. We kindly ask for your patience. The comments were rife with lamentations. I love Song Hanan, no way, I've been waiting for so long. Why is there suddenly another delay? Hanan is the most beautiful. Has Shen Xiaoyan's acting deteriorated to the point of being unbroadcastable? And in Baby, how could this happen? I wanted to see Shen Xiaoyan embarrass herself. The majority of comments were from those eagerly awaiting her downfall. Shen Xiaoyan pondered, something feels off. She immediately sprang from her bed and sent a message to the ever-reliable Zhuolin. Dear brother, there is an urgent matter to discuss at the GOCAF. Please hurry. Zhuolin promptly replied, acknowledging her request. At the GOCAF, Shen Xiaoyan was fully equipped, donning a helmet, goggles, and a gas mask, resembling a soldier poised for battle. As a public figure, and one who could easily fall victim to the whims of the masses, ordinary disguises were evidently insufficient for her. She felt a profound sense of security in the level 3 armor that Su Jing had clad her in before she ventured out. Moreover, she was concealing 10 miniature trackers, cleverly hidden beneath her shoe soles, within her socks, and interwoven in her hair, along with an alarm system that would activate automatically in the face of danger. Truly, one could not be overly cautious. When Zhuolin entered, he stood before her for 10 minutes before politely bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Shen Xiaoyan, quick-witted as ever, retorted, the odd changes do not alter the even. Symbols reveal the quadrant. Indeed, it's you. Dear brother. Zhuolin settled down at ease. Shen Xiaoyan got straight to the point. I heard from Su Jing that you are handling the editing issues regarding the variety show for me. Is it possible that the editing rights are in jeopardy? The struggle for supremacy often leaves the common folk to bear the brunt of the fallout. However, what she saw was not malicious editing, but the truth. If only they could ascertain the forces opposing them, perhaps the situation would be more manageable. Shen Xiaoyan inquired. Yes, but I have looked into it and the other side is shrouded in mystery. Even the most skilled hackers have been unable to breach their defenses. I will give it a try, Shen Xiaoyan declared as she retrieved her laptop and began her operations. Tell me all the information you possess. Let us see if we can uncover something. Zhuolin shared the known details, watching in awe as Shen Xiaoyan worked her magic. Could it be that his future daughter-in-law possessed such skills? It was nothing short of astonishing. One could not deny that the difficulty of this breach was on an entirely different level than the last. If the previous endeavor was a novice challenge, this one was akin to hell itself. Shen Xiaoyan's gaze was fixed on the screen, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. What she faced was not a mere individual, but a formidable hacker collective. No wonder their defenses were impenetrable. They possessed not only technical prowess, but also remarkable synergy and coordination. When one exposed a vulnerability, another swiftly compensated, creating an unyielding machine. Her fingers began to ache. Yet there was no sign of weakness from the opposing team. Zhuo Lin felt a pang of concern for his esteemed daughter-in-law. Do not strain yourself. Allow me to devise a plan. Currently, I am leveraging the influence of Qilin real estate, which has already put us on equal footing with the opposition. If I were to apply some underworld influence, we could break through decisively. He continued, I have refrained from taking lethal measures against them, as I sought to lure out the puppet master behind it all. Since it seems we can't draw them out now, it is best to conclude this confrontation. Victory is imperative. During Zhuo Lin's discourse, Shen Xiaoyan finally made a slight breakthrough. Under her relentless assault, the opposing team began to exhibit the slightest signs of fatigue. A blank sheet appeared for a fleeting moment, only 0.5 seconds.
Yin.
The individual across was surnamed Yin. After those 0.5 seconds, there was no longer any flaw visible. Shen Xiaoyan's expression was exceedingly grave. Was it Yin Shen who was clandestinely assisting Song Henan? Yet, had not Yin Shen always prioritized wealth above all? With her current earnings evidently surpassing those of Song Henan, what could possibly motivate Yin Shen to extend such aid? Could it be that due to her previous act of evasion, Yin Shen harbored a grudge and sought to eliminate her? However, instead of taking direct action, he schemed to tarnish her reputation, rendering her incapable of earning, thus justifying her removal. How despicable. This old fox was indeed cunning. Shen Xiaoyan's face turned ashen, and she silently resolved to avoid this old schemer in the future. If she couldn't confront him, surely she could evade him. Rest assured, my good brother, I shall ensure this matter is handled with utmost clarity. No one shall tarnish your image. Zhuo Lin remarked confidently, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Would you like a quick-acting heart remedy? As a man of over 50, Zhuo Lin always carried such remedies. All right, take care on your way.
Indeed.
Zhuo Lin's efficiency was remarkable. The reason being, the actor's quality had finally been scheduled for release, maintaining its original premiere date. Song Hanan's treasure, the moment of Shen Xiaoyan's disgrace, has finally arrived. Chapter 71. The Allure of Editing. The entire internet was eagerly awaiting Shen Xiaoyan's performance. It was not that she lacked faith in Zhuo Lin's capabilities. Rather, the multitude of intricate connections behind this matter could easily lead to unforeseen complications. In this regard, her good friend Zhuo Lin was exceedingly confident, sending her a plethora of motivational emojis. Shen Xiaoyan stationed herself early before the television, having even prepared an oxygen tank in advance to mitigate any potential faintness. Are you feeling anxious? Su Jin approached, carrying an array of exquisite desserts, each crafted with meticulous care, the air thick with the sweet aroma of cake. Shen Xiaoyan sighed. Thank you, Su Jin, but I currently have little appetite. She seized a donut, devouring it in one bite, followed by a piece of chocolate cake. Alas, no appetite. In segments that were irredeemable, they simply obscured them with large blocks of mosaic. She was practically a walking mosaic. Bullet screen, even covered, one can still discern its way yuan, ha 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 ha. Bullet screen, is Shen Xiaoyan toxic?
Ha ha ha.
Bullet screen, I'm dying of laughter. Who would have thought she was hiding in the ceiling? Bullet screen, why does Song Henan insist on hiding with Shen Xiaoyan? Bullet screen, is Song Henan's dialogue so green tea? She wishes to choose a campus theme, yet claims Jin Mingyu wants to select a workplace theme, leaving Shen Xiaoyan with no choice but to opt for family theme? Bullet screen, this feels a tad like moral coercion. Shen Xiaoyan is quite magnanimous. If it were me, I wouldn't yield. Having worked hard for my first place, I should choose freely, without bowing to them. Bullet screen, Jin Mingyu should have some dignity. At her age, portraying a Na-Vi character? The family had clearly prepared this for her. How could she possibly feel at ease? The comments reflect an interesting perspective. Looking at it this way, Shen Xiaoyan does seem to have quite a temper. Despite securing first place, she chose a script that no one else wanted. Another comment praises Qi Xiao's charm. Qi Xiao is truly handsome, isn't he? It's noted that there is a 6-year age gap between Qi Xiao and Shen Xiaoyan, leading to some humorous remarks about their roles as mother and son. Then, the guests embark on their usual adventures at the skewer restaurant. Isn't this the skewer restaurant that has been trending? One comment quips. Laughter ensues as another observes, Shen Xiaoyan must be driving a go-kart. Just look at those skills. Everything seemed quite normal until a flurry of unknown comments erupted on the screen, overwhelming the chat. Successful infiltration. I jump straight here to witness how poor Shen Xiaoyan's acting truly is. One comment declares, come on, Shen Xiaoyan. Believe in yourself. You are the worst. Another jeers. I came from Weibo, and I want to see how Shen Xiaoyan managed to earn those 30 points, reads yet another, clearly indicating the malicious intent of the Weibo crowd. Su Jin frowned slightly, contemplating turning off the comments, but was halted by Shen Xiaoyan. It's fine, let us continue watching. She was eager to see these critics eat their words. The first video played featured Jin Mingyu, and as expected, the comments mocked the age discrepancy and her choice of a naive character, labeling her as shameless for attempting such a role at her age. The second video showcased Song Hanan, which lacked significant critique, yet her ardent fans flooded the comments with excessive praise, irritating some bystanders. Finally, it was Shen Xiaoyan's turn. As soon as her video began, the comments exploded across the screen, filled with ridicule. However, as the video progressed, Shen Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with realization. Wait, is this short film Reddit? She exclaimed, glancing at Su Jin with delight. After all, it was her heartfelt creation, and to see it mishandled by others was intolerable. She silently applauded the director for their skillful editing. The newly edited short flowed seamlessly with clear logic, showcasing some transitions and framing techniques worthy of acclaim. The first two films were instantly overshadowed, leaving no trace behind. This editing is extraordinary. The visuals are simply perfect. She marveled. It was rumored that the director, unwilling to settle, had hired the most expensive editor available. Wow, impressive. Her admiration for the director surged like an unstoppable tide. As the short film continued, the sentiment in the comments began to shift. Why do I feel like she performed quite well? One user mused. This 30 points? Another questioned. Shen Xiaoyan is only 21. Yet she embodies the weariness of someone 40. Honestly, I think that's quite impressive. Someone else noted. It's as if she has achieved the status of a theatrical deity. The earlier criticisms faded, leaving only a chorus of praise. Song Hanan's fans attempted to nitpick, but were swiftly countered, leaving them speechless and retreating into silence. Shen Xiaoyan stood awkwardly on stage, accompanied by the variety show subtitles that read, "Weak, pitiful, and helpless." The camera then shifted to the three judges, each appearing fierce and menacing, hardly resembling benevolent figures. In stark contrast, Shen Xiaoyan resembled a delicate little rabbit preyed upon by wolves, evoking a sense of pity. As the judges unleashed their harsh criticisms, tears welled in Shen Xiaoyan's eyes, rendering her utterly helpless. The barrage of comments from viewers erupted in fury. Comment, how could they give her only 30 points? Is this malicious scoring? Comment, seriously, Song Hanan's praise was extravagant. How could this only merit a 30? Comment, while Song Hanan isn't bad, he simply cannot be compared to this. If the judges aren't blind, there must be something shady going on. Comment, is Yu Tianhe marketing his toxic persona? Is he just forcing criticism where there is none? Comment, these three judges are infuriating. Can someone make them leave? Comment, what is Yu Tianhe even? Does he really think he is above everyone else? Yu Tianhe became the target of scorn, and the outrage spilled over to social media, with netizens rushing to his Weibo to express their disdain. Shen Xiaoyan watched in astonishment. Is this the allure of editing? Absolutely. Chapter 72. Su Jin begins to flirt. Most people empathize with the underdog, leading Shen Xiaoyan to trend on social media, garnering sympathy for her plight against Yu Tianhe's malicious scoring. The integrity of the actors and the shadowy dealings were called into question. Indeed, she had teared up on stage, but it was due to anger. Subsequently, she confronted Yu Tianhe at the judges' table, displaying her boldness. Yet, the edit portrayed her as meek and fragile. Truly, her editor, Zhuolin, excelled at capturing the essence of editing. Some claimed that Shen Xiaoyan's original performance was utterly atrocious, asserting that he never spoke without conscience. As a professional film critic, he adeptly stirred emotions through his words. With the anger conveyed seeming to transcend the screen, viewers began to waver in their opinions. Comment, could there really be an insider story? Shen Xiaoyan Zhuolin's niece. Backed by the power of capital? Comment, it must be an insider story. The judge's decision of 30 points surely has its reasons. The subsequent malicious editing must have distorted Shen Xiaoyan's performance. Comment, while variety show editing can indeed be deceptive, can editing dictate acting skills? At least, I believe Shen Xiaoyan's performance was commendable. With opinions diverging online, some began to call for the show's director to provide an explanation. Comment, official statement on the actor's integrity, please. Can the official clarify whether there are issues with the editing? If not, can we see the raw footage? Comment, the officials would surely hesitate to speak. Shen Xiaoyan represents capital, and the power of capital is formidable. Who would dare to speak the truth? Even if they did, their words would be disingenuous. Comment, enough talk. Just release the raw footage, please. All this discussion is pointless. We only seek evidence. Naturally. This bold stance was fueled by Zhuolin's influence. Viewers immediately clicked to watch. The footage played at the event was utterly absurd. A chaotic montage that seemed deliberate in its disarray. While the film was indeed a visual catastrophe, it is essential to clarify that the fault does not lie with Shen Xiaoyan's acting but rather with the post-production editing. This is the only conclusion I can draw. Regardless of perspective, there appears to be no issue with Shen Xiaoyan's performance. It is Yu Tianhe who seems to be mentally unhinged. One might wonder how much the judges were compensated. It feels as though they colluded for mutual gain. What pretense is Yu Tianhe putting on? With the unedited original footage laid bare, the fans of Song Hanan find themselves at a loss for words. The three judges have faced vehement backlash from netizens, particularly Yu Tianhe, whose reviews have been reported and taken down, an utterly dismal outcome. Song Hanan has also been questioned by the online community regarding the amount paid to the judges to receive such praise. In this entire debacle, the one who elicits the most sympathy from netizens is undoubtedly Shen Xiaoyan. Shen Xiaoyan is indeed wronged, yet the truth ultimately prevails. It can only be said that those with true talent are impervious to slander. I now firmly believe in Shen Xiaoyan's unparalleled acting prowess. Anyone who claims otherwise shall not sway my conviction. Shen Xiaoyan's forthright personality has endeared her to many, thus her fanbase continues to grow. She has successfully ascended into the ranks of second-tier actresses. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. After digesting the gossip from Weibo, Shen Xiaoyan shed tears of gratitude. She has survived, with no excuses left for her detractors. Turning to Su Jin, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped his shoulder, exclaiming her feelings of envy. Su Jin felt a warmth creeping to his ears, awkwardly scratching his face as he recalled the wisdom imparted by Zhuolin. To pursue a girl, one must master a particular skill. What skill?
Suhining guayir.
Flirting. Zhuolin replied. If you cannot even flirt, you stand no chance. In light of this, Su Jin diligently researched the art of flirting. The character itself, in Chinese, conveys the notion of extending one's hand towards another, symbolizing an outreach. With this thought, he extended his hand towards Shen Xiaoyan. Flirting must indeed embody this essence. Observing his outstretched hand, Shen Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up with understanding.
Ah,
I see. Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged.
With that,
she emphatically patted his shoulder, removed her little white sock, and produced a stack of crumpled bills from within. This is my earnestness, she declared. A token of gratitude must be accompanied by a gift. Mere verbal thanks would not suffice. Su Jin's initial thoughts were valid. It was she who had been naive. As Su Jin gazed at the wrinkled notes nestled in his palm, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Is this truly the meaning of flirting? Why would Shen Xiaoyan give me money? Do you find it insufficient? Shen Xiaoyan appeared troubled. Then, with a determined expression, she removed her other little white sock. With a swift motion, another stack of bills was revealed. My sincerity is laid bare. This is her hard-earned savings, and it cannot be more. Please, Su. Just let it be. Though somewhat perplexed, Su Jin accepted the money. Although she was unaware of the significance behind Shen Xiaoyan's actions, it surely held meaning. Perhaps inquiring with Zhuolin could shed light on it. Upon returning to her room, Su Jin sent a message to Zhuolin. Su Jin, I flirted with her. Zhuolin, and then? What happened next? Su Jin, she gave me 200 yuan. Zhuolin. Chapter 73. Did Su Jin run away from home? What on earth? Zhuolin, are you saying you flirted with her and she rewarded you with money?
Su Jin, yes.
Zhuolin. The ever-composed Zhuolin finally realized the formidable challenge that Shen Xiaoyan presented. Logically, when a girl is flirted with, especially by such a strikingly handsome young man as Su Jin, she would typically blush and feel her heart race. However, Shen Xiaoyan remained unfazed and handed Su Jin 200 yuan. What could this possibly mean? It signifies, you flirted well. I am pleased. Here is your reward. Do continue next time. Zhuolin was taken aback. It seemed that conventional methods were ineffective with Shen Xiaoyan. High-level tactics were imperative. Zhuolin, training. We must train overnight. Zhuolin. To the Chi CAF. Hurry. Having finished her shower, Shen Xiaoyan descended to drink some milk, only to find Su Jin changing his shoes at the entrance. She glanced at the wall clock. It was already 9 o'clock. Was he really going out at this hour? Yes, the milk is warmed and on the table. I have some matters to attend to, so please lock the door when you sleep and don't wait up for me, Su Jin said. Yet, Feeling slightly uneasy, he added, I have instructed Xiao and the others to watch outside the villa. He appeared anxious, as if something of great importance awaited him. Once he left, Shen Xiaoyan began to ponder over her milk. Something felt amiss, very amiss. In her understanding, every time Su Jin went out, it was either to assist her with work or to help clean up her messes. He had never had personal affairs before, so why was he suddenly leaving? Could it be that he found my gratitude insufficiently sincere and was upset enough to run away from home? Shen Xiaoyan could no longer remain seated. She immediately set her milk aside and sought help from online forums. What to do if a child is upset and runs away from home? The advice from netizens proved reliable. Ignoring the lateness of the hour, she donned a coat and stepped outside. After all, she noticed that Su Jin had eaten little during the afternoon. She went straight to the supermarket to buy ingredients and prepare a grand meal for him, ensuring he would be moved to tears. Outside the villa, 3 spirited youths, each on a motorcycle, were shouting motivational quotes into their phones. With a flick of his hair, one exclaimed, as long as the spirit of the youth is alive, we are powerful wherever we go. Another, with wide eyes, bellowed, a dull blade cannot win a fight. What do you have to challenge me? The third, squinting slightly, declared, everyone has their glorious moments. Do not mistake a fleeting moment for eternity. The invigorating energy radiating from them instantly dispelled Shen Xiaoyan's fatigue. How refreshing.
Hey,
Sister Yen. Upon spotting Shen Xiaoyan, the boys transformed from fierce to exceedingly obedient, dropping their phones and rushing over. In a flurry of excitement, Sister Yen has made her appearance. Brother Su has entrusted us with the duty of safeguarding you, and we have been diligent in our responsibilities. Sister Yen, would you care to view our latest video? It is simply magnificent. The 3 of them surrounded her like infatuated fans, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Shen Xiaoyan sighed helplessly. Your brother Su has run away from home. Perhaps her tone was too sorrowful, as a look of bewilderment appeared on the faces of the 3 young men. Shen Xiaoyan paused, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes.
no.
A small, pained wail escaped her lips as she collapsed to the floor, pounding it fiercely with her fists. It's all my fault. Sister Yen, a young man with reddened eyes approached her, offering a bittersweet smile. From now on, let us protect you. Sigh. Another young man declared, whatever you need, just command us. The third chimed in, I am at your service, Sister Yen. Excellent. Shen Xiaoyan clapped her hands in excitement. Then let us prepare a meal together.
Ah,
The 3 spirited young men looked at her in utter confusion. Clearly, this was a realm beyond their understanding. Cooking? Was that truly necessary? One pondered, while another was astonished at the notion that food did not simply grow from the earth, ready for consumption. Seeing their bewilderment, Shen Xiaoyan shook her head. It appeared that not every assassin possessed culinary skills. No worries, you can assist me. I might find it a bit overwhelming alone. Preparing a feast requires considerable time and effort. Let us go to the supermarket. Thus, Shen Xiaoyan led the 3 spirited young men on a grand expedition to the community supermarket. Perhaps due to their boisterous demeanor, other shoppers skirted around them, transforming the supermarket into their domain. Grab whatever you see. I trust that with your financial means, these prices are mere trifles. At last, Shen Xiaoyan revealed her true intentions for bringing the 3 young men along, to have them foot the bill. The prices here were exorbitant, far beyond her budget, and venturing to an external supermarket would take too long, leaving her with no alternative but this cunning plan. Though slightly unscrupulous, she found solace in her life motto, one must embrace cunning to truly live. Charge forth, my little ones.
Ah,
The 3 unsuspecting young men pushed their shopping carts forward, leaving no shelf untouched as they cleared the aisles. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. These children are indeed teachable. Now it was her turn to select her purchases. As a seasoned homebody of the 21st century, her culinary skills were limited. Fried rice, scrambled eggs, and rice stir-fried, these comprised the entirety of her expertise. Thus, her primary goal was to procure eggs. There they were, just ahead. She eagerly approached the egg section, but suddenly halted after taking only a couple of steps. Her pupils widened in terror as they began to tremble. Not far away, a tall figure loomed by the egg shelf. Even from behind, the chill emanating from this presence sent shivers down her spine. What an eerie atmosphere. Fortunately, the display had not yet been filled with trash. What a twist of fate it is, that at such a late hour, the notorious Bai is out and about in the supermarket. True to his nature, his movements are unlike those of ordinary folk.
Chapter 74. Pure Arted Xujin.
Shen Xiaoyan, concealed within a trash bin, couldn't help but reflect on her circumstances. The celebrity garden indeed lives up to its name. Even the trash bins are remarkably spacious, giving one the impression of a 3-room apartment. 10 minutes passed, and at last, the outside world fell silent. That old Bai has finally departed. Shen Xiaoyan smirked with a flare of mischief, emerging triumphantly as she lifted the lid of the trash bin, only to nearly meet her demise. Shun stood before her, expressionless, gazing down upon her with an imposing presence.
"Oh,"
he uttered, a single word that seemed deceptively simple, yet conveyed the author's profound disdain. She heard him emit a chilling laugh, and in defiance, she smiled back. "Hey, do you find that amusing?" Shen stepped closer, his ominous aura enveloping her like a cold, thorny embrace, leaving her breathless. She swallowed hard, crawling out from the trash bin, clasping her hands in a salute, and bowed slightly, exclaiming, "Your servant is terrified." She had relished her previous escapade of evading the bill, yet he appeared almost deranged, a smile creeping upon his lips that only intensified his sinister demeanor. As he continued to advance, she felt the walls closing in. Panic began to set in.
"Boss."
"Evading the bill is merely a reflection of my principles, but if it displeases you, I can change. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind at the moment. I can write you an IOU for the 50,000. I assure you I will gather the funds." 50,000 is indeed a substantial sum, yet it pales in comparison to her life. Shun was willing to sabotage her for that amount, which was utterly terrifying. She had no choice but to comply. However, she soon heard another chilling laugh from him. "Can you be trusted with that IOU? Do you think I am the kind of person who would break my word?" "You are," she thought, taken aback. Shen Xiaoyan offered an awkward smile. "Boss, while I may be a miser, I can discern the value of life over money." Upon hearing this, Shin furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean by that?" I mean..." She endeavored to express herself delicately. "I will certainly repay the 50,000. Please, as a magnanimous person, spare me my life." "Are you implying that I would kill you for 50,000? He seemed to find humor in her words, his gaze icy and menacing. "Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Shen Xiaoyan's instinctive affirmation nearly escaped her lips, but her strong will to survive tempered her response. "That is not my intention. I am not so petty." He shot her a cold glance, suddenly extending his hand. Shen Xiaoyan, terrified, closed her eyes, expecting the worst, yet nothing transpired. When she dared to open her eyes, she saw Shen retrieving a bottle of Lao Gan Ma from the shelf behind her before turning to leave.
"Is that it?"
He approached her not to end her life, but merely to procure a bottle of sauce. What then was with his fierce demeanor? Yes, he is Shen. And that scowl has indeed become his trademark. His recent reaction was rather peculiar. He certainly would not harbor murderous intent over such a trivial matter. However, the individual who assisted Song Hanan bears the surname Yin, and there are hardly any individuals with that surname in this world. If it is not Shen, then who else could it be? As a renowned detective, she found herself facing an unprecedented dilemma. In any case, it was prudent to avoid encountering Shen, lest she invite trouble upon herself. At long last, she arrived home. The 3 spirited young men eagerly carried all her belongings into the kitchen. Gazing at the refrigerator brimming with ingredients, Shen Xiaoyan could not help but marvel at their generosity. These 3 fellows seemed utterly unconcerned with prices, as if they intended to empty the entire supermarket. Had she not intervened, the amount they spent today could have easily secured a modest apartment in this upscale community supermarket, which is as precious as gold. Please, exercise some restraint. Although Shen Xiaoyan had her flaws, she still retained a sliver of conscience. They had truly worked hard today, and a sumptuous dinner must include them. The 3 young men beamed with delight at the prospect. To prevent them from wreaking havoc in the kitchen, Shen Xiaoyan shooed them away. Cooking was a task best left to her alone. Let the culinary spirit ignite. Su Jin and Zhuo Lin engaged in a profound discussion, dissecting Shen Xiaoyan from various angles. Ordinary flirtation had ceased to affect her. It must be the result of their daily interactions, rendering her immune to Zhuo Lin's handsome visage. Thus, a change of environment was imperative. Zhuo Lin adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a knowing smile, suggesting they venture out to relish their time together. A world for just the 2 of them? Su Jin's expression remained indifferent. He spent every day with Shen Xiaoyan. Was that not enough of a shared world? Yet, there had been no progress. Noticing Su Jin's perplexed gaze, Zhuo Lin's smile morphed into something more sinister. It was not merely a courteous camaraderie, but rather his expression shifted from sagacity to mischief, hinting at something more intimate, something not suitable for children. Su Jin's ears flushed crimson. He instinctively envisioned the scenario. But the image lingered in his mind for merely a second before his heart began to race uncontrollably.
No.
He abruptly stood, his movement so forceful that he overturned the table, sending Zhuolin crashing to the ground. Ouch! At that moment, Zhuolin internally screamed, reassuring himself, "It's fine. No anger. No anger, dear son." Rising, he firmly clasped Su Jin's shoulder, urging him, a true man must boldly take that step.
No.
Su Jin instinctively rejected the notion, his chest heaving, a testament to his elevated heart rate. Zhuolin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Oh, pure-hearted youth, what am I to do with you? It's fine. If you are unwilling, there will be other men who would gladly step in. Should Shen Xiaoyan find herself with another man, do not regret it." He employed a tactic of provocation. Su Jin's gaze darkened. "If that were the case, I would kill that man. You do not wish to be with Shen Xiaoyan. Yet you do not allow her to be with anyone else? I long to be with her. Then take action." Zhuolin's roar left Su Jin momentarily stunned. With his gaze lowered, as if he had made a momentous decision, a flicker of resolve shone in his eyes. "What should I do?" Zhuolin slowly began. "First, overcome your shyness." Chapter 75. Shall we go to a resort island? Just the two of us. Su Jin, having been single for 22 years, was a paragon of innocence. It was not that he had never interacted with women, he had targeted many. Yet, none had ever made his heart race and his cheeks flush merely by gazing upon them, as Shen Xiaoyan did, let alone the thought of physical contact. He could, however, gently pat her head. Her hair was soft and fluffy, reminiscent of a little puppy. Overcoming shyness? Su Jin sat down, his expression turning serious. "What should I do?" Zhuolin revealed a dazzlingly confident smile, pulling out a book to peruse. "These are my cherished collections." Su Jin picked up one, titled The 7-Day Lover of the Overbearing CEO. He furrowed his brow and set it aside, grabbing another, unparalleled adoration. "Be gentle, my CEO." Again, he frowned and reached for a third, 100 Remedies for Baldness? Zhuolin abruptly snatched the book away. "Not this one. You've picked the wrong title." Su Jin couldn't help but glance at the top of Zhuolin's head. Precarious indeed. "What sort of books are these?" He frowned. "I'll tell you this. As long as you master the alluring techniques within, Shen Xiaoyan will be within your grasp." Zhuolin flashed a confident smile. Su Jin pondered for a moment before seriously taking the books. "I shall study them diligently." As Su Jin stepped into the foyer, a deafening crash reverberated from the kitchen. Bang! The sound was ear-splitting, leaving no eardrum within 100 miles unscathed. He instinctively dropped the books and rushed in. Seeing the kitchen ablaze, and without a moment's hesitation shouted, "Shen Xiaoyan." Cough, cough, cough. Shen Xiaoyan, wielding a spatula, was ashen-faced, violently coughing amidst the thick smoke. She could not fathom how sought-ing watermelon rind could lead to an explosion. Was the frying pan mocking her? You sought a rind. In the next moment, her body was airborne. Looking up, she met a pair of frantic dark eyes. "Are you all right?" His voice trembled slightly, as if he were struggling to contain something within. Shen Xiaoyan felt the hand around her waist tighten, as if he were trying to meld her into his chest. "I'm fine, Su Jin," she softly reassured him. All threats to her safety must be swiftly addressed. He was so absorbed that he could not hear the chaos around them. Shen Xiaoyan scratched her head, feeling helpless. "Oh no, I've caused trouble again." She had intended to prepare a grand meal for Su Jin, but now, not only had she failed, but she had also ruined his beloved kitchen.
"Oh,
I wish I were dead," she wailed, burying her face in a pillow. 3 heads peeked out from behind the sofa, each one crying profusely. "Hello, dear friend from Africa. Did you happen to see our salt sister when you exited the kitchen?" Shen Xiaoyan lifted her head from the cushion, her face shrouded in darkness, yet her amber eyes shone with remarkable brightness. "Have you all gone mad?" she exclaimed. The 3 spirited young men gasped in surprise, beginning to reassess the figure before them. Despite being covered in soot, those wise eyes and familiar banter left no doubt. It was indeed their beloved Yan Jia. "Yan Jia!" they cried, one of them rushing towards her, eager to bask in the warmth she exuded. However, he was swiftly kicked aside by Su Jing, landing him unceremoniously in the backyard pool. The 2 others, having just readied themselves for a leap, paused momentarily, clasped their fists in salute, and departed with the agility of monkeys. Only Shen Xiaoyan and Su Jing remained in the room, alongside the kitchen, still smoldering with remnants of the extinguished fire. Su Jing enveloped her in an embrace, his inky hair brushing against her cheek, causing a slight tickle. I'm sorry, he murmured.
What?
Shen Xiaoyan quickly retorted. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one to apologize. It was my fault for not ensuring you were well fed at dinner, leading you to cook for yourself and encounter danger. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll cook an extra bowl of rice. Su Jing's voice trembled, tinged with lingering fear. Shen Xiaoyan fell into deep contemplation. Just how voracious was her appetite that had left such an impression on Su Jing. Su Jing, the fault lies with me, she said slowly, gently pushing him away, her gaze earnest as it locked onto his eyes. I've been inconsiderate, causing you considerable distress and even thoughts of leaving home. Though she knew her next words might be even more inconsiderate, she hesitated, biting her lip nervously. Could you please not leave home? I truly don't want you to go. In that instant, Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt his hands were somewhat superfluous, suspended in the air, unsure of their next movement. Shen Xiaoyan watched as he performed a series of Tai Chi gestures, bewildered. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I want to leave, he declared, hastily averting his gaze, glancing at the ceiling, then out the window, but never daring to meet Shen Xiaoyan's eyes. As long as you need me, I will always be here. Really? Shen Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The amber hue of her irises glimmered even more brilliantly against her dark complexion. Su Jing lowered his gaze, lips pressed together, affirming, yes. He resolved to create his own value, to become someone she needed. However, I must contest one point, Shen Xiaoyan interjected. Please remove the phrase need from our conversation.
What?
Su Jing asked, taken aback. A surge of anxiety welled up within him, compelling him to articulate his thoughts. He wanted to express his commitment to protect her more diligently, ensuring she would never face peril like today again. He would be more observant, cooking an extra bowl of rice if he knew she hadn't eaten enough. He would strive diligently in his work to help her realize her dreams. Therefore, could you continue to require me? We are friends, after all. Her voice rang clear and resonant, penetrating his heart and dispersing the shadows that encircled him. Do you truly believe that I am with you solely out of necessity? It is because being with you brings me joy and freedom. The thought of not seeing you fills me with worry and anxiety. This is why I wish to be by your side, do you understand? She pouted in mild irritation. Could it be that you have never regarded me as a friend? Ultimately, it seems my affections were misplaced. Su Jing stared at her, his eyes devoid of movement, as if caught in a state of paralysis. Just as Shen Xiaoyan prepared to administer CPR, he finally spoke. So, shall we go to the vacation island?
What?
Just the two of us? Chapter 76. The Shield of a Straight Woman. Immune to everything. Is the transition of this topic so abrupt? Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but express her confusion. One moment we were discussing our friendship, and the next we leaped to the vacation island. Su Jing doesn't he consider her a friend? In an instant, Shen Xiaoyan felt a surge of anger, yet she quickly declared her eagerness to go. Despite her fury, the allure of the vacation island was undeniable. Su Jing's brows gradually relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, we'll go tomorrow. I'll book the tickets. Suddenly, the person in front of them halted. Shen Xiaoyan collided into him, smudging Su Jing's white shirt with dark stains. In a panic, she rushed to help him clean it, but he turned around, hesitated, and quickly uttered, I am very happy being with you too, before hastily retreating into his room. His movements were so swift that Shen Xiaoyan initially thought she had only glimpsed a fleeting shadow. However, it didn't take long for her to react, and a broad smile broke across her face. She shouted towards Su Jing's room, You mustn't run away from home again. Within the confines of the room, Su Jing felt an uncomfortable heat wash over him. Shen Xiaoyan's voice, even through the door, was still tantalizing, lingering in his heart. Reflecting on the recent exchange, he frowned in vexation. Was I too direct? I should have been more subtle. Surely, Shen Xiaoyan wouldn't think ill of my intentions? Though, in truth, he did harbor ulterior motives. He approached his desk, solemnly flipping through the books gifted to him by Zhuolin, then opened his computer to begin taking notes. One hand turned the pages while the other grasped a cup, raising it to his lips as his eyes scanned the text. Suddenly, he sputtered, water spraying forth. The deeper he read, the more his face flushed and his heart raced. The book in his hands felt scalding, yet he clutched it tightly. Zhuolin had advised him to take that brave step, to overcome his shyness. If he couldn't even manage this, how could he ever be worthy of being Shen Xiaoyan's partner? He downed the remaining water in his cup and began typing notes on his computer. For a moment, the quiet room was filled solely with the sounds of turning pages and tapping keys. Another vibrant day awaited. Shen Xiaoyan flung open the curtains, sunlight streaming in and illuminating her entire room. She changed into her clothes, slung on her backpack, and buzzed with excitement like a child eagerly anticipating a spring outing. Su-jin, what time is the flight? I am all set. She dashed down the stairs, and upon her first glance, she noticed the exquisite breakfast laid out on the table, hastily running over to grab a piece of bread and stuffing it into her mouth. Then, she spotted Su-jin sitting by the window. He was clad in a pristine white shirt, the stray strands of hair on his forehead casting shadows in the sunlight, delicately scattered across his dark pupils. His handsome features were softened by the light, and he was engrossed in a book, his long fingers turning the pages with grace, moving as if he had stepped out of a painting. The scene of the young man in the white shirt reading by the sunlit window was simply enchanting.
Shen Xiaoyan.
Munching on her bread like a hamster, blink her eyes in confusion. Su-jin, don't you get dizzy reading upside down? With a rip, Su-jin's hand trembled, tearing a page. Shen Xiaoyan's remark shattered the carefully curated atmosphere he had created, proving to be a formidable opponent. He promptly closed the book and stood up with a smile. You're up? Approaching her, he suddenly frowned, leaning in closer, his cool fingertips brushing against the corner of her eye. Your false eyelashes are a bit crooked. Didn't he apply false eyelashes? Su-jin's hand quivered again, nearly blinding Shen Xiaoyan. Startled, she halted her chewing, dropped the bread, and leapt 10 meters away, cowering behind a pillar, trembling. Su-jin, have I offended you recently? If I've done something wrong, please speak up, and I will rectify it immediately. Su-jin wore an expression of bewilderment. The book had suggested that deliberately creating opportunities for physical contact could effectively intensify feelings. Why, then, did this approach seem to fail with Shen Xiaoyan? The scene before him appeared clouded. Rubbing his eyes and gazing back at Shen Xiaoyan, he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, she was enveloped by a large shield. Inscribed on the shield were the words, "Straight woman's exclusive shield, immune to all flamboyant advances."
Ah, now it made sense.
Perhaps he found the situation absurd himself, and Su-jin silently adjusted his breathing to regain his composure. He regretted staying up late the previous night. His mind was foggy. The flight is at 10. Let us set off after breakfast.
All right.
Seeing Su-jin finally return to normalcy, Shen Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief and approached the dining table to continue her breakfast. In truth, Su-jin had prepared a plethora of extravagant strategies, but upon reflection, he decided against using them. It must be an issue of environment. Zhuo Lin was right. They needed a new setting to spark new chemistry. The vacation island, located 50 nautical miles from the city, was a place seldom visited due to its exorbitant prices. With its stunning scenery and sparse population, it was the perfect venue. He had just purchased a villa there. The convergence of time, place, and opportunity made it an ideal location for creating chances. After disembarking from the plane, Shen Xiaoyan gazed at the crystal-clear azure sea. So transparent one could see the fish beneath the surface, overflowing with excitement. Indeed, the seaside was a sanctuary for healing all things. She could hardly contain herself. Let us drop off our luggage, and then head out to surf. Su-jin, hearing her words, couldn't help but recall Zhuo Lin's advice. Zhuo Lin, since we are discussing physical contact, I must interject. Zhuo Lin, swimming. It is undoubtedly your optimal choice. Zhuo Lin, during the process of teaching someone to swim, physical contact is indispensable. When a solitary man and woman skin collides, does that not ignite a spark? Trust me, even the most composed Shen Xiaoyan would find it utterly irresistible. Zhuo Lin, at that moment, simply inquire whether Shen Xiaoyan knows how to swim. If she does, feign ignorance and ask her to teach you. If she doesn't, you can take the opportunity to instruct her. When it comes to unconventional methods, Zhuo Lin possesses a remarkable acumen. However, Shen Xiaoyan is currently suggesting surfing, not swimming. Well, they are somewhat similar, I suppose. Thus, he inquired, do you know how to surf? Not at all. I seldom visit the seaside, but I have watched numerous surfing videos, and I have always yearned to try. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The resort island must have surfing activities, and surely there are instructors available. Su-jin raised an eyebrow at her words, then slowly smiled. No need to find an instructor. I can teach you. Chapter 77. Su-jin, please reveal your charm. The Golden Beach, the Azure Sea. A scene as picturesque as a painting. Not far from the beach stood a European-style 3-story villa with a pool, their intended accommodation. Shen Xiaoyan explored the villa like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, ultimately shedding tears of poverty. Poverty, the root of all evil. Are you ready? Let us go surfing. Su Jin, already dressed, stood at the entrance, holding two large surfboards. One was a standard model, lacking creativity, while the other was a dreamy pastel macaroon hue adorned with a charming little brown bear at the tail. There are surfboards in such styles? Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed. Well, don't you like pink? I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm going to change right now. She dashed upstairs. As a female celebrity, she was acutely aware of her appearance. Naturally, her swimsuit had to befit her status, something she had prepared for. 5 minutes later, she appeared downstairs. I'm ready. The moment Su Jin laid eyes on her, he was momentarily taken aback. His gaze involuntarily traveled from top to bottom, and a suspicious blush crept up his ears. Are you certain you want to wear that? What do you think? Isn't it nice? Shen Xiaoyan twirled in front of Su Jin, her smile radiant. I specially prepared this for the seaside. Quite good. He awkwardly scratched his face and turned his head away. Then let us go.
All right.
Together, they made their way to the beach. As a luxurious resort island where space is at a premium, the number of tourists was notably scarce. Gazing out, one could see only two figures on the golden sand. Meanwhile, hidden within a nearby grove was an observer. Yu Xiao took out binoculars to survey the beach, and upon seeing the distant scene, his hand trembled in shock. Terrorists? Su Jin's attire of sunglasses, a shirt, and beach shorts appeared unremarkable. Yet the issue lay in how tightly he was wrapped up, revealing not a single muscle. Yu Xiao fumed. You insufferable straight man. Shen Xiaoyan's outfit was even more outrageous. She had donned a complete wetsuit. From neck to toe, not a sliver of flesh is exposed, and to add to the absurdity, a pure black face kini adorns her visage. She resembles a suspect from Detective Conan. Yu Xiao nearly suffers a cerebral hemorrhage, pondering the sheer absurdity of it all. He is almost compelled to tear apart Su Jin's white shirt, wondering why she would dare wear such an outfit to the beach. The sweltering heat, combined with his rising ire, causes him to faint from heatstroke right there. As a celebrated actress, sun protection is paramount. Rest assured, not a patch of skin will be left exposed. I shall remain untouched by the sun. At the seaside, Shen Xiaoyan beams with confidence. Su Jin, however, silently averts his gaze from her. The material of her snug diving suit clings perfectly to her skin, accentuating her graceful curves, leaving him parched and breathless. Let us get in the water, he suggests, all the while speaking to Shen Xiaoyan with his head turned, his eyes wandering elsewhere. Shen Xiaoyan, intrigued, leans closer to follow his gaze. What are you looking at? She inquires, so near that her warm breath caresses his chest. Through the thin, white shirt, a tingling sensation spreads across his body. He stiffens, hastily lowering his head, only to find Shen Xiaoyan nestled beside him like a little rabbit, her petite figure even narrower than his chest. He instinctively wishes to retreat, yet the voice of Zhuo Lin echoes in his mind. Overcome your shyness. Overcome your shyness. With a decisive motion, he places his hand upon Shen Xiaoyan's shoulder, his handsome face devoid of emotion as he coldly commands, let us go, into the sea. Shen Xiaoyan is struck with fear. Su Jin, with an expressionless demeanor, presses her shoulder, urging her into the water, his hand trembling slightly. The vivid imagery reminds her of Zhang Dongsheng photographing his in-laws. Su Jin, she exclaims, grasping his hand tightly, her tone exceedingly humble. Let us discuss this. We can negotiate. Su Jin is perplexed, yet the warmth radiating from her touch sends a shiver through him. Her cool fingertips induce a slight electric thrill on every part of his skin they contact, leaving him unsteady. Just then, a colossal wave approaches, threatening to engulf Shen Xiaoyan. His eyes sharpen, and instinctively, he wraps his arms around her waist, pivoting to shield her. In her moment of panic, she reflexively trips him. With a swift loss of balance, Su Jin stumbles backward, and they both crash onto the sand, with him beneath her. Shen Xiaoyan's head collides against his firm chest. A dull thud echoing in her mind, leaving her to ponder that perhaps it would have been better to land on the sand. However, the button at the collar of his shirt has been torn asunder, leaving it gaping open and revealing his taut muscle lines, which possess a slight elasticity when touched. Finally, she has made contact. The texture is indeed delightful. Just as Shen Xiaoyan prepares to explore further, her restless hand is captured within his broad palm. What are you doing? He inquires. His voice echoed above her, characterized by its usual aloofness, yet tinged with a rasp and restraint, as if he were striving to suppress some overwhelming emotion. It's nothing, came the call from behind. What is wrong, Su Jin? Are you in a hurry to use the restroom? He was not in haste for that reason. He felt as if he might explode. If he continued to engage in such intimate contact with Shen Xiaoyan, he might truly lose control and act upon his impulses. In her presence, his resistance was nearly non-existent. How utterly disheartening. He sought to regain his composure, but as he ventured deeper into the woods, a figure sprang forth from the nearby bushes, darting in front of him and seizing his shirt collar with a fierce grip. Rip!
His shirt was torn to shreds.
Upon witnessing his exposed lean waist and perfect mermaid line, Yu Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. This was how it should be. Yet in the next moment, he found himself pinned to the ground in an excruciatingly contorted position by Su Jin.
Ah!
It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. Above him loomed Su Jin's dangerous voice. Are you trying to kill me? What on earth are you talking about? Yu Xiao nearly fainted again from frustration. I'm just worried about your lack of ambition. If you wish to pursue Shen Xiaoyan, you must seduce her. Show off your charms. Why are you still clad in that ridiculous shirt? Chapter 78. Just drop a rival from the heavens. In the forest, Su Jin sat atop a wooden stump, his hands clasped under his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Xiao stood before him, lamenting like a nagging elder sister. Why can't you see that Shen Xiaoyan is oblivious? She doesn't wear a swimsuit, and neither do you. You've got all those muscles, and yet you hide them away? Show them off. Tempt her. Imagine yourself as Daji and her as King Zhou. If you don't entice her, she'll turn to other concubines. Such ignorance.
Suhin.
Yu Xiao's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he turned to thump the tree with his fists in frustration. I'm truly at my wit's end. Apologies, I lack experience. Su Jin was not obstinate. Upon recognizing his mistakes, he would readily apologize. But after a moment's contemplation, he posed a sincere question. Haven't you also never been in a relationship? Yu Xiao's incessant chatter ceased abruptly, plunging into an enigmatic silence. Su Jin casually remarked, you possess an abundance of theoretical knowledge, yet lack practical experience. How ironic. Yu Xiao let out a miserable chuckle. I can't continue this conversation. I bid you farewell. It seemed he was reluctant to pursue romance. Su Jin's subsequent words halted his retreat. He looked up, his expression slightly serious. The reason you possess such extensive theoretical knowledge without ever having been in love is that you simply do not wish to, am I correct? He flashed an alluring smile. Of course. Whenever I desire to date, I could easily do so. However, my current focus is on my career, and I have not given it any thought. He began to put on an act. In Su Jin's presence, he found newfound confidence as a single man. He stepped forward, gripping Su Jin's shoulders, and articulated each word carefully. If you follow my guidance, you will surely win Shen Xiaoyan's heart. Shen Xiaoyan sat alone by the sea, clutching a pink surfboard. From a distance, Su Jin observed the scene, feeling a pang of heartache.
Shen Xiaoyan.
He, fearing to waste even a second, hurriedly approached her, apologizing for leaving her alone and vowing it would not happen again. It's all right. Everyone has their urgent matters, I understand, Shen Xiaoyan replied, her empathy evident. However, as she turned to face him, her smile faltered. Have you been robbed? At that moment, Su Jing was draped in tattered rags, remnants of his once pristine white shirt. What sort of adversary could possibly rend his attire in such a manner, given Su Jing's prowess? Well, I had a little mishap in the woods, and I have no other clothes. If you don't mind, I can manage like this. Su Jing tentatively gauged her reaction. Shen Xiaoyan's gaze fell upon his sculpted physique, and a wicked smile spread across her face. It appears there is no other choice. It's only human nature to appreciate beauty, she teased, relishing the view. Feeling the intensity of Shen Xiaoyan's fiery gaze, Su Jing's ears reddened, yet he suppressed the stirrings within him, recalling Yu Zhao's teachings. As a man, self-control is paramount. Even when teased by the woman he adored, it was imperative to maintain composure. I will teach you how to surf, he declared resolutely, shouldering the surfboard as he approached her. There's no need, Shen Xiaoyan chuckled. I already taught myself while you were in the restroom. Su Jing was taken aback. She appeared effortlessly at ease, striking poses on the surfboard, performing yoga, and even dozing lightly for 10 minutes. Her movements were so fluid that one might mistake her for a native of the island, inciting a desire to rush forward and seek her tutelage. How do you think I did, Su Jing? Shen Xiaoyan asked, balancing on the surfboard and grinning. Su Jing promptly set down his board and stepped closer. I cannot do that. Could you teach me? Shen Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Hadn't he just claimed he would instruct her? Su Jing, unflinching in his fib, remarked. Seeing your movements made me realize how rudimentary my surfing skills are. I aspire to reach your level. Would you be willing to teach me? In the past, He had always been the one learning from her. This was the first time she had actively sought his guidance. Shen Xiaoyan's excitement was palpable as she nodded vigorously. I will certainly teach you well. 5 minutes later, the pair sat cross-legged on their surfboards, eyes closed in earnest meditation. Very well. Slow your breathing, feel the surrounding atmosphere, and envision yourself merging with the ocean. From this moment forth, we are children of the sea. Shen Xiaoyan's voice was slow and soothing, imbued with a hypnotic quality. Su Jing cooperated impeccably, remaining utterly still. They meditated on the water surface for an entire hour. Yu Xiao, with graying hair, stood at the shore, feeling the weight of time upon him. Go forth and become monks, you two fools. Shen Xiaoyan had succumbed to sleep. What was meant to be meditation had turned into a respite, and she dozed off, nearly toppling into the sea. As they emerged from the water, Yu Xiao was poised to admonish them, but a mere glance from Su Jing silenced him. He first frowned at Yu Xiao, then softened his gaze upon the sleeping Shen Xiaoyan in his arms. Understanding dawned on Yu Xiao, and he immediately fell silent. Yet he could not help but mutter softly, "At this rate, when will you two ever be together? I find this quite delightful." A gentle light glimmered in Su Jin's eyes as he gazed down at the person in his embrace, his eyes brimming with tenderness. To see her frolicking beside me, carefree and joyous, is my utmost happiness. Yu Xiao found himself momentarily speechless, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed, truly hopeless. The hand resting around Shen Xiaoyan's waist was still gentlemanly. No, if you adore her so much, why not take advantage of her slumber to indulge your desires a little? With her fast asleep, why maintain such decorum? He was exasperated by the lack of urgency. He had never witnessed such a laid-back approach to courting a girl in his life. Just keep being laid back. Let's see how you manage when a rival appears.
Now.
Yu Xiao found himself somewhat hopeful for an impending rival to stimulate Su Jin. Should he intervene? No, that would surely lead to his demise at Su Jin's hands. Heavens, please send him a rival from the skies. A sleek black, extended luxury car came to a halt on the beach. The driver respectfully exited and opened the door, lowering his gaze so humbly that he dared not lift his eyelids. We have arrived, Mr. Yin. Yin Shun closed the documents and stepped out of the vehicle. The exquisite, costly black leather shoes sank into the fine, soft sand, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. What a wretched place. Chapter 79. Enjoying the melodrama. But mind your own business. Shen Xiaoyan awoke to find an opulent feast of seafood laid out on the dining table. Su Jin untied his apron and approached her. Awake? Come and eat. The gentle light cast upon him rendered him even more tender-hearted. As soon as Shen Xiaoyan sat down, a petite pink fork was handed to her, and her tousled hair was deftly gathered and clipped back. After completing these gestures effortlessly, Su Jin took a seat across from her. You've been saying you wanted pineapple fried rice, so I gave it a try. Let us see if it's to your liking. A half pineapple was sliced open, revealing fragrant golden fried rice inside, igniting her appetite. Shen Xiaoyan could not help but devour it eagerly, giving a thumbs up as she exclaimed, "Delicious! Unbeatable!" Su Jin supported his chin with one hand, his gaze tenderly fixed on her. At her words, a smile crept upon his lips. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Let us try watermelon fried rice tomorrow. I wanted to make it last time, but it was a failure. Watermelon fried rice? Su Jin gently tapped his cheek with his fingertip, pondering for a moment. It sounded rather peculiar, but if Shen Xiaoyan wished for it, he would endeavor to make it delicious. All right, we shall have that tomorrow at noon. Oh yay! Shen Xiaoyan cheered, glancing at the clock on the wall with excitement. It's almost 8. My drama is about to air. Yes, there's a fruit platter in the fridge. You can snack on it while watching television. I have matters to attend to, and will head to the study after dinner. Su Jin was remarkably disciplined. The books that Zhuo Lin had given him were studied earnestly for 2 hours each night, enriching his theoretical knowledge. Courting a girl is an art that requires perseverance. After dinner, Shen Xiaoyan nestled on the sofa with half a watermelon, eagerly awaiting the airing of her drama. After washing the dishes, Su Jin retreated to his study, reminding her to seek him out if she needed anything. Shen Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a rattle. However, when 8 o'clock arrived, the television still displayed advertisements. Unable to contain her impatience, she quickly glanced at Weibo. To her dismay, the drama had been postponed, and there would be no airing today. A cry of despair escaped her lips as the watermelon lost its allure. She swiftly finished the remaining piece and rose to enjoy the evening breeze in the backyard. Recently, it seemed Su Jin had his own affairs to tend to, which brought her great comfort. After all, he had always revolved around her, dealing with matters pertinent to her. Now that he finally had his own pursuits, she felt it was only right not to intrude. The seaside at night held its own unique charm. A stroll by the shore beckoned. With this thought, Shen Xiaoyan donned her small backpack and ventured out, embodying the spirit of an explorer. With no one else on the vacation island, there was no need for a hat or mask. She was determined to fully embrace the essence of freedom. She sprinted along the beach with wild abandon, her movements exuberant. Her mother had warned her about encountering unsavory sights at night, a truth she now found to be valid. Upon reaching the rocks by the sea, she crouched down to scrape small shells from the surface, engrossed in her task, when suddenly, she heard voices emanating from behind the stones. "My dear brother, you remain as foolish as ever," came a somewhat sharp male voice, laced with a hint of smugness, reminiscent of a character from a cartoon. Following that, a voice she recognized all too well chimed in. "You sought me out just to say this?" Was that not the voice of Shen? Her ears perked up in surprise. Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated the existence of a voice more sinister than Shen's. It was indeed a revelation that there were worlds beyond her comprehension. "Brotherly affection? Are you jesting?" Shen's tone was devoid of warmth. "After all, I am your second brother." "Huh," the other man retorted, seemingly riled. "Have you not yet forgiven the family for their past grievances? Consider this. If the family truly wished you ill, would your entertainment company have flourished to this extent?" Shen, upon hearing this, reacted as if he had heard a jest. "Deep Color Entertainment was established through my own efforts. What does it have to do with the family?" "It has everything to do with it. Had we intended to thwart you from the beginning, your company would have crumbled from day one. Do not delude yourself into thinking you possess exceptional talent, Shen. You are a member of the family. It is their support that has brought you to where you are today, and you ought to express gratitude." "How should I show gratitude? By refraining from contesting your inheritance?" Shen. The man was utterly enraged. "You should be content with your Deep Color Entertainment. The family's wealth is not for you to covet. Deep Color Entertainment rightfully belongs to me," Shen replied coldly, his voice chilling as ice. "As a member of the family, I am entitled to my share of their wealth. Aren't you the one with the backbone? Did you not disdain the family? Did you not leave them believing you could survive independently? Why are you fighting for the inheritance now?" The man bellowed in anger. Yet, Shen remained extraordinarily composed. "No one can oppose money. What is rightfully mine will be mine." Soon, the sound of departing footsteps echoed, suggesting that Shen had left. The man began to curse. "Shen, you better wait for me. You won't take a single cent from the family." He then walked away. Shen Xiaoyan hid behind a rock, her hand pressed tightly over her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. What a revelation! So, Shen has brothers, and their relationship appears quite strained. And this family, I have never heard of them before. Is this the hidden clue from the script that Shen received? From their descriptions, the family's assets seem to far exceed those of Shensei Entertainment. It appears to be a vast family. While intrigued, Shen Xiaoyan knew better than to meddle in their affairs. These individuals were perilous, and one misstep could lead to calamity. She decided to indulge in this revelation for today and forget it entirely by tomorrow, pretending she knew nothing. However, from a distance, she spotted a familiar face. "Song Hanan?" She gasped, immediately darting into the woods to conceal herself. Not far off, Song Hanan stood on the beach, and shortly after, another man appeared. The moment he approached, he embraced Song Hanan, the two engaging in affectionate gestures that were quite nauseating. Then the man spoke, causing Shen Xiaoyan to gasp in disbelief. "Hanan, you're here. That voice. Wasn't he at Shen's second brother?" Chapter 80. The first was Shen, and the next was her. Tonight, she had encountered an overwhelming amount of revelations. First, she had eavesdropped on a conversation between Shen and his second brother. Now, she was witnessing the second brother entangled with Song Hanan. The sheer volume of information was staggering, leaving her momentarily stunned. Not far away, after their affectionate exchanges, Shen's brother and Song Hanan began discussing more serious matters. "You still haven't resolved the issue with Shen Xiaoyan for me. We agreed to suppress her in the editing. Yet the final cuts still favor her." Song Hanan, leaning delicately against him, twirled her slender fingers on his chest, exuding an irresistible allure. Shen squinted slightly, his expression devious. The forces backing her were indeed formidable, making it quite challenging to suppress her through public opinion. "However, she has bullied you so much. How could I possibly let her go?" Song Hanan, puzzled, inquired. "What do you intend to do?" "Simply eliminate her discreetly," Shen replied. a sinister smile creeping across his face. She will come to understand just how foolish her opposition to us has been. Song Hanan could not help but smile in response. Listening from a distance, Shen Xiaoyan felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. The previous mysteries were finally unraveled. It turned out that the power backing Song Hanan was the Yin family, with her supporter being Yin Shen's second brother, Yin Xian, rather than Yin Shen himself. Their previous attempt to manipulate public opinion had failed, and now they were contemplating direct assassination? The name Yin Xian alone sounded ominous. If he truly set his plans into motion, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. However, Yin Xian's tone shifted as he narrowed his eyes dangerously. She is merely the second target. Until the first target is eliminated, it is not her turn yet. Are you truly planning to kill Yin Shen? Song Hanan asked. He, in his ignorance, sought to seize the fortune of the Yin family, and he shall pay the price. Yin Xian scoffed coldly, as long as he meets his demise. My next target will be Shen Xiaoyan. Is it truly so simple to eliminate Yin Shen? Song Hanan's expression darkened. Yet Yin Xian chuckled with disdain. Rest assured, he shall not survive the night. What does that mean? He plans to drive up Spiral Mountain tonight, and I have tampered with his brakes. According to the scheme, when he descends, the brakes will fail, and he will speed uncontrollably down the slope, ultimately crashing through the guardrail and plummeting down the cliff. A wild madness flickered in his eyes, the image of shattered bones and scattered flesh. In the cover of night, the two men's conspiracy festered and grew. Shen Xiaoyan, hidden within the woods, dared not make a sound until they departed, at which point she emerged, her face a mask of terror. It turns out Yin Shen's treacherous cunning is hereditary. Indeed, Yin Xian is truly insidious. If all goes as planned, Yin Shen shall perish tonight? As a long-suffering employee perpetually oppressed by Yin Shen, who could end her life at any moment, Shen Xiaoyan felt a sense of relief. However, upon further reflection, if Yin Shen dies, she would be next in line? He absolutely must not die. Allow me to save you. Shen Xiaoyan took out her phone and dialed Yin Shen, determined to expose Yin Xian and Song Hanan's plot. As long as Yin Shen refrains from driving up the mountain tonight, he will be safe. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Busy? Then I shall wait a moment. 5 minutes later, sorry. The number you have dialed is turned off. Shen Xiaoyan. Based on her extensive experience of being blacklisted by others and blacklisting them in turn, it was undeniable that she had been added to Yin Shen's blacklist. Furious, she promptly sent a message to Yin Shen's assistant. Shen Xiaoyan. I have recently earned so much money. Why has Yin Shen blacklisted me? Yin Shen's assistant, President Yin, is currently on leave. And during his time off, he blacklists anyone who may trouble him. It has always been his custom. What? This is absurd. Shen Xiaoyan seethed with rage, her words laced with indignation. Shen Xiaoyan. Please relay to him that if he does not answer my call, his life is in jeopardy. Yin Shen's assistant. Apologies. I am also on the blacklist. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoyan felt a sense of equilibrium. It turns out that even he finds this world more bothersome than anyone else. Truly remarkable. Since she could not reach Yin Shen, she would have to seek him out in person. There are only a few villas on this island. Surely, she could locate him one by one. She hopped onto the small electric scooter provided at the villa and sped along the beach under the night sky. Among the cluster of villas, she finally spotted a familiar black and white minimalist structure. She immediately dismounted and rushed to ring the doorbell, producing a resounding chime. After a long wait with no answer, the garage next door slowly opened. A Rolls-Royce emerged, heading towards Spiral Mountain. With keen eyes, Shen Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of Yin Shen's profile through the car window. Boss. Just as she prepared to chase after him, a cloud of dust kicked up by the Rolls-Royce splattered across her face. Splendid. A late-night snack of dust. At the mountain's peak, the cold wind howled. Yin Shen, clad in a black trench coat, cradled a bouquet of black roses in his hands. As the evening breeze caressed him, the dark petals danced gracefully before vanishing into the depths of the night. After standing for what felt like an eternity, he finally bent down to place the flowers before a grave and turned to enter his car. The Rolls-Royce sped along the winding mountain road under the cloak of night. Inside, the car radio flickered ominously, casting an eerie glow. His expression remained impassive as he gazed ahead, his deep black eyes concealing profound thoughts. Suddenly, a deafening shout erupted within the vehicle. Boss! The exclamation jolted Yin Shen, momentarily disorienting him. Furrowing his brows, he turned towards the source of the voice, his car radio. At that moment, the speakers crackled with the voice of Shen Xiaoyan, pleading, Boss. Stop. Your brakes have failed. Yin Shun's gaze darkened as he immediately pressed the brake pedal, only to discover that the car showed no signs of slowing. The road sloped downward, twisting perilously. The vehicle surged forward at an alarming speed, threatening to breach the guardrail and plunge down the cliff. He furrowed his brow in concentration, yanking the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to navigate a curve. Yet, before him lay more bends and an even greater velocity. Time was running out. As he neared the guardrail, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A massive tree had toppled onto the road, blocking his path. The car collided with a resounding bang, sending debris flying and smoke billowing from the crumpled hood, a scene of utter devastation. After a prolonged silence, Shen Xiaoyan cautiously peeked out from behind the hill, stowing away her small axe used for chopping the tree. Better a car accident than a fall from the cliff. Saving a life was paramount, she thought, convinced of her righteousness. However, upon seeing Yin Shen, bloodied and unconscious inside the car, she fell into a perplexed silence. It appeared that things were not quite right. Thankfully, the airbag had deployed, and he was not entirely beyond saving. Driven by a sense of humanitarian duty and a primal instinct for survival, Shen Xiaoyan resolved to carry him to seek medical assistance. Chapter 81. The rescue of Yin Shen. Heaving and panting, a cacophony of noise filled the air. Yin Shen furrowed his brow, besieged by excruciating pain in his head and an overwhelming sense of dislocation throughout his body, rendering him immobile. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes a fraction, struggling to discern his surroundings, the moonlit mountain road, the fallen tree, and the smoking Rolls-Royce. And that weight. Can't you be more mindful of your weight? He thought, as he heard Shen Xiaoyan's frustrated mutterings while she strained to drag him from the vehicle. However, her petite frame proved inadequate against his size. When he inadvertently fell onto her, she lost her balance, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. In a reflexive attempt to brace herself, her hand reached out, only to be met with the weight of Yin Shen's head coming down upon it. With a yelp, she lamented her choice. Had she known better, she would have refrained from reaching out. His head was heavy enough to ensure a significant concussion upon impact. Yin Shen's gaze flickered, landing on her face twisted in pain as she grimaced. The grievous injuries he sustained rendered him utterly powerless, the bleeding wounds heralding the impending loss of his life. Yet he found himself in a state of utter dependency. At this juncture, he could only await rescue, a sensation he despised, for he harbored distrust towards everyone. The pain coursing through Shen Xiaoyan began to subside, and with considerable effort, she managed to support Yin Shen in standing. Alas, why was there even more blood? At that moment, Yin Shen's eyes were tightly shut, blood trickling down his forehead, coursing along his eyelids. His thick lashes intertwined with the dark crimson, an image both ascetic and perilous. Shen Xiaoyan hastily leaned him against the roadside and retrieved adhesive bandages from her backpack, applying them to his wounds. The injury was so extensive that she used an entire box, 50 little bear-shaped bandages densely affixed to Yin Shen's forehead, a sight exceedingly comical. As long as it staunched the bleeding, that was all that mattered. She wondered if there were any doctors on the island. She took out her phone to search for nearby shops and finally spotted a small clinic adjacent to the villa cluster. It would only take 20 minutes to ride her little electric scooter there, surely in time. Yet, Yin Shen was currently unconscious. Would he remain placidly seated on her rear? 2 minutes later, Shen Xiaoyan rose to her feet, his head dangling on her shoulder, his hair irritating her skin. Off we go. She mounted the scooter and sped down the mountain. With her swift journey, the originally 20-minute distance was astonishingly reduced to 15. As the clinic came into view, her eyes brightened, only to quickly shift to astonishment. Two figures stood at the clinic's entrance, Yin Xian and Song Henan. They appeared engaged in conversation when suddenly, Yin Xian squinted and abruptly turned his head. The road lay empty. How peculiar. Had he just heard something? That was close. In the nearby thicket, Shen Xiaoyan sat on the ground, her face a mask of terror. Thankfully, her instincts were sharp. She swiftly altered her course and dashed into the woods. Otherwise, she would have been discovered. Yin Xian, what's the matter? Came Song Henan's voice from outside, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. It seems there is someone in the woods. I'll go take a look. Shen Xiaoyan. Truly, as expected of Yin Shen's brother. His keen senses were equally acute. She immediately untied the ropes and concealed Yin Shen in the adjacent underbrush. Then, she rushed before Yin Xian, feigning a state of utter shock. My goodness! Who are you? Upon recognizing her, a flicker of surprise crossed Yin Xian's eyes. Song Henan's face was one of astonishment. What are you doing here, Hanan? Shen Xiaoyan also pretended to be surprised. I came to this island for a vacation. You're here too? Who is this? Song Hanan cast a glance at Yin Xian, his eyes brimming with implication, as if to say, this is a great opportunity. Act now. Shen Xiaoyan swallowed hard, feeling immensely apprehensive, already prepared to grasp her small axe. Yet, Yin Xian smiled and said, I'm a friend of Hanan's. You must be Shen Xiaoyan. I've seen you on television. What brings you here alone at such a late hour? As he spoke, he glanced behind Shen Xiaoyan. Maintaining her composure, she replied, yes, the toilet at home is broken, so I stepped out for some fresh air. What's wrong? Do you want to take a look inside? Upon hearing this, the smile on Yin Xian's face instantly froze, a flicker of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Ahem, no need. Han En, let us depart. Song Han En appeared to have more to say, but was forcibly led away by Yin Xian. Once they were at a distance, she questioned with a face full of reluctance, why didn't you take action just now? You could have easily eliminated her. Yin Xian, acting rather foolishly, replied, I am a person of principles. Yin Shun comes first, and Shen Xiaoyan second. That is my order. Song Han En was nearly infuriated. Upon searching through the bushes, they found nothing but emptiness. The bloodstains lingering on the branches testified to Yin Shun's prior presence. He has vanished? She scoured the entire woods, yet found no trace of him. How could a man, just moments ago bloodied from an accident, simply disappear into thin air? Returning to the entrance of the villa, Shen Xiaoyan remained somewhat dazed. If it weren't for the abrasions on her palm from her earlier fall, she would genuinely believe she was dreaming. Could it be that Yin Shun was devoured by some wild beast? That would be utterly terrifying. Shen Xiaoyan. Suddenly, someone called her name. Do you need something? Shen Xiaoyan looked at her in silence, thinking how unfortunate it was to encounter Song Han En thrice in one day. Song Han En continued to smile, slowly approaching her with an eerie expression. You went up the mountain, didn't you? Shen Xiaoyan feigned ignorance. What? You want to go up the mountain? Stop pretending. We just went up the mountain, and Yin Shen's car was still there, but he was nowhere to be found. Her voice grew increasingly somber, the smile fading from her lips. You know where he is, don't you? Just as Shen Xiaoyan was about to retort, she suddenly noticed a man standing behind Song Han En.
It was Yin Xian.
He tilted his head, a strange smile gracing his lips, and slowly raised his hand. The dark muzzle of a gun aimed at her head. I advise you to speak truthfully, otherwise click. The bullet was chambered. His tone was laden with a chilling threat. I wouldn't mind watching you perish before Yin Shen. Shen Xiaoyan's pupils momentarily froze. Truly, this was a mysterious and formidable family. They could even procure firearms. Was she now in grave danger?
Click.
The cold barrel pressed against Yin Xian's nape. A clear, indifferent voice resonated from behind him. Go ahead, pull the trigger. Chapter 82, almost exposed. Go ahead, pull the trigger. The indifferent voice echoed behind Yin Xian. The smile on his face instantly vanished, fear crawling over him like ants, causing even his hand holding the gun to tremble slightly. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that the person standing behind him was not to be trifled with. Are you the one protecting Shen Xiaoyan? Do you believe I would pull the trigger and kill her right now? Yin Xian feigned calmness, attempting to intimidate the other with words. Su Jin's gaze was dark and unyielding. You won't have the chance to pull the trigger. His implication was clear. The moment Yin Xian attempted to squeeze the trigger, he would be killed. Yin Xian's bullet would never leave the barrel.
Now.
Yin Xian felt somewhat unsettled. Who exactly are you? You are someone not to be trifled with. The pistol spun rapidly in Su Jin's hand before the hard grip struck Yin Xian's head with a forceful blow, causing him to lose consciousness immediately. Without the gun's intimidating presence, Shen Xiaoyan dashed to his side, exclaiming in fright, You scared me. I apologize for the fright, Su Jin replied, gently caressing her head. His gaze falling upon the redness and swelling in her palm, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. How did you injure your hand? I fell, she responded. Song Hanan stood frozen, her eyes fixated on the unconscious Yin Xian, a hint of terror dawning in her eyes. Gradually, she took 2 steps back, intending to escape unnoticed by the two. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling the birds from the trees.
Ah!
A piercing scream shattered the air, echoing with a sorrowful intensity akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Song Hanan collapsed to the ground, her expression twisted in agony. As a bullet hole appeared in her calf, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Trembling, her face turned pale, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. She reached out, attempting to cover the wound, but her hand was brutally crushed underfoot.
Ah!
Another scream escaped her lips. Su Jin stood before her, his towering figure casting a colossal shadow over her. His gaze was dark, and his tone frigid as he uttered, "I warned you." At those words, Song Hanan jolted, a chill enveloping her. She recalled that dreadful night when a man had stealthily invaded her home to threaten her. Was it truly him? "I won't do it again." She managed to suppress her pain, lowering her posture, nearly bending her back. "I promise." Only then did the shadow that loomed over her dissipate. When she looked up again, Su Jin and Shen Xiaoyan had vanished, leaving only the warmly lit villa in their wake. She pressed down hard on her wound, her sharp nails digging into her skin, staining it with crimson. Her gaze was filled with a terrifying scarlet hue. A layer of gauze was wrapped around her delicate palm, adorned with a cute bear sticker at the junction. Shen Xiaoyan raised her hand, admiring the bear sticker under the light, nodding in satisfaction. So adorable. No sooner had she spoken than her forehead was gently tapped. Looking up, she met Su Jin's mockingly angry expression. "Why did you sneak out?" "I intended to get some fresh air, but encountered some unforeseen circumstances." Shen Xiaoyan struggled to articulate the fantastical events of the night, uncertain of how Shen was faring. "He can't really be dead, can he?" "I seem to have caused you trouble again," she said, scratching her head in confusion. Su Jin, unable to remain stern with her, shifted his hand that was meant to tap her forehead to instead ruffle her hair. His tone was laden with exasperation. "I am not afraid of the trouble you bring, but I fear for your safety. Don't worry, I am an expert when it comes to staying alive." Shen Xiaoyan instantly raised her hand in assurance. How else could I have survived under his grasp? Su Jin slightly furrowed his brow, as if wanting to say more, but upon seeing Shen Xiaoyan's innocent and bewildered expression, he could not bring himself to continue. Instead, he relented. "All right, you should go to bed." "And you?" she inquired. "I shall sleep shortly as well." Until she vanished completely from view, Su Jin retracted the softness in his gaze, a trace of gravity manifesting upon his countenance. How could she have entangled herself with that individual? Were it anyone else who dared to point a gun at her, he would undoubtedly eliminate them without hesitation. Yet, that individual was Xian. The Yin family, with which he had previously interacted during a mission, was an exceedingly intricate and immensely powerful lineage, beyond imagination. Although discord reigned within the family, fracturing it into multiple factions, each faction, when considered independently, held a terrifying presence. Should the entire family unite, their strength would be utterly formidable. To recklessly eliminate Xian would surely incite the family's wrath, while he himself was indifferent to such consequences. He could not allow Shen Xiaoyan to fall into peril. He could only hope that his threats would compel Xian to retreat. Otherwise, he would find himself at odds with the entire Yin family. Su Jin lay on the bed, unable to find slumber for an extended period. It was his responsibility that Shen Xiaoyan might be in danger. It was he who had failed to protect her, yet he found himself blaming her for wandering about. Had he been too harsh today? Suddenly, a delicate sound akin to a kitten's mewing floated in from outside the door. Was she not asleep? Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, the door was gently pushed open. Compelled by some instinct, he shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Shen Xiaoyan's head peeked from behind the door, her eyes blinking innocently as she softly called out his name. "Su Jin?" She tentatively probed, her voice a whisper. The figure on the bed breathed steadily, eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in slumber. Only then did she exhale in relief and step inside. Su Jin, lying on the bed, felt inexplicably tense. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the rhythm of his heartbeat seemed uncontrollable. He sensed Shen Xiaoyan's cool little hands exploring him, and wherever she made contact, it felt as though a fire ignited upon his skin, burning fervently. He heard her softly muttering about how he resembled a brick when he slept, utterly still and motionless. Embarrassment washed over him, causing his body to tense even further. Self-control. Self-control. The most crucial quality for a man is self-control. He continuously reinforced this notion in his mind, striving to transform himself into a monk devoid of desires. However, the challenge before him was overwhelming. Shen Xiaoyan unexpectedly leaped forward, her arms wrapping tightly around him. Suhin. The scent emanating from her enveloped him, stirring every cell in his body into a frenzy. One who has a fever often experiences a clouded consciousness due to the intense heat leading to insufficient blood supply. He felt as though he too was running a fever. Thus, a muddled consciousness and lack of self-restraint were entirely normal reactions, weren't they? His hand, unbidden, rose to embrace her, only for the warmth to dissipate. Now that was manageable. Shen Xiaoyan chattered as she exited. Su Jin finally opened his eyes. Abruptly sitting up in bed, pressing down on his wildly heaving chest. This was disastrous. He had nearly exposed himself. Chapter 83. Boss, why are you still alive? The room was dimly lit, with only the faint glow of a small desk lamp illuminating the space. Upon closer inspection, the table was heaped with yarn in a myriad of colors, while Shen Xiaoyan wielded 2 knitting needles, laboriously crafting her creation. Recently, she had caused an abundance of trouble for Su Jin, and even her thick skin could not conceal a flicker of embarrassment. Thus, she resolved to personally knit a sweater as a means of atonement. To this end, she had even ventured into Su Jin's room to measure his dimensions with utmost diligence. Strangely enough, the feel of those abdominal muscles was rather exhilarating. The winter was merely half a year away. Presenting a sweater now seemed the perfect choice. Su Jin, await my heartfelt gift. With this thought, she knitted with renewed vigor. It was unclear when she had succumbed to slumber, but when she opened her eyes, the dawn had already broken. The morning beach was a sight to behold, the sun upon the sea resembling a resplendent piece of agate, surrounded by a breathtaking glow. It appeared that time was slipping away. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Su Jin preparing lunch. Dressed in a crisp white shirt with sleeves rolled up halfway, his long fingers deftly chopped vegetables into uniform strips. After finishing the vegetables, he turned to the stove, lifted the lid, and tasted the steaming soup, only to frown slightly upon discovering the soy sauce jar was empty. Shen Xiaoyan dashed in, exclaiming, "I'll go buy soy sauce." "You're awake?" Su Jin's gaze softened at the sight of her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I can go," he offered. "No, it must be me," she insisted. "To be honest, my childhood dream was to become a professional soy sauce buyer." "Is that even a profession?" Su Jin pondered, attempting to call her back. But her speed was akin to a monkey darting through the jungle. He could only shake his head in exasperation. She was still as flustered as ever. "Well, it's quite safe outside now. After all, the greatest danger has been contained." At that moment, a small boat drifted across the vast expanse of the sea, with a figure bound up like a dumpling aboard. Perhaps due to the glaring sunlight, Yin Xian furrowed his brow, slowly prying open his eyes. One glance was enough to send him into a panic, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" In the supermarket, the retail price of soy sauce was an astonishing 199. Upon seeing the price, Shen Xiaoyan nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. "Hello? Price Bureau? Are you on duty?" She rushed to the cashier, haggling with the owner. "Let us cut to the chase. I'll pay $3. Direct link, please. Otherwise, don't blame me if I unleash my bargaining prowess." The owner was taken aback. He had thought that haggling was merely a folk tale, never realizing it was indeed a reality. This unassuming woman, could she be the fabled poor person? After living on the island for so many years, this was his first encounter with someone truly impoverished. "An idol!" he exclaimed, excitedly grasping Shen Xiaoyan's hand. "This bottle is on the house. Can I get your autograph?" An idol? It dawned on her that he was a fan. Shen Xiaoyan flashed a charming smile. "Of course. A photo is no problem." Thus, she engaged in a delightful exchange with the owner, ensuring that signatures and photographs were not overlooked. At last, Shen Xiaoyan departed, and the boss excitedly took out his phone to post on social media. "Mom, I have encountered a poor person." He promptly pressed the brake and halted. Ah! He almost forgot about Yin Shen. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and rang the doorbell. The events of the previous night were exceedingly bizarre. He was uncertain whether Yin Shen was truly dead or alive, so it was prudent to ascertain the truth. Just as he was about to turn away, assuming no one would answer, a distinct click echoed from behind him. The door swung open. Turning around, he saw Yin Shen clad in a black loungewear, leaning against the doorframe with an expression of palpable irritation. In that same infuriating tone, he asked, "What do you want?" "Boss." Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, her mouth agape for some time before finally uttering, "How are you still alive?" Yin Shen replied with a hint of exasperation, "Excuse me?" Realizing her misstep, Shen Xiaoyan quickly apologized. "What I meant to ask was, how are you still breathing?" Yin Shen shot back, "Is there a difference?" Shen Xiaoyan hastily clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I was merely surprised to see you alive. I meant no offense. Have you lost your mind?" He retorted, his tone icy. Yes, she conceded, stroking her chin as she pondered the strangeness of it all. Just yesterday, Yin Shen had been lying half dead, concealed in the bushes, yet today he stood before her, seemingly unscathed, exhibiting an air of calm, as if nothing had transpired. Surely, the events of last night couldn't have been a mere figment of her imagination? Suddenly, She noticed that Shen was wearing a hat, the brim pulled low, obscuring all but his deep, dark eyes. Boss, I recall you typically don't wear hats. Do I need to inform you of my habits? He replied coldly. Could you remove your hat for me to see? She insisted obstinately. The injuries Shen had sustained were evident, particularly the noticeable wound on his forehead, currently concealed by the brim of his hat. She needed to verify the existence of that injury. Shen, however, mercilessly declined her request. No. As he spoke, he made a move to shut the door. In a moment of desperation, Shen Xiaoyan shouted, "Whose 100 yuan bill is on the ground?" Shen instinctively glanced down. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she lunged forward and yanked off his hat. The white bandage on his forehead was suddenly exposed to the air. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, there was an injury. Shen faltered for a moment before swiftly pushing her away. Are you tired of living? Ouch, damn it. Shen Xiaoyan stumbled, falling clumsily to the ground. Was it her imagination, or did she catch a glimpse of Shen's hand reaching out, as if to catch her? But upon closer inspection, his hand remained firmly at his side, unmoving. Perhaps she was mistaken. There was no way that this cold, unfeeling man, who wouldn't even know how to express tenderness, would reach out to help her. Boss, you lack martial ethics, she exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves to argue with him. I, at least, saved your life. A simple thank you would suffice, wouldn't it? Shen was about to respond when he suddenly spotted a figure approaching in the distance. His gaze darkened, and his tone turned frigid. What do you mean, saved me? Have you grown so brazen that you can fabricate such nonsense? Shen Xiaoyan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Chapter 84. Have you truly forgotten? Shen resembled a scoundrel who, having feasted without paying, shamelessly claimed he had not eaten and thus refused to settle the bill. The wound on his forehead still throbbed, and now he dared to turn his back on her? Shen Xiaoyan was immediately incensed. If I hadn't saved you, I would have perished on the spot. If I did save you, you would promptly face bankruptcy. What do you say? Dare we swear an oath together? Shen remained indifferent. Is this boring? You are feeling guilty. You simply wish to evade responsibility, do you not? Do you think I would seize this opportunity to extort you? Indeed, I wish to extort you. I saved your life. Thus, I demand 1,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Shen Xiaoyan extended her hand, only to have it swatted away by Shen. He glanced behind her. Is there something? Song Hanan had appeared, an expression of concern etched across his face. President how is your forehead injury? I heard you were in a car accident, and I am somewhat worried. It's nothing serious. What exactly happened yesterday? How could a car accident occur out of the blue? Song Hanan could not help but lean closer, his eyes harboring hidden depths as he scrutinized Shen's reaction. Shen maintained a calm demeanor. I crashed into a tree. The brakes failed. How could the brakes fail so suddenly? Was there an intentional act of sabotage? Song Hanan gasped, covering his mouth. It was merely a malfunction. Was it deliberate? No. He furrowed his brow. Why do you ask? Song Hanan's gaze flickered before he smiled lightly. Just a concern gone awry. I was overly worried about you, but it's good to hear you're fine. Indeed. The exchange left Shen Xiaoyan dumbfounded. So, Shen remembered the accident from the previous night? Then why did he not recall that she had saved him? Shen Xiaoyan despised being a nameless benefactor. If she performed a good deed, the world must know it was she who did it. How could she allow him to forget? Thus, she promptly suggested, Boss, did your car radio malfunction? Perhaps it was hacked? When she had failed to reach Shen yesterday, in her desperation, she had thought of his car radio and hacked into it directly. Given the urgency, she had no time for defensive measures. A quick inspection would reveal any signs of intrusion. Surely, that would serve as proof? No. You say there is nothing? If all is well, you may leave. He seemed rather impatient. Song Hanan quickly interjected, You've just been in an accident. You need nourishment. I happen to have some ingredients. Allow me to prepare you a bowl of soup? Shen Xiaoyan assumed Shen would undoubtedly refuse, considering his radiant aura of insensitivity. Yet surprisingly he acquiesced very well. Song Hanan's face lit up. Then I shall come in. Shen Xiaoyan also beamed. Then I shall join you. Shen. He blocked Shen Xiaoyan's way. What do you intend to do inside? Soup alone without rice is insufficient. I shall prepare a meal for you. Shen Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue and smiled, slipping past Shen under his arm. At that moment, her shorter stature proved advantageous, making it impossible for him to stop her. Just wait. You think you can feign amnesia? Not a chance. In the kitchen, Song Hanan donned an apron and gathered her hair. embodying the image of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. She gracefully prepared the ingredients, placing them into the clay pot, cooking and seasoning with meticulous precision. Shen Xiaoyan poured eggs into the pan and added rice, stirring with abandon before serving the dish. Boss, it's time to eat. This was her signature diamond fried rice. Aptly named for its delightful texture reminiscent of a diamond's crunch, should fortune favor the palate. With an air of confidence, she presented the fried rice before Shen, flashing a mischievous smile. Care for a taste? Upon seeing the dish, Shen furrowed his brow, clearly inclined to decline. Without hesitation, Shen Xiaoyan scooped a spoonful and forcefully fed it to him. You must eat. Fueled by personal grievances, she was rather forceful, nearly risking his dental integrity. Coughing, he spluttered, his face tinged with a hint of red. Are you trying to kill me? Shen Xiaoyan pouted, eyes wide with innocence, professing her concern for her boss. Shen was rendered speechless. He reached for a bottle of Lao Ganma on the table, adding 2 spoonfuls to the fried rice before consuming it with elegance. Shen Xiaoyan felt a pang of humiliation. What did this mean? Was her dish truly so unpalatable that it required the accompaniment of Lao Ganma to be edible? She rolled her eyes dramatically. At that moment, Song Hanan emerged from the kitchen with a pot of soup. Upon noticing Shen partaking in the fried rice, she rushed over, her expression one of astonishment. Senior, how could you allow President Yin to consume such a dish? What is wrong with the fried rice? President Yin has just recovered from an accident. How can he eat such greasy and unhealthy food? Are you trying to harm him? Tears of concern nearly brimmed in her eyes as she set down the chicken soup, reaching for Shen's bowl to snatch it away. Yet her grasp fell short, evidently too weak. However, Shen Xiaoyan rubbed her eyes and peered closely. Did she see correctly? Had Shen just flinched? In the brief span of time, Shen finished the last bite, even going so far as to offer a critique, somewhat difficult to swallow. Difficult to swallow, yet you ate so much? President Yin, please have some soup, Song Hanan urged, pushing the bowl towards him. I'm full. I'll drink it later. Rising, he gestured for them to leave, saying, You may go. Song Hanan felt somewhat dissatisfied. It won't taste good when it's cold. You should drink it now. I won't leave until I see you finish. Just go, Hanan, your period has stained your pants. Shen Xiaoyan rushed forward to pull Song Hanan outside. Upon hearing this humiliation, how could she endure it? She dashed out, leaving Shen Xiaoyan unable to hold her back. Only after they had exited did Song Hanan remember that she had just had her period this month. But it was too late. Shen had already closed the door. Turning around, she encountered Shen Xiaoyan's smiling face. Hanan, what is the matter? As Song Hanan prepared to curse, she suddenly recalled the threat from Su Jin the previous night, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She turned on her heel and departed at a swift pace, as if a ghost were pursuing her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed her gait was slightly limping. Oh. She was shot by Su Jin yesterday. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes lit up with realization, revealing a wicked grin. So, Song Hanan is frightened after all. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, and in dealing with a scoundrel like Song Hanan, one must resort to straightforward and forceful methods. Yet, could it be that Shen has truly forgotten the events of last night? Is it merely intermittent amnesia following the car accident? Such a melodramatic twist. Suddenly, she recalled something and rushed to knock on Shen's door. Boss, I've left my wallet at your place. Chapter 85. Does he really have such a twisted sense of humor? Boss, I've left my wallet at your place. Shen Xiaoyan banged on the door vigorously, but no one answered after several attempts. Clearly, Shen intended to keep her wallet for himself. Such behavior was intolerable. Without hesitation, she deployed her vibrational device against Shen's door, cranking it up to the highest setting. The entire villa trembled, as if it were experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Shen, unable to endure the racket any longer, finally opened the door, warning her that if she continued to make noise, he would call the police. I left my wallet at your place. I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. So the reason he hadn't opened the door was that he was searching for her wallet. Shen Xiaoyan flashed a playful smile and said, Oh, I just remembered that I didn't bring my wallet with me today. Shen wore an expression that clearly questioned her sanity and turned to shut the door. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan blocked the door with her foot, a rare seriousness flickering in her eyes. Boss, that chicken soup is not safe to drink. Song Hanan may have poisoned it. He and Xian are scheming to take your life. Take my life? What I mean is, those two scoundrels are plotting against your esteemed self. You must remain vigilant. Am I supposed to believe that? No, listen to me, they bang. Yin Shen slammed the door shut. Shen Xiaoyan contemplated welding the vibrational device to his door. What a cunning old fox. Wasn't he supposed to possess the highest intellect in the entire script? Just look at how foolish he appears. Who would still care about whether he is a dog or not? That evening, Shen Xiaoyan stealthily appeared at Yin Shen's doorstep. She had no intention of assisting the cunning old fox. Rather, it was her inability to forgive him for forgetting her rare act of kindness that drove her. Old cunning fox. You must remember. To this end, she spared no expense in acquiring a miniature camera which was actually a gift from the supermarket owner. If she could place it at Yin Shen's doorstep, it would capture the conspiracy between Yin Xian and Song Henan. As long as they intended to act against Yin Shen, they would inevitably show up. At that time, irrefutable evidence would be in hand, and she would relish watching Yin Shen face the consequences. She climbed the tallest tree beside the villa, which afforded a splendid view of the entire entrance. After a brief struggle, she successfully installed the camera. Just as she prepared to descend, she spotted a figure approaching in the distance. Oh, it was Yin Xian, drenched and with seaweed dangling from his head, resembling a water ghost at first glance. She decided to remain in the tree until he passed to avoid a confrontation. After all, he was armed. Yet, as fate would have it, Yin Xian pulled out a similar miniature camera, a cold smirk on his face. As long as I install this camera at Yin Shen's doorstep, I will be able to monitor his movements at all times. Shen Xiaoyan was left speechless. To encounter a kindred spirit is indeed to meet a formidable adversary. Yin Xian glanced around, ultimately settling his gaze upon the tree where Shen Xiaoyan was perched. This particular tree offered the clearest view, ensuring a full sight of the entrance below. The alignment of their intentions was truly admirable. But wait. Goodness. Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in terror as she began to scan her surroundings. Clearly, the chances of her leaping down and escaping without being detected by Yin Xian were non-existent. The only recourse was to wait for him to ascend, and perhaps, in a display of civility, she might persuade him to spare her. However, that seemed unlikely, as she had already caught wind of his curses. If I lay eyes on Shen Xiaoyan, I will not hesitate to eliminate her. Shen Xiaoyan thought to herself. Excuse me, what does this have to do with me? I was inexplicably sent out to sea today, and it surely has something to do with Shen Xiaoyan. Yin Xian, venting his frustrations, strode toward the tree. Shen Xiaoyan felt a surge of panic. Just as she pondered her predicament, a familiar, exasperating voice broke the tension. It was Yin Shen. He had somehow opened the door and now leaned against the frame, arms crossed, regarding Yin Xian with an air of indifference. Stealing? In that moment, Shen Xiaoyan could not help but mentally cheer. Oh, Yin Shen, you are my savior. Yin Xian appeared speechless. Am I in need of pilfering from your home? Am I destitute? No one ever complains about having too much money. Such a statement was quintessentially Yin Shen. Ha! I merely happened to be out for a stroll and passed by, he retorted. Is that so? Then why are you still here? Is it not permissible for me to climb a tree for exercise? Astonishingly, Yin Xian showed no intention of departing, instead seeking an excuse to climb the tree and install a camera. You cunning fiend. Yin Xian grinned slyly. This tree isn't yours. What business is it of yours if I climb? Suit yourself. Shen Xiaoyan inwardly lamented, already envisioning the dimensions of her coffin. Perhaps a modest 3-bedroom apartment would suffice. At that moment, Yin Xian had reached the base of the tree, preparing to ascend, when he suddenly heard Yin Shen's nonchalant remark. But I heard there's a hornet's nest in that tree. The smile on Yin Xian's face froze instantly. The mere mention of a hornet's nest was enough to deter him. He abandoned that tree for a slightly shorter one. After installing the camera, he departed. Only then did Shen Xiaoyan dare to breathe deeply. That was close. Just then, a look of terror crossed her face. A hornet's nest. She swiftly scrambled down the tree, sprinting 10 meters away, only to realize something felt amiss. Wait a moment. She had been in the tree for so long and hadn't seen any hornet's nest. You scheming villain. Where is there a hornet's nest? It was likely a ruse to frighten Yin Xian. She hadn't expected him to possess such a juvenile sense of humor. Nevertheless, she turned her gaze toward the tree not far off. The camera was likely installed on that tree. She carefully avoided the camera and ascended the tree from the back to inspect the model and code of the device. Even if the camera were destroyed, Yin Xian could easily install a new one. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to implant false footage and manipulate the surveillance timestamps, rendering it impossible for Yin Xian to accurately track Yin Shen's movements. Consequently, he would be unable to take any action against Yin Shen. Upon completing her task, she revealed a satisfied smile, expressing gratitude to me. the cunning one, for saving her once more. Just moments ago, Shen appeared to be in no significant distress. Had he not consumed the chicken soup brewed by Song Hanan? Or perhaps Song Hanan had not poisoned it after all? Quite perplexing, indeed. As Shen Xiaoyan pondered deeply, resting her chin on her hand, a sudden knock echoed at the door. It was the voice of Su Jing. Shen Xiaoyan, may I sleep in your room tonight? Chapter 86. We shall sleep together. Shen Xiaoyan possessed a free-spirited and unruly soul, unwilling to be confined. Su Jing was acutely aware of this. Thus he felt compelled to ensure her safety while granting her ample freedom. To this end, he dispatched Yu Xiao to provide covert protection. Though Yu Xiao may not have been intellectually gifted, he was remarkably adept in physical prowess, particularly skilled in stealth reconnaissance, making him the ideal candidate for discreet protection. However, Su Jing had not anticipated Yu Xiao's lack of professionalism. He directly provided him with a detailed itinerary of Shen Xiaoyan's activities for the day. For instance, a handshake with the supermarket owner, male, risk level 10, a photograph together and a live performance of a song. A brief conversation with an elderly man scavenging by the seaside, who is, in fact, a wealthy individual seeking a taste of life. Male, risk level 100. Discussing the monthly income from scavenging and future employment prospects, and 2 visits to Shen, male, risk level 99999, one of which involved entering Shen's residence and lingering for a full 21 minutes and 58 seconds. After a moment of silence, Su Jing inquired, "What constitutes a risk level?" Yu Xiao replied, "It indicates the probability of someone taking Shen Xiaoyan from you." Su Jing raised an eyebrow. How does that differ from merely surveilling Shen Xiaoyan? He ripped apart Yu Xiao's notebook and cautioned him to be more discreet in future endeavors to avoid leaving evidence that might upset Shen Xiaoyan. Otherwise, she will be angry. Su, if you continue this way, Shen Xiaoyan will truly be taken away by someone else. That Shen does not appear to be a good person. He exudes the traits of a lecher. Yu Xiao protested passionately, attempting to persuade Su Jing, asserting that such wealthy individuals would undoubtedly seek to subjugate Shen Xiaoyan with their riches. How vile.
Su ginges gaze darkand momentarily.
It was not a matter of whether he dared, but rather whether Shen Xiaoyan might be swayed. If she truly developed feelings for him, all his prowess would be rendered futile. Yu Xiao's words momentarily stunned Su Jing. He was indeed correct. Ultimately, what mattered most was Shen Xiaoyan's own feelings. What should I do? He mused, finally feeling a sense of urgency. Yu Xiao wore a satisfied smile, which soon morphed into a more sinister grin. You understand the phrase, the one closest to the water gets the first taste of the moonlight, do you not? As the clock struck 10, Su Jing stood at the threshold of Shen Xiaoyan's room, resembling a statue for a full 10 minutes, motionless. Just as he contemplated giving up, his phone chimed with a message from Yu Xiao. As a close companion of Su Jing, he anticipated that Su Jing would undoubtedly hesitate. He could not allow such a retreat. Yu Xiao remarked, "What is so dreadful about it? Have you forgotten your previous escapade of stealthily infiltrating the home of a female target to slit her throat?" Su Jing retorted, "Is that even comparable?" Yu Xiao continued, "Word has it that Shen Xiaoyan favors assertive men." Su Jing's gaze flickered with intrigue, prompting him to inquire, "Where did you hear this?" "It's from an early interview video of Shen Xiaoyan," came the reply. In the video, Shen Xiaoyan covered her mouth, smiling gracefully as she stated, "I tend to be a bit slow to warm up. I prefer those who take the initiative. The more aggressive they are, the more I enjoy it." Su Jin's eyes brightened. So she indeed favored the proactive. "All right, I shall go," he declared. "Go for it. You can do it." Yu Xiao encouraged on the other end of the phone, pleased as he tucked his device away. "Charge forth, Su Jin. A vigorous assault will surely conquer." Taking a few deep breaths, Su Jin pressed his hand against his wildly beating heart and knocked on the door. "Shen Xiaoyan, may I sleep in your room tonight?" Upon uttering this sentence, he felt the world fall silent. Each second stretched into an eternity. Was Shen Xiaoyan upset, as she remained silent? Just as he pondered how to apologize, she opened the door. Of course. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback, his ears suddenly flushed red. What? He thought he must have misheard. In the next moment, Shen Xiaoyan pulled him into the room and pushed him onto the bed. Things are progressing so swiftly. I am not prepared. Su Jin found himself unusually flustered, instinctively adjusting his collar, his heart unexpectedly tinged with a hint of anticipation. "You can rest here. I will obediently sleep in the study," Shen Xiaoyan said, bowing slightly. "I have caused you trouble these past few days, so sleeping in the study is my rightful punishment." "I understand."
"Wait!"
Su Jin exclaimed in a sudden panic as Shen Xiaoyan turned to leave.
"Don't. Huh.
In her bewildered gaze, he bit his lip, recklessly declaring, "Let us share this space." "What do you mean? We can sleep here together." He felt his mental fortitude was being tested, otherwise he would surely faint from the intensity of the moment, especially under the gaze of her clear, innocent eyes that sent warmth coursing through him. "The air conditioning is malfunctioning in the other rooms. Only yours remains functional." He feigned calmness, striving to maintain his usual composure. "So, let us share this space. Why is it that all the other air conditioners are broken, yet mine is fine? This room is the master bedroom, and as a precaution, it is connected to a backup power source," he fabricated convincingly. Shen Xiaoyan seemed to buy it. With her arms crossed, she pondered seriously, "Indeed, with this heat, how could one survive without air conditioning at night? It seems there is no other option." She agreed. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing even faster. "I remember there is another blanket. I will sleep on the floor," Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed as she rushed to the wardrobe to fetch a blanket. He frowned slightly. "I can sleep just fine." The floor was cold and hard. How could she be expected to sleep there? "I am not accustomed to overly soft beds," he rationalized, providing himself with a plausible excuse. "However, this is ultimately your villa. It would be rather inappropriate to make you sleep on the floor, which would reflect poorly on my sensibilities." Shen Xiaoyan began to argue with him. Thus, the two commenced a playful tug-of-war over the blanket, both fine to sleep on the floor. As they tussled, suddenly, the lights throughout the entire villa extinguished, plunging them into utter darkness. Shen Xiaoyan let out a frightened squeal. Although she generally harbored little fear of the dark, as long as there was a hint of light, she could manage. Yet, on this particular night, there was not a sliver of moonlight outside. When the villa's lights went out, the world became an impenetrable void. She could see nothing at all. In her panic, she clutched the blanket tightly and called out, "Su Jing, where are you? Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." Su Jing. After fumbling about in desperation without locating Su Jing, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Subsequently, her back found solace against a warm chest. The familiar scent dispelled the unease in her heart. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Jing's voice flowed into her heart like a gentle mountain spring, possessing an enchanting magic that alleviated her every worry. She inexplicably quieted, standing still in place. Su Jing understood her well. This was indeed a moment of fear for her. Her actions severely limited, and she desperately needed guidance. He took the blanket from Shen Xiaoyan's hands and laid it on the floor, then gently pressed on her shoulders, leading her to sit by the bed. He then knelt on one knee to meet her gaze, saying softly, "I'll check the electrical box. You can hold on to the teddy bear and wait for me here, all right?" His tone was exceedingly tender, as if soothing a child.
Shen Xiaoyan,
akin to a blind person feeling for shrimp, reached out her hand to search. "Where's my phone?" "Right here." Su Jing promptly retrieved it for her. Unfortunately, the phone was out of battery. After a futile attempt, Shen Xiaoyan let out a defeated sigh. "It's too dark. You'll be scared going alone." Su Jing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Well then, could you come with me?" Shen Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, and she immediately nodded. "Of course. I will protect you." The corners of his lips lifted slightly, his eyes filled with deep affection. "All right, then I'll rely on you." Thus, Shen Xiaoyan followed Su Jing downstairs, her grip on his shirt unwavering throughout the journey. As she descended the stairs, she accidentally missed a step and nearly fell, but Su Jing reacted swiftly. Wrapping his arms around her waist, his tone slightly flustered. "Are you okay?"
"Im fine."
She seemed startled, her grip on his clothing tightening even more. Seeing her, like a frightened little rabbit, burrow into him, Su Jing's heart softened profoundly. Concerned she might feel uncomfortable, he immediately loosened his hold around her waist and gently draped his arm around her shoulders. "Don't be afraid." They finally located the electrical box. After a brief inspection, he quickly discerned something was amiss. It had been tampered with deliberately, and it was not difficult to surmise who the culprit was. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the nearby column. Hiding behind the column, Yu Xiao trembled slightly, silently retreating further into concealment. "Do not glare at me, Su Jing. I am merely facilitating an opportunity for you," he remarked. In the enveloping darkness, the tension between a solitary man and woman ignited a fervor that was difficult to contain. "What troubles you, Su Jing? Are you unable to fix it?" Shen Xiaoyan inquired, her expression one of confusion. As Su Jing prepared to attend to the electrical box, Yu Xiao could not permit such an interruption. His intention in creating this moment was to kindle their affections, not to have Su Jing assume the role of a technician. Consequently, he tossed an object near Shen Xiaoyan's feet. Startled, she jumped, prompting Su Jing to instinctively shield her, casting a wary glance at the item on the ground. It was a few candles. Candles? He picked one up, a slight frown creasing his brow. How splendid! Let us light these candles tonight, and repair the electrical box tomorrow. Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed eagerly. Aren't you afraid? It is unlikely we can fix it right now, and with such darkness, perhaps we should wait until morning, he suggested. Very well. Yu Xiao behind the pillar revealed a victorious smile. This is precisely the right approach. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, insufficient to illuminate much. Even with the candles lit, Shen Xiaoyan would still feel trepidation, inevitably seeking refuge in Su Jing's embrace, trembling with fear. This was far preferable to repairing the electrical box. With a swift motion, the candle was ignited, and in the pitch-black surroundings, visibility returned. Yu Xiao watched in disbelief as Shen Xiaoyan began to dance with the candle in hand, exclaiming that such darkness posed no challenge to her. For Shen Xiaoyan, as long as she could perceive her surroundings, the darkness was inconsequential. Su Jing, the electrical box is broken and the air conditioning is out. Let us forgo sleep and play some cards. Su Jing was momentarily taken aback as Shen Xiaoyan pushed him into the villa. Yu Xiao, unwilling to concede, trailed behind. Peering through the window, Shen Xiaoyan indeed produced a deck of playing cards and arranged a circle of candles on the table, at first glance resembling a ritual.
No.
You should be nurturing your feelings, he thought, recalling the delightful image of her seeking solace in his embrace just moments before.
Continue.
Yu Xiao, in a state of agitation, felt as though he might sever the very hand that had presented the candles. He should never have given them that opportunity. After observing the pair engage in a game of cards for a half hour, Yu Xiao could no longer restrain himself and proceeded to repair the electrical box. With the lights restored, the world regained its brightness. The air conditioning activated, a refreshing breeze sweeping away the stifling heat within the room.
Shen Xiaoyan,
victorious in their game, thanks to Su Jing's concessions, reclined comfortably on the sofa, reveling in their unexpected fortune as both the lights and air conditioning returned to life.
Indeed.
Su Jing noted, recognizing her fatigue as he skillfully gathered the cards. Are you tired? Upon glancing back, he found Shen Xiaoyan had succumbed to slumber on the sofa, evidently exhausted. When Su Jing ventured to the backyard, he discovered Yu Xiao had been bitten by mosquitoes, numerous welts adorning his skin. Immediately upon seeing Su Jing, he began to lament, I offered you an opportunity, yet you proved ineffective. Su Jing furrowed his brow slightly. She had been frightened. It is precisely by instilling fear that she will seek your assistance. Just look at how she nestled into your embrace moments ago. Can you honestly claim you did not derive some secret satisfaction from that? I wish to avoid this manner of interaction. Witnessing her fearful demeanor aches my heart.
Su,
you are excessively upright. Are you aware of why the second male lead in television dramas remains in that role? It is because they consistently devote themselves in silence, prioritizing the feelings of the female protagonist while neglecting their own needs. If this continues, you too shall become a second male lead. Yu Zhao's face was etched with disappointment. He could not comprehend why Su Jing, who is usually resolute and decisive in all matters, had become so muddled. If only Su Jing could approach pursuing Shen Xiaoyan with the same diligence as completing a task, success would have been as long ago. Su Jing merely lifted her gaze, fixated on the window of Shen Xiaoyan's room. The evening breeze caressed her forehead, tousling her hair, and within her ink-darkened eyes lay an abyss of tenderness. Who says I neglect my own needs? Witnessing her smile at every moment fulfills my greatest desire. I shall not become a second male lead. I have faith in myself. And in her. Chapter 88. Secrets of the Island. The weather today is splendid, with a clear sky and radiant sunshine. Shen Xiaoyan set down her knitting needles, stifling a large yawn. Rising at 5 in the morning to knit a sweater, she had lost track of time as daylight broke. Gazing at the nearly completed garment in her hands, she wore a satisfied smile. Su Jing would surely adore it. Having grown up in solitude, devoid of the warmth that many other children experienced, she resolved to help him make up for it. A lovingly hand-knit warm sweater would be her first step. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Breakfast was ready. Shen Xiaoyan quickly concealed her needles, scampering to the door with excitement. She was here. Taken aback by her swift response, Su Jing paused briefly, then frowned slightly. Did she not sleep well last night? There were dark circles beneath her eyes. Perhaps it was merely a matter of being unaccustomed to the bed, nothing serious. Shen Xiaoyan hastily conjured an excuse to brush it off. What else for breakfast today? Watermelon fried rice. Is it ready? Oh yes. Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, dashing down the stairs. Su Jin followed behind, chuckling helplessly, urging her to slow down while quietly noting her habit of being unsettled by unfamiliar beds. He had been oblivious to this detail, evidently too dull to notice. As Shen Xiaoyan ate, she pulled out her phone to check the surveillance footage at Shen's door. There had been no unusual activity from last night until now. It seemed they were safe for the time being. This watermelon fried rice is quite delectable, just as I imagined. Her attention was fully absorbed by the meal. Prepared to your taste, I hope you enjoy it. Crafting a delicious dish from such an unconventional ingredient as watermelon was indeed a challenge. Yet he found no fatigue in the endeavor. For some reason, each time he prepared something for her, his heart brimmed with joy. Perhaps it was the thought of her delighted expression upon tasting delectable food that brought him happiness. The weather is delightful today, perfect for surfing. Shall we go play later? A gentle smile graced his lips. Of course. Today, I shall teach you something new. Shen Xiaoyan is exceedingly passionate about teaching Su Jin to surf. I mean, how impressive is it to instruct a top-tier assassin? Just imagine when she later engages in a verbal duel with online trolls, if they ask, "Are you teaching me how to do this?" By the seaside, where the waves caress the shore, leaving glistening traces behind, the weather is indeed perfect for surfing. With the waves at just the right height. "Su Jin, let us surf," Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, excitedly charging into the sea with her pink surfboard. Su Jin followed closely, affectionate yet exasperated, urging her to slow down. The picturesque scene of handsome men and beautiful women frolicking by the sea, under the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, was nothing short of enchanting. Shen removed his sunglasses, observing the two figures meditating on their surfboards amidst the waves. What kind of fools are these? He thought, feeling irritated as they disrupted his tranquil sunbathing. Choosing to ignore them, he donned his sunglasses once more and reclined on his lounge chair to continue his rest. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over him. Upon opening his eyes, he was alarmed to see a pink surfboard barreling toward him, propelled by the waves with a fierce momentum, seemingly aimed to knock him over. Whoosh! It traced a perfect parabolic arc move. Shen Xiaoyan shouted, chasing after it. Logically, at this distance, Shen could have evaded it. However, he merely shifted in his chair instead of getting up. Bang! The surfboard collided violently with his lounge chair, sending the esteemed president of a premier entertainment company tumbling into the sand, along with his chair, as the sunshade collapsed dramatically. In the ensuing chaos, Shen Xiaoyan gradually came to a halt, her gaze frozen in shock. This was no mere collision with Shen, it was a matter of life and death for her. From the wreckage, a hand emerged as Shen struggled to crawl out, resembling a demon rising from the depths of hell. "You truly are something," he spat, emphasizing each word with palpable irritation. Shen Xiaoyan swallowed hard, rendered speechless. He stood fully upright, rotating his sore wrist, his expression cold and condescending as he looked down at her. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Huh." Shen Xiaoyan glanced down, only to realize she was clad in a pitch-black wetsuit, a fascini obscuring everything but her eyes. That explains it. Dressed like a ghost, she was indeed unrecognizable. "Mr. Een," she suddenly squeaked, adopting a high-pitched tone. "Are you all right, Mr. Een?" "I'm so sorry, Mr. Een. Woo-woo." Her imitation was quite convincing, it seemed. Shen furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Are you Song Hanan?" "Yes, I am Song Hanan. Mr. Een, I'm truly sorry. I'm making a whole big scene here. So sorry." Just as she was getting into character, she noticed Su Jin approaching and felt a pang of panic. Fearing her friend would expose her, she lunged forward with fierce determination. "You are my arch-nemesis, Su Jin. Prepare yourself." Su Jin was taken aback, nearly convinced he had traversed time and space. Yet, upon seeing Shen behind Shen Xiaoyan, he quickly comprehended the situation. "Song Hanan, have you seen Shen Xiaoyan?" "She went to the supermarket for soy sauce just now," he replied. "I see. Then I shall go find her." "Hold on. I didn't let you leave." She pursued him with fervent determination, and soon both figures faded from Shen's sight. His gaze lingered on them, resembling that of someone observing two simpletons. He chose not to follow, merely brushing off the sand from his clothes, casting an inconspicuous glance behind the rocks. After retrieving his phone, he turned and departed. Once he had left, Shen emerged from behind the rocks, squinting thoughtfully. It appeared he was truly indulging in his vacation. TSK, Shen. Why do you remain as foolish as you were in your childhood? If this continues, it could lead to dire consequences. After spending several days on the island, Shen Xiaoyan discerned some peculiarities. First, the island boasted a sparse population, yet each individual seemed affluent. Their business endeavors appeared to stem from passion rather than the pursuit of profit. Second, on the opposite side of the island lay an uncharted sea, which she had inadvertently explored once, discovering a colossal structure reminiscent of a castle upon the sandy shore, opulent and enigmatic. An elderly man scavenging by the seaside informed her that this section of the beach was not part of the resort area, but rather a private beach owned by the inhabitants of the castle. Rumor had it that the castle had long been uninhabited, with its occupants having left the island for work, though the reasons for their departure remained a mystery. Shen Xiaoyan, with her hands clasped in contemplation, sensed that something significant was imminent. Chapter 89. He is merely pretending. Today marked the 5th day of her stay on the island. For someone of her modest means, it was likely a once-in-a-lifetime experience in such luxurious surroundings. She wandered through the woods, camera in hand, capturing the essence of her surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed something indescribable through her lens. A muscular man, leaning against a tree, half-clothed, and this was indeed something worth capturing. She hastily lowered her camera for a closer look, and to her astonishment, the man appeared somewhat familiar. Wasn't he that the old rascal? At that moment, he leaned against the tree, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his lean waist and perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles, though marred by white bandages stained with crimson. He lowered his head, his lips pale, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, evidently enduring considerable pain.
Boss?
Shen Xiaoyan inquired politely. Shen flinched slightly but paused, taken aback upon recognizing her. A complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Don't make things worse. I haven't done anything, boss. Just leave if nothing else wrong. True to his nature, the old rascal's words were laden with sarcasm. Shen Xiaoyan crouched down, eyeing the roots in his hand, unable to suppress her astonishment. Boss, are you so primitive? Treating your injury with herbs? Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? All right, I'm leaving now, and I'll call Xian and Song Hanan over. With that, Shen Xiaoyan stood up and dashed out. A confident smile graced her lips. You think you can intimidate me? Under his frigid threat, an ordinary person would likely have quaked in fear. Shen Xiaoyan, however, remained utterly unperturbed. She crouched down again, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him. Look, you are aware that Xian and Song Hanan wish to harm you. Why did you feign ignorance when I spoke to you about it? The little imp. Playing mind games with her? She was quite astute. Your affairs are none of my concern. Very well, then I shall simply end your life now. Did you not assert that your matters are beyond my purview? Therefore, I should not have rescued you that night. I shall proceed to eliminate you anew. As she spoke, Shen Xiaoyan produced a small knife, her smile malevolent. In your current state, I doubt you can mount any resistance. Shen's gaze darkened instantly. Clenching his hand tighter against his wound, blood seeped through his fingers. In his ink-black eyes, a layer of derision began to surface. He had anticipated this. No one was worthy of trust. What do you desire? His voice was icy. I wish. Shen Xiaoyan grinned broadly, a cunning smile spreading across her face. Old Enby, you have finally fallen into my hands, haven to you? Just thinking about the torment I endured at your hands fills me with satisfaction. I shall send you to the mines. Shen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Of course, it's not the kind of mining that leads to death. I am quite benevolent. A week of labor will suffice. She feigned generosity, though the corners of her mouth twitched, betraying her amusement. The glint of cleverness and calculation in her eyes was nearly overflowing. She wore an expression of someone thoroughly enjoying a spectacle. Shen's gaze faltered momentarily, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. You could easily exploit this opportunity to extort me. I am not one to be driven by greed. Shen Xiaoyan declared with righteous fervor. Wealth is but a superficial concern. To me, character holds far greater significance. I hope you, esteemed employer, will experience the hardships of a coal miner and come to understand the struggles of those at the bottom, treating your subordinates with greater kindness in the future. As she spoke, an aura of righteousness seemed to radiate from her. To claim that she did not love money would be disingenuous, however. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences of extorting the likes of old Enby. Such a fate would be far worse than death. A modicum of suffering for old Enby would suffice. No life-threatening danger, yet it would alleviate her pent-up resentment. It was the perfect form of retribution against Shen. What do you say, boss? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Shen furrowed his brow slightly, his dark eyes flashing with a predatory sharpness, as if attempting to see through Shen Xiaoyan. Yet, Even as he penetrated the depths of her gaze, all he found was a glimmer of mischief. She simply yearned to ensnare him. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. Very well. Upon hearing Yin Shen's unexpected acquiescence, Shen Xiaoyan's smile grew even more wicked. All right. Dear boss, to ensure you survive until you venture into the mines, I must rescue you now. The thought of watching old Inbi perish here was far less entertaining than observing him toil underground. The more she contemplated it, the more exhilarated she became. With a swift motion, she produced a bottle of antiseptic and poured it liberally over Yin Shen.
You. Ugh.
Even the steadfast old Inbi winced in pain. Drawing a sharp breath. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I am saving you. What era are we in that you still rely on herbal remedies to staunch bleeding? Are you not afraid of infection? Shen Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for words. Boss, are you truly such an astute individual yet oblivious to such fundamental reasoning? Are you mocking me? I would not dare. Immediately adopting a humble demeanor, she curiously inquired. However, I recall there is a clinic on the island. Why have you not sought treatment there for your injuries? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Yin Shen's wounds were likely a result of the car accident from that day. Logically, if treated properly, the injuries should have been nearly healed by now. Yet, he chose to conceal himself in the forest, employing herbs for his healing. What a perplexing decision. You need not concern yourself, he replied, his expression remaining impassive as he rewrapped his bandages. Shen Xiaoyan, however, revealed a knowing smile. Let me take a guess then. Engaging in a silent riddle with a renowned detective? How amusing. The island possesses but one clinic, and if I am not mistaken, it is connected to Yin Xian. You harbor concerns that seeking treatment there could lead to treacherous encounters, potentially endangering your life. Hence, you prefer to forage for herbs in the forest. Upon hearing her words, Yin Shen's brow furrowed slightly. Shen Xiaoyan continued, this indirectly suggests that you were already aware of Yin Xian's intentions against you. In truth, you recall the events of that night and my intervention, yet you must feign ignorance. You must act as though you are unaware of Yin Xian's malicious intent, so as not to raise his suspicions. Yin Shen's demeanor grew increasingly somber, and the intensity of his scrutiny deepened. Indeed, you have been playing the fool all along.
No.
I prefer to call it profound wisdom disguised as folly. Shen Xiaoyan chuckled softly. After all, one must occasionally exhibit their cleverness. Chapter 90. People prioritize their own interests.
Boss.
My analysis is not incorrect, is it? She raised an eyebrow, her smile radiating satisfaction. As an aficionado of deduction, her eyes sparkled with confidence whenever she embarked on a reasoning endeavor. Her amber-hued irises glimmered with brilliance, as if they encapsulated the cosmos. Yin Shen gazed into her eyes, momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Is this your true character? What do you mean? You should be aware of how bothersome you were previously. Shen Xiaoyan, somewhat bewildered, scratched her head and took a moment to comprehend his words.
Oh.
So you simply mean to say that my current demeanor is more agreeable than before. You could have stated that directly instead of being so roundabout. Truly perplexing.
Haha.
Thank you for the compliment, boss, she replied with a mischievous grin, rubbing her hands together. Since you have not forgotten my act of saving you that day, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Indeed. Surprised by his lack of refusal, Shen Xiaoyan's anticipation grew.
How will you thank me then?
Yin Shen's lips parted slightly, his voice cool and detached. Thank you.
And then?
That's all. Excellent. It seems you do not wish to part with even a single penny. Shen Xiaoyan's smile faltered slightly. Fine. Considering you have also saved me once, I shall not hold it against you. I saved you?
Huh.
Do not deny it, boss. You were aware I was hiding in the tree that day, right? There was no hornet's nest up there. You intentionally frightened Yin Xian to deter him. Yin Shen snorted softly. Indeed, you are clever. Hee. But that is the extent of it. Shen Xiaoyan responded with a puzzled expression. Are you insulting me again? Yin Shen fastened the buttons of his shirt, casting a casual glance in her direction. Are you looking to earn some money? Boss, I've told you. I'm not fond of wealth. Do me a favor, and I shall provide you with a membership card for the Celebrity Garden Community Supermarket. How generous. Other domineering CEOs offer unlimited black cards, while you merely present a membership card. Why not just give me a bus pass? Shen Xiaoyan smiled politely, declining the offer.
No.
Thank you. However, all items in the supermarket are available at a 90% discount. Then it's settled. I absolutely need this. With this card, she would no longer be the sole impoverished soul unable to afford the supermarket in Celebrity Garden. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Boss, what do you need help with?
Yin Shun's lips curled into a subtle smile, rich with hidden meaning. It's quite simple, just share a meal with me.
A meal?
That's all? Indeed. What's the matter? Shen Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned upon her. Yin Xian wouldn't have installed surveillance in your home, would he?
Goodness.
Is Yin Xian so impatient that he would directly hire an assassin to lie in wait at Yin Shen's residence? It was no wonder Yin Shen had retreated to the woods to tend to his injuries discreetly. She found it perplexing. Boss, with your wealth, why not hire top-notch bodyguards to accompany you? It's rather disgraceful to be cornered by Yin Xian like this. Yin Shen cast her a detached glance.
Let it be.
Very well,
I shall let it be.
Yin Shen, already in a state of weakness, was suddenly caught off balance by Shen Xiaoyan's abrupt gesture, nearly toppling over. In a reflex, he seized her collar, but Shen Xiaoyan, being slender, could hardly bear his weight, resulting in both tumbling to the ground. Shen Xiaoyan landed directly on his injury, causing blood to spurt forth.
Ah!
Yin Shen nearly spat out blood in agony. Well, this certainly worsens the situation. 10 minutes later, Shen Xiaoyan awkwardly faced Su Jin. That incident is rather complicated, but that's just how it is. Even the typically good-natured Su Jin furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Yin Shen, who was wholly leaning on Shen Xiaoyan. What irked him was the fact that Yin Shen was entirely reliant on her. Could he sever that hand? Suddenly, he recalled Yu Zhao's words. Could this be the proverbial love rival? What's the matter with him? He feigned nonchalance. If Yin Shen were to perish, he could not send him underground to mine coal, nor dispatch him to Africa as a domestic servant. She would lose a significant ambition in life. That was her true sentiment. Very well, I shall assist in bandaging him. Su Jin stepped forward, intending to take Yin Shen from Shen Xiaoyan. However, Yin Shen frowned slightly, shifting aside.
Su Ines gaze darkand.
It seemed that Mr. Yin harbored a distrust towards him. You seem to have forgotten that you once betrayed me. Yin Shen's tone was icily cold, referring to the time he had employed Su Jin to eliminate Shen Xiaoyan, only for Su Jin to ultimately protect her, which he perceived as treachery. So Mr. Yin was one who held grudges. Su Jin smiled, though his tone was notably indifferent. But I am not as devious as you, and I harbor no desire for revenge. He spoke with a smile, yet an inexplicable aura of menace lingered in the air. It felt as though conflict could erupt between the two at any moment, prompting Shen Xiaoyan to swiftly dispel the tension. Boss, if you can trust me, then you should have no reservations in believing Su Jin. He and I share the same conviction. Yin Shen narrowed his eyes, questioning. He is like you?
Indeed.
Regardless of time or place, Su Jin and I are united in purpose, a fact I would stake my life upon. Her expression was utterly serious, her amber eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Su Jin's gaze flickered slightly, followed by a gentle smile. Yes. The mutual trust between them forged an unbreakable bond, as if no force could sever their entwined hearts. Yin Shen, witnessing this, felt a momentary shock. Images flashed through his mind, leading him to find the scene before him somewhat ludicrous. He couldn't help but lower his gaze and smirk. How naive. In this world, who does not live for themselves? No matter how sweet the words may sound now, when personal interests are at stake, betrayal comes without hesitation. This was a truth he had long recognized. Do as you wish, he said, as he relinquished his support from Shen Xiaoyan. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, he struggled to lean against the wall and make his way into the living room. The sight of Shen Xiaoyan and Su Jin together was somewhat disconcerting to him, and his tone turned impatient. How much longer will you two gaze at each other? Chapter 91. I believe it is worth it. Su Jin's bandaging technique was entirely professional. In stark contrast to Shen Xiaoyan's crude methods, the gauze and medicinal alcohol flowed seamlessly through his hands, and soon enough, Yin Shen's wounds were entirely dressed. Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but ponder. What else is Su Jin incapable of? All done. He closed the medical kit and, like a doctor, advised, do not let the wound come into contact with water for 3 days, change the dressing twice daily, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should heal within a week. Yin Shen slightly rotated his arm, clearly sensing the pain from his injury had diminished. He looked at Su Jin with a meaningful gaze. With your intelligence, why settle for being Shen Xiaoyan's manager? Shen Xiaoyan caught a whiff of insult and immediately grew displeased. What do you mean by that, boss? By following you. He is wasting his talent. Whether out of low emotional intelligence or deliberate provocation, Yin Shen's words were undeniably infuriating. In response, Su Jin merely smiled calmly. Perhaps for you, Mr. Yin, everything must be weighed for its pros and cons. However, for me, it is simply a matter of worth. Is protecting Shen Xiaoyan worth it? Yin Shen fell silent once more. The sharp-tongued and typically unyielding Yin Shen found himself repeatedly muted in Su Jin's presence. Shen Xiaoyan secretly reveled in this. Though she continued to advocate, "Boss, please don't take it to heart. Our Su Jin speaks bluntly, without malice." Internally she thought, "Well said. Su Jin, splendidly executed. Your family?" Yin Shen found this notion laughable. To him, Shen Xiaoyan, though somewhat clever, was merely a lamb easily toyed with in the presence of someone like Su Jin. When the day came that she was thoroughly consumed by Su Jin, regret would likely come too late. "Never mind, it is not my concern. Where shall I sleep?" he asked casually. The smile at the corner of Su Jin's lips appeared somewhat stiff. "Are you planning to stay overnight? May I inquire about the inconvenient reason?" "His house is filled with assassins," whispered Shen Xiaoyan into his ear. Su Jin immediately responded, "I can help you resolve this." "Indeed, boss, I almost forgot. Su Jin is quite capable." "No," Yin Shen flatly rejected, leaning casually against the sofa, showing no concern for them. Su Jin's temples throbbed. Was he bothered by those assassins? Perhaps he found Yin Shen to be an obstruction. "It seems you intend to linger in our abode." He deliberately emphasized the words "our abode," subtly asserting his dominance. "What is the matter? Is it inconvenient?" Yin Shen remarked, casting a smile that was neither sincere nor mocking toward Shen Xiaoyan. "It appears you two are not of one mind." Su Jin immediately countered, "I don't find it inconvenient. If you wish to stay, then do so." He was the true master of this household, while Yin Shen was merely a guest for the night. There was nothing to be concerned about. To display his role as the host, Su Jin graciously offered his room to him, stating, "Since you're injured, and it's inconvenient to go upstairs, you can sleep in my room, and I shall take the guest room on the second floor." After all, Shen Xiaoyan resided on the second floor. How could he allow Yin Shen to stay on the same level as her? Yet, Yin Shen insisted, "I have a cleanliness obsession. I do not sleep in other people's rooms. I've changed to new bedding. I prefer to sleep on the second floor." Su Jin's lips curled slightly. As if encountering such shamelessness for the first time, he discreetly glanced at Shen Xiaoyan, who looked utterly bewildered and continued to smile. "Actually, the air conditioning in the guest room is broken. You are a patient in need of rest. If you can't sleep at night due to the heat, your injury may not heal properly." The broken air conditioning was a common excuse for Su Jin. Yin Shen frowned slightly, finally conceding, "TSK. Then I shall sleep on the first floor." As a pampered and domineering CEO, how could he endure a lack of air conditioning? He turned and headed towards the room on the first floor. Just then, he heard Shen Xiaoyan's voice, "Su Jin, if the air conditioning in the guest room is broken, you might as well not sleep there. Come to my room instead."
Top.
His footsteps halted abruptly. Turning back, he saw Su Jin's ears flushed crimson, his words stumbling. "Well, that could work." Shen Xiaoyan was still smiling foolishly. This foolish woman, could she not see Su Jin's intentions towards her? To actively invite the wolf into her den was surprising. He had previously thought her clever. However, he was not one to meddle unnecessarily, so he let them be. Later that night, Su Jin and Yin Shen lay side by side on the same bed, staring silently at the ceiling. After a prolonged silence, Su Jin finally spoke. "I've already mentioned that your wound is well bandaged. Even if your sleeping posture is poor, it won't reopen. So there's no need for me to stay here guarding you." Yin Shen remained silent, irritably closing his eyes. He regretted this as well. He was unaccustomed to sharing a bed with anyone. He should have insisted that Su Jin sleep in that foolish woman's room. Yet, inexplicably, he had used the excuse of his wound needing care in the middle of the night to have Su Jin share a room with him. What did that foolish woman matter to him? A good night's sleep was all that truly mattered. In this manner, we shall find no rest. I shall take my leave first. Su Jin rose to depart. Hiss. Yin Shen suddenly inhaled sharply. Su Jin fell silent for a few seconds, mercilessly exposing him. "You did this to yourself." Yin Shen pursed his lips, remaining taciturn, clearly acquiescing. "What is your true intent?" With Shen Xiaoyan absent, Su Jin could no longer contain herself. The hostility in her eyes was unmistakable. "You previously wished to harm Shen Xiaoyan, yet now you approach her willingly. What do you truly desire?" "I wish to inquire the same of you," Yin Shen retorted with a cold laugh. "Isn't it you who harbors intentions towards Shen Xiaoyan? I have affections for her." Perhaps taken aback by Su Jin's forthrightness, the cold smirk on Yin Shen's lips faltered for a moment, swiftly replaced by a glimmer of derision. "A man who has taken countless lives speaks of affection? My feelings for her require no validation from anyone. However, I must warn you," he stated, his gaze indifferent. exuding an icy aura reminiscent of a frigid abyss. Should you dare to harm her, I shall undoubtedly end your life. He would maintain a gentle and magnanimous facade before Shen Xiaoyan, yet this did not denote that he was inherently gentle or magnanimous. His core remained steeped in the bloodthirst of a killer. That sanguinary brutality would forever be revealed to those who sought to harm Shen Xiaoyan. Shen scrutinized him for an extended period, seemingly attempting to discern a hint of insincerity in his eyes. Yet, none was found. He couldn't help but scoff. Emotion is the most foolish thing in this world. You will inevitably falter because of it. I have pondered that question as well, Su Jin replied, her expression unwavering, the light in her eyes remaining undisturbed. However, if that person were her, I believe it would be worthwhile. Chapter 92. A Ridiculous Night. Shen wished to share a room with Su Jin, causing Shen Xiaoyan to feel uneasy. This old schemer was notoriously temperamental and difficult to approach. His sudden proposal to share a room with Su Jin could not bode well. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Upon realizing this, she could no longer remain seated, springing from the bed with the fervor of a tiger leaping from its lair, racing down the stairs. I believe it would be worthwhile. Su Jin regarded Shen with an expressionless countenance, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. In the matter of accompanying Shen Xiaoyan, he was steadfast. Shen pressed his thin lips together, remaining silent for an extended time. The two faced each other in silence until knock, 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 knock. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking sounded frenzied, akin to the invasion of zombies. Such a disturbance at this hour was indeed rather alarming. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming. What is the matter? Su Jin was the first to react, stepping forward to open the door, her tone softening slightly.
Cannot sleep?
Shen Xiaoyan stood there, beaming brightly while holding 2 cups of warm milk.
No, no.
I thought warm milk might help you sleep, so I brought it for you. As she spoke, she stealthily peeked behind Su Jin. Shen lay on the bed, his expression indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids. I do not wish to drink. Just right, I would like to have 2 cups, Su Jin declared, resolutely accepting Shen Xiaoyan's offering without letting her words go to waste. Promptly lifting the milk to drink. Despite his aversion to the cloying taste of milk, he found the 2 cups surprisingly sweet, penetrating his heart with their warmth. Why are you two still awake at this late hour? Shen Xiaoyan ventured cautiously. His wound is just reopened, and I am preparing to tend to it. Su Jing replied as she retrieved the medical kit. Though it appeared flawless, the astute Shen Xiaoyan sensed an underlying tension in the atmosphere. She had distinctly heard voices before knocking, yet upon entering, silence enveloped them. It seemed they had just shared something, perhaps a secret too delicate to disclose. It's late. You should go to bed, Su Jing suggested, glancing at the clock on the wall, her brow furrowing slightly. It was already 2 a.m. She knew she ought to rest. I'll stay to help care for him. Su Jing hesitated momentarily, her hand pausing over the medicine. Even Shen lifted his eyelids, casting her a look of mild disdain. What whim has seized you now? I fear Su Jing may not tend to you properly, she exclaimed, rushing to Su Jing's side, assisting her with the medicine while whispering reassuringly, Do not worry, I will look after you. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Jing's eyes, and upon turning, she met Shen Xiaoyan's sparkling gaze. The latter offered a confident smile, playfully thumping her chest with a small fist. He paused in surprise, and as realization dawned, a gentle warmth spread through him. So she fears he might come to harm. The atmosphere between them was both lovely and delicate, the smile on Su Jing's lips lingering as Shen's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Shen Xiaoyan, you do know that artists are forbidden from engaging in romantic relationships, correct? Shen smirked coldly, seemingly dismissing the matter. His gaze drifted towards Su Jing, hinting at something unspoken. Su Jing narrowed her eyes, sensing the provocation. Come now. The gauze and medicinal alcohol are ready. Su Jing, you administer the treatment, and I shall assist. Naive as she was, Shen Xiaoyan remained oblivious to the undercurrents between the two men, lost in her own thoughts.
I shall safeguard Su Jing's purity,
she declared, her eyes fiercely fixed on Shen, a hint of wariness lurking in her gaze. Shen raised an eyebrow. Shen Xiaoyan, please fetch some disinfectant alcohol for me. Before beginning the treatment, Su Jing made sure to send her away. She cannot witness another man's body.
All right.
Shen Xiaoyan obediently ventured into the living room, but moments later, she heard a muffled groan from within, followed by a series of indescribable sounds. What the? She spun on her heel and kicked the door open, bursting in. I'm here. What met her eyes was a sight to behold. Shen was pressing on the freshly bandaged wound, his lips pressed tightly together, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as if he were in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Su Jing was smiling as she packed away the medical kit. I just found the disinfectant alcohol in the kit and have already bandaged him. Shen's lips curled with a grimace, nearly gritting his teeth. You're quite something. Taking personal revenge, are we? You're rather ruthless. The secondary dressing may cause a bit of discomfort, so please be cautious and avoid reopening the wound.
Su Jin mantén a somewhat enigmatic smile.
Shen Xiaoyan, feeling perplexed, touched her head. However, seeing that Su Jin appeared to be unscathed, she felt reassured. Since the dressing was complete, it was time for rest. She turned and retrieved a blanket from the cabinet, tossing it onto the sofa with a crooked smile, declaring her intention to sleep there for the night. This would allow her to monitor Shen comprehensively. Just as she was about to lie down, Su Jin hurriedly grasped her wrist, then, feeling a bit bashful, released it. Are you really going to sleep here? Of course, I must attend to the injured. Moreover, this patient happens to be our boss, so I must take it upon myself. Shen Xiaoyan responded respectfully, clasping her hands in salute. Shen, with a stoic expression, replied, It's unnecessary. Look, you're being contrary again, Shen Xiaoyan retorted, unbothered by his reluctance as she swiftly burrowed into the blanket, her bright eyes sparkling as they gazed at Su Jin. I'm perfectly fine here. You should get some sleep too. Are you truly okay with this? He still seemed concerned. It was only after Shen Xiaoyan repeatedly nodded her head, assuring him there was no issue with sleeping on the sofa, that Su Jin reluctantly consented to her staying. Thus, he returned to lie once more on the same bed as Shen. The two of them lay still as two pillars, while nearby a pair of bright, watchful eyes fixated on them. Shen Xiaoyan, staring. Su Jin and Shen. The absurd night passed in this manner. It was not until the sunlight streamed through the window that Shen Xiaoyan lazily opened her eyes, letting out a great yawn. Did I fall asleep? She wondered aloud. Suddenly sitting up, she looked down in disbelief. How did I end up in bed? Turning her head, she saw Su Jin on the floor and Shen on the sofa, both sleeping soundly. Chapter 93. He felt a bit lonely. Shen Xiaoyan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating on the bed for quite some time. Her initial intention was to keep an eye on Su Jin and Shen, but her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber like a pig. She then dreamt of a comet colliding with Earth, followed by a loud crash and excruciating pain. The dream's pain felt almost too real, and upon reflection, she realized it must have been due to her falling off the sofa, which was too small for her unruly sleeping posture. Consequently, she was lifted onto the bed, while the gravely injured Shen lay on the narrow sofa, and the room's owner, Su Jin, slept on the floor. How splendid! I feel utterly ashamed. Observing the two, who furrowed their brows even in sleep, a profound sense of guilt welled up within her. To atone for this, she resolved to prepare lunch for them personally. After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, the diamond fried rice made its triumphant return.
Perfect.
Setting the dish, she intended to freshen up. However, as she pushed open the bathroom door, she was met with an explosive scene. Shen stood before the mirror, bare-chested, drying his damp hair with a towel. Water droplets cascaded from his hair down his chiseled chest. Upon hearing the sound, he turned his head, his sharp brows slightly knitting together. Before she could utter the two words of national essence, she was suddenly seized from behind, her eyes covered. Su Jin's voice, unusually flustered, whispered in her ear. Why didn't you lock the door? Immediately following was Shen's indifferent tone, too lazy to lock it. Then, she was dragged away by Su Jin, her eyes still covered. I saw nothing. Her explanation felt utterly feeble. As Su Jin pressed her onto the sofa, he was momentarily taken aback by the flush on her face. Why are you blushing? A strong sense of crisis surged within her. Take a closer look. Shen Xiaoyan revealed an awkward yet polite smile. This is the mark you left with your hand. He had nearly suffocated her moments ago. Upon hearing this, Su Jin leaned in to examine closely. It appeared to be true. Only then did he feel reassured. I'll go fetch some ice for you. After a series of tumultuous events, they finally settled down to breakfast. This was Su Jin's first earnest encounter with the dishes prepared by Shen Xiaoyan. Although the fried rice contained some hidden surprises, it was still passable. Delicious, he smiled, meeting Shen Xiaoyan's expectant gaze, and as she beamed with joy, his smile deepened. He could unconditionally accept everything about Shen Xiaoyan, but someone like Shen, who lived a life of luxury, would likely find it hard to do so. Turning to look at Shen, He was momentarily stunned. Shen was savoring the bowl of fried rice, displaying no hint of disdain. Not even a flicker of his brow betrayed any displeasure, as he inquired, "Is there any laoganma?" "None." Shen Xiaoyan recalled the humiliation of Shen mixing her fried rice with laoganma and immediately refused, unperturbed by the rejection. Shen elegantly continued to feed himself the fried rice, wiping the corners of his mouth as he commented, "As always, it's quite unpalatable." Shen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes dramatically, adding, "My eyes are twitching a bit, don't mind me." She then unabashedly rolled her eyes again. Su Jin observed this scene thoughtfully. He had conducted an investigation into Shen. While some aspects of his background were challenging to uncover, delving into his basic personal preferences was relatively easy. To his knowledge, although Shen was obsessed with wealth, he never frequented lowly establishments. He dined only at the most expensive restaurants, resided in the finest accommodations, and drove the most luxurious vehicles. His life was constructed from wealth, shimmering with excess, almost as if it were an act of retaliatory spending. How could someone like him willingly consume a bowl of ordinary fried rice? Su Jin's gaze involuntarily shifted to Shen Xiaoyan, his fingertips instinctively tightening. Was it because of her? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed outside. Just a moment ago, the skies had been clear, but now dark clouds loomed ominously. Rain fell in torrents, drumming against the ground like stones, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. My goodness! Why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden? Shen Xiaoyan hastily set down her chopsticks and rushed to the window, gazing at the tumultuous sea outside, her expression tinged with sorrow. Oh no, I wanted to go snorkeling. The weather was as unpredictable as an old man's face, shifting from sunny to stormy. Truly unfortunate. It's all right, we can go once the rain stops. Su Jin gently consoled as he moved to her side. Shen Xiaoyan maintained her usual sulky demeanor. What if the rain continues to pour? We should hurry. It seems like an ominous sign for the last 2 days of our rare holiday. The itinerary can be adjusted. If you wish, we can extend our stay. Is that acceptable?
Certainly.
Emotions are fleeting, and upon receiving Su Jin's response, Shen Xiaoyan quickly regained her cheerfulness. She had heard that mushrooms would sprout in the forest after the rain. Su Jin immediately understood her intent and promised to accompany her to gather them. I remember there's a small shovel in the backyard. There's a pink one. I'll help you find it. Let us go. The two made their way to the backyard, while Shen observed throughout, his expression devoid of emotion, not even lifting his eyelids. He casually glanced at the dark clouds and torrential rain outside and could not comprehend why they were so exhilarated over something as trivial as rain. Shen Xiaoyan was one thing. She had always been a carefree fool. But what about Su Jin? A ruthless and bloodthirsty assassin. How could she be so whimsically enthusiastic about foraging for mushrooms after a rain shower? Yet, there was not a hint of reluctance on his face. Rather, he seemed to revel in the experience. What joy could be derived from such a mundane activity? Mushrooms could be found anywhere. He held a cup of hot coffee as he leaned lazily against the doorframe of the backyard, sipping his drink while watching Shen Xiaoyan and Su Jin bustling about under an umbrella in the rain. A smirk of derision crept onto his lips. How absurd. What kind of flower is this? It looks quite valuable. Shen Xiaoyan shouted, pointing at a pot of flowers. Expensive? Not really, about 80,000 for one.
Goodness.
Quickly. Let us move it inside. While holding the umbrella, Shen Xiaoyan attempted to move the flower pot, soon becoming dirty in the process. The umbrella slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, instantly soaking her. Shen chuckled softly. Su Jin hurriedly set down the pot she was holding to help her with the umbrella, disregarding her own wetness. I'll move it, just leave it to me. We'll move it together. Forget the umbrella. This flower is worth more than I am.
Charge.
She lifted the flower pot and dashed into the rain. Su Jin hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit. The two of them moved the flowers in the rain, becoming drenched. Shen watched with a cold smile, his heart filled with scorn. How utterly tedious. Yet gradually, the mockery faded from his lips. Despite being drenched, her smile remained radiant, her voice ringing like silver bells.
Suhin. Malasia flip-flops flew off. Ah.
Su Jin's expression was a mix of indulgence and exasperation, her dark eyes shimmering with gentle warmth. Stop it. Put them back on quickly. His coffee cup paused slightly. Why did he feel a tinge of loneliness? Chapter 94. No, is he really going to send her? After moving the flowers, Shen Xiaoyan initially wanted to splash around in the water, but at Su Jin's insistence, she was compelled to go upstairs to take a shower. Reluctantly, she reminded Su Jin, you should wash up as well, or you'll catch a chill. He smiled softly, like a clear spring.
All right.
The luxury of the villa was such that there were several bathrooms. While Shen Xiaoyan showered upstairs, Su Jing could do so downstairs. In the empty living room, only Shen remained, cradling a cup of coffee that had long since cooled. He gazed at the enchanting figure they had painstakingly brought into their home, silently pursing his lips, a vague emotion stirring within him, as if something essential was amiss. After a refreshing hot bath following the rain, one feels truly rejuvenated. Since Shen Xiaoyan adored soaking in the tub, Su Jing had gifted her numerous delightful little rubber ducks to enhance her already vivid bathing experience. However, when she descended to the living room after her bath, she found only Shen there, lounging comfortably on the sofa. Engrossed in the news as if he were at home, Shen Xiaoyan's keen eyes quickly spotted the cup beside him, and fury surged within her. It was her cup. A limited edition ceramic water mug adorned with a bear, which had sold out online. She had no idea how Su Jing had managed to procure it, but it must have been quite the endeavor. She rushed over. Shen cast her a casual glance, querying, "What's wrong?" His dark eyes concealed a hint of danger. In an instant, she broke into a radiant smile. "It hasn't been washed in 10 years. I feared it might be contaminated. I shall fetch you a clean one." With a huff, she returned with the coffee and offered it again, but he merely rested his head on his hand, indifferent.
I'll pass.
"Just take it away. You bastard. Mind your own business." It was evident that conversing with someone as insufferable as him only led to further annoyance. She scanned the room, puzzled. Where's Su Jing?
He left.
Left? Where to? It's pouring outside, and the sky is an ominous shade of gray, making it feel like night despite it being day. In such dreadful weather, where could he have gone? Shen glanced at her again, worried.
Of course I am.
He frowned slightly, sensing the same unsettling feeling from before. Well, that's good. With that reassurance, Shen Xiaoyan settled down, concluding that if he claimed all was well, then it must be so. Do you trust him so readily? Of course.
Ha! What are you laughing at?
At your foolishness. Don't stoop to the level of the uncouth. Thus, they exchanged silence, both absorbed in the television, where a cold female voice relayed the news, while the storm raged outside, creating a heavy atmosphere. Didn't I mention there's an assassin? Then why not let Su Jing handle it? Are you planning to stay here indefinitely? Truth be told, she longed to watch a drama, yet the remote was in Shen's possession, who was insistent on broadcasting the news. She was nearly dozing off. Don't forget your promise. Shen's gaze fell upon her. Once you fulfill your end of the bargain, I shall leave. Didn't you just want me to have a meal with you? We already ate this morning. This is for tonight. As Shen Xiaoyan was still processing this information, the doorbell suddenly rang. Her eyes brightened, and she dashed to the door, but halted abruptly at the entrance. Wait, it can't be Su Jing. Su Jing knew the password. He would never ring the bell. So, who could it be? One is the severely injured and incapacitated Shen, while the other is she, possessing only rudimentary skills. The visitor outside has an uncanny knack for choosing the most opportune moments, particularly when Su Jing is absent. It seems far from straightforward. Instead of opening the door directly, she activated the visual intercom. Who is it? The camera appeared obscured by rainwater and mud, rendering the screen a blur, making it impossible to discern the figure. Only indistinct words reached her ears. I am looking for Shen. I know he is here. Instinctively, she took a step back. This is bad. She pulled out her phone to call Su Jing, only to find the signal abysmal due to the rain. Not only was she unable to make a call, but even sending a text proved futile. Consequently, she rummaged through her belongings to retrieve the self-defense weapon Su Jing had prepared for her, a butterfly dagger, small yet lethally effective. Should the person outside force their way in, she would have no choice but to fight back. Although the odds of surviving an encounter with a professional assassin were exceedingly slim, just as her hand hovered in the air, she found herself seized by the collar. Her fate gripped firmly. She was lifted effortlessly, akin to a chick being carried. Shen Xiaoyan. Shen disdainfully dragged her to the staircase, instructing her to stay upstairs. Boss, what are you doing? Don't interfere. That's all you can say, isn't it? As Shen moved toward the entrance, Shen Xiaoyan could not allow him to march toward certain death. She immediately rushed forward to stop him. Boss, don't go. If you open that door, it will be disastrous. Just stay upstairs. That won't work. The assassin can come upstairs too. Shen Xiaoyan, ever shrewd, countered. What if he charges up to kill me? If you remain silent, how would he know you are here? But I just spoke to him. He knows there's a woman at home. After pondering for a moment, Shen Xiaoyan devised a mutually beneficial plan. How about this, boss? You climb out the window. If Shen truly intended to walk into danger, she could not prevent it. At the very least, she had to ensure her own safety. Faced with her crafty smile, Shen found himself momentarily speechless, indeed walking toward the window. Shen Xiaoyan could no longer muster a smile. No, is he really going to do this? Chapter 95. Is he playing a riddle with her? No. Is he truly going to do this? As a seasoned player of the game, Shen Xiaoyan found such self-sacrificial behavior of an incompetent teammate utterly intolerable. She immediately rushed forward to seize Shen, proclaiming with righteous fervor, "Boss, if you die, the coal miners underground will lose a key figure. Can you bear to see them struggle even more because of your absence?" Shen. So, let us hide together. The villa's security door cannot be that flimsy. He won't breach it easily.
Bang!
As she spoke, both she and Shen simultaneously turned toward the entrance. The supposedly sturdy security door was shattered into pieces by a sudden kick. Shen Xiaoyan stood agape, nearly losing her composure. It seemed she had underestimated the assassin. Amidst the swirling dust kicked up by the wind, a figure became vaguely visible. He possessed a stature that was not tall, but rather compact and formidable. Strange. Why is he so short? Shen Xiaoyan pondered with genuine curiosity. Aren't assassins typically tall and imposing? At least the few she had encountered were. The diminutive yet fierce assassin instantly became enraged, bellowing, "Do not judge a book by its cover. My agility is unparalleled." As soon as the words left his lips, he charged toward Shen Xiaoyan with a force that was almost impossible to perceive with the naked eye. With a swift motion, Shen reached out and firmly grasped the assassin's head. The distance created by his long arm rendered the short assassin incapable of approaching, despite his desperate punches. He was utterly powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xiaoyan delivered a decisive kick, striking true to his vital point. A howl escaped the assassin as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Xiaoyan blinked in bewilderment, questioning, "Boss, did we just team up to take down a professional assassin?" Shen remained silent, stepping forward slightly, and with an air of disdain, delicately opened the assassin's pocket to extract a thin envelope. He was merely a deliverman. What the heck? Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed in shock. Hastily turning to the now unconscious messenger, she noticed him rolling his eyes, still stubbornly mumbling, "Do not underestimate my speed despite my stature." "Then why did you have to break down my door to deliver a letter?" The unconscious messenger replied with utmost dedication, "Who told you not to answer the door? A brave little mailman cannot afford to be late." This was indeed an awkward situation. She scratched her head, offering an embarrassed yet polite smile.
Meanwhile,
Shen had already pulled out the letter, the dark depths of his eyes reflecting the contents as he read line by line, lazily squinting. When Shen Xiaoyan glanced over, he had folded the letter and tucked it back into the envelope, casting her a dispassionate glance. "This letter is addressed to me. Why would your letter be sent to me?" Shen Xiaoyan questioned skeptically, reaching out to snatch it, only to have Shen evade her grasp with his height advantage. He showed her the name on the envelope, which indeed read, Shen. "Change into something presentable and accompany me for dinner." He nodded, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve. Suddenly casting her a glance, as if struck by a thought, "But with your taste, you probably cannot dress up beautifully." "Boss, is that a personal attack? Let us be pragmatic. That diving suit of yours is utterly ridiculous." With that parting remark, he strode out, unceremoniously taking an umbrella from the foyer before stepping into the torrential rain. Shen Xiaoyan hurriedly called after him, "Boss, where are you going? Do not concern yourself." Was he somehow mentally impaired, only able to utter those two words? Shen had been acting strangely these past few days, his demeanor resembling a riddle she could not decipher. Moreover, why the sudden invitation for dinner? Did he not despise being disturbed during his holidays? Could it be that he sought revenge for the last time she had dined and dashed? With the prices on this island, would she face bankruptcy today? No. She had to concoct an excuse to avoid it. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face turned pale. Wait, did he just mention the words diving suit? So he had known all along that it was I who had knocked him off his feet with a surfboard that day on the beach? Unbeknownst to her, her life had reached its end. The rain continued to pour incessantly, the sky shrouded in dark clouds, heavy and oppressive as if it were about to descend upon her. Shen Xiaoyan stood in the rain, holding an umbrella, her brow furrowed as she glanced at the messages on her phone that refused to send. This wretched weather had rendered her signal non-existent. The sound of a sports car's roar pierced through the rain. When she looked up, a deep blue Ferrari had come to a halt before her, its horn impatiently honking as if urging her to hurry into the car. What's the rush? ISN to your father already here? She rolled her eyes and, before getting in, gave the tire a kick. Then she opened the passenger door, revealing a cordial smile.
Boss.
I'm here. For the sake of survival, wasn't it permissible to play the fool at times? Upon entering the vehicle, she noticed Shen's attire. He was dressed quite formally today, clad in a custom-tailored dark suit, with gold thread edging the cuffs, exuding an air of opulence from head to toe. He slightly tilted his head, his high nose bridge perfectly sculpted, and his thin, cold lips pressed together, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as disdain flickered across his gaze. Is this how you chose to dress? Shen Xiaoyan feigned innocence. What's wrong, boss? Compared to Shen's bespoke suit, she felt as though she had donned rags. She wore a pristine white shirt adorned with a small bear print and playful light blue suspender shorts. Her hair was casually tied up in a bun, exuding a charming, neighborly vibe. Her strikingly beautiful face, adorned with a touch of makeup, appeared remarkably harmonious, as if she were a fallen fairy who had unwittingly wandered into the mundane world. The focus, however, was on her feet. She sported a pair of adorable bear slippers, through which her big toe, reminiscent of a child's dream castle, was clearly visible. I told you to dress appropriately, and this is what you chose. Shen seemed to be amused, his expression a blend of mockery and laughter. Shen Xiaoyan sighed deeply. You know I'm here for vacation. Who brings evening gowns on holiday? This is my most formal attire. What about your shoes? They got swept away into the sea while I was playing yesterday. Now I'm left with just these. Chapter 96, A Peculiar Family. Shen fell silent, oblivious to the glint of mischief in Shen Xiaoyan's eyes. Those slippers were her most formidable tactic today. If the ever-cunning Shen truly intended to take advantage of her, he would undoubtedly lead her to a lavish five-star restaurant, where it was well known that patrons were not permitted to enter wearing slippers. With her footwear today, he could forget about taking her anywhere other than the local diner. With a press of the accelerator, the deep blue Ferrari sped through the rain. This time, Shen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. She would not allow herself to doze off like last time. Yet the car still stopped at an unexpected location. It had traversed nearly the entirety of the island, arriving at the half of the beach that the elderly scavenger had warned her never to step upon. Before her stood a colossal ancient castle, exuding an aura of timeless history. Standing here evokes a feeling entirely distinct from that of viewing from a distance. The colossal ancient castle looms like a mountain piercing the clouds, casting shadows that envelop her entirely. So dark and foreboding that it creates an illusion of being immersed in a horror game. Upon disembarking, Shen's tone brooked no refusal, akin to a command. He had already stepped out first, showing no semblance of the gentlemanly behavior one might expect from a drama, instead striding ahead without a backward glance. Well done. The archetype of a straightforward man remains unshaken. Shen Xiaoyan did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, she waited until Shen had distanced himself before surreptitiously activating the paid radio inside the car, and only then did she venture out, umbrella in hand. Just as she found herself perplexed, he uttered a single word. Come. She took a step forward. Closer. She moved yet another step nearer, only to be swiftly drawn under the shelter of his tall, dark umbrella by his long arm. Her small red umbrella was unceremoniously discarded onto the ground.
Boss.
Why must we share the same umbrella when we have two? She protested, her shoulders already dampened. Yet, she felt the raindrops on her shoulders vanish. Glancing up, she noticed the dark umbrella tilting slightly towards her. Once inside, say nothing. Just eat your meal, Shen remarked indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at her before pulling her into the castle. Shen Xiaoyan had the inclination to refuse. This castle appeared as ominous as Shen himself, instilling a sense of foreboding. Moreover, the old scavenger had warned her of a terrifying family residing here. Wait a moment. Could it be the Yin family? Unlike the somber exterior, the interior of the castle was resplendent, adorned with golden ornaments that dazzled her eyes. A man dressed as a servant approached them respectfully, guiding them through a 100-meter-long golden corridor, finally halting before an enormous door of intricately carved red wood inlaid with gold. Shen Xiaoyan felt an odd sensation that prolonged exposure to such opulence might alter her complexion to a shade of dark yellow. Young master, young mistress, please enter. The servant said, bowing slightly, his every gesture seemingly programmed, devoid of warmth. Shen Xiaoyan's attention was captured by the term young mistress.
Boss.
Why does he refer to you as young mistress? And me as young master? She inquired, indignantly pointing at herself. Do I possess such remarkable qualities of a young master? Have you lost your senses? Shen replied with a cold exhale, his irritation barely contained. Had there not been others present, he might have resorted to silencing her. Shen Xiaoyan fell silent, recalling his admonition, refrain from speaking upon entry, simply eat. As for the servant's reference to young mistress, she surmised its implications. In high society, instances of business alliances through marriage were not uncommon. Perhaps the old Een was seeking to defy such arrangements by enlisting her to masquerade as his girlfriend. As they entered, she whispered, "Boss, we agreed on just one meal. Never did I consent to role-play." When his piercing gaze fell upon her, she flashed a mischievous smile. "That would require an additional fee. Are you asking for money?" "Certainly not." She always remembered the lesson of not being swindled by the old trickster. "Since childhood, I harbored a dream of working as a maid in Africa. However, I was afflicted with an illness that prevented me from traveling abroad. Therefore, might I implore you to assist me in realizing this aspiration?" Een Shin paused in his steps, a smile that did not reach his eyes fixed upon her, remaining silent. His dark gaze radiated an intangible pressure, threatening, starkly threatening. "Just 1 month. A mere month would suffice. The salary for a maid is quite substantial. If you do not acquiesce, I cannot guarantee that I will not speak recklessly after indulging too much." She was noticeably flustered. The corners of Een Shin's mouth twitched slightly. He ultimately clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Very well. After mining coal beneath the ground, the old trickster now had an additional task of working as a maid in Africa. You see, this is the consequence of opposing her. Suddenly, a familiar shrill voice pierced the air. Shen Xiaoyan turned to look, only to discover a lavish restaurant before her. In the center of the dining area stood a golden long table, stretching 15 meters, adorned with a dark red tablecloth, and the candle arrangements resembled the typical decor of an ancient castle. 5 individuals occupied the table. At the center sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, his sharp gaze both intimidating and piercing. He appeared to be in his 50s, his eyes like blades fixated upon her, as though he intended to dissect her with his stare. To his left sat 2 equally beautiful, yet stylistically distinct middle-aged women. One was clad in an elegant qipao, a beauty mark adorning her lip, covering her mouth delicately when she smiled, exuding grace. The other was adorned in designer labels from head to toe, a quintessential socialite. To the right were 2 young men. One was Een Xian, who had just spoken, now watching them with a smile that was neither genuine nor sincere, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. The man beside him appeared more composed, donning a mature black suit and gold-framed glasses, resembling an older brother. Each of the 5 individuals at the table was formidable in their own right. The atmosphere was so stifling that, were it not for the familial ties, one might mistake them for mere acquaintances, sharing a table. Confronted with Een Xian's overtly provocative tone, Een Shen maintained an indifferent demeanor, gracefully striding to the table to take a seat, subsequently beckoning her to come over. She hurriedly approached, pulling out a chair and preparing to sit when a mocking voice interrupted. "Third brother, how could you be so inconsiderate? Shouldn't you pull out the chair for your sister-in-law before seating yourself? This is basic etiquette." The speaker was Een Xian, wearing an expression of amusement. The affluent woman then interjected, "Xian, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Your third brother's mother passed away early, and he was not taught these manners. Why hold it against him?" Chapter 97. Emotions are the most valueless burdens. The affluent woman, seemingly reproaching Een Xian, subtly concealed her scorn within her words, mocking Een Shen's lack of upbringing. The atmosphere at the table turned icy. Shen Xiaoyan felt her throat tighten, casting a glance at Een Shen beside her. Alas, the tempestuous temperament of the elder is intolerable. How could one withstand such words? Surely, a cosmic eruption would ensue, overturning the table, followed by a fierce charge to deliver a couple of resounding slaps and bellow, "No one shall enjoy this day." Yet, reality deviated slightly from her expectations. Een Shen remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the remarks, elegantly arranging her napkin with an air of indifference, her lips pressed together in a demeanor both frosty and regal. Een Xian, with a grin, interjected, "My apologies, I seem to have forgotten. Perhaps it is due to his mother's lack of presence. I assumed he was born without one." The elder brother, Een Xian, spoke up, seemingly admonishing, "Your words are excessively harsh." Just as Shen Xiaoyan began to perceive some redeeming qualities in this elder brother, he added, "Lack of upbringing is a personal failing. It bears no relation to having or not having a mother." "What an affront!" The woman in the qipao chimed in, her crimson lips curling into a brazen smile. "Ah Shen, your family wishes to arrange a marriage for you, yet you resist, only to associate with a flamboyant actor. What a pity! Although your humble status aligns with that of the actor, your family has generously sought a lady of noble lineage for you. How fortunate you are." How could this family be so unrelentingly cruel? No, this was beyond mere harshness. It was a blatant humiliation. Their gazes upon Yin Shen resembled that directed at a mere dog, their mocking expressions and nonchalant tones reminiscent of one teasing a pet. What perplexed Shen Xiaoyan most was that amidst such venomous barbs, Yin Shen maintained her placid demeanor, quietly listening without offering a single rebuttal. Was this still the same elder who would seize a throat at the slightest provocation? Apologies, she thought, as she discreetly raised her hand. At last, Yin Shen moved her eyelids, casting a warning glance in her direction, silently urging her to refrain from speaking. Shen Xiaoyan feigned ignorance, folding her arms on the table, and cheerfully introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shen Xiaoyan, a third-rate actress of modest renown who can earn a bit of pocket money. No sooner had she concluded her statement than Yin Xian coldly interjected, "We are all aware of that. You are merely an actress." "Oh, so you are familiar with me," she mused, tilting her head in apparent contemplation. "If you all recognize me, why not greet me? I am here as a guest for dinner, yet as hosts. You have chosen to ignore me and engage in your own conversation, all while lecturing on decorum. To my mind, such behavior reflects a distinct lack of upbringing." She smiled brightly, her amber eyes sparkling like stars. Their expressions shifted dramatically, a kaleidoscope of hues flickering across their faces, akin to a toppled palette of paint, utterly captivating. Yin Shen's gaze flickered, a hint of astonishment illuminating her features. She continued, "How about this? Since I have introduced myself, perhaps you could all share a bit about yourselves?" She asserted herself as the orchestrator of the table, displaying no timidity and even taking the initiative to guide the proceedings. They, who seemed oblivious to the fundamental principle of equality, were the ones most lacking in decorum, demeaning her as an actress. "Let me guess. Your mother must have passed away at the earliest, right?" The aristocratic woman's face instantly transformed. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am indeed his mother." "What? You are his mother?" Shen Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, then her expression morphed into one of indignation. How can one be so shameless as to claim motherhood without nurturing? The aristocratic woman. Yin Xian was seething with rage. "Shut your mouth. Heavens! What have I just heard? Is this what is referred to as foul language? Is the Yin family not a prominent clan? Do the members of notable families converse in such vulgarity?" In stark contrast to their furious frenzy, Shen Xiaoyan maintained her elegance throughout, her most exaggerated reaction being a hand over her mouth in surprise. By comparison, the two before her resembled two frantic hounds, barking impotently. The elderly patriarch at the head of the table could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Silence, all of you." Yin Xian and the aristocratic woman immediately fell silent, a hint of fear crossing their faces. Despite their myriad of grievances, they dared not utter another word. Observing this, Shen Xiaoyan slightly raised an eyebrow, subtly curving her lips into a victorious smile. The head of such a prominent family places immense value on reputation, and coupled with the patriarch's somewhat conservative mindset, he could not allow anyone to insinuate that his family lacked propriety. Naturally, he had to intervene. He cast a meaningful glance at Shen Xiaoyan, his murky eyes flashing with sharp intensity. "I am Yin Du, the patriarch of the Yin family and their father."
Yindu?
Such a name carries an ominous weight. With Yin Du leading the introductions, the others followed suit. The eldest brother introduced himself. "I am Yin Yang, the eldest son of the Yin family, and the brother of Yin Shen." Yin Yang? No wonder his speech is so peculiar. Yin Xian begrudgingly stated, "I am Yin Xian, the second son of the Yin family, and the second brother of Yin Shen." The aristocratic woman huffed, "I am Li Yufang, Yin Xian's mother." The elegantly attired woman added, "I am Wei Xiaoxiao, mother of Yin Yang." Shen Xiaoyan discerned something amiss. Yin Yang and Yin Xian were not born of the same mother, and since they claimed that Yin Shen's mother had passed away, it followed that Yin Shen was not born of the same mother either. 3 siblings with different mothers? And 2 mothers appearing simultaneously at the dining table? Is this perhaps the peculiar arrangement of polygamy within a top-tier aristocratic family? Terrifying indeed. "As you wished." The introductions are complete. Yin Du began slowly, his aged tone concealing a sharp glint. "Now it is your turn to speak. What qualifications do you possess to marry into the Yin family?" A seemingly innocuous question, yet it was laced with humiliation and mockery, each word underscoring her unworthiness. Shen Xiaoyan never imagined that Yin Shen would come to her defense, "Because I like her." Like? Ha ha ha. Yin Xian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Oh, my third brother. How naive you still are. Your mother loved you too. Yet she abandoned you to take her own life, did she not?" When you pleaded with her, she still slashed her own artery, do you not recall? The blood splattered across your face as she screamed for you to leave.
Ha ha ha.
Affection, in this world, is the most worthless of burdens. Chapter 98. You Dark Rats. Emotions are perhaps the most worthless burden in this world. Shen Xiaoyan observed that every individual at the dining table was imbued with an air of indifference and disdain. It seemed they all concurred with Yin Xian's words, particularly Yin Du, whose gaze towards Yin Shen was laced with a hint of disgust and disappointment, as if to say, "After all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever." She could not help but glance at Yin Shen. He remained expressionless, lips pursed in silence, resembling a robot programmed to obey, quietly enduring all the harsh words directed at him. It was difficult to fathom how he managed to survive in such a family. The formidable king outside, Yin Shen, exhibited nothing but endless forbearance within these walls. She began to understand how his insatiable greed for wealth had developed, undoubtedly nurtured by this environment's incessant influence. Upon reflection, she realized that marrying into his family was simply not an option. Supporting her chin with one hand, she sighed deeply, a gesture of resignation. Yin Shen, upon hearing her, flickered his eyelashes slightly. He turned to her, his obsidian-like eyes unfathomable yet exuding an icy solitude. "Do you also recognize your unworthiness?" Yin Xian jested. Shen Xiaoyan smiled, replying, "I believe it is you who do not deserve me." Yin Xian. Not only did Yin Xian's smile falter, but Yin Du's expression entirely crumbled. As the patriarch of the Yin family, wielding supreme power, he had always trampled others beneath his feet. How could a person of such lowly status, a mere actor, dare to assert that they were unworthy? Anger surged in his eyes. "I'm sorry, but I haven't finished speaking. Please refrain from interrupting," Shen Xiaoyan interjected, raising her hand in a gesture of calm, fully grasping the essence of controlling the situation. Next, Yin Du. He had never encountered such humiliation in his life. Yet, Shen Xiaoyan paid no heed to his countenance, which resembled someone who had consumed spoiled food, and continued, "I consider myself a vivacious, optimistic youth. In contrast, your family harbors distorted thoughts akin to rats in a sewer. Upon reflection, you simply do not match my worth." At this point, she patted Yin Shen's shoulder as if to console him, adding, "I apologize, boss. I meant no disrespect towards you. I merely speak the truth. Your family members truly lack substance." Surprisingly, Yin Shen did not retort this time. His gaze merely flickered, and he subtly averted his eyes, lowering his gaze. The shadows cast by his lashes obscured the dark depths of his pupils, revealing a painful self-mockery and irony. She was right. Born into such a family, he was destined to be a rat in the darkness of the sewer. Mercilessly indoctrinated with the belief that profit is paramount, he had ultimately become akin to them. However, she suddenly shifted her tone, her voice clear and bright, like a ray of warm sunlight dispelling all darkness. "Fortunately, you are unlike them." His figure momentarily froze, and he looked up in astonishment, meeting her amber eyes glinting with mischievous light. Her lips curved into a broad arc, a smile that was both uninhibited and flamboyant. "You have not succumbed to their influence. You still remember how to love someone. In such a squalid environment, you remain undeniably yourself." His fingertips trembled involuntarily, feeling as though her radiant smile was almost blinding, stirring a twinge of shame within him. What she said was fundamentally flawed. After all, his earlier confession of affection was merely a charade. "I am speaking of your mother," she suddenly whispered in a tone only they could hear. "You still love your mother,
Do you not?"
In that instant, his heart felt as though it had been torn open, the scorching sun surging in, recklessly dispersing the cold and endless darkness. Within the frostbitten depths of his icy gaze, something was slowly melting away. "All right, I am done." She concluded her speech with aplomb, gesturing for Yin Du to speak next. Yin Du retorted, "I see you are courting death." There was a semblance of understanding between father and son, evident in this familiar exchange. "What are you? How dare you belittle the Yin family? Get lost. The Yin family does not welcome you. Get out." He seized a teacup from the table and hurled it violently toward Shen Xiaoyan. That old coot has a knack for surprise attacks, but she was no pushover. Instantly, she propelled herself off the table, executing a full spin atop the expansive dining table. However, the teacup never reached her. It halted midair. Upon closer inspection, it was Yin Shen who had extended his hand to catch it. The cup's sharp, gilded edge had cut into his palm as he forcibly intercepted it from such a distance. Drip, drip. Blood cascaded from his alabaster wrist onto the table. Yet he did not flinch. He merely set the cup down and elegantly wiped away the crimson stain with a napkin, his lips parting slightly. Father, it is a rare family banquet. Let us not spoil the mood. How dare you bring such a woman to the table? You must be tired of living. A simple utterance could not quell Indu's wrath. He was livid, his face flushed, eyes wide with fury, as if on the verge of a hypertensive episode. In contrast, Shen remained unfazed, calmly tending to the bloodstains. Shen Xiaoyan felt a pang of guilt. Boss, are you alright? Get lost. He suddenly lifted his gaze. His countenance as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion, his tone chillingly frigid. Did you not hear? Father told you to leave. Are you out of your mind? Get out now. Do not test my patience. You son of a... This time, Shen Xiaoyan was genuinely incensed. She had valiantly assisted him against numerous adversaries, only to be met with such treatment. Was he truly, just like this family, a primitive creature devoid of basic emotions? If you want me gone, then I shall leave. Where I am not welcome, I will find my own place. Leaving behind a melodramatic proclamation, she stood up to depart. Just before exiting, she overheard Shen's respectful tone. Father, do not be angry. Let us eat. Damn it, you ungrateful little wretch. Infuriated, she sprinted down the corridor, eager to escape this suffocating atmosphere for even a moment longer. But as she ran, she realized she had lost her way. Before her stood a dilapidated wooden door, which appeared somewhat out of place within the opulent surroundings of the grand building. Etched upon it in a crooked manner were the words doghouse. Truly, it was a testament to the affluence of the household, as even their pet dog had its own designated room. As a citizen with a penchant for mischief and an unwavering sense of retribution, she resolved to clandestinely release their dog, intending to bring them profound sorrow. With that thought, she pushed the door open. Chapter 99. He is the little son born in a dark hell.
Creak.
The door, evidently aged, released a cascade of dust that fell upon her face as she opened it. Damn it, with such wealth, they can't even afford a cleaner? Upon closer inspection, the room was dimly lit, devoid of any light save for a small desk lamp. She flicked the switch, and the lamp flickered for a moment before reluctantly settling into a feeble glow. This did not seem like a doghouse at all. In one corner stood a diminutive wooden bed, the wood showing signs of decay, with a damp and moldy blanket that even a dog would refuse to sleep on. The size of the bed suggested it was meant for a child. She glanced around and, based on various subtle clues, concluded that this was indeed a child's room, one that had been uninhabited for many years. Just as she hesitated about her next move, she suddenly noticed dark red stains seeping through the crack of the wardrobe door. With audacious curiosity, she stepped forward and flung the wardrobe door open. What met her eyes was a heart-stopping scene. The pungent scent of blood assaulted her nostrils, nearly causing her to retch. The interior of the wardrobe was saturated with bloodstains, layered upon one another so thickly that it was impossible to discern how many layers there were. It appeared as though someone had endured repeated torment within this wardrobe, with new blood splattering over the old each time it nearly dried, creating a nauseating amalgamation of crimson. Gagging, she quickly shut the door, her mind racing with the implications of what this family might be involved in. On the desk, a pen holder contained several pencils, stained with dark red. The presence of writing instruments suggested that the child once imprisoned here might have left behind some written messages. She opened the desk drawer and indeed found a tattered diary with yellowed pages, still bearing the mottled dark red stains. Opening the diary revealed the scrawled handwriting of a child. The first page was adorned with vibrant, bold letters. Shen baby will start writing a diary today. Shen baby? She chuckled at the absurdity of the name. Yet, as her laughter faded, a sobering realization struck her. This was indeed Shen's room. The diary chronicled the years of Shen from ages 3 to 6. My name is Shen, and I am a lively, cheerful, and optimistic little darling. Mother says I am the sunniest child in the world, warming her like the sun. She claims I am her hope in life, allowing her to endure even the most challenging days, so I must always be happy. I smiled confidently.
How hard can that be?
I love to laugh. I have 2 elder brothers, both remarkably intelligent, having learned the art of earning money at such a tender age, merely a few years my senior. The eldest excels in stock trading, while the second brother masters operations. Regrettably, I find myself devoid of any skills. However, the pursuit of wealth seems trivial to me, for I am filled with joy each passing day. My father has begun to berate me, calling me worthless, insisting that I venture out to earn money. But I am merely 3 years old. What do I know of the world? My mother is incarcerated, and each time I visit her, she is covered in blood. I long to weep, yet she insists that if I smile, her pain diminishes. Thus, I always wear a cheerful expression when I see her, though smiling proves to be quite arduous. My father has confined me as well, declaring that a being devoid of value does not deserve to live. My elder brothers have taken to visiting me daily, employing an iron-spiked net to bind me before locking me in a wardrobe alongside a scorpion. They possess a myriad of entertaining tricks, yet I find them rather unamusing. Oh, the pain is excruciating. What use is it to consume without contributing? My second brother admonished me today. He explained that the money within our household is painstakingly earned by our father, and that our very existence serves the purpose of aiding him in this pursuit. They have amassed considerable wealth, while I have yet to earn a single cent, merely indulging in their provisions, which is why our mother suffers. So that is the case. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would not have to exert myself so. I pondered that if I could earn some money, perhaps my mother's suffering would abate. Yet I lack the acumen for stock trading or operations. An elderly man who scavenges suggested that collecting refuse could yield earnings. I stealthily ventured out to usurp his trade, and after a day's toil, I managed to earn 80 cents. My father chastised me severely, stating that such an amount couldn't even purchase a morsel of rat meat. As I consumed the rat meat they provided, I contemplated alternative means of generating income. Oh, selling blood? Could that truly be a means of earning? I possess an abundance of blood, as I bleed profusely each day. I clandestinely sold my blood, and though the clinic attendant initially refused to purchase from a child, he made an exception for me, a member of the Yin family. To my astonishment, I earned 1,000 yuan, though I felt slightly faint and required 2 days to recover. I approached my father with the money, and his countenance brightened marginally. Yet he informed me it was insufficient and urged me to strive harder, mentioning that my eldest brother had already amassed over 1 million yuan. Over 1 million? How much blood must I sell to achieve such a sum? I sought out my mother to discuss this matter, but it gave me a headache. Her gaze towards me grew increasingly peculiar. She had never struck me before, yet now she started to hit me, though it scarcely hurt. Most blows landed upon herself, creating a loud noise, presumably to instill fear in me. Such tactics may have sufficed before I turned 3, but I have long since seen through them. With a smile, I reassured my mother. Do not worry, dear mother, I will soon learn to earn money. Suddenly, she slapped me and commanded me to leave. I was perplexed by her sudden change. Each subsequent visit, she repeated the same command. My mother must be experiencing a difficult phase. Could it be menopause? Indeed. Women require gentle handling. Thus, I resolved that today as earnings would not be given to my father. Instead, I would purchase some osmanthus cake, which my mother adores, and pay her a visit. The diary abruptly concludes here, leaving no further entries. Shen Xiaoyan's fingertips trembled as she recalled the words spoken by Yin Xian at the dining table moments ago. Your mother loved you too. Yet she still chose to abandon you and take her own life, didn't she? When you desperately pleaded with her, she cut her own arteries, remember? The blood spattered across your face, and she screamed for you to get lost, didn't she? Aha! That must have been the day, right? It turns out that Yin Shen was once such a brilliant child. He was a little son born into a dark abyss. Everything was wrong from the very beginning. His mother wished to protect him but was powerless, forced to watch him gradually succumb to despair, and ultimately, she sacrificed herself in a futile attempt to awaken him. Did she succeed? Who knows? The current Yin Shen is far from cheerful. He indeed clings to wealth as if it were a lifeline, seemingly no different from his family. Yet she always felt that he was not like them. Chapter 100. He has always been the most intelligent among them. Stepping out of the doghouse. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed her. The diary in her hand felt almost scorching, burning her palm uncomfortably. Logically, she should have left by now. Was it not somewhat shameless to linger after being explicitly asked to depart? Though Yin Shen had indeed been pitiable in his childhood, he had grown up to be rather arrogant, even going so far as to curry favor with that despicable father. She shook her head, her expression one of disappointment. Regardless, it was their family affair. Why should she involve herself in their drama? As she made her way outside, she fortuitously encountered the servants carrying food towards the dining room. The platters of abalone and king crab made her mouth water. How infuriating that old Ian had summoned her for a meal, yet wouldn't let her have even a taste. She vowed she was not merely being greedy. Rather, she felt an inexplicable force drawing her toward the Ian family's kitchen. Before she even stepped inside, she overheard a conversation from within. The master is truly merciful. After all these years, he has finally decided to take action. Indeed. It was a pity that the young master was so obstinate. He failed to grasp the fact that all the money he earned must be surrendered to the master, obstinately clutching onto the dark entertainment business without yielding. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, after resisting for so many years, why the sudden willingness to relinquish dark entertainment? I heard that the master intends to arrange a business marriage for him, seeking to extract his final value. Yet, he has fallen for an actress. And in order to persuade the master to allow him to marry her, he offered dark entertainment as a trade. Truly, he is the child of that woman, filled with nothing but useless emotions. No wonder the master wishes to eliminate him. Once he signs the share transfer contract, his fate will be sealed. Has he signed? The young Zhang, who just delivered the vegetables, mentioned that it has already been signed. Isn't that just perfect? Poisonous food is being served right before him. Ah! I heard the master initially intended to poison that actress as well, but she threw a tantrum at the dining table, infuriating the young master to the point of expelling her. Although it was humiliating, it allowed her to escape a calamity, perhaps a blessing in disguise? All right, enough chatter. Let us wrap up our work and leave early. The master does not wish for too many witnesses when it comes to collecting the bodies tonight. Very well. Standing behind the door, Shen Xiaoyan was rendered speechless. She had inadvertently stumbled upon a colossal conspiracy. Could this be the rule of drama that dictates protagonists inevitably overhear sinister plots? Yin Shun was doomed. As a morally ambiguous, yet fundamentally conscientious citizen, how could she stand by and watch without intervening? Without a moment as hesitation, she pivoted and dashed towards the dining hall. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive bolt of lightning split the sky, as if attempting to cleave the ominous clouds in two. Rain began to pour down in torrents, relentlessly drenching the ancient castle. Suddenly, a crimson glow filled her vision. A searing wave of heat surged forth, propelled by a fierce wind that nearly knocked her off her feet. Struggling to maintain her footing, her amber eyes reflected the terrifying flames. The dining hall was ablaze. Was this the end, a fiery conclusion following the murder of Yinshin? The attendants had long since vanished. She felt her breath quicken, each step trembling as she ventured into the dining area. Before her, at the grand and imposing long table, there sat a solitary figure with his back to her, elegantly slicing the food on his plate and slowly bringing it to his lips. Before him, all the others lay sprawled across the table, their faces pale, eyes darkened with bruises and pupils wide in horror, revealing only bloodshot whites. Those faces that had once been filled with mockery and derision were now transformed into lifeless visages. Yinshin raised his glass of red wine, languidly swirling it. The dark crimson liquid shimmered in the flickering firelight. Through the translucent glass, she caught sight of a slight smirk tugging at his lips. The lifted lashes unveiled his profound, dark eyes, which harbored a long-concealed tempest. It was finally over. In that moment, a torrent of thoughts surged within her. She stood frozen, goosebumps prickling her skin. From the very beginning, everything had been orchestrated by him. He was fully aware that Yin Xian intended to kill him, yet he feigned ignorance, deliberately misleading Yin Xian into believing he was still the naive and foolish child of their youth. Fearing he might agree to a business marriage and thus divide the family fortune, he had concocted a tale of being in love with an actress, claiming he would relinquish all his assets for love.
Consequently,
Yin Xian had hastily withdrawn the assassins from his home and sent word for him to attend the family banquet punctually. At the table he endured, behaving like the easily manipulated child of yore, ensuring that the entire family believed he remained under their control, thus sparing him any suspicion. Signing the equity transfer document had further lulled them into complacency. And then came his moment to strike. His initial intent had always been to eliminate everyone. Thus, his command for her to leave was a sudden pang of conscience, a desire to spare her from sharing in the impending doom. Yin Shun remained the most astute character in the entire narrative. The fool was her. She took 2 stiff steps back, feeling as though this man before her was a devil from hell, instilling an inexplicable fear within her. Boom! Another clap of thunder reverberated, causing her already trembling form to gasp audibly. Realizing her mistake, she hurriedly covered her mouth, but it was too late. His obsidian eyes zeroed in on her, darkening slightly, seemingly concealing a brewing tempest. I saw nothing. Shen Xiaoyan left a remark and turned to flee, but behind her came his indifferent voice. Are you afraid of me? She paused mid-step. His tone, as cold and unfeeling as ever, concealed an unspoken emotion, as if he were cautiously probing yet unwilling to bow his head. Proud and imperious, he nonetheless yearned for a flicker of warmth. He slowly approached her, casting his gaze upon the diary in her hands.
This.
I didn't mean to. It was indeed somewhat awkward to be caught peering into someone else's diary. Yet, he did not scold her. Instead, he softly remarked, I suspect you missed a page.
What? Impossible.
I clearly read it all. Immediately regretting her words, she realized she had inadvertently admitted to her transgression. Mom, I crave the egg fried rice you make. You always claim it's terrible, insisting on mixing it with lao gan ma before letting me eat it, but I truly adore it. I can never find that taste again. Shen Xiaoyan looked up in surprise, meeting his self-mocking yet sorrowful gaze. Astonishingly, even the presence of eggshell fragments was identical. Chapter 101, you did it. He murmured softly, his eyes downcast, while the flames behind him roared and surged. The once towering figure, resilient like a king, now struggled to contain his profound sorrow and loneliness. Even his usually frigid demeanor held a hint of barely perceptible fragility. The longing he had suppressed for years could finally be expressed in this moment. You resemble her greatly. Shen rarely smiled, yet behind that smile lay an endless sorrow. Even his words mirrored hers. They were akin to emotionless machines, like rats in a gutter, wild creatures forever oblivious to sentiment. Why must you become like them? Please, do not be like them. Shen, my dear. Her voice, hoarse from desperation, her anguished cries, her pleas for mercy, her gentle call, these had haunted him through countless days and nights, pulling him into nightmares from which he could not escape. Upon awakening, he could only force himself to suppress his yearning, transforming into an emotionless being, one of their kind. After enduring the passage of time, he finally achieved this moment of liberation. Thank you for granting me the illusion of seeing her again. He took the diary from Shen Xiaoyan's hands, leafing through its pages until a semblance of relief graced his face. He turned away, returning to the flames, seated himself, and resumed his meal. Observing his inexplicable behavior, Shen Xiaoyan suddenly comprehended the truth. He was atoning for his sins. The entire household, including himself, had caused his mother's demise. Thus, though he knew they had poisoned his food, he still chose to consume it. The fire had wildly spread to the dining table, and she could clearly see that Du and Yang's bodies had been engulfed by the flames, alongside the diary beside Shen. He seemed impervious to the heat, remaining motionless throughout. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she dashed forward, snatching the burning diary, ignoring the searing temperature, and attempted to extinguish the flames. What are you doing? Shen lifted his gaze toward her, a hint of astonishment flickering in his expression. This is the true you. Shen Xiaoyan held up the partially burnt diary, the amber hue of her eyes reflecting the flames, casting a radiant glow upon him. Do not let the real you be extinguished. His eyes glimmered momentarily, the coldness at the corners softened by a trace of crimson. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but she abruptly silenced him. With a resounding thud, her fist struck his abdomen with such force it seemed capable of shaking the very mountains, sending a tumultuous wave through his stomach. Noticing his grimace, she immediately pried his mouth open, her fingers pressing against his throat. Cough it out. He struggled, utterly disheveled, yet she showed no signs of relenting. Seeing no reaction, she seized a bottle of water and poured it into his mouth. Still not spitting it out? Then, here's another punch. With another powerful blow, he remained silent. His stomach was remarkably resilient. Then it's time for a body slam. She dashed behind Shen, wrapping her arms around his waist and forcefully throwing him backward. In an instant, he felt the world spin, his stomach churning violently, followed by his head colliding with the ground, ringing with a dull thud. Finally, under Shen Xiaoyan's relentless tactics, even his ironclad stomach could endure no more, and he expelled the contents of his stomach. The pallor beneath his eyelids diminished, and although the scene was chaotic, his complexion visibly improved. It seemed the poison had dissipated. Coughing, he leaned against the table, nearly expelling his lungs, when he noticed a handkerchief being offered to him. Lifting his gaze, he found Shen Xiaoyan's warm, radiant smile. Wipe your face. The image of a domineering CEO cannot falter. He stared at the handkerchief, momentarily lost in thought, hesitating to accept it.
Why? What do you mean, why?
You could simply walk away. Perhaps I feel it is unjust for your mother.
What?
Shen Xiaoyan lifted his chin, her expression earnest and serious. Everything she did, from her initial restraint to her later willingness to sacrifice herself, was solely to ensure you became a person of flesh and blood. You have finally become the person she wished for. Why would you choose to die? Do you want all her efforts to be in vain? His gaze faltered, his expression darkening. I am not the person she hoped for. You are. She enunciated each word with fervor, as if striving to awaken the flames within him. You have endured for years, risking everything to avenge her. Such profound emotions and spirit are not possessed by everyone. Yet you achieved it. Your feelings for your mother surpass those of anyone else. You are undeniably a person of flesh and blood, the very individual your mother longed to see. Each of her words struck his heart like a hammer, shattering the cage that had long confined him, allowing him, for the first time in years, to feel the exhilarating breath of freedom. He seemed to see his mother's reflection in her, yet he knew she was another person entirely, an utterly distinct soul. Yet one who offered him the same warmth. Shen Xiaoyan. For the first time, he earnestly uttered her name. It was the first time he had gazed at her with such intensity, as if he were etching every contour of her features into his heart, forever imprinting her expression within him. He lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. You've saved me once again. Hurry, we must flee. The fire is intensifying. Shen Xiaoyan tugged at Yin Shen as they sprinted down an interminably long corridor. Her slippers had long been discarded, and now her bare feet collided painfully with the hard ground, sending sharp pangs coursing through her. Yet the flames behind them surged like a ferocious beast, and, even halting for a single moment, could lead them to irrevocable ruin. Unfortunately, remnants of poison still lingered within Yin Shen, compounded by the fact that his injuries from the accident had yet to fully heal. Thus, his speed paled in comparison to hers. She could only pull him along, gripping tightly, without yielding. Suddenly, she found herself lifted into the air. When she regained her senses, she realized that Yin Shen had hoisted her up, his broad chest forming a protective barrier that seemed to shield her from the encroaching flames, rendering her momentarily dazed. As she noticed his pace quickening, realization dawned upon her, and she questioned him. Aren't you injured and unable to run? Surely your injuries are not feigned. Indeed, how audacious of him to feign injury in her presence. The thought of having exerted herself so vigorously while he pretended to be incapacitated ignited her anger, compelling her to consider delivering a punch. Suddenly, she felt a warmth seeping through her arm. Glancing down, she saw blood oozing from his wounds, staining his white shirt and her arm with a scalding, vivid red. Chapter 102. He appeared, perhaps, a bit lonely. They managed to escape just before the flames completely engulfed the ancient castle. Outside, the torrential rain raged on, threatening to sweep away the entire island, yet it could not extinguish the fierce blaze. Standing in the downpour, he stared at the flames, seemingly lost in thought. The rain cascaded over him, and the sight of his already torn wounds was harrowing. Waves of pain surged, yet they paled in comparison to the sorrow in his heart. Suddenly, the rain above him ceased. Turning his head, he saw the petite girl on her tiptoes desperately trying to hold out an umbrella towards him.
Can you manage it?
I'm struggling to keep it steady. Compelled by some instinct, he took the umbrella and reflexively positioned it above his head, only to notice that most of her body remained exposed to the downpour. His expression faltered slightly, and the umbrella tilted toward her as if by its own volition. Boss, have you considered how to handle today as events? This is no trivial matter. She stroked her chin, a look of concern on her face. I hope I won't be implicated in this. The thought of a rising star embroiled in a murder case at the ancient castle sent shivers down her spine. If you wish to avoid trouble, forget everything you witnessed today. Understood? The stark contrast of his white shirt entering the castle and emerging a crimson hue was undeniably unsettling. Yin Shen, upon hearing her words, glanced down, his expression calm to the point where not even his brows furrowed. I'm heading to the clinic. Aren't you concerned that the clinic staff might be hostile towards you? The entire island was filled with Yin family spies, and now he was the master of the Yin clan. He gazed into the flames, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his tone eerily serene. Shen Xiaoyan felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that the frail and helpless Yin Shen was merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, in an instant, he transformed back into the cunning and manipulative sovereign who held everyone in the palm of his hand. Truly, he was a master of adaptation. Let's head to the clinic, she suggested, noting that he was in no condition to drive. I'll take you. With that, she hurried to the driver's seat of the Ferrari, eager to reach the car before him and discreetly turn off the paid radio station that had been left on all night. If he were to discover the unwarranted financial drain, it would surely infuriate him. It wasn't fear that drove her, but rather concern for his injured state. As Yin Shen entered the vehicle, she wore a smile that betrayed her guilt. Hey, driver Xiao Shen at your service. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Ferrari surged into the rainy night, evoking a sense of racing toward the underworld. Yin Shen felt the pain in his wound intensify with the speed, Yet surprisingly, he did not feel irritated. Instead, he found himself uncontrollably turning to look at her. The face he usually found distasteful now seemed strangely captivating. How had he not noticed before? She was quite to his liking. Upon arriving at the clinic, the doctor's expression shifted to one of alarm at the sight of him, quickly replaced by a respectful demeanor as he bowed his head. Eager to attend to him without delay, concerned he might interfere, Shen Xiaoyan fixed her gaze on the doctor, so intently that she nearly bore a hole through him with her stare. She was so focused that she did not realize Yin Shen was watching her all along. After the bandaging was completed, Yin Shen reclined against the hospital bed, his complexion visibly improving. Having witnessed Yin Shen's astonishing scheme earlier, her trepidation toward him deepened.
Ahem.
She was primarily worried for the safety of the island. His expression shifted slightly, and a shadow of inscrutable thoughts flickered in his dark eyes. I am injured. Rest assured, I will ensure the doctor takes good care of you. He is far more professional than I, and my presence here would only complicate matters. Then perhaps I should take my leave? She suggested, making a gesture as if to slip away. He remained silent, merely gazing at her, and after a long pause, turned his gaze to the window where the rain continued to fall. I'll manage with an umbrella. It's not far. Then go ahead. All right, take care, boss. Wishing you good health and longevity. With that, Shen Xiaoyan eagerly opened her umbrella and dashed into the rain, her petite figure quickly vanishing into the darkening gloom. Yin Shen's fingertips lingered for a moment before he finally lifted his gaze, watching the direction she had departed. This time, he distinctly felt the void within him, a hollow, lonely sensation. It seemed he was a bit lonely. Throughout the journey, she pondered how to explain the situation to Su Jin, as she had already caused him enough trouble. She could not afford another mishap. However, when she pushed the door open, darkness enveloped her. From the time she had left that morning, nearly an entire day had passed. Could it be? Her heart sank, and without a second thought, she dashed outside. The Yin family's influence extended across the island, and if they had intended from the outset to eliminate her, they would surely remove any obstacles in her path. Yin Xian had long been aware that Su Jin was protecting her. In their desperate attempts to separate Su Jin from her, they would resort to anything. Su Jin, you must not come to harm. She was oblivious to the distance she had covered that night, feeling only the rapid thumping of her heart and gasping breaths as if she were on the brink of losing her rhythm. Like a headless fly, she dashed aimlessly around the island, devoid of coherent thoughts. Suddenly, she recalled how he always managed to find her at the moment she faced danger, while she could not do the same. Su Jin, compared to you, I feel utterly helpless.
Shen Xiaoyan.
A sudden, urgent voice called out to her. She turned to see an unfamiliar face. Yu Xiao approached her with a look of anxiety. Come with me quickly. Su needs you. Chapter 103. Su Jin's emotional breakdown. Hurry.
Su needs you.
The strange man grasped her hand and began to run, leaving her somewhat bewildered, yet she caught the key word in his utterance.
Su?
Are you referring to Su Jin? Do you know him? What has happened? Shen Xiaoyan bombarded him with questions, prompting Yu Xiao to realize he had yet to introduce himself. I am Yu Xiao, a close brother of Su. As for his current state, his expression turned grave. You will understand when you come with me. A strong metallic scent of blood assaulted her nostrils, nauseating in its intensity. As she stepped into the area, Shen Xiaoyan couldn't help but furrow her brow. It was a scene of devastation, with scattered debris, broken pillars, and rusted steel frames strewn about. In the center of the ruins stood a figure with his back to her. Despite the rain washing over him, the blood upon him remained unmistakable.
Su Jin?
She glanced around at the fallen bodies, a horrific sight of mangled flesh. What on earth has happened? She couldn't restrain herself from asking.
As you can see,
Su has lost control, Yu Xiao replied, pressing his hands against his head in frustration. It's all my fault. I fell into their trap. What do you mean? Clarify. Shen Xiaoyan urged. But I left him a note. Yu Xiao shook his head, expressing concern. In his panic, he didn't see the note. He thought something had happened to you, and went to confront the Yin family. He was intercepted along the way, and they said. He hesitated, as if struggling to continue. Shen Xiaoyan pressed on. What exactly did they say? They said you were dead.
What?
Shen Xiaoyan's lips twitched in anger, wanting nothing more than to confront the person who spread such a vile rumor about her demise. He is the one who should be dead. His entire family. Upon learning of your supposed death, he lost control. If this continues, he will bring bloodshed to the entire island. I initially thought you were indeed dead, but to find out you are alive, now only you can save him. Yu Zhao's expression was serious, his tone urgent. I have rarely witnessed him in such a state of frenzy. No matter how I called to him, he did not respond, only unleashed violence upon those around him, as if he were a merciless killing machine. I believe if he lost control because of you, then you might be the one who can awaken him. The words of Yu Xiao plunged Shen Xiaoyan into deep contemplation. In her memory, Su Jin was a person who could absolutely control her emotions. Yet there were rare instances when this was not the case. Whenever she found herself in peril, she would be consumed by guilt, deaf to the sounds of the outside world, and momentarily lost in her own thoughts. Such behavior had become somewhat abnormal, unless he too was afflicted. Zhuolin suffered from mania. Had he inherited it? Although mental illness is not strictly hereditary, there exists a certain genetic risk. Observing Su Jin in her current state, Shen Xiaoyan's suspicions may indeed hold merit. You head to the clinic on the island and fetch some sedatives. I'll handle things here for now, she instructed Yu Xiao promptly. Understood. Yu Xiao obediently dashed towards the clinic. Meanwhile, Su Jin had approached another individual. This person lay on the ground, drenched in blood, utterly incapacitated, reduced to a state of despair as he helplessly pleaded, "Please, no more torment. It wasn't my intention to kill her. It was those from the Yin family. My orders were merely to stop you. I know nothing more." Before he could finish, a sound of shattering bones echoed in the air. "Aha!" His anguished cry pierced the heavens, so harrowing it sent chills down one's spine. Shen Xiaoyan watched in horror as Su Jin forcefully broke the man's arm, snapping it with brutal intent. Su Jin. She stumbled forward, her bare feet slipping on the wet ground littered with debris, making her movements exceedingly cumbersome. Struggling to reach him, she embraced his arm without a moment's hesitation. "Calm down. I'm still alive." With a harsh motion, he violently shook her off. A flicker of disbelief crossed Shen Xiaoyan's eyes, and in that moment of falling, she saw him turn his head. Those once gentle, inky eyes now bore a cold, unfeeling gaze, looking down at her as if she were merely a discarded doll, devoid of any emotion. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, her body jolted with pain.
Yet,
her mind raced with alarming speed, desperately analyzing the situation. Something was amiss. Far too amiss. That look in his eyes was unmistakably not Su Jin's. It was a wholly unfamiliar gaze, akin to that of another person. Realizing the impending disaster, Shen Xiaoyan closed her eyes and resolved to act. "Forgive me, Su Jin." With that, she seized a wooden stick and struck him fiercely upon the head. Su Jin's body lurched violently, collapsing to his knees before bowing his head as if consciousness had slipped away. Shen Xiaoyan rushed to examine the back of his head. Fortunately, it had only resulted in a bump, nothing severe. However, Su Jin's mental state warranted further investigation. The rain began to lessen, pattering gently against the roof before cascading down the eaves. Inside, the warm yellow light radiated a subtle warmth. "What do you intend to do with those sedatives?" Yu Xiao inquired, observing as Shen Xiaoyan stored the sedatives into the medicine cabinet, a hint of confusion in his voice. She meticulously closed the medicine cabinet and turned to glance at Su Jin, who lay soundly asleep on the bed. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "How long have you known Su Jin?" "Many years," he replied. "During all these years, have you ever witnessed him lose control of his emotions as he is today?" "Never."
Yu Xiao shook his head gravely.
"Su is someone who possesses remarkable self-control. In my memory, he seldom even expresses anger. He is a remarkably composed individual at all times. Yet I have seen him lose control more than once."
"What?"
Yu Zhao's face was a mask of disbelief as he pointed at the sleeping Su Jin. "You mean him?" "Yes, but previously he managed to maintain a semblance of awareness. Today, however, it is particularly severe. No matter how I call to him, it is futile. I dread to think of what he might do if I do not render him unconscious." Chapter 104. I will not lose you again. Su Jin has exhibited this behavior on multiple occasions, and if we neglect it, we may face unforeseen and grave consequences. Shen Xiaoyan, usually lighthearted, wore a serious expression, her gaze filled with increasing concern for Su Jin. If Su Jin's mental state truly posed a problem, she bore some responsibility for in their daily interactions. She had noticed nothing amiss. But what should we do? Yu Xiao appeared somewhat bewildered, evidently facing such a situation for the first time. "Leave it to me," she declared confidently, clenching her fists. "Though I may not be well versed in this matter, I shall study diligently for Su Jin's sake. This time, let me be the one to save him." At that moment, Su Jin, still lying in bed, murmured softly, his voice barely audible. "What is he saying?" Yu Xiao leaned in closer, straining to hear. "Shoe. Shoe? What shoe? Did he lose a shoe?" Yu Xiao looked around in confusion. But Su's shoes are right beside the bed, aren't they?
Oh.
I understand now. He wants the latest style. Understood, Su. I shall procure them for you immediately. He broke into tears, overwhelmed, and promptly pulled out his phone to place an order frantically. Are you serious? Shen Xiaoyan remarked incredulously, approaching Su Jin's bedside with newfound confidence. What you truly desire is a pair of Nikes, isn't it? Su Jin fell silent, possibly rendered speechless by their antics. His long, feather-like eyelashes fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes, his deep, ink-colored gaze resting upon her, laden with helplessness. Shen Xiaoyan, shoes.
Ha!
She blinked, momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Yu Xiao shouted, what happened to your foot? She looked down and recalled that she had been barefoot ever since escaping from the castle. Having trodden upon countless shards of stone and dirt, her once pristine feet were now swollen and red, causing her to gasp at the sight. Perhaps due to a degree of numbness, she had not felt any pain until now. Seeing her injured feet, Su Jin sat up, his brow furrowing with concern. Yu Xiao. Fetch the medicine cabinet. Wait, Su, you're back to normal? The medicine cabinet, now. Okay. I'll get it. Yu Xiao hurriedly carried the medicine cabinet over, obediently standing by, awaiting instructions. The flamboyant and vibrant red hair now hung limply. At that moment, Shen Xiaoyan found herself mocking Yu Xiao in her heart. But before she knew it, she had been lifted and placed onto the bed by Su Jin. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Su Jin kneeling before her, gently using an alcohol-soaked cotton swab to clean the dirt from her feet. His long, fair fingers delicately cradled her ankle, the cool touch sending a tingling sensation coursing through her, making her toes twitch with an involuntary itch. I can do it myself, she asserted, reaching for the cotton swab in Su Jin's hand, only to have him firmly grasp her hand to halt her. Confused, she met his deep, affectionate gaze. Let me do this. Reluctantly, considering that she had just knocked Su Jin unconscious and that he had been preoccupied with her bare feet even in his dazed state. She murmured, thank you, Su Jin, in her heart. Though he could not hear her, it was a sincere expression of gratitude. Each of his movements was exquisitely gentle. Even during the disinfection, he deliberately distracted her to minimize any discomfort, and before she knew it, he had finished bandaging her. Gazing at the pristine white bandages encircling her delicate feet, Shen Xiaoyan felt a pang of concern. Will I still be able to walk? I can carry you. Are you suggesting I be carried everywhere? He pondered seriously for a moment. Then I shall carry you wherever you need to go. At that instant Yu Xiao, who had been standing nearby in stunned silence, suddenly wore an expression of incredulity, his mouth nearly lifting towards the heavens. I just remembered I have something to attend to at home. I must take my leave. You two carry on. With that, he attempted to depart. But Su Jin seized him. I still have something to discuss with you. Su. Oh, Su. Are you not concerned that you might never win her over? This is a rare opportunity for you both to nurture your feelings in such a splendid atmosphere. Any matters can be addressed later. Yu Xiao expressed his desire to leave. Yet he was unable to resist Su Jin's considerable strength, ultimately conceding, fine. What do you wish to say? Please investigate what happened at the Yin family tonight. At Su Jin's words, Yu Xiao's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Understood. I will look into it. He departed swiftly. As someone who was acutely aware of the events that transpired at the Yin family that night and had experienced them firsthand, Shen Xiaoyan swallowed hard, thinking, well, it's all in the past. Everyone is fine. They said you were dead. Su Jin's gaze flickered, revealing that his earlier calm demeanor was merely a facade. The pain in his eyes became increasingly evident. He fixed his gaze on her, as if fearing that she might vanish at any moment. I thought you truly. He could not bear to finish that thought, a conclusion too dreadful to contemplate, yet it had almost come to pass. His eyelashes trembled, and the corners of his eyes tinted with red as he averted his gaze, attempting to mask his distress, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Despite his usual composure, he repeatedly found himself emotionally unraveling in her presence. Su Jin. Shen Xiaoyan grasped his shoulder, looking at him earnestly. Do you understand the immense effort I have exerted to survive all this time? I will never perish easily. No one shall take my life. Therefore, upon hearing such words in the future, you should simply confront him and deliver a resounding slap, subsequently accusing him of spreading falsehoods. I will absolutely not perish. You must steadfastly believe this. Her voice, as delicate as a feather, bore an inexplicable weight, rhythmically striking at his heart, enticing his senses. The immense unease within him dissipated mysteriously. He implored, promise me. Her radiant smile illuminated the room as she replied, I promise. It was a jest. She was profoundly afraid of death and would not easily succumb. Suddenly, Su Jin enveloped her in his embrace, the faint scent of mint lingering in the air, while his gentle, sultry voice whispered near her ear, "You must keep your word." His embrace was both restrained and fervent, encapsulating a myriad of affectionate emotions in that singular gesture. The searing warmth in his arms was a testament to her existence in this world. This rekindled emotion would undoubtedly embolden him further. Shen Xiaoyan, I shall not lose you again. Chapter 105. A Moustiquaire for Su Jin. Shen Xiaoyan had not forgotten a crucial question. Mr. Su, could you please elaborate on your course of action for tonight? Mr. Su? Despite Shen Xiaoyan's comprehensive inquiry, his attention was fixated solely on those 3 words. A hint of despondency flickered in his ink-black eyes. Why the sudden aloofness? The sorrow in his tone was palpable, reminiscent of a cornered beast fearing abandonment. Shen Xiaoyan could only momentarily step out of character, softly clarifying, "This is a situational simulation. I am the detective, and you are the suspect." Must the detective and suspect be so distant? This is merely a formality. You may refer to me as Miss Shen. Shen Xiaoyan. He evidently possessed a rebellious streak. I dislike calling you Miss Shen. This left Shen Xiaoyan in a quandary, prompting her to alter the parameters of their interaction. Let us assume the detective and suspect share a close relationship, one so intimate that they may call each other by name. How close must one be to address each other by name during formal proceedings? Since this is a situational setup, we should establish a fundamental relationship, perhaps akin to family, friends, or lovers. His expression was utterly serious, as though he were earnestly discussing the script with the director, devoid of any frivolous thoughts. Shen Xiaoyan found herself contemplating the matter seriously. In that case, let us say father and son. Su Jin smiled, yet there was a hint of puzzlement. Our age difference seems rather inappropriate. Is that so? I believe it works quite well. Then allow me to propose one. He cleared his throat, his demeanor slightly awkward. I believe that works for us. Let us say, friends. The moment the word escaped his lips, he closed his eyes in slight frustration. After mustering the courage to reach this point, how had he faltered at the critical moment? Then friends it shall be. Now, friend Su Jin, please recapitulate your course of action for this evening in detail. Detective Shen Xiaoyan was back in character, her hands folded with utmost seriousness. It became evident that opportunities are fleeting. Once they pass, they are lost. He furrowed his brow, pausing. They say I am dead. Shen Xiaoyan effortlessly took over the conversation, her pen swiftly recording notes in her notebook. And then what? Then I became quite furious. I wished for those who harmed you to face consequences, so I
dealt with them.
She supplemented his words once more, then furrowed her brows, posing the real question. My dear friend Su Jin, you are not typically this naive. Are you? They said I was dead, and you believed them so readily? The term good friend stung Su Jin deeply. However, the transgressions of one's own making must be swallowed quietly, for I had been remiss in my considerations. In truth, it was concern that had led to confusion. Normally, he was composed and would discern flaws in his thoughts, yet whenever matters concerning her arose, he would invariably lose some degree of rationality. I apologize. For what?
You were only worried about me.
It's just that your gullibility worries me a bit. Perhaps I should arrange some intellectual training for you next time. Shen Xiaoyan maintained a serious demeanor, then continued to inquire. And after that? You were angry, seeking retribution. What followed? This was the crux of the matter. She was eager to discern whether Su Jin, in his emotional turmoil, remembered what had transpired afterward. And then? Then you arrived. Up to this point, there were no issues. She pressed on, and after I arrived, what happened? I recall you neither carried an umbrella nor wore shoes. It was pouring rain. And you were drenched with numerous scrapes on your feet. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, seemingly pained merely by the thought of that scene. Shen Xiaoyan paused momentarily with her pen. How strange. In Su Jin's account, he had shown considerable concern for her. Yet the reality was that he had callously shaken off her hand, looking at her with an almost unfamiliar, cold gaze as she fell to the ground. This was certainly not behavior Su Jin would exhibit. Do you recall pushing me? She tentatively inquired. As expected, when she posed this question, a flicker of panic crossed Su Jin's eyes. I pushed you? When did that happen? Are you hurt? He began to rise to check on her condition. Shen Xiaoyan quickly halted him. No, I was merely asking. It seems I misremembered. You didn't push me. It was you, Xiao. He then ceased his movements, the worry in his eyes dissipating. Is that so? Then all is well. So, do you remember pushing him? He frowned slightly. I have no recollection. Her expression grew grave, and she queried further. Do you remember that I struck you? Why would you hit me? He paused, then appeared somewhat flustered. Did I do something to upset you?
No.
No, it seems I misremembered again. It was you Xiao who hit me. He hit you? Very well. The interrogation is concluded. Shen Xiaoyan closed her notebook and stood, extending her hand toward him. My friend Su Jin, thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. He gently grasped her hand, relishing the soft, cool sensation, a light smile flickering in his dark eyes. Upon returning to her room, Shen Xiaoyan concealed her smile. After repeatedly examining the words recorded in the notebook, his expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, he had forgotten. What state was he truly in at that time? Was it truly him? Or, as she had surmised, was the Su Jin of that moment a completely unfamiliar individual? If he were indeed afflicted with a mental illness, it could stem not only from hereditary factors, but also from the tragic experiences he had endured over the years. Therefore, she must take it upon herself to care for Su Jin earnestly. Rest assured, Su Jin, I will ensure that you remain in a state of perpetual ease and joy.